The world has been in turmoil for over 300 years. In the Central Plains, songs and dances are ceaseless, while foreign tribes sharpen their weapons and prepare for battle. In the rivers and lakes, sword masters traverse freely, and renowned generals suppress all corners. 5 years remain until the great chaos descends, when a young apothecary Guanyi takes a life on a rainy night. Finally awakening, he beholds the disorder of this world. Beneath the hooves of horses lie countless white bones, renowned generals, beautiful women, the rivers and lakes, divine weapons, the common folk, and manifestations of the law. Since ancient times, only white bones and yellow sands are seen. Confucian scholars are trampled by iron hooves. The Buddha is swept away by long spears. I, the humble Taoist Guanyi, invite this world to its demise. Chapter 1. Guanyi. Quick, faster. The ebony warhorse gallops through the pitch-black night, shattering the curtain of rain ahead. Guanyi awakens in a daze. As if emerging from a profound dream, the hazy glow of a computer screen lingers before his eyes. Then, a sudden pain pierces his heart, as though he is plunged into an icy abyss, trembling from the agony. He quickly realizes that his body has shrunk, resembling that of an infant. A woman rides a swift steed, hastening with him in tow. As the clouds above part, he strains to lift his head, peering through the fabric enveloping him, illuminated by the moonlight, and he instinctively shivers. In the distance, a silent squadron of cavalry clad in ancient armor stands still. The towering warhorses, nearly 2 meters high at the head, exhale plumes of mist that rustle the leaves. The riders, encased in iron armor, don helmets that conceal their faces, and the armor on the right side bears hanging sleeves adorned with intricate white cloud patterns. Majestic silence enveloped the scene as dark clouds gradually descended, leaving only a trace of starlight. Rain poured down, drenching their armor and splattering fine droplets around them, while the starlight seemed to cast a subtle glow upon their figures. Heavily armored cavalry, the night-riding cavalry of the Chun Kingdom. Guanyi heard a voice whispering in his ear, but it was swiftly obliterated by the sharp sound of slicing air. Before him materialized the form of a white tiger, and he felt himself suddenly lifted from the ground. In the next instant, the hooves of a galloping steed were severed by a brilliant light. Amidst the agonizing screams, the woman cradling him tumbled from the furious horse. She rolled on the ground with the infant, positioning her back against the heavily armored cavalry, who were poised to unleash their bows. Li knew her. Countless arrows sliced through the air. They descended. In the 10th year of the Tianqi era, within the largest apothecary of Guanyi in the Chun Kingdom, receiving the prescription, he turned to open the medicine cabinet. Upon witnessing the young apothecary finally beginning to prepare the medicine, the elderly woman refrained from urging him further, instead regarding the boy with a discerning gaze, characteristic of her age. He was 13, taller than most boys his age, though his complexion appeared slightly sallow, yet his brow was clear and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Moreover, it was said that he possessed remarkable skills in the arts and was knowledgeable in medicine. Ah, what a fine child! It was a pity there was no able-bodied man in the household, only a gravely ill aunt. Such a shame. Yet, he could still be considered a good lad to market among the other young maidens. What was his name again, Li? Or was it Lida? The old woman pondered. Unbeknownst to him, the elderly lady behind had silently included him among the participants of the gathering beneath the grand locust tree at the crossroads. Guanyi adeptly prepared the medicine, calculated the price, and presented it with a warm smile characteristic of youth. This smile was truly enchanting, prompting the old woman to elevate his standing on her internal list of commendable youths by several ranks, and she recalled the boy's name. Similar to the common names of Zhang San, Li Si, Zheng Er, and Wang Wu, he was known as Li. Yet, what remained unclear was who had attributed an additional mark to him, allowing him to rise above such commonplace names. Ah, yes, he was called the Guanyi good child indeed. The old woman accepted the medicine, inquired with a smile whether he was betrothed or engaged, received the information she sought, and then, satisfied, turned to leave. As she pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, sunlight spilled forth, illuminating the flagstone path where pedestrians bustled. The wheels of horse-drawn carriages swiftly followed the ruts in the street, with the curtains billowing gently in the wind. Inside the carriages sat either scholarly gentlemen or graceful ladies adorned in translucent gowns, delicately fanning themselves. At present, according to the calculations of the Emperor Zhongzhou, it was the 10th year of the Tianqi era. However, no one paid him any heed. The world had been divided for an extended period, spanning 3 centuries. The Qin kingdom occupied the southern region of the eastern land, renowned for its lush pastures, splendid culture, exquisite beauty, and picturesque landscapes. Though they had faced defeat in a contest with the Xian kingdom over a decade ago, they still boasted the formidable General Xiao Wuliang, whose 7 cavalry charged into battle, instilling awe throughout the realm. When the shift change arrived, Guanyi slowly made his way to the back room of the apothecary, shedding his thick, azure long robe. Noticing the absence of others, he opened the collar of his inner garment to gaze within. Upon his chest lay an indelible mark, visible only to him, resembling a small cauldron adorned with intricate patterns of azure iron and the imagery of fish and birds, while within the cauldron, a crimson luminescence pulsated. Surrounding his heart, dark, serpentine lines coiled together like sinister, twisted vipers, dancing around the flickering flames, creating a stark and eerie contrast against his paw. Luskin, an alarming sight reminiscent of ancient blood rituals from a time long past in a savage land. Primitive and rugged, savage and sanguinary. This was poison, potent poison, potentially lethal in nature, possibly akin to witchcraft. This affliction was a remnant of a harrowing event that transpired a decade ago, and it was this very venom that had awakened the bronze cauldron, liberating him from the confiniso infancy and granting him the consciousness of an adult at the tender age of 2. The bronze cauldron held this venom at bay, though it occasionally flared up, causing excruciating pain that made him yearn for death, yet he remained alive. However, the frequency of this toxic outburst had been accelerating recently. Over the past 10 years, his aunt had sought remedies from various physicians, but none could offer a cure, leaving him on the brink of demise before reaching adulthood. Guanyi's expression darkened. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. He glanced once more at the cauldron, which was now filled to about 80% with jade liquid. Even though he knew that no matter how intently he stared, it would not abruptly surge, he could not resist the urge to look again. At present, one can only hope that the bronze cauldron, which has contained toxins for a decade, will undergo some transformation once the jade liquid within accumulates sufficiently. Why? Ideally, it would entirely purge this body of deadly poison. A month and a half ago, Guanyi finally gleaned some insights into the method of accumulation of the jade liquid. Within the cauldron, the clamor from outside grew increasingly louder, prompting Guanyi to furrow his brow, wondering if it was guests arriving at such an hour. He changed his attire, fastening the green pouch around his waist, which also held a gourd for water, and then stepped outside, raising his hand to lift the door curtain, saying "Seali Chun what's?" His voice abruptly ceased. Boom! A muffled sound seized the throats of all present. 3 warriors employed by the apothecary were hurled through the air like ragged sacks, crashing heavily against the wall beside Guanyi, falling to the ground, blood spilling in their mouths, their faces pale and their eyes wide with terror. The door of the apothecary was shattered by a powerful kick, the ornate door flying through the air and slamming against the wall. A burly man, adorned with a hero's headband and clad in a parrot green, diagonally fastened long robe, with an iron belt around his waist and a sword hanging at his side, stepped roared with an imposing presence. With one hand, he seized the collar of the young Guanyi, who had just crouched beside the injured, lifting him effortlessly into the air. His fierce gaze swept the surroundings as he bellowed. How bold! Protecting a notorious criminal of the court. Are you not afraid of death? As Guanyi was lifted, he struggled to breathe, his face flushed, his gaze distant. He caught sight of a young scholar riding a fine steed outside the door. The young man, with a sword at his waist, regarded the boy, whose throat was being grasped, with calm eyes. The dark sleeve of his robe hung down, adorned with intricate cloud patterns, reminiscent of a tenebrous, rain-soaked night from a decade past. Chapter 2. The Dragon and the Cauldron. Upon seeing the cloud patterns, memories from 10 years ago surged before Guanyi's eyes. After spending a decade in obscurity, evading pursuers, These years had been relatively tranquil. Yet now, this mirage of tranquility, as ephemeral as a bubble, was shattered. The cloud patterns from a decade ago resurfaced, and the metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. The grip of the burly man was like iron, and despite Guanyi's desperate attempts to break free, it was futile. One hand of the muscular man rested on his waist knife, his fierce gaze sweeping the surroundings. No one dared to utter a word, only the muffled cries of pain and gasps from the 3 hired guards echoed in the tense silence. The sounds of suffering only served to pale the faces of the onlookers. This was the largest apothecary on the old street of East City in Guanyi City. The 3 hired guards, who typically trained by lifting grinding stones and could effortlessly sever thick trees, now lay incapacitated from a single kick. The crowd merely covered their mouths and noses, their expressions fraught with anxiety. They looked at the boy, who was being held by the throat, with only eyes full of pity. It's a misunderstanding indeed. Dear military officer, could there be some mistake? One of them implored. This child is in poor health. If a life is lost, it would bring ill fortune to your hands. The burly man glared angrily and berated. Humph, smooth-tongued old swine, are you implying that I have wronged you? With a swift motion, he hurled Guanyi aside. As he reached out, a plump purse fell into the folds of his robe. Perhaps the old shopkeeper's wealth had come to fruition, for Guanyi was not smashed against the wall, but rather landed heavily upon the wooden table, which cracked under the impact, sending the young man crashing to the floor. A flash of crimson light flickered within the bronze cauldron of his heart, and Guanyi felt a sharp pain sear through his spine, though his lungs remained uninjured. His back was likely bruised and swollen, and he managed to roll over, hiding his face in an attempt to find solace in the moment, realizing he was not the target of this visit. As Guanyi lay on the ground, he watched as a young man strode into the room. The burly man quickly approached, bowing respectfully, and said, "My lord." The young man raised his hand to brush off the dust, his immaculate boots stepping over Guanyi, seemingly repulsed by the scattered herbs on the floor. He carelessly stepped upon the young man's already bruised back, inflicting excruciating pain, yet Guanyi remained silent. The young man was elegantly attired, his right sleeve cascading down, adorned with intricate white cloud patterns, and he remarked coolly, "Did you find anything?" The burly man replied with deference, "We have searched several times, but indeed, nothing has been found." The old shopkeeper stood by, offering a forced smile. The young man did not bother to glance at him, merely nodding slightly as he stated, "It seems the thief is cunning." "Shopkeeper." The old shopkeeper promptly answered, "Yes, yes. What would you have me do, my lord?" The young man raised his hand to produce a scroll, shaking it vigorously before unfurling it downward. "Do you recognize this individual?" he inquired. The old shopkeeper focused intently on the scroll, which bore a few sparse strokes depicting a middle-aged man. His hair and beard curled, his eyes sharp and penetrating even in illustration. There emanated an imposing aura that sent shivers down the spine, akin to encountering a humanoid. "Your dragon." The old shopkeeper trembled, instinctively responding, "No, I do not know him." The young man regarded him, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes as he employed a secret technique to ascertain that the shopkeeper indeed had never encountered this man. He slightly raised his chin, prompting a burly man beside him to produce a piece of paper and toss it forward, exclaiming, "Gather all the medicines listed here for me." The young man replied coolly, "The fugitive has been injured, and these medicines are essential for his recovery. The medicines in your establishment have been requisitioned by the authorities. Once the criminal is apprehended, they will be returned in full," the burly man asserted. The old shopkeeper felt a wave of despair wash over him, nearly crying out in protest. "How could the goods, once taken by the officials, ever be returned?" "If what you say is true, a reward of 500 taels will be issued," came the declaration. Given that one tael of silver equated to a substantial sum, ranging from 100 to 200 coins, 500 taels amounted to an impressive total of approximately 60,000 coins. Such a generous reward. Onlookers immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that this was indeed a perilous and notorious criminal. To warrant such a high bounty, it must be a matter of a prison break. Who could they have liberated to attract such attention? Regardless, it was clear that this individual posed a significant threat. The group moved swiftly, darting towards another large apothecary in the blink of an eye. The robust man, dashing like a galloping steed, approached the youth and laughed heartily. "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. That scoundrel is gravely injured and desperately requires these medicinal herbs for healing. Let us seize the opportunity to empty the apothecaries of the surrounding cities. Ha ha ha. Let us see how he recovers. It seems he may not even need our intervention." The youth replied coolly, "Yu Qianfeng possesses extraordinary martial prowess, embodying the essence of the dragon and tiger, and ranks 42nd on the list of those with such manifestations. Even if he were wounded by the combined might of the Grand General and the contemporary female sword master of Luzhou Jianlu, it would not be so easy for him to perish. Moreover, the hounds trained for a 1,000-mile pursuit have been summoned." The robust man paused in surprise, then suddenly enlightened, he chuckled. "I see now. On the surface, we are collecting herbs to compel Yu Qianfeng to reveal himself, but in truth, we are merely staging a ruse to ensnare him. If he appears, splendid. If he hides in suspicion, the hounds will eventually lead us to him." The youth continued, "There's a third aspect." The robust man leaned in attentively. The youth leisurely stated, "The government office is lacking in certain medicinal supplies." Perched upon his tall steed, he surveyed the bustling populace and remarked, "We protect the common folk without us. How could they enjoy their lives? It is merely a matter of borrowing what is needed. Fortuitously, we have this opportunity, sparing us the effort of seeking another pretext for acquiring the herbs. These humble citizens, if they can serve our purpose, contribute to our homeland, and in doing so, they bring honor to us." "Ouch, that hurts. Be gentle, please, gentle." "It hurts." Within the rejuvenation hall, a cacophony of lamentations ensued. Some were tidying up the medicinal herbs, while others assisted the three martial artists. Old Dr. Chun helped lead Guanyi to his feet, glancing at the youth's bruised back with a heavy sigh. The fall was severe, but fortunately, no vital organs were harmed. Thank goodness for that. Li Guanyi winced in pain, which elicited a chuckle from the old doctor. However, the smile soon faded from his face as he gazed outside. Alas, the onslaught is fierce. It seems the apothecaries and clinics in the city will be ravaged once again. I wonder who they are performing for this time. Li Guanyi replied, "As long as it doesn't concern us, it is for the better." The old doctor sighed. "Indeed, these constables are always so tyrannical. Just look at these herbs. They are either for nourishing energy or calming the mind. This time, it likely has nothing to do with any fugitive. They simply lack the necessary medicinal supplies for their own cultivation and have come to us for a bite." Li Guanyi took the medicine from the doctor and softly said, "Old Chun, there are too many ears here." The elder ceased his discourse, adding extra, nourishing herbs to the youth's medicine, patting his shoulder before attending to his own affairs. Before them stood a dilapidated mountain deity temple. He halted. Within Li Guanyi's chest, the bronze cauldron began to emit a gentle warmth. The crimson liquid within the cauldron gradually accumulated, expelling the chilling sensation of toxins, replaced instead by a vibrant health. The cauldron glimmered faintly, and a breath of energy flowed into his eyes, enabling him to perceive certain extraordinary entities with the naked eye. He lifted his gaze, a faint azure luminescence flickering in his eyes, and within his line of sight, a creature transcending the ordinary circled languidly above the mountain deity temple. The crimson-scaled armor shimmered like the hues of twilight, quietly resting, as if entwined with the mist at the horizon. Behind it lay the city, a fleeting glimpse of scholars, bashful beauties, the steady clip of a jade steed traversing the ancient path, the swaying physicians, and the frolicking Qi, Uldren sharing laughter. All of this seemed to crawl beneath the weight of existence. That existence, colossal and serene, cast its gaze upon the small boy before the temple. A dragon Guan steadied his mind, sensing the gradual accumulation of jade-like essence within the bronze cauldron's imprint. Lowering his head, he paid no heed to the dragon, instead entering the mountain temple that had seen so few visitors this year. Inside the dilapidated sanctuary, he raised his gaze, his eyes deftly landing on a scarcely noticeable corner. There sat a beggar. He possessed a stature that was unusually tall for a beggar, his tattered garments marred with stains. His eyes were closed, eyebrows unkempt, yet his back remained straight. His large hands rested upon his knees, and his hair danced with the wind as he sat there in tranquil composure, resembling a fierce tiger cloaked in the stillness of night. Chapter 3. The transmission of the marvelous law, the immense crimson dragon coiled around the knees of the man, its tail dominating the entire temple. As the dragon's form neared its tail, it became increasingly translucent, rendering the man in the eyes of Guanyi as both divine and demonic. This godlike crimson dragon was not a tangible entity. Only Guanyi, through the mystical imprint of the bronze cauldron, could catch a glimpse of its essence. It was not until a month ago, upon encountering this man, that the dormant powers of the bronze cauldron, silenced for a decade, began to unveil their peculiarities. The previously rampant venom was subdued, granting him the extraordinary ocular ability to perceive the dragon's manifestation. Caught in a dichotomy between the lethal poison that threatened his life and the bronze anomaly that contained it, Guanyi seized this opportunity. The luminescence in his gaze dissipated, and the ethereal image of the divine dragon vanished, allowing him to feign the perception of an ordinary beggar. He then knelt upon the mat of the mountain shrine, methodically arranging the roasted chicken, steamed buns, and wine he had purchased. With hands clasped in reverence, he offered a sincere prayer to the idol. For the past month, he had pretended to be a devoted pilgrim, bringing offerings of food and drink that he never took back, leaving them for this remarkable man to consume. He visited every 2 or 3 days, each time for merely the duration of a single incense stick, striking a delicate balance. He allowed the elixir within the bronze cauldron to accumulate gradually while maintaining an air of innocence so as not to arouse excessive suspicion in the man. He portrayed himself as a devout youth from the city, never having exchanged a word with this stranger. His intent was to gradually foster a connection, to become familiar in a natural manner, and ultimately to unlock the potential of the bronze cauldron through this formidable individual. At this moment, it seems there is little time left. After completing his usual prayers, Guanyi reflected on the cloud patterns that had haunted him through his recurring nightmares and the transformative events of the past month. Resolutely, he remained kneeling on the mat, but suddenly spoke. Today, a rider clad in a red beast-patterned garment arrived at the apothecary, accompanied by a young man whose sleeves bore cloud designs. They claimed that a group of prison breakers had stolen the medicinal ingredients required by a convict. They also left a notice, stating that anyone with information should report to the authorities for a reward of 500 taels. I hope this matter resolves swiftly, allowing the apothecary to return to normalcy. The burly man seated nearby gradually opened his eyes. Guanyi seemed to hear a deep, ominous dragon's roar resonating in his ears, causing him to instinctively lift his gaze. Without the infusion of the bronze cauldron's essence, his vision had already bifurcated into 2 realms. One, the dilapidated mountain god temple with crumbling walls. The other, a realm ablaze with vibrant crimson light, where clouds swirled. Within that mist, a colossal, ethereal dragon's head pressed against the young man's brow, causing his dark hair to sway gently. Suddenly, the cloud vapor dispersed, revealing the red dragon's fiery eyes, which were then shattered by the imposing figure of a beggar emerging from the mist, flanked by the great dragon. In that moment, within the bronze cauldron, the crimson liquid surged rapidly. The beggar regarded the young man before him. In recent days, he discreetly observed Guanyi. During their initial encounter, Li appeared feeble and serene. Yet he brought offerings of food and drink. Such kindness in the beginning could be attributed to a benevolent heart. However, when he later expressed his thirst, the very next day a jug of wine was presented to him. It became evident that this young man either possessed an overly naive kindness or a shrewd intellect, recognizing his own capabilities and perhaps harboring ulterior motives. Yet, despite this, for an entire month, he did not initiate any conversation or seek to establish a connection. It was only today that he approached, addressing the mountain deity rather than directly acknowledging the fugitive status of the beggar. He appeared as a normal youth engaged in earnest prayer, meticulous and unhurried. The beggar felt a surge of admiration and suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, bowing deeply with his hands clasped in gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful for the provisions of wine and meat you have brought me over the past month, young brother. Your efforts in delivering this message are greatly appreciated. However, it seems we may no longer be able to linger here." With a sigh, the beggar settled down, tearing into a chicken leg and savoring it with gusto, followed by generous gulps of wine. The lavish meal of a plump chicken paired with 10 large buns was enough to feed an entire family, yet he devoured it all with remarkable speed. After finishing, he used a chicken bone to pick his teeth and declared, "I am quite full now." He then sighed, "Indeed, I have sustained injuries and prefer not to confront those rascals directly. It would be best if no one knew of our presence here, as it seems we cannot remain much longer. Young brother, I cannot ignore your kindness in relaying this message to me. Here, please accept this. I would be grateful if you could continue to bring me wine and meat in the days to come." The beggar retrieved a thumb-sized luminous pearl from his bosom and presented it to Guanyi with a grand gesture, exclaiming, "I may not possess gold or silver, but this jewel holds considerable worth. Take it." Upon inspecting the pearl, which gleamed with a radiant luster, Guanyi instantly recognized its immense value, yet shook his head in refusal. The beggar seemed taken aback for a moment before erupting into laughter, saying, "Ah, I see my error. If you were a man consumed by greed, you would have already reported me to the authorities to claim the 500 taels of silver, which would surely provide more security than this gem and spare you the anxiety of potential repercussions." Guanyi continued to shake his head, replying, "It is not that. I too desire it. However, I cannot safeguard this pearl. Accepting it would only invite trouble." Intrigued, the beggar inquired, "Cannot safeguard? Oh, are you implying that you wish to acquire something else from me?" With a hearty laugh, he urged, "Speak. What is it that you seek?" Guanyi nodded, contemplating various thoughts, aware that his connection to the red dragon and the bronze cauldron was not to be disclosed. The origin of the lethal poison tied to the escape from 10 years prior was equally sensitive. Finally, he raised his gaze and stated succinctly, "I wish to learn martial arts from you." In his eyes flickered the vision of a crimson dragon, and a longing stirred within him. The memories of that stormy night a decade ago lingered in his heart, the shadow of ironclad horsemen haunting him still. He yearned for the strength to protect himself and his aunt, yet he was afflicted by poison, with only the bronze cauldron and this formidable man as his hope. The beggar scrutinized Guanyi's eyes and suddenly broke into a wide grin. With a sudden rustle, he appeared behind Guanyi. He raised his hand to press on Guanyi's shoulder, then pinched his arm and spine, arching an eyebrow as he remarked, "Your physique is surprisingly commendable. But have you been poisoned? The toxins have eroded your meridians and bones, likely diminishing your foundation significantly. Ah, your back is quite injured. Did those cavalrymen from the Qin kingdom do this? A bunch of braggarts." He gently patted Guanyi's back, and a soothing aura flowed into him, causing the bruising on his back to fade swiftly. The beggar settled cross-legged before Guanyi, hands clasped in front of him, fingers delicately stroking his beard as he scrutinized the young lad, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the foundation was merely adequate, the boy's agile and meticulous temperament, coupled with his measured actions, was indeed remarkable for his age. However, accepting a disciple and passing on one's knowledge was no trivial matter. His own teachings were eclectic, perfected to a high level. While he could easily impart a technique, his bold nature prevented him from doing so casually. Moreover, bestowing martial arts was far from a simple endeavor. Furthermore, this child, observing the marks on Guanyi's clothing, he realized that the boy had shown no signs of struggle, which was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the traces on his collar, indicating that he had been forcibly lifted and slammed onto the table, only to flip over and hide his face. Fear of death is a common human trait. The more intelligent and perceptive individuals tend to cherish their lives even more. Yet, a martial artist is different. A warrior must possess a certain ferocity. The child, cautious and quick-witted, possessed remarkable talent, yet lacked a certain harshness that was ill-suited to his path. However, encountering such a youth in these circumstances stirred within him a heightened appreciation for talent. He resolved that taking on an apprentice should not be done hastily. Thus he contemplated the situation and remarked, "The minions of the night-riding cavalry have already detected my presence. I cannot linger here for long." The man, resolute, declared, "I shall impart to you a remarkable technique." Chapter 4. Murong Qiushui. Upon finishing his words, the man waved his hand and immediately vanished beneath the very eyelids of Guanyi. Looking around, Guanyi could perceive no trace of his presence and could only nod in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "I shall return at midnight." Their residence in Guanyi was, in fact, a quaint little courtyard with some years behind it. Guanyi slowed his pace, kindling a fire with the firewood he had prepared earlier, washing rice and cooking. As the smoke rose, the aroma of the rice gradually filled the air. After the rice was cooked, he sought Ed 2 vegetable dishes. It was the time for their regular meat meal, so he stewed an old hen and steamed an egg custard for himself. There was no need for Guanyi to call out. The wooden door creaked open, and a pale-faced yet lively young woman emerged, supporting herself against the door. She was Guanyi's aunt, who had cared for him devotedly during the first 8 years of the past decade. Human hearts are tender. The hardships endured over those 8 years had resulted in 2 years of attentive care. Guanyi still vividly remembered the first time the poison erupted within him, causing him excruciating pain that felt as if the very heavens had darkened. The anguish reached such a degree that it resembled the plight of an epileptic. whereby one must be cautious not to bite their own tongue during the throes of excruciating pain. The child's senses were heightened at the tender age of 3 or 4. The skin on his palm could perceive the delicate fuzz of flower petals, and he could inhale the fragrant essence of spring blossoms carried by the breeze. Thus, he succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. It felt as though he were plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, akin to stepping into a void within a dream, relentlessly descending. In this hazy state, he sensed someone clasping his hand, warm liquid flowing into his mouth, like a searing river of flames that gradually subdued the frigid agony. Subsequently, Guanyi drifted into a deep slumber. When he awakened, the wind rustled through the treetops, and the North Star hung high in the cerulean sky, exuding a chill of desolation. He found himself resting on his aunt's lap, raising his gaze to meet her gentle, warm eyes. Noticing the blood seeping from her wrist where his teeth had left a mark, and tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. At that moment, his aunt, upon discovering his ailment while riding her horse, had dismounted and fallen onto the grass, her heart aching for him. Reluctant to use cloth, she had pressed her own wrist against his mouth to stifle his cries. In the throes of pain, he had exerted all his strength to bite down, creating a significant wound, yet fortunately, he had not severed an artery. The warmth amidst the torment was the blood of his aunt. As he lifted his head, he beheld the starry sky behind a beautiful woman who smiled softly and inquired whether he felt better. The starlight and moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a shimmering glow upon her face. Despite the injury on her wrist, she continued to smile, gently caressing the child's brow and singing the lullaby that mothers from the east would croon to their children at bedtime. That night, Guanyi slept soundly. Those are but remnants of the past. Now, 12-year-old Guanyi carefully served a bowl of soup to a pale-faced woman and gently placed a pair of chopsticks nearby. The woman, with her delicate features, took a sip of the soup and smiled, remarking, "The dishes prepared by Linuo are delightful, far surpassing the culinary skills of my aunt." Guanyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Linu was his childhood nickname, a common practice among children from noble families to add "nu" after their nicknames, not intended as an insult. For instance, Wang Xianji was affectionately called Guanyu, and Lu Yu, the Southern Song Dynasty's Wu emperor, was known as Jinu. The name Linu, akin to a cat or a tabby, was reminiscent of how elders would tenderly refer to him as Little Kitty during his younger days. Guanyi had once solemnly declared that he was no longer a child and wished to be addressed otherwise, only to be playfully teased by his aunt, who affectionately called him Linuer for 3 whole days. He had long recognized that his aunt's demeanor was far more complex than it appeared. Through the years of their companionship, Guanyi had learned how to navigate his aunt's temperament. He simply lowered his head, deftly maneuvering his chopsticks and focusing on his meal. However, this behavior left the woman feeling somewhat disheartened, though it was fortunate that Guanyi's cooking was indeed commendable. While it may not rival the elaborate creations of renowned chefs, the robust flames of the wood-burning stove and the freshness of the vegetables, still glistening with morning dew from the village outside the city, lent a wholesome quality to the dishes. Ultimately, the meals were satisfying, imbued with a sense of substance. After enjoying a hearty meal, Guanyi tidied up, as his aunt's health had been declining, and he had recently prohibited her from undertaking such tasks. Completing these trivial tasks, Guanyi, as per usual, removed a zither from the somewhat narrow walls of the wooden cottage. Under the guidance of a lady, he began to play. The melodies flowed gracefully, at times clear and resonant, indicating he had mastered it to a considerable degree. When his aunt first noticed Guanyi's mature demeanor, she took it upon herself to teach him the art of music. Throughout the years, even while wandering in search of a home, he never ceased his practice of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She claimed to be unskilled in martial arts, yet her proficiency in these arts was commendable. Guanyi had acquired a sufficient level of skill, and in the future, he could indeed sustain himself through the sound of the zither. If that were not feasible, he could rely on the beauty of his beloved pet, who was adept in all these arts, to live with a touch of dignity. Guanyi insisted that he would support both of them, to which his aunt merely chuckled, reaching out to touzle his hair playfully. This zither had been a constant companion of his aunt, its body straight and its notes clear, though the tail end bore the marks of char, resembling an instrument salvaged from a fire. "What weighs on your mind?" she inquired. Guanyi's heart stirred, not only due to the reappearance of the cloud patterns, but also because the cauldron was on the verge of being filled, offering a glimmer of hope for the remedy of the poison within him. However, a momentary lapse made his aunt perceive his distraction. Matters of poison and perilous adventures were not to be disclosed. While he hesitated, his aunt broke into laughter. Her amber eyes regarded the youth, her scroll playfully tapping against the hem of Guanyi's garment before sliding down to his knee, commenting, "You detest washing clothes the most. You would divert your path upon sighting muddy ground, fearing a splash of dirt. Has there been a commotion at the apothecary?" Guanyi opened his mouth, letting out a helpless sigh. This woman had sheltered him for a decade, skillfully evading danger with her meticulousness. His cautious demeanor had been cultivated through years of subtle influence from his aunt. "I knew I couldn't hide anything from you," he admitted, recounting the events while omitting the bronze cauldron. The woman pondered for a moment before softly saying, "The Red Dragon Dharma appearance, practicing martial arts at night. If it were him, it would be feasible. As for those cloud pattern riders, we have been here for 2 years, and in a few months, we shall depart again. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the future, keep your distance from them. If fortune truly turns against you and you happen to cross paths, do not harbor resentment. Sometimes it is wise to endure. An old saying goes, where one can forgive, one should forgive, and taking a step back can lead to tranquility, especially at your young age. It is wise not to engage in conflicts with others." Her voice was gentle, and her persuasive words reminded Guanyi of his mother in a past life. Whenever he embarked on a journey, she would offer similar counsel, to avoid quarrels and to sidestep trouble. His expression softened and darkened with nostalgia. Suddenly, something was pressed into his left hand, a piece of silver. A chill crept over him as he looked up to see his aunt holding a short sword in its sheath. The sheath was antiquated, and Guanyi was momentarily taken aback as she drew the blade, revealing a sword about the length of his forearm that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. And he smiled gently, her short sword descending with a swift motion, silently cleaving a corner from the wooden table. With a deft angle, the old iron pot was severed, dropping to the ground without a sound. The blade bore intricate patterns, a testament to its forging, with 2 inscriptions on each side. This type of inscription had been taught to him by Andy. The front read Murong, while the reverse bore the words Jiu Shui, the name of the short sword and also Andy's name. This appellation always evoked memories of the renowned Murong family, who once held sway over the 18th state of Jiangnan, a territory lost by the Chun state 12 years prior, and the very direction they had been gradually traversing in secrecy. Murong Jiu Shui placed the short sword in the young man's right hand, whispering, "A man must possess depth. When confronted with a problem solvable by silver, use it. And seek mercy, it is not shameful. A man must also harbor a fierce spirit. If they persist in their obstinacy, then draw your sword." Guanyi instinctively recalled Auntie's words. "Didn't you mention that old adage, to endure is to find peace, to avoid is to gain freedom. It is better to do less than to do more?" He observed his beautiful and smiled softly, her finger pressing against his forehead as she said, "Oh, my foolish little raccoon, but the old saying also goes, to hell with them." Midnight. Yu Qiefeng sat within the mountain goddess temple, a chicken bone clenched between his teeth, meditating in a cross-legged position. He steadfastly honored his promise, patiently awaiting the arrival of the child. He had prepared an exquisite martial art, a supreme technique from the lineage of warriors, ready to impart it to the child upon their arrival. Yet, would the child indeed come? Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly. Yu Qianfeng's eyes snapped open. Someone was approaching. It was an enemy. Outside, a voice, hushed yet commanding, called out, "Release the arrows." Chapter 5, Conspirators. Buzz. The sound of bowstrings releasing reverberated through the pitch-black night, a relentless symphony. Countless arrows, coated in fire oil, rained down upon the mountain god temple from all directions. These were the arrows from the Northern Dynasty, Xian. Slim and barbed, they were particularly adept at piercing armor and shattering defenses, each arrow costing 3 taels of silver. In that moment, the sheer volume of arrows was sufficient to transform a 100-man armored squad into a pincushion. However, in the next instant, the incessantly released arrows of the howling wolf halted in midair, as if time itself had frozen. The arrows were shot from 30 stone-hard bows, wielded by warriors at the chi condensation stage, arranged in 3 ranks, continuously unleashing their deadly projectiles capable of penetrating 3 layers of armor. Yet now, they remained suspended in the void, only their tails trembling violently. Even the archers' expressions darkened, but in an instant, they hastened to knock their arrows anew, the sound of slicing air merging into a continuous roar. The specially designed howling wolf arrows could barely approach within 10 feet of the mountain god temple. Just as they were drawing their arrows, a piercing shriek filled the air. Countless arrows remained suspended in the void, their tails vibrating with increasing frequency amidst the chaotic, bee-like din, accompanied by slow, deliberate footsteps. A robust figure emerged slowly, his curly black hair dancing in the night breeze, his garments stained, yet his posture remained erect. Limbs large and imposing, with a brow as tranquil as that of a hunting tiger. The arrows suspended in the void slowly twisted behind him. He raised his hand, casually brushing aside the arrows before him, which fell to the ground, crumbling into powder. The archers ahead gripped their final special arrow tightly, their backs slick with cold sweat. In front of them stood 12 men clad in dark armor, their spines straight, right hands resting upon the hilts of their blades, intricate cloud patterns adorning their drooping sleeves, exuding an air of lethal intent. The leader spoke slowly. General Yu Qianfeng of the Great Chun, it has been a long time. Yu Qianfeng's gaze was indifferent. Only you few? Without Xiao Wuliang and Zhao Munnu, how long do you think you can survive in my presence? The leader responded with confidence. General Yu, your prowess is extraordinary, yet your Dharma form has been shattered by the Grand General. Within 3 months, you will struggle to exhibit your true strength. Relying solely on your physical form and internal energy, how much stronger can you be than us mere warriors? Yu Qianfeng scoffed. How much stronger? Why not step forward and find out? The leader of the Night Riders remarked. You should not have gone to save him. It has squandered your promising future. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, both sides vying for the slightest opening in each other's energy flow. The humidity of the day thickened, coalescing amidst the murderous aura into droplets of rain that began to fall softly, splattering upon the armor and sending up sprays of water. The faint sound of blades being drawn echoed as the Night Riders, in perfect unison, slowly unsheathed their swords. Their blades, slender and sharp, were slowly drawn from their sheaths, blending seamlessly into the inky darkness of the night. The atmosphere around them instantly grew colder, and in the next moment, the Night Riders surged forth with a thunderous roar. They transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly dispersing to find their positions, each executing complementary maneuvers. In the rain-soaked night, radiant light cascaded down as Yu Qianfeng erupted into laughter, his wrist flicking to redirect the arrows that had previously hovered in the air. A multitude of arrows, in an instant, surged forth toward the Night Riders and archers, coalescing in the void to form a celestial dragon. The Night Riders have underestimated me. Yu Qianfeng bellowed as the whistling arrows converged, resonating with a vibrato akin to a dragon's roar. In a heartbeat, they pierced through the archers ahead, spilling blood onto the ground. The blade of the Night Riders reached him, yet it could not breach the skin of this formidable man. Suddenly, he pivoted, seizing the head of one Night Rider and forcefully pressing it against the wall of the mountain god temple, subsequently turning to leave a gruesome smear of flesh and blood. With a swift motion, he hurled the Night Rider away, who crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, his right hand grasped the waist knife of another Night Rider, parrying the incoming slashes. With a deft motion, his blade slid along the edge of the opposing weapon, severing the arm of the Night Rider in a spray of blood and flesh. He stood tall, wielding a slender, sharp blade as he plunged into the battlefield. This elongated and pointed weapon was primarily designed for thrusting, yet he employed it with a cleaving motion, stirring a spectral dance of cold light amidst the night, resembling a lion proudly standing among a pack of wolves. Even in the absence of the power of his divine form, Yu Qianfeng remained formidable against these night-riding cavalrymen. Like a merciless slaughter, he dispatched the dismounted riders with each swing. Their decision to abandon their steeds to mask the sound of hooves only diminished their combat effectiveness. They underestimated Yu Qianfeng's valor and the fearsome reputation he had garnered on the battlefield. All 12 Night Riders fell in the rain-soaked night, though Yu Qianfeng bore more wounds. He raised his hand to caress the waist knife, now pockmarked from combat, murmuring, "What a swift blade! Alas, like a man, it lacks a spine." Merely a tool for killing, not a masterpiece. The Night Rider from whom he had seized the weapon still lived, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Struggling to crawl forward, Yu Qianfeng intended to end his suffering but suddenly sensed another faint presence. His keen gaze swept to a narrow alley alongside the street, where a frail figure huddled. It was Guanyi. Both sides had focused their energies on each other, unconsciously overlooking the presence of this weak child. Now, as the tumult of battle subsided, Guanyi's existence could no longer be concealed. He had come to learn martial arts, but had witnessed the clash of the Qin Kingdom's 800 cavalry and the Han forces. The discarded night charger, in a state of disarray and bloodied, instinctively crawled towards this location. Beneath the moonlit rain, the towering figure of Yu Qianfeng, wielding a blade and stained with blood, regarded Guanyi. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. Could this person be connected to Guanyi? Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion. only to feel a flicker of murderous intent arise within him. Compassion does not govern the military. His hands were drenched in countless sins. Though he was bold and audacious, he was far from benevolent. In this moment of slaughtering the night chargers, coupled with the revelation of general use matters by that very soldier, he worried that this child might overhear and jeopardize their grand plans. Yu Qianfeng's fierce gaze softened, the rain intensified, and his presence grew increasingly intimidating. The night charger struggled to reach Li Guanyi, gasping for breath. Li Guanyi, observing Yu Qianfeng amidst the rain, recognized the night charger before him in the cloud-patterned robe. Realizing this soldier was the same youthful figure who had flaunted his prowess during the day, the aura of the bronze cauldron swirled around him, and he could perceive the bloodlight gradually igniting in the soldier's eyes, understanding that he had witnessed what he ought not to have and heard words meant to remain unspoken. Awakening the great warrior's bloodlust, Yu Qianfeng, brandishing his horizontal blade, declared, "You have seen and heard. We are indeed notorious criminals." The young man nodded in acknowledgement. Within Yu Qianfeng, the murderous intent steadily surged, resolute. He gazed at the pale-faced child with pitch-black eyes and sighed inwardly. Truly, he was a fragile child. The night charger, realizing the familiarity between Li Guanyi and Yu Qianfeng, clutched at Li Guanyi's garments, grasping at what seemed to be a final lifeline. As he tugged at the hem, it revealed the poisonous markings upon his chest. The night galloping cavalry's pupils contracted. The poison. Then he witnessed the frail child suddenly extend his hand to his waist. In the next moment, a flash of azure light appeared, and Li Guanyi brandished a dagger, thrusting it fiercely downward at the night galloping cavalry. The protective aura around the cavalry seemed to dissipate, and the dagger pierced directly through his throat. With a swift motion, he withdrew it and plunged it into the man's heart. After a brief hesitation, Li Guanyi extracted the dagger once more, driving it brutally into the right side of the cavalryman's chest, delivering a final blow. Warm blood gushed forth, mingling with the cold rain, soaking the cloud patterns. The rain-soaked night from 10 years ago seemed to converge with the present. Yu Qianfeng stood frozen, the murderous intent dissipating as he observed the delicate youth gasping for breath. Lifting his head, blood splattering across his face, revealing a pale smile. Now, we are accomplices. Chapter 6. What is martial arts? On a rainy night, beneath the moonlight, the young man wielding a dagger, with blood slowly trickling down his still youthful visage, created a striking tableau. Yu Qianfeng's eyes widened slightly. While Li Guanyi continued to grip the dagger tightly, his gaze fixed on Yu Qianfeng, the only sound being the patter of rain. Li Guanyi's breathing steadied. He had not anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. He had come in the dead of night seeking the beggar for the antidote and the bronze cauldron. Yet he never imagined he would stumble upon the scene of the cloud-patterned cavalry's nocturnal ambush on Yu Qianfeng, nor the latter's counterattack, much less the revelation of Yu Qianfeng's conspiracy by the cavalryman. Though he had momentarily aligned himself with this towering figure by slaying the cavalryman, Li Guanyi still harbored uncertainties regarding his own safety. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at the burly man before him. The atmosphere hung heavily in the air, as if frozen in time, with rain cascading down upon them. It was not until Li Guanyi heard a hearty, boisterous laugh that the tension was shattered. Yu Qianfeng regarded the youthful figure before him as if he were a taut young tiger. With a swift motion, he sheathed his slender blade into the ground and erupted into laughter, his eyes alight with admiration. "Well done, my boy. Such fierce spirit, such decisive nature, such audacity. Truly a worthy companion. I had underestimated you," he exclaimed, showering praise upon Li Guanyi. With a deft gesture, he snatched the short sword from Li Guanyi's grasp. The youth had intricately wrapped the sword's hilt and blade with a layer of material, obscuring the 4 inscriptions on either side and revealing only a misty azure hue of the blade. It was this very sword that had enabled the untrained youth to pierce through the formidable knight steed armor of the cloud-patterned cavalry, a feat even the mightiest of tigers would struggle to achieve. Yet, under the edge of his sword, it crumbled like tofu. As Yu Qianfeng relaxed his inner energy defenses, he stroked the blade with the pad of his thumb. He felt no pain, merely a tingling sensation. However, as he lifted his thumb, a droplet of crimson blood fell from his fingertip. Yu Qianfeng sighed. What an exceptional sword. No wonder it can penetrate the armor of the Knight Steed cavalry. It rivals the renowned 97 ancestral swords of the Morong family. He deftly tossed the short sword back into the scabbard held by Li Guanyi, smiling as he remarked, "I shall not inquire about the origin of your sword. That is your secret. Everyone harbors secrets, and such is not a rare occurrence. However, this particular form of short sword is not typically wielded by a man in battle. Its blade is too slender, its edge too narrow. Rather than a weapon for slaying foes, it resembles a dagger that a noble woman might use in a moment of dire crisis to spare herself from humiliation. The one who gifted you this sword must have regarded you as more precious than herself. Li Guan gently caressed the sword's blade, his fierce brows softening ever so slightly. In his eyes, the fiery crimson dragon, once ablaze with wrath, now showed signs of subsiding. As the murderous intent dissipated, Yu Qianfeng let out a hearty laugh, declaring, "Well then, my accomplice, it is time for us to engage in the deeds befitting our roles." He gestured towards the cavalryman who lay prostrate on the ground. The rain fell, yet the scent of blood lingered heavily in the air. Li Guan exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration and nodded. "Let us erase all traces." He sheathed his sword at his waist and began to drag the body of the knight cavalryman who had discovered his identity, the lifeless form accumulating alongside others. The visceral sensation of flesh and blood served as a stark reminder to Li Guan that he was merely a fugitive, surviving a decade ago amidst the relentless pursuit of the night cavalry, still burdened by deadly poison. Ultimately, he remained but a child, afflicted by venom, his life hanging by a thread, lacking the strength to carry the weight. He struggled to move a single corpse, panting heavily from the exertion. At this moment, a sudden and dull ache surged through my wrist, likely a consequence of the excessive force exerted while thrusting my sword into the body of that night-riding cavalryman. The cold, relentless rain washed over me, gradually siphoning away my body heat. After a brief period of movement, I found myself slightly dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, I felt a lightness in my hand. The body of the night rider had been effortlessly lifted by Yu Qianfeng, who then casually tossed it aside, causing all the corpses to pile together in a gruesome spectacle. A visceral wave of nausea washed over me, compelling my right hand to grip my thigh. As I fought to suppress the urge to vomit, Yu Qianfeng observed me keenly and remarked, "This is what it feels like to take a life for the first time. It's easier once you let it out." He then inquired, "Why endure it?" Reflecting on the sights I had witnessed since arriving in this world, I whispered, "One must grow accustomed to it. It is far better than seeing myself or those I care for slaughtered and discarded in such a manner. Thus, I must learn the true essence of superior martial arts." A smile crept across Yu Qianfeng's face, and his satisfaction with the young lad grew. He nodded, originally intending to handle the corpses without involving me, but reconsidered this notion. Suddenly recalling something, he stepped forward and began to sift through the bodies, quickly uncovering a collection of fragments. Pointing to the corpses, he instructed, "Remember to search the hidden pockets of the sleeves and the bags. There may be something useful to find." He tossed a heavy pouch to Li Guanyi. Upon opening it, Li discovered it contained various medicinal herbs and elixirs. Yu Qianfeng casually remarked, "Find a place to bury these. In a few months, when the storm has passed, you can retrieve them and make use of them gradually." Yu Qianfeng then seized a water skin from the lifeless body of a fallen night charger, wiped it haphazardly, and leaned against one of the grand pillars of the mountain shrine. Under the moonlight, he raised his head to drink, surrounded by a heap of corpses, swords and daggers protruding from the ground, and the crimson blood flowing down the path, gradually seeping into the earth. The moonlight cast an eerie glow upon the land, reminiscent of a forest of white bones. The burly man sat cross-legged, reveling in his drink, when he noticed a child nearby gathering and identifying the medicinal properties of the herbs. He lifted the water skin and tossed it towards the child without any pretense, exclaiming heartily, "I am Yu Qianfeng, a mere 30 days ago the esteemed 4th-rank general of the Qin Kingdom. What is your name?" Li Guanyi tilted his head back and took a hearty swig of the liquor. The moonlight, pale as bone, illuminated the two drinkers. The man chuckled, "What boldness! Are you seeking to learn martial arts from me, not only for self-defense, but also to alleviate the potent poison coursing through your veins? Haha, it's not difficult to guess. Although I am no physician, I possess some understanding. Arsenic is medicinal in small doses, yet lethal in abundance. Likewise, certain ointments, deadly to mosquitoes, pose little threat to humans due to our far superior constitution. What is fatal to you is harmless to me. It is due to my vigorous vitality and robust physique, which far surpasses yours. By merely practicing martial arts and refining one's energy, you too can naturally strengthen your body and vitality. What is now a deadly poison for you could have been effortlessly subdued back then, or even expelled with sheer internal force. I have made a promise to you. A man's word is as valuable as gold. Come forth." Yu Qianfeng beckoned Li Guanyi to step closer, presenting him with a wrist guard he had taken from the captain of the Night Riders. The wrist guard was quite heavy, resembling a slab of iron. With a smile, Yu Qianfeng remarked, "It is well prepared." He then extended his hand and struck the wrist guard. The The sound of the mechanism activating was a dull thud, and the recoil nearly shattered Li Guanyi's arm. The rainwater in the air was shattered into mist by a fleeting shadow, which pierced through a wooden pillar in the mountain god temple, burrowing into the hall. A muffled groan followed, and a man clad in black plummeted to the ground. Beneath his dark attire lay black soft armor, now perforated, blood oozing forth and staining the fabric a deep crimson. He gazed in disbelief at the two figures before him. As the mist gradually dispersed, Yu Qianfeng stood beside Li Guanyi, resting his palm on the latter's shoulder. "Remember this," he said. "The spies in this world are certainly not limited to those visible on the surface. In the shadows, there exists a second group, poised to strike the moment their target becomes complacent or to relay information." Li Guanyi observed the man in black, who was now kneeling on the ground. Just moments ago, Yu Qianfeng had sat with his back turned, yet nothing had transpired. He inquired, "Why did he not attempt to ambush you?" Yu Qianfeng replied nonchalantly, "Because he is afraid. Because he is aware that he is unworthy to be my adversary." Li Guanyi grasped the blade. Beneath the rain-soaked night, the resonant sound of the sword, recently thrust into the earth by Yu Qianfeng, echoed ominously. Li Guanyi released his grip, allowing his fingers to rest upon the hilt. Yu Qianfeng's broad palm enveloped Li Guanyi's hand, urging him to tighten his hold on the weapon before he drew forth the elongated combat knife. In a daze, the hand upon Li Guanyi's shoulder transformed into a clawed appendage, emanating a fierce aura of bloodlust. Unmistakably, it resembled the talon of a celestial dragon. Yu Qianfeng's voice, though imbued with a solemnity of impartation, carried a chilling intent. Martial prowess is the art of killing, not something to be acquired within the confines of an academy. To master the art of murder, one must begin with the act of killing. He had been rendered incapacitated by the crossbow trap moments prior, making him a fitting opponent. "Come forth, fellow transgressor, and wield the blade. I shall teach you the essence of martial arts." Chapter 7. The Rainy Night, Armed with a Blade. Taking life, General Yu is indeed ruthless. Yet, how can you presume that I will cooperate with you? The shadowy scout, having overheard this exchange, suddenly spoke with a raspy derision, a cold smile gracing his lips as he drew forth a dagger, intent on self-destruction. Yu Qianfeng interjected, "If you can defeat this child, I shall allow you to depart today." The scout had witnessed Yu Qianfeng's merciless slaughter firsthand and was aware of his hiding place. They were sworn enemies, locked in a deadly rivalry. Even a child would recognize the untrustworthiness of Yu Qianfeng's words. Upon hearing these words, the covert agent momentarily halted his movements, his gaze descending upon the child brandishing the knife. In a remarkable turn of events, the adversary gradually relinquished the dagger intended for self-destruction. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. "General Yu is Vice Commander Yu Shuai. Yu Shuai's promises are as solid as gold. I trust you." With great effort, he rose to his feet, pressing his hands against various acupoints on his body to staunch the flow of blood from his wounds. The excruciating pain drenched his forehead in cold sweat. Yet the slender thread of hope in the face of death sharpened his focus. As he concentrated intensely, the internal energy surged within him, gradually dulling the sensation of pain. His eyes, akin to those of a leopard, fixated on the youth before him as he deftly drew a slender long knife with one hand, while gripping the short sword in a reverse hold with the other. "Come, boy," he beckoned. Li Guanyi, clutching the knife, felt his heart race. Yu Qianfeng smiled, patting Li Guanyi on the shoulder, and a surge of fervent energy flowed into him. In the depths of his mind, the voice of Yu Qianfeng resonated. "Advance. Raise your blade, stir the clouds, cleave the mountains." The torrent of heat coursed through Li Guanyi's veins and muscles, inciting an instinctual bodily response. Instinctively, he advanced, the slender blade slicing upwards, emanating a chilling aura under the moonlight, akin to a crescent moon that deflected the dark blade of the covert agent. Although the adversary possessed far greater strength than Li Guanyi, he was gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. Moreover, the surge of heat within Li Guanyi significantly enhanced the explosive power of his muscles in that critical moment. With a deft maneuver, he skillfully deflected his opponent's weapon, establishing a balance of power. A surge of heat coursed through Li Guanyi's palm, guiding his hands in a swift, diagonal strike that transformed into a formidable downward slash. Following the trajectory of his previous feint, the force of the blow was immense, sending the adversary's short sword flying while tearing a vicious gash in his clothing, blood splattering forth. The Yuan spy emitted a low, guttural roar before lunging once more to attack. However, his body was pierced by a celestial crossbow, a weapon reserved for the leaders of the Night Riders, shattering his meridians and significantly diminishing his speed and strength. Yet, within Li Guanyi, the heat continued to circulate. propelling him forward as he unleashed his blade technique, each move executed with fierce dominance. The warmth flowed through his meridians and muscles, never fully dissipating, leaving behind a faint trace of lingering heat. This set of techniques centered on powerful slashes, complemented by sweeping and stabbing motions as subtle tactics. With the blade held horizontally, he swept through the air, and with both hands on the weapon, he cleaved through the waves. Yu Qianfeng's voice resonated steadily as the heat traversed through Li Guan's arms, awakening both his body and vital energy. The young man felt a torrent of warmth surging within him, like a river in full flow, propelling the slender, shadowy blade through the rain-drenched night, igniting the scene with a vivid crimson hue. The spy's eyes suddenly glimmered with intensity. He relinquished his short sword, thrusting his elongated blade forward with lethal intent, a palpable aura of death aimed directly at Li Guan's face. In that fleeting moment, an instinctive chill enveloped him, his mind momentarily blank. Just then, a thunderous shout from Yu Qianfeng pierced through the air. "Open your eyes. Behold the danger." Li Guan's eyes widened as he gazed at the dissipating mist of rain in the air, observing the bulging eyes and bloodshot gaze of the masked man across from him. He could hear the roar of fury and even catch the scent of blood mingling with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil, alongside the foul odor emanating from his adversary's mouth. Confronted with this murderous intent, the voice of Yu Qianfeng exploded in his mind. Killer. The slender, dark blade, a masterpiece crafted by artisans of the Qin state, was capable of cleaving through armor and flesh with devastating force during a cavalry charge. In that fleeting moment, the long knife pierced through armor, directly impaling the opponent's abdomen, spilling dark green bile and fresh blood down the blood channel of the blade. Driven by a surge of heat, Li Guan's body sprang into motion, evading the encircling spies while gripping the hilt of the knife. With a sudden twist, he unleashed all his strength in a sweeping arc. The eruption of this heat was profound, seemingly mobilizing every muscle and sinew within him. The slender blade sliced through flesh, re-emerging in the night, cloaked in crimson and green. Accompanied by Yu Qianfeng's thunderous shout, the name of this technique was proclaimed, killing the emperor. The spies understood that they were not merely facing this young man. Behind him stood a legendary warrior who had dominated the battlefield for over a decade. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the remnants of his internal energy in a powerful punch aimed squarely at Li Guan's face, a move known as pushing the mountain. With a swift retreat, the blade met the ground, and a surge of heat coursed through his body. The remnants of the formidable true power of the Thousand Peaks flowed rapidly, invigorating every tendon and muscle. In an instant, a chilling radiance erupted, the blade arcing gracefully from below, exerting force through a precise point, swiftly creating distance. He spun around, gripping the hilt of the elongated sword, raising it high. Utilizing the momentum of the spin, he abandoned defense and evasive maneuvers, stepping forward with his right foot, his body lunging as if weightless, all the energy converging upon the blade. Suddenly, he struck downwards with ferocity. The killing move, slashing the celestial wolf. This brilliant flash cleaved through the flesh of the infiltrator, becoming the last glimmer in his eyes, while simultaneously severing the 10-year-long shadow haunting Li Guanyi's heart. With a clang, the blade struck the earth. The force was so tremendous that it embedded itself in the muddy ground of the rainy night. Li Guanyi gasped for breath amidst the downpour, gradually releasing his grip as the true power of the Thousand Peaks dissipated. Yet, the imprint of the earlier sword technique remained etched within his muscle memory, as if he had practiced this style for an eternity. Within his meridians, the heat had already formed a self-sustaining cycle, flowing gently. Remarkably, Li Guanyi's stamina began to recover at an astonishing pace, far surpassing the state he was in while dragging the corpse moments ago. He lowered his gaze, gripping his right hand, feeling the warmth surge within, and then turned to face the Qingguo infiltrator, marked by scars from the blade, his sworn enemy, the source of his nightmares over the past decade. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound sense of grounding, as if he had finally found his footing. Even with his temperament, he felt an overwhelming urge to scream and cry. He had done well. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on Li Guanyi's head and rubbed it gently. Yu Qianfeng bent down, his right arm extending like that of a monkey, lifting the spy that Li Guanyi had knocked down. With a grin, he seized the spy's head and forcefully drove it towards the long knife that was plunged into the ground. A fierce clash of metal echoed. The slender back of the blade severed the spy's neck. With a casual toss, a severed head flew into the air, blood sprang forth, filling the surroundings with an atmosphere thick with the scent of death and carnage. The burly man, still ruffling the young man's hair, grinned and said, "Welcome to this chaotic world." Chapter 8. Beyond the Heavens. Outside the tower, welcome to the chaotic world. Guanyi gazed at the lifeless, unblinking eyes of the night spy, still instinctively gasping for breath. This was a natural reaction of the body. Yu Qianfeng patted his back, advising, "Sit down and meditate. I have opened your meridians with my Crimson Dragon true power, leaving behind a trace of energy. However, this is still an external aid, not your own. If you do not apply yourself, you will forget it all in a few days. You must focus your mind and maintain the circulation of this inner energy. Only then will you truly learn." Guanyi nodded, making his way into the mountain god temple. He sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, eyes closed, concentrating his mind to breathe deeply. Gradually, he began to channel the warmth within him, gathering and circulating it. Despite being drenched by the night rain, he appeared invigorated, the warmth flowing through his veins, enveloping him in a comforting heat. Meanwhile, Yu Qianfeng began to rummage through the belongings of the spy, his expression subtly shifting as he discovered an item. Guanyi closed his eyes, concentrating intently as he summoned his vital energy, continuously reinforcing the impression of his body until this flow of qi became instinctual. In this state, his awareness of his physical form gradually heightened. Slowly, Guanyi began to perceive that whenever his inner energy coursed through his heart, it would abruptly decelerate, the warm essence subtly tinged with a hint of coldness. Only recovering after a brief moment, he understood that this was likely the potent poison within him. The ability to discern the source of this toxicity marked a significant qualitative breakthrough, bringing a sense of relief to his heart. Though he could still faintly sense that the jade liquid within the bronze cauldron was yet to reach its full potential, the summit of Yu Qianfeng was clearly within sight. Yet the jade liquid stagnated at approximately 95%, showing no signs of movement. Guanyi pondered. Could it be that the requirements for the jade liquid to gather were not solely dependent on proximity to Yu Qianfeng and the Crimson Dragon? After several cycles of breathing and confirming his mastery of the internal flow of energy, Yu Qianfeng casually remarked while sipping wine, "Your comprehension is commendable. You managed to grasp this, breaking the formation melody in just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. This is a novel concept in our martial lineage, known to few, having been created merely 2 decades ago and circulated only within our ranks." The old general, having spent a lifetime in military service, recalled that when he traveled to the southern regions to pay respects to the late emperor, he had chanced upon an 8- or 9-year-old girl playing the guqin. The sound of her music resonated with the sharpness of metal and stone shattering, inspiring him to create this technique, aptly named melody. Unlike the typical martial practitioners who first condition their bodies before channeling qi, the breaking the formation melody directly guides energy into the body, subsequently using the internal surge of breath to fortify the physical form, elevating its intent to a higher plane. Certainly, in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Guanyi promptly inquired, "Physical strength, breath?" The martial artists who have entered the realm possess significantly greater speed, strength, and physical prowess than ordinary individuals. Naturally, practitioners from different schools excel in various aspects. An entry-level martial artist who specializes in speed may not necessarily surpass a lower-tier practitioner who is devoted to honing their physical form. Guanyi momentarily set aside the matter of the bronze cauldron and focused intently on the narrative of Yu Qianfeng. Suddenly, Yu Qianfeng asked, "However, do you believe that an entry-level martial artist can always triumph over those who are still conditioning their bodies or cultivating their breath?" After some contemplation, Guanyi replied, "Not necessarily. If he were unarmed and merely donned in ordinary clothing, while I wielded a weapon capable of piercing his vital points, there lies a slim possibility of defeating him. This conclusion is one many astute children could arrive at." Yu Qianfeng, with a smile, inquired, "Oh, is that reliance solely on your short sword? Where is the other?" The disdain of an entry-level martial artist towards a child like me was palpable. Yu Qianfeng's smile dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated such words would emerge from the lips of a young man from Guanyi, whose attire was even more modest than that of an ordinary person. A flicker of admiration appeared in his gaze as he nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Indeed, a tiger's strength is no less formidable than that of a martial artist entering the realm. Yet, a few hunters working in unison can bring it down. Merely possessing the strength, speed, and physique of an entering martial artist can lead to peril if one is not cautious. With this short sword in your possession, should your adversary underestimate you, a moment of surprise could very well result in a newly initiated warrior meeting their demise beneath your blade. The divine weapon, armor, willpower, and mindset all play crucial roles in determining life and death. Yu Qianfeng further assessed Guanyi's luck trajectory, observing his proficiency with it, and could not help but express his admiration. You indeed possess remarkable insight. Alas, having been poisoned since childhood, your innate potential has been significantly diminished by the toxins. Such a pity, such a pity. With such resolve and understanding, yet burdened by such misfortune, fate can be cruel. He tucked away his feelings of regret and counseled. The breaking army blade technique I previously imparted to you is a martial art commonly found among the armies of the Central Plains. However, what I have taught you is a modified version, refined compared to the superior blade techniques of various sects in the martial world. While it may lack in intricacy, it possesses a strict structure and is concise and straightforward, which is commendable in its own right. The names and internal energies of the techniques may differ greatly, but on the surface, they resemble the basic moves that any soldier would know. You may use them with confidence. Regarding the breaking the formation melody, it is estimated that one can overcome the first layer within 1 to 3 months. Thereafter, each subsequent layer requires a longer duration, totaling 12 layers. Those of exceptional talent may achieve mastery within 3 years, while individuals with decent aptitude may attain some progress in 8 years. Upon achieving a complete level of cultivation, one may attempt to enter the realm. The transmission of techniques after entering this realm necessitates divine intent, transcending mere verbal instruction. However, even a novice martial artist who has merely entered the realm can qualify for elite units within the military, in the ranks of ordinary soldiers. They may serve in positions above that of a squad leader, and many wandering heroes outside often belong to this tier. Additionally, one could join a prominent family as a leisurely guest scholar, which would be sufficient for self-protection and a comfortable existence. Yu Qianfeng observed Li Guanyi, contemplating his innate qualities. Even for a technique as formidable as breaking the formation melody, it would require at least 15 years of dedication to master. By then, a 27 or 28-year-old martial artist would be considered a remarkable figure in a small locale, leading a decent life. As Li Guanyi absorbed these words, he keenly sensed the hidden comfort within Yu Qianfeng's remarks, suspecting that his own innate qualities were rather ordinary. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on this at the moment. Instead, he focused on the traces of jade liquid within the bronze cauldron. It was still insufficient. He needed more time with Yu Qianfeng or perhaps a greater intensity of engagement. Without hesitation, Li Guanyi respectfully bowed and proclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Yu Qianfeng raised his hand to stop him, laughing heartily. "You are indeed clever, my young friend, but that will not suffice. We are fortunate to meet today, and I have taken a liking to you. Imparting my martial arts is no issue. However, as for accepting disciples, that is unnecessary. My lineage demands a significant power and strength, placing high expectations on innate qualities." He candidly expressed the reasons for his inability to accept disciples. Observing that the boy possessed both intelligence and a certain fierce charm, he found him intriguing. Although the boy's innate potential was somewhat lacking, preventing him from becoming a primary disciple, he generously produced a small copper seal and casually tossed it to Li Guanyi. "This is my token," he declared. "You may infuse it with the inner strength of the breaking the formation melody, and I shall be able to faintly sense your whereabouts. Should you, one day, master the melody or encounter any formidable challenges, you may use this object to seek me out, thus fulfilling the bond we share. Ha ha ha. If you cannot find me, consider it a keepsake." Li Guanyi discerned the undertone of farewell in Yu Qianfeng's words. He realized that after today, unless he utilized this copper seal, he would not see Yu Qianfeng again, and the activation of his bronze cauldron seemed a distant prospect. As he gazed at Yu Qianfeng and the crimson divine dragon behind him, he sensed that the jade liquid within his bronze cauldron was at 95% capacity. An idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to inquire, "May I ask one last question? What is the nature of the entering the realm?" Yu Qianfeng was momentarily taken aback. "My child, entering the realm is akin to ascending a tower, progressing layer by layer. Why such lofty aspirations?" He paused, observing the youth's innocent and curious gaze. Recognizing that this boy would likely only reach the first or second level of the realm in his lifetime, and feeling a softening in his heart towards the lad, he chuckled and said, "Very well, if you are inquiring about the realms beyond this world, the levels outside the tower. Finally, I shall let you witness something extraordinary." Yu Qianfeng clenched his fist. The night, with rain falling in a steady downpour, suddenly became suspended in time. Countless raindrops froze in the air, transforming into droplets, resembling a thick mist. Li Guanyi felt his heart halt, as a profound sensation of weightlessness and suffocation enveloped him. In the next moment, myriad water droplets ascended towards the heavens. Yu Qianfeng sprang into action. He turned twisted his waist, and clenched his fist. Boom. Accompanied by the instantaneous vaporization of rain into mist like clouds, a fierce blaze erupted between Yu Qianfeng's fingers. The flames roared, engulfing the entire mist, which then morphed before Li Guanyi's eyes into a roaring crimson dragon, launching forward with a mighty punch. In an instant, the entire mountain god temple, along with the hillside it perched upon and the corpses of the pursuers, was reduced to dust. The remnants scattered like ash. Li Guanyi slowly extended his hand, lifting his gaze to behold the clear sky, where the moon had emerged. This torrential night rain had been dispersed with a single blow, leaving only the crimson dragon roaring and spiraling, visibly circling around Yu Qianfeng, casting him as both divine and demonic. Yu Qianfeng gradually extended his hand, and the crimson dragon coiled above, drawing near to Li Guanyi, as if the dragon were to devour him. This was the power possessed by even a gravely injured warrior. Li Guanyi gazed at the fiery crimson dragon that had banished the night rain. The reflection of the flames danced in his eyes, and he instinctively clenched his fist, exerting so much force that he could feel the violent beating of his heart. When Yu Qianfeng's palm rested upon Li Guanyi's head, the bronze cauldron's essence within him began to flourish once more. And as the crimson dragon, visible to the naked eye, faded from sight, in the depths of the night, the resplendent bronze cauldron and jade liquid reached a state of consummate perfection. Chapter 9. The Unparalleled Genius. Amidst the dense darkness, a scarlet divine dragon unfurled its form, spiraling through the void while emitting a low, melodic hum. The crimson flames danced across the horizon, illuminating the night. Within the city of Guanyi, the trusted courtiers of the Emperor of the Chun dynasty gazed into the night, their faces pale beneath the fiery glow. They stood motionless, akin to lifeless marionettes. The scarlet scales unfurled, reminiscent of maple leaves cascading under the autumn sun, igniting the heavens with their brilliance. Yu Qianfeng playfully patted Li Guanyi's head and laughed heartily. Behold, this is what we call erasing all traces. He then added, by the way, here is something for you. Yu Qianfeng tossed a pouch to Li Guanyi. Upon opening it, Li Guanyi discovered a collection of spherical orbs in gold and silver hues. Yu Qianfeng, brimming with pride, remarked, "The Night Riders never carry gold or silver while on a mission, but to prevent certain unforeseen circumstances, I've concealed 1 or 2 gold pieces within the hilt. And the silver embellishments on the scabbard are pure silver. This is your share, accomplice." Li Guanyi protested, "But I haven't done anything. It matters not whether one has acted or not. To me, being an accomplice means that you and I share the same risks. Thus, it is only fair to divide the spoils. Surely, we cannot bear the risk together while all the gold belongs to me. That hardly qualifies as being accomplices. Ha ha ha. However, this gold has been mixed with crimson essence, making it more valuable. The silver possesses such high purity that without an appropriate identity to utilize it, one might encounter troubles. Given that the Night Riders have faced a mishap tonight, it would be prudent for you to find a place to dig a pit and bury it. In a few years, when you unearth it, it will suffice for your needs. The wristband is capable of being triggered only once, thus it must be discarded to avert any potential calamity. The residual aura in this place has been entirely erased. I shall divert those spies to another location, so you must hasten your departure." With a graceful gesture, Yu Qianfeng turned and strode away. As his words faded, Li Guanyi found himself alone, as Yu Qianfeng's presence vanished from sight. The vibrant atmosphere that had just been alive with excitement instantly fell into a profound silence. 5 taels of gold transformed into a singular orb through Yu Qianfeng's inner strength. The fluctuating value of gold is notoriously inconsistent. At times it is worth 1 tael of gold for 8 taels of silver, and at other times as high as 1 tael of gold for 20 taels of silver, typically oscillating between 10 to 13 taels of silver. Besides the gold, there were also over 30 taels of silver, heavy and substantial. This could be exchanged for more than 60 guan, a sum that would require Li Guanyi approximately 6 years of labor without sustenance to accumulate. A flicker of fervor ignited in the youth's eyes, soon followed by an inexplicable pang of regret. 6 years of wages arriving in a single night. An overnight fortune, yet regrettably, it cannot be utilized. Li Guanyi rolled the orb in the mud, coating it with earth, and then cast it directly into the desolate well beside the mountain deity's temple, where it would merge inconspicuously among the rubble. He recalled Yu Qianfeng stating that the aura here had been dispelled, rendering this location relatively secure. Once the tempest has subsided, he would return to retrieve it. He could then exchange it for a better dwelling, transforming a single meal into 3 within a 10-day span. After expending considerable effort to erase his traces, he finally felt at ease upon reaching the main road. In the dimly lit alleyway, I hastened my steps, navigating several turns until, in the distance, I spotted a faint, warm glow. The small courtyard I rented was still illuminated, with the wooden door slightly ajar, for reasons unknown. Upon witnessing this flicker of light amidst the darkness, my previously taut nerves suddenly relaxed. Upon entering my modest abode, I noticed a small, blackened iron pot resting on the table, filled with steaming ginger tea. Neatly folded, a set of clean clothes awaited me on the bed. I smiled faintly as I removed my rain-soaked attire, stained with blood and mud, quickly exchanging it for the fresh garments. After cleansing myself with water from the nearby basin, I grasped the iron pot and consumed the hot ginger tea in one swift motion. The warmth surged through me, causing a shiver of delight to course through my body. With a sense of relief, I tossed my soiled clothes into the stove, watching as the flames engulfed the fabric, transforming it into a comforting heat. I exhaled softly, reclining on my bed, grateful that I had chosen to wear my most tattered outfit today. It was no great loss. After all, I had money now. A mere 100 or so coins. I touched the bronze cauldron resting against my chest, observing the crimson light flickering within, as if it were beginning to cultivate something profound. Yet, I refrained from activating the cauldron immediately. Instead, I withdrew my hand, closed my eyes, and reflected on the events of the day. The 8 sabers of the broken army, the melody of the broken formation. I had personally slain 2 cavalrymen under the cover of night. The bronze cauldron. Everything felt like a dream. Clenching his fist, he once again closed his eyes and settled into meditation, feeling the torrent of warmth circulating within him. Gradually, the young man's mind began to find tranquility. After a little more than a stick of incense worth of time spent cultivating his energy, he could distinctly sense a slight stagnation. Soon after, the flow of his energy slowed even further, ultimately dwindling to near nothingness. This indicated that even with an entire day devoted to relentless practice, the effectiveness was rather limited. Upon opening his eyes, Li Guan was certain that his innate potential was likely subpar to a significant degree. Although Qian Feng possessed a rugged and fierce disposition, he was evidently not adept at comforting others. His earlier expression and words of encouragement, akin to those of a teacher reassuring a child that with effort they could achieve commendable results, were of little solace. Nevertheless, through years of perusing medical texts, Li Guan was acutely aware of his current physical condition. Born into a prestigious family, others had been fortified by medicinal tonics from infancy, their nutrition meticulously attended to, resulting in robust physiques akin to those of children born in the past few decades. In stark contrast, he had been plagued by poison from a young age, enduring intermittent flare-ups, leaving him a few degrees weaker than an average individual, let alone those from martial arts families. However, there was still this. The bronze cauldron appeared to topple, its crimson liquid cascading forth and pouring directly into Li Guan's body. Boom! It was as if he had plunged into molten lava. The searing heat was excruciating. Yet, years of suffering from toxic outbreaks had endowed Li Guan with considerable resilience to such pain, compelling him to maintain his composure. The gentle energy flowed into his being, and though his eyes were closed, he could perceive a shimmering crimson glow. Instinctively, Li Guan slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him momentarily froze his consciousness. A crimson dragon. Within the confines of this dilapidated abode, a resplendent crimson dragon unfurls its majestic form. Its scales shimmer like jade, while its horns extend magnificently, and its claws hover above the void. The tail flows gracefully, resembling a river, cascading over the spilled jade liquid from a bronze cauldron. In this humble dwelling, a youth clad in simple brown attire sits upon a stone bed, one leg bent and the other hanging down. The fabric over his chest gradually ignites, and the scarlet dragon seems poised to burst forth from the room, coiling and gazing downwards, as an ethereal crimson aura envelopes the air. Could it be the dragon behind the peaks of Yueqian? Li Guanyi murmurs, suddenly recalling the activation requirements of the bronze cauldron, a moment of enlightenment washing over him. In the next instant, the scarlet dragon emits a silent roar, shaking its head as it lunges toward Li Guanyi, whose pupils constrict in response. The dragon penetrates his being, and Li Guanyi feels as though he has been struck, soaring backward into an abyss. In that fleeting moment, torrents of fervent energy surge into his body. Before his eyes, vivid scenes unfold, battleground sprawling with chaos, countless lives wagered upon the edge of blades, individuals charging into the fray, either to slay or be slain. Suddenly, A resounding dragon's roar reverberates as a formidable warrior clad in dark armor grips a steed akin to a dragon with one hand, wielding a long-handled battle knife in the other, sweeping it fiercely. The billowing sleeves resemble crashing waves, and severed heads soar into the sky. This warrior strikes left and right, the long-handled knife cleaving through foes, unmistakably embodying the prowess of the 8 blades of the breaking army. In a moment of disorientation, Guanyi nearly felt as if he were the formidable warrior on the battlefield, wielding the 8 blades of breaking the army. Within him, a torrent of intense heat surged chaotically, intricately complex, yet he could only discern the principles of the breaking the formation melody. Such was he, such was I. At that moment, enlightenment graced Guanyi, allowing him to maintain clarity of mind. He sat cross-legged, channeling the memories carried by the Crimson Dragon to execute his cultivation technique. Previously, it took him an entire incense stick's duration to complete 3 rotations of the celestial cycles, yet now, he moved like a meteor in a tempest, completing countless rotations within a single breath. The first layer of the breaking the formation melody was swiftly transcended. The second layer, surpassed. The third layer, broken through. The subsequent layers, just as the jade liquid within the cauldron reaches its limit, akin to a dreamlike battle, the red divine dragon gradually faded. Upon opening his eyes, Guanyi beheld the faint morning light on the horizon, feeling the invigorating energy circulating within him, now remarkably robust. The 12th layer of the breaking the formation melody had been attained. Among the martial arts of the military, it is said that those with exceptional talent can master it in 3 years, while those of decent aptitude may achieve results in 8. Yet Guanyi, in a single night, had attained mastery. Chapter 10, The Mark of the Crimson Dragon. Clenching his fist, he sensed the heat within him. A stark contrast to before, what had once been the size of a sesame seed now felt as substantial as an egg, solid and compact. He threw a powerful punch forward, feeling an overwhelming force, inexhaustible in its might. Stepping back, he drew the short sword gifted by his aunt, retreating while wielding it, executing horizontal sweeps, vertical slashes, and diagonal cuts. He sliced through clouds, cleaved mountains, swept away mist, and severed waves, pushing mountains, rejecting ridges, piercing kings, and slaying chariots. The techniques flowed forth in a continuous stream, starkly contrasting with the well-known breaking army 8 blades. As the echoes of muscle memory surfaced, the initial clumsiness rapidly transformed into proficiency. Breaking army 8 blades, entry level. Breaking army 8 blades, mastery. Breaking army 8 blades, expertise. The murderous intent of the breaking army 8 blades was both formidable and measured. Even in this confined space, it unleashed a pale glimmer of sword light. Ultimately, as the sword light halted, Guanyi stepped back half a pace, exhaled softly, and gripped his short sword, bringing it down fiercely as if it were a crescent moon. The lethal move, sliced the celestial wolf, resonated with a profound hum, emanating from within, a sound born from the tension and subsequent explosion of his entire muscular structure. As the final stroke was executed, Guanyi held the short sword with both hands, breathing steadily, sensing the tremors in his muscles. A strange yet familiar sensation arose within him, as though he had practiced this sword technique for several years, even though his physical form lacked the corresponding memory. The exertion brought about soreness and slight vibrations, gradually soothed by a warm flow. Breaking army 8 blades, perfected. Guanyi reflected on all that had transpired, pondering. This is. The bronze cauldron absorbed a certain power from Yu Qianfeng, transforming into that dragon, seemingly infused with fragments of Yu Qianfeng's martial arts memories, aiding my cultivation. Suddenly, Guanyi's thoughts came to a standstill. A profound hunger seized his stomach, coinciding with his contemplations. His brain craved energy, and the acids within his stomach churned violently, threatening to erupt. This overwhelming urge forcefully interrupted his thoughts. Guanyi rubbed his belly vigorously, as reason faltered under the relentless assault of appetite. The sensation after an all-night gaming session culminates in a hard-won victory is akin to an insatiable hunger. He swallowed hard, tiptoeing quietly out of the room. First, he seized a carrot, washed it thoroughly, and crunched it voraciously, relishing the sound as he swallowed it down. At that moment, igniting the fire and preparing a meal seemed an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. Guanyi extracted a flatbread from the wooden cabinet, moved aside a stone pressing down on a dark jar, and retrieved a pair of clean chopsticks to extract the pickled vegetables and garlic from within. Squatting behind the cabinet, he devoured the flatbread with one hand and a mouthful of pickled vegetables with the other, swiftly alleviating the tumultuous hunger that roiled within him. With a lick of his lips, he pulled out another piece of flatbread, tearing it apart to consume while finally allowing himself to contemplate the events that had transpired. It was as if his body craved an abundance of nourishment, a reflection of the law of conservation of mass. The transformation through martial arts demanded sustenance. However, the nourishment required to achieve mastery of the breaking the formation melody could not possibly be satisfied by mere flatbreads. It appeared that the jade liquid within that cauldron was pivotal, potentially serving as a source of vital energy. Guanyi turned the chopsticks around, unconsciously scratching them against the ground. The rented courtyard lacked the funds for flooring, the earthen floor of the room facilitating Guanyi's scribblings. He casually used the end of the chopsticks to dispatch an ant. He scratched his chin, aimlessly tracing patterns to organize his thoughts. The cauldron could gather the vital energy or essence from powerful beings. Once collected, it can transform into, well, a crimson dragon or something similar. Utilizing divine essence and vitality to aid in cultivation. Guanyi grasped the general purpose of this, yet new questions arose within his mind. Rubbing his chin, he pondered, what are the prerequisites for this cauldron to absorb power? Must it be a practitioner of a certain level, or are there specific criteria? Secondly, how potent is the feedback from this cauldron? What is its limit? Can it only assist in cultivating the techniques possessed by the individual? Guanyi found himself increasingly perplexed by the cauldron. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps. After hastily finishing the large pancake, he crouched down and turned around, only to find his aunt, her body tense. She also noticed him, and both were taken aback, stepping back in unison. Then, Murong Choshue sighed in relief, extending her fair finger to poke the young man's forehead, scolding. Hearing the commotion outside, I thought we were being robbed. I didn't expect it to be you. My greedy little cat. The young man scratched his head, suppressing his earlier seriousness, and shyly replied, I was just hungry. His gaze, however, caught sight of his aunt clad in a loose brown outfit with white trim, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes shimmering like morning stars, and her fair hands casually tossing aside the iron pot that was missing a handle, creating a loud clatter. The corner of the young man's mouth twitched. If it were a thief, they might have already met their end at his aunt's hands. The iron pot, though missing a corner, rolled with considerable force, having already subdued 37 petty thieves beneath the might of my aunt's strike. Her skills were unparalleled. A woman traversing the world with a child, no matter how low-key, inevitably attracts trouble. A mere moment's delay in turning could have led to her wielding that pot against me as well. Murong Choshue stepped forward, her gaze appraising Guanyi from head to toe, and suddenly smiled, asking, has my little fox practiced martial arts today? Guanyi was taken aback, replying, Aunt, how did you know? Murong Choshue chuckled, though I may not comprehend martial arts. I understand that it is natural for a martial artist to experience a heightened appetite after mastering inner strength. Besides, my little fox possesses extraordinary talent. Only a blind man like the Red Dragon guest would fail to impart his skills to you. She slightly lifted her skirt, her footsteps light as she approached the other side of the cabinet, where Guanyi sat. It was then that he noticed his aunt's bare feet, resembling flawless jade. Perhaps she had just heard the commotion and had not taken the time to put on her shoes. Stepping onto the dark earth, she adjusted the folds of her clothing and seated herself on the ground beside him, patting the earth. Guanyi sat beside her. Murong Choshue frowned slightly, stating, what I meant was, could you fetch me a pancake as well? The young man paused, teasing, Aunt, don't you refrain from eating after dark? Murong Choshue cleared her throat and replied, I got up for a moment. I'm hungry. Guanyi nearly burst into laughter, shaking his head in concern that he might awaken his aunt. Having managed with a cold, hard flatbread earlier, he decided that since his aunt also needed to eat, it would be best to stoke the fire and prepare a meal. He cooked 2 bowls of noodles and fried 2 eggs. This was an effort to cultivate goodwill with Qianfeng, as he had previously brought meat and wine during his visits, leading a rather frugal life himself. Being a fugitive, he dared not draw too much attention, even though he possessed some items of value. Currently, there was no meat at home. He served 2 bowls of plain noodles, placing a stone beside the cabinet, with a small dish of pickled vegetables in the middle. Guanyi remarked, there is no meat left at home, so we'll have to make do. Suddenly, Murong Choshue laughed, raising an eyebrow and said, however, I do have a chicken leg. Would you like some? Guanyi raised his brow in surprise. Murong Choshue picked up the noodles with her chopsticks, swirling them into a large, thick bundle that resembled a chicken leg. Guanyi was both amused and exasperated, but seeing his aunt's triumphant expression, he pointed to a sizable piece of pickled vegetable and declared, if yours is a chicken leg, Then mine is a generous portion of braised pork. Well, then, this piece of mine must be roasted goose, she retorted. They sat beneath the wooden cabinet in a somewhat dilapidated courtyard, where his aunt had pawned her jewelry after falling ill to sustain their livelihood. This courtyard was exchanged for the exquisite jade pendant belonging to my aunt. That pendant, recognizable even to Guanyi, is extraordinary, smooth as oil, supple as butter, resonant as gold, fine as silk, white as cream, and rich as paste. Adorned with the image of the thousand-handed Guanyin, it was a token gifted by my uncle, the pawnbroker. Seeing only a frail woman and a child, offered a mere 10 taels of silver. At that moment, Guanyi wished to pull his aunt away, yet she calmly declared her acceptance. Even Guanyi felt vexed, but his aunt merely patted his head, smiling as she said, "A token is never more important than a person." She then produced half the silver to rent this courtyard, saving the rest for daily expenses. Still, the courtyard bore a dilapidated appearance. Apart from the living quarters, the other rooms leaked slightly. During heavy summer rains, one had to hold a basin to catch the water. Sitting before the cabinet, Guanyi raised his gaze through the somewhat damaged roof, catching sight of the inky sky and a few glimmering stars. The bowls and chopsticks lay nearby, and as Guanyi turned his head, he saw his aunt with her head bowed, already asleep. The 12-year-old boy tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. The cold touch of the blade was reassuring, and Guanyi softly vowed, "One day, I shall make the meals spoken of today a reality." The bed was merely a mound of earth mixed with grass, covered with a layer of dried straw. And the bedding offered little comfort during the rain or the winter's chill. Exhaling deeply, he lowered his head and pulled aside his clothing, seeking to glimpse the bronze cauldron resting over his heart. He paused for a moment. The crimson jade liquid within had naturally vanished, yet something had changed. Upon the bronze cauldron, the vivid imprint of a crimson dragon stands prominently. Chapter 11. The Rules. Guanyi could ascertain that this tale of the red dragon had not existed on the bronze cauldron before. He extended his hand, gently pressing against the cauldron's surface, and could distinctly sense the presence of the dragon's mark, which seemed to harbor a formidable and searing power. Upon placing his fingers upon it, he could faintly hear the dragon's roar, yet it appeared to be veiled, exceedingly faint. The trace of the crimson dragon remained rather indistinct, akin to an impression freshly etched onto the cauldron, insufficiently vivid, insufficiently clear. Guanyi pondered, musing to himself, "It seems that the cauldron's remarkable utility extends beyond merely absorbing vital energy. The shadow of this red dragon is still not sufficiently defined. If this conjecture holds, it would require multiple accumulations of jade-like liquid to render the red dragon more distinct. At that time, there should also be some transformations. However, this remains mere speculation, still uncertain and in need of further experimentation." Guanyi organized his thoughts and endeavored to meditate once more. This time, he operated his breath slowly, yet due to the substantial increase in his internal energy compared to before, the speed of his energy flow had risen slightly. The 12th layer of the breaking the array melody brushed past his heart, allowing him to perceive the chilling sensation that lurked within his heart. This was the venom that had tormented him for a decade, inflicting excruciating pain with each episode. The 12th layer of breaking the array melody seemed to be on the verge of reaching the place where this venom resided, just as Yu Qianfeng had said, by growing stronger. The threat posed by the toxin would diminish. With a tranquil mind, he experienced a dreamless night. The ascent beyond 1,000 peaks had come to an end, which was hardly unexpected. Initially, he held a certain disdain for those martial artists who, despite their aloofness, now wore smiles on their faces. As Guanyi donned a green robe and approached the medicine cabinet, the elder physician observed the youth entering the courtyard accompanied by 3 martial artists. He shook his head and remarked, "The young master arrived early this morning to reassure these guardians of the courtyard, providing them with medicinal supplies, silver coins, and promising to enhance their wages for the upcoming months. Did the young master not summon you?" Guanyi shook his head in response. The elder physician, puzzled, watched as the young man busily engaged with the medicinal cabinet, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the ground. He breathed steadily, absorbing the genuine sensations brought forth by the flowing melody of the breaking the formation within him, while simultaneously contemplating his future plans. He and his aunt were, in a sense, fugitives in Qin's realm. However, his aunt's cleverness had led them through various escapades, ultimately guiding them to this Guanyi city, not far from their intended destination, the 18th state of Jiangnan. Yet, a formidable obstacle lay before Guanyi, the passage permit, a document essential for crossing the national borders. to obtain such a permit. It required authorization from the court, which in turn necessitated a household registration from their place of origin. As a refugee, Guanyi only possessed a scattered registration. Had he been in the northern realm of Ing, he would have been reduced to a status of servitude by now. Once the permit was secured, he could then apply for the necessary passage. Otherwise, remaining in Qin's territory would always pose a threat to his safety. In time, he could utilize the gold and silver he possessed as travel funds, for currency in Qin was not guaranteed to function elsewhere. In tumultuous times, gold remained the only true currency. In pursuit of martial prowess, it is best to gradually transcend to the realm of entry as described by the Thousand Peaks. He remarked that the wandering heroes are of this caliber. Guanyi pondered deeply. The present world is fraught with instability. Venturing abroad requires certain qualifications, and it is prudent for oneself to possess a measure of martial strength for protection, alongside a considerable sum of silver for necessary arrangements. Presently, the prospect of martial capability is promising, and a portion of gold and silver has already been secured. Guanyi mentally checked off these matters. Feeling himself inching closer to a better life, a sense of modest satisfaction blossoming within him. One day, he envisioned having a courtyard with his aunt. Free from the fear of being captured by night-riding cavalry, he dreamt of raising chickens and pigs, honing his martial arts, and engaging in small trades, all in pursuit of a stable existence. He lifted his gaze to the sky outside, basking in its warmth. This was merely his aspiration, to live well, to thrive. A group of martial masters expressed their deep gratitude, their faces beaming with joy. Once the masters had departed, the young master turned to the steward who stood nearby. Head bowed. I have heard that a young lad has also sustained injuries this time. Is he the apothecary? The old steward replied softly, he is but an apprentice, skilled in his craft and diligent in his work. He is the sole support for his ailing aunt at home. A good lad indeed. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, lifted his teacup, and gently swirled the tea leaves with the lid, then spoke quietly, I see. In that case, let him go. I understand your kindness, but the family also has its burdens. Our household is large and prosperous, yet the expenses are equally substantial. A fine blade must be applied to a worthy purpose. After all, it is not solely the martial artist who possesses skill, but rather a mere young lad. The old shopkeeper pondered for a moment, his head bowing slightly, and he murmured, the master is indeed correct, yet there is much work to be done here. Without one person, the tasks cannot be managed. The young man chuckled and replied, Zhao, you are mistaken. The remaining tasks can simply be divided among the other lads, allowing them to work a bit harder each day. What difficulty lies therein? He placed his teacup upon the table and stood up, departing to the bustling tavern for a drink. As noon approached, Guanyi rolled up his sleeves and seated himself at the doorway. He retrieved a large flatbread and a boiled egg. Ordinarily, this would suffice for his meal, yet now his appetite had grown remarkably. He consumed them heartily and contemplated purchasing additional food. In these times, a mere 20 coins a day would sustain a person in the city of Guanyi, covering all necessities. Just as he was mulling over the idea of acquiring some baked cakes to fill his stomach, a shadow fell before him. The old shopkeeper intercepted him, inquiring, Guanyi, how is your injury? The other workers paused to observe, their astute minds having already speculated upon the matter since the young master had neglected Guanyi. The latter regarded the old shopkeeper and nodded, I am well enough. Come, let us sit together for a while. Guanyi harbored a sense of foreboding but nodded in agreement. The two of them proceeded to a nearby eatery, where they found a long bench and a jug of wine. Laborers frequented this establishment for a drink at a mere coin per cup, their spirits lifted by the potent brew, as they relished the taste of marinated meat brought forth to them. Today, a table was set, and the seasoned proprietor skillfully ordered several dishes. He observed Guanyi, who was engrossed in his meal. Guanyi had sensed something amiss earlier, but now he understood more clearly. He had been optimized away. The old proprietor retrieved a letter from his bosom and placed it on the table, nudging it towards Guanyi as he said, you possess considerable skill in the arts of numerology. I am acquainted with the steward of the Liu Family Academy in Guanyi City. I have penned a letter of recommendation for you. Take it and see if you can secure a livelihood there. It would also serve as a new opportunity for you. The Liu Family Academy? The old proprietor finished his drink, set the cup down, and remarked, enjoy your meal. I have work to attend to. Old show. The cost of this child's meal is on my tab. If he finds it insufficient, let him order more. As the old proprietor made his way out, clad in a dusty gray gown, slightly stooped with age, Guanyi set the letter aside and devoured his food with great appetite. clearing his plate as if swept away by a gale. The restaurant owner chuckled and asked, "Shall I bring you more? Feel free to take something with you as well." As old Zhao said, "If you wish to take something, do not hesitate. It is no trouble at all." He then stood by the owner, glancing at the prices of the beverages on the table, and fished out 10 coins to place atop the table. The proprietor laughed softly, saying, "Young man, consider the money settled on the account." "Yes, next time I come, I shall treat Master Zhao to a fine drink," Guanyi replied. The owner paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Very well. It seems you are indeed a person of discernment. Old Zhao has not misjudged you." The old proprietor nodded in agreement. Upon observing the old shopkeeper making marks below, old Chen remarked, "Did you even advance a full tale? Oh, the young master cannot be so kind-hearted, can he?" The old shopkeeper replied, "We labor for the master. His words are the law and must be adhered to with diligence and vigor. However, we must not engage in unjust and cruel acts, for that too is a rule of the heart. The rule surpasses all." Zhao, the shopkeeper, rolled up the account book, lifted the door curtain, and stepped inside. The curtains on either side bore couplets, "No calamity is as grave as a taboo. A physician must act with benevolence." The shopkeeper held his head high, his spine impeccably straight. The sun had passed noon, growing warmer. Guanyi stood in front of the Liu family's private school, which indeed was grand. A considerable number of the city's affluent youths were studying there, with most carriages parked outside. Just as he was about to enter, another carriage approached, prompting Guanyi to halt his steps. The carriage came to a steady stop between him and the school. A fragrant breeze wafted through. A clear, youthful voice rang out, "Miss, we have arrived at the Liu family private school." Chapter 12. A full tale. Guanyi paused to avoid the carriage. Once it settled, a young maid with long hair, clad in a duck green coat, leaped down from the carriage. She then turned to extend her hand to assist a lady descending. The lady, of considerable stature, wore a blue dress, pink shoes, and white stockings, her hair cascading like clouds. Only her silhouette was visible as she was helped inside. The carriage driver cracked his whip, and the carriage steadied against the wall on either side. Guanyi paid little heed to this minor incident. He merely entrusted the letter to a member of the private academy, who guided him into this vast establishment. The disciple instructed Guanyi to stroll outside and await his return, as he intended to deliver the letter to the scholar of the Liu family. Guanyi nodded and remained there, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The Liu family academy, indeed, clad in a gray-brown robe that had faded from frequent washing. He stood calmly, yet his mind was abuzz with contemplation. It was evident that the Liu family academy was expansive. If he could establish himself here, it would undoubtedly facilitate future endeavors concerning official documents. Moreover, it was challenging for freelancers to secure work, especially in a place that could elevate them to the status of primary contributors. With the old steward's endorsement, it was worth a try. While pondering, he began to meander through the academy, observing his surroundings. Just as ennui began to set in, he noticed a group of young scholars engaged in a heated debate. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were disputing the solution to a mathematical problem that had perplexed them for an entire month. Guanyi, struck by inspiration, understood that if he wished to remain here, it would be prudent to showcase some of his abilities. He approached them and, after a brief observation, interjected, "You have erred in your solution." The students, deeply furrowed in thought over the vexing problem, were taken aback by his interruption. Turning to face the plainly dressed youth, their frustration bubbled over. "Pray tell, how could we have erred?" One exclaimed. "If you possess the solution, why not demonstrate it yourself?" A slightly older student inquired, "Young man, if you claim we are mistaken, could you enlighten us on the nature of our error? This is a secret problem entrusted to us by our mentor a month ago. We have pondered over it in vain. The question is, arrange the numbers 1 to 9 into 3 columns such that the sum of every 3 numbers, whether vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, equals 15. What is the arrangement? Do you have any solutions, young sir?" Guanyi gazed at the magic square on the table. Unlike in his previous life, in this era, numbers are one of the 6 arts of a gentleman, and mastering them is no easy feat in his past life. This magic square posed no challenge. But in this world, without a secret method to rely on, the task is both arduous and time-consuming. With 9 digits to arrange, and each digit offering 9 possible placements, the plethora of combinations is enough to induce a headache. He picked up his brush, surrounded by elegantly dressed youths. As Guanyi began to write, he softly intoned, "The essence of the magic square is guided by the mystical tortoise. 2 and 4 serve as shoulders, 6 and 8 as feet, 3 on the left, 7 on the right, 9 atop 1, with 5 at the center. In an instant, the riddle that had perplexed these young scholars for a month was unraveled. The expressions of the surrounding students shifted dramatically, leaving them momentarily speechless. In the loft, the young lady, who had been gazing down at her brother, witnessed this scene. Observing the stunned expressions of the proud students, she turned to her maid and urged her to go downstairs. The maid responded with a smile and promptly descended the stairs. Coincidentally, the disciple who had previously reported was now present. As Guanyi set down his pen, he accompanied the disciple to a tea house, separated by a screen. A man in his early 40s sat there, holding a letter. He gestured for Guanyi to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea, saying, "I am already aware of your purpose for coming. Since it is Brother Zhao's recommendation, I shall certainly keep you in mind. However, my establishment is rather crowded at the moment, and unfortunately, the position recommended by Manager Zhao is no longer available. There are only a few minor tasks left. I suggest you try working here for 2 months, taking care of the daily cleaning. The remuneration for the first 2 months will be modest, so do not take offense." "A probation period?" Guanyi inquired. "How much?" The scholar stroked his beard, extending 5 fingers. "Is it 1 guan and 5? Guanyi remarked, noting it was quite similar to what he had expected. The scholar chuckled. "No, it is 5 mo originally. 1 mo is 101, but in practice, due to a desire to profit, people often use not the full mo, but rather the short mo. The court acknowledges this. As indicated in legal text stating, those who steal 5,000 full mo's shall be executed. What I refer to is clearly the short mo. For instance, full mo and full gold convey the same meaning. 1 mo equals 75 won, totaling 375 for a month, which barely covers the minimum daily living expense of 21. Guanyi discerned the underlying message. This was an attempt to dissuade him. He did not wish to offend the old manager, yet he was reluctant to accept him. The scholar, with a gentle smile as he sipped his tea, added, however, "I genuinely recommend that you stay. While working here, you may also attend to the discussions of the students and learn to read and write, which is indeed a beneficial opportunity, unlike other places." Guanyi took a sip of tea. First he initiated a subtle manipulation, then began to weave grand illusions. A monthly stipend of 5 coins is surely insufficient for sustenance. Even the meager relief offered by the court during times of calamity surpasses this amount. Most would be compelled to depart under such circumstances. Thus, this scholar neither offended the shopkeeper nor lost face. While being able to claim, he earnestly persuaded Guanyi to stay. After all, it was Guanyi who ultimately declined, bearing the blame alone. Truly, what a remarkable scholar. He has comprehended the essence of the texts. Guanyi rose and declared, "There is no need for that. A man of virtue possesses both hands and feet, is skilled in medicine, and has martial prowess. He need not endure humiliation." The scholar's face displayed a hint of regret. Yet there was a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He stood to escort Guanyi, leading the way and even graciously opening the door for him, exuding a demeanor of gentle disappointment. Suddenly, a peal of laughter rang out. "Master Lu, you truly are oblivious to the realities of life. 5 coins a month? That is merely a pittance. Even our household as temporary workers earn far more than that in just a few days." Outside stood a maidservant, appearing around 15 or 16. With a hint of baby fat, her bright black eyes sparkling. When she smiled, she appeared charming yet carried a teasing undertone. Master Lu, however, accepted her words without concern for the subtle sarcasm, responding with a gentle smile, "Scholars may be poor, but gentlemen keep their distance from the kitchen. As Miss Qing rightly observes, I truly know little of the trials of daily life. I was unaware that Miss Shui had come today to play the guqin. I wonder if I might have the chance to listen." The maidservant Qing rolled her eyes, disregarding the suddenly altered demeanor of the scholar. As I observed this impoverished youth, I notice his handsome visage adorned with a hint of a smile. He speaks, "My young lady has witnessed your recent actions and surmises that your skills in numerology are commendable. Should you be disinclined to labor here? There exists a fine opportunity at my young lady's estate. What say you?" Guanyi ponders momentarily before consenting. The young maid, Qing'er, beams with delight, taking hold of his arm as they proceed, disregarding the presence of the scholar from Lu village. They enter a courtyard where the ethereal sound of a guqin can be heard, and shadows flit behind a screen. Upon seating himself, Qing'er elucidates the purpose. She intends to find a companion for her younger brother's studies and wishes to conduct a preliminary assessment. She retrieves a sheet of pristine paper from behind the screen, inscribed with elementary mathematical problems. Guanyi casts a swift glance. The questions are straightforward, and he answers them with alacrity. In the realms of martial arts and culture, he finds himself lacking after all. He has endured a decade of relentless chastising in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting at the hands of his aunt. However, the realm of mathematics is a different story. In his previous life, education in mathematics was a necessity. 3 years in preschool learning numbers, 9 years of compulsory education, and 3 years of high school, culminating in a robust 15 years of systematic mathematical instruction. In this era, among the scholars of numerology, he emerges as a prodigy. The young maiden glances over the answers and declares, all correct. Observing the expressions of the arrogant scholars, she realizes the extent of his prowess. Indeed, it is as she suspected. Qing'er smiles and inquires, shall we then proceed to engage your services? To which Guanyi replies, there is no hurry. I wish to discern the depth of his abilities. Qing'er understood that the young lady of her household had always held a penchant for the arcane arts of mathematics. Thus, she presented her with a problem of considerable difficulty. Concerning the area of a square field, Guanyi glanced at it, recognizing it as a straightforward geometry question, and proceeded to write his answer with ease. The girl observed him with a hint of surprise, then inscribed the next problem, one pertaining to the proportions of grains. Once again, Guanyi swiftly tackled it without hesitation. Next came a distribution problem, followed by a question requiring the computation of one side length given an area. Then there was a volume calculation for a solid figure. Qing'er felt a slight breathlessness as she witnessed his adeptness. Finally, with determination, she penned a question she had previously pondered without resolution. Guanyi regarded it for a moment, contemplating whether it resembled a linear equation system from a past life. Was the realm of mathematics in this world truly so bizarre? Did a child's tutor need to possess such advanced knowledge? Nevertheless, having encountered the Dragon City, it seemed not entirely out of the ordinary. On the other side of the screen, the young lady was quietly counting to herself 1, 2. The sound of her pen was eerily steady as she wrote. After a moment, Qing'er sensed the weight of the atmosphere and consciously slowed her breathing. The young lady finished, closed her eyes, and sighed softly. Guanyi inquired, may I ask, what is your conclusion? The young lady murmured a few words to the side, and soon, someone came to draw back the screen. Before Guanyi's eyes appeared a hand, fair and delicate as jade, with a finger raised. After a moment's hesitation, she proposed, if it does not seem too trivial. What about this number? Guanyi pondered, is it consistent? If so, then it is acceptable. The screen was fully opened, draped in a cerulean dress. With delicate brows and a complexion as fair as jade, the young maiden offered a gentle smile. Indeed, it is a daily allowance. One day, one allowance. Guanyi's thoughts momentarily crystallized as he regarded the girl before him, her finger extended. One day, one allowance? In that fleeting moment, he found her remarkably beautiful. Chapter 13. The White Jade Pendant. One day, one allowance. A month amounts to 30 allowances. Guanyi suddenly perceived a golden radiance emanating from the young lady, who appeared but a year or two his senior. Yet, was it customary for a mere companion to be bestowed such privileges? The girl, seemingly 14 or 15, smiled softly and said, please, young sir, be the tutor for my younger brother's arithmetic studies. I hope you will not find it beneath you. Such a splendid opportunity was one Guanyi could not decline. Although the 60 allowances offered, consisting of precious metals of considerable worth, were more substantial, they were not immediately accessible. Moreover, considering his eventual departure from Qin Kingdom, it would be prudent to possess a greater quantity of gold and silver. Thus, even in daily life, one could fare better. He found no reason to refuse. As he prepared to leave moments later, several scholars gathered to bid farewell to Miss Shui. Among them was Master Lu Zhuang, who had previously instructed on arithmetic, now wearing a more sincere smile. Unlike the earlier instance where he had kept Guanyi waiting in the courtyard, he personally escorted them out, his countenance radiant with warmth and kindness. Observing Guanyi depart alongside Miss Shui, he stroked his beard and remarked with a natural grin, what fortuitous fortune. Unwilling to toil here, yet finding a better path. Young Li, should you not express your gratitude to me? I say, there is no need for excessive thanks. Guanyi spoke. Thank you, master. He gazed at the gentle smile of the Confucian scholar, requested paper and ink, inscribed a sentence, and handed it over before departing with the eldest daughter of the Shui family. Lu Zhuang's smile gradually faded. Without a glance, he carelessly discarded the paper. Clearly, he was somewhat vexed. Indeed, it is often the case that only petty individuals and women are difficult to nurture. In this place, one might encounter prominent families taking refuge in private schools. At this moment, Every seat in the accounting hall bore significant weight and could not be taken for granted. He had even covertly inquired about a question posed by the esteemed accounting master, presenting it to his favored disciple in advance, eager to showcase their talent. Moments later, he observed the beaming countenance of his disciple as they began to unravel the problem. A wave of delight spread across his face. "Ah, the future appears bright," Lu Zhuang exclaimed repeatedly. "Truly worthy of being my disciple. I always knew you possessed great talent." Yet, the students wore expressions of difficulty. In this era of competing nations, there still existed gentlemen of virtue. They were young, at the most spirited and proud stage of their lives, unwilling to covet the achievements of others, asserting, "It is not our solution." Lu Zhuang pressed, "Then who devised it?" The youth, perplexed, replied, "Huh? Did not the teacher just summon him inside?" Lu Zhuang was taken aback, his eyes widening. "You mean that. This statement was rather ordinary. However, for reasons unknown." Lu Zhuang's face alternated between shades of green and white. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the white paper he had carelessly discarded and unfolded it. Realizing he had let slip an extraordinary opportunity, he staggered back a step, collapsing onto the ground. The paper fluttered down as he struck the earth with a fierce punch. Lamenting, You, my ungrateful disciples. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? How you have misled me." The students exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their teacher's ire, until they noticed the bold characters on the paper, inscribed with an elegant flourish. "Why the arrogance first, then humility?" Guanyi sat at the front of the carriage alongside the driver, experiencing the scenery on either side of the road for the first time. He contemplated the expression of Master Lu Zhuang upon learning that he had solved the problem and seen the letter, which lifted his spirits. Guanyi was not one to harbor grudges. If you treated him well, he would reciprocate with even greater kindness. However, should you mistreat him, he would not tolerate it. Earning a daily income of 100 coins, which amounted to over 20 taels of silver in a month, he was considered affluent in Guanyi City. With 30 coins, he could exchange his humble dwelling, where he could gaze at the stars and squash ants, and occasionally deal with a few mice, for a place with brick flooring, a warm stove, and comfortable beds furnished with wooden furniture. He could also procure new garments for both himself and his aunt, enjoying fine dishes and fresh fruits. As Guanyi caught sight of the pawn shop not far ahead, he hesitated momentarily and then spoke. "Miss Xue, I have an unusual request." Xue Shuangtao smiled and replied, "Please, young sir, do share." Guanyi continued, "Might I request an advance of 10 coins? The eldest daughter of the Xue family expressed mild surprise and soon noticed Guanyi's clothes, which, though washed to a pallid hue, remained tidy yet frayed at the edges. Contemplating, she spoke in a gentle tone, "I must apologize. You are a hired gentleman, and according to our customs, you ought to receive your monthly stipend." The maid, Qing'er, was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment at her mistress's words. "Huh? When did we have this?" Xue Shuangtao pressed her finger to Qing'er's lips, winking to signify silence, and then continued softly, "I was so delighted by your remarkable skills earlier that I momentarily overlooked this matter. I beg your pardon, esteemed gentleman. Qing'er, please fetch 30 taels of silver for him." The 30 taels of silver were equivalent to 36 coins. The coachman chuckled. "It is only right to be filial to one's elders. Please, make yourself comfortable, young sir." However, the pawnbroker's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Guanyi, his demeanor darkening. Guanyi felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, the pawnbroker's face contorted into an expression of regret as he awkwardly remarked, "I still remember that jade pendant of yours. But it seems, unfortunately, that another customer has taken a shine to it." As the curtain of the pawnbroker's shop lifted, a young man emerged, holding a jade pendant and grinning. "Master Wang, this pendant is truly exquisite. I shall take it, and you may charge the cost to my account, delivering it to my residence at the beginning of next month." He paid no heed to it, instantly recognizing that it was indeed his aunt's jade pendant. Taking a half step forward, he obstructed the young man, addressing him with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. "The young master of Huachuntang wishes to have a glance at Guanyi." Upon observing Guanyi's plain attire, he frowned, disdainfully flicking the hem of his own garments, and remarked, "Is this yours?" "Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, this jade pendant now belongs to me." He commanded, "Step aside. Do not block the way," as he raised his hand to push Guanyi aside. With his gaze lowered, Guanyi felt the flow of internal energy within him. Suddenly, soft footsteps were heard. Xue Shuangtao stood beside Guanyi. "This is the Xue family," he exclaimed. "Young sir, What is your intention in extending your hand towards Misterly? Chapter 14. The bronze cauldron moves again. The white tiger devours the sky. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of Dai Ziao, the young master of Huachuntang. The pawnbroker's face quivered with the movement of his flesh. Did the pawnbroker still adhere to this custom? With a few awkward chuckles, the pawnbroker unhesitatingly addressed Dai Ziao. Indeed, young Master Dai, it is as such. You are not in a favorable position today. This young man, Li. He initially intended to refer to him as Li Xiaoga, but that title got lodged in his throat. His expression turned somewhat more courteous as he continued. Mr. Li has arrived ahead of schedule, and the items must be returned to him. Dai Ziao, awakening from his reverie, acknowledged, yes, that is indeed the case. Come, Mr. Li, please, by all means. Very well. Very well. The shopkeeper, with his ample flesh jiggling, swiftly ascended and descended, rummaging through to locate a previous contract in a matter of moments. Upon opening it, Li Guan discovered inscribed upon it, today, a woman accompanied by a child shall exchange for a white jade pendant valued at 10 taels of silver. Notably, there were fingerprints of the ant upon it. Li Guan meticulously folded the contract and tucked it into his bosom. With a firm bite, he leaned forward, exuding charm as he addressed Miss Shui. I must apologize for my rudeness today. It has been quite some time since our last encounter, and your elegance remains undiminished. Shui Shuangtao turned to regard him, her expression tinged with confusion. Who? The composure on Dai Ziao's face faltered momentarily. A flicker of amusement crossed Dai Ziao's features. Shui Shuangtao recalled her earlier inquiries about Li Guan's past during their carriage ride. She had only just noticed his predicament and had descended to offer assistance. Observing Dai Ziao's recent brash demeanor, her eyes lowered slightly as she spoke gently. Well then, from this day forth, you need not escort us. Dai Ziao's smile faltered, his expression draining of color in an instant. Shui Shuangtao then turned her attention to the modestly dressed young man. Mr. Li, please proceed. Once the two departed, the pawnshop proprietor finally took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. His thinning hair was dampened by perspiration, resembling a peeled salted egg. That close call nearly caused trouble indeed. He cast a glance at the stunned Dai Ziao, shaking his head, a hint of curiosity igniting within him. Upon returning, he anticipated a rather thorough reprimand awaiting him. Yet, first, he needed to navigate his way to the Shui residence to collect a change of attire. Li Guanyi inquired whether the Shui family could assist in converting his and his aunt's status from scattered households to registered households. The coachman asked Li Guanyi about his origins, to which the young man recounted the fabricated tale his aunt had devised. I hail from the 18 provinces of Jiangnan. My father was a scholar traveling for studies, and my uncle a wandering merchant. After settling in Guanyi City, we still remain as scattered households. Having rehearsed this deception for a decade, Li Guanyi delivered it with the ease of breathing. The coachman chuckled, saying, being a scattered household indeed brings many inconveniences, but fret not, young sir. With your appointment as a tutor for the Shui family, it will surely be arranged for you to become a registered household. Li Guanyi, intrigued, asked, isn't there a 3-year requirement? The coachman laughed heartily and replied, sir, we are indeed part of the Shui family. We have encountered numerous matters concerning scattered households. Rest assured. Rest assured. Within 3 months, we shall have this settled for you. A glimmer of hope sparked in Li Guanyi's eyes. 3 months. 100 days to amass 100 taels of silver and hone his martial skills to the required level. Securing household registration in Guanyi City and gaining experience as a tutor for the Shui family would facilitate obtaining the necessary travel documents, thus allowing him to leave the Qin kingdom. This was splendid news. However, the path to attaining the requisite martial skills proved to be the most arduous challenge. Yu Chiefeng had departed directly, and Li Guanyi's mastery of the 12th layer of the breaking the formation melody was nearly sufficient for entry. Yet the door remained closed to him. Reflecting as he gazed along the flanking roads, he pondered whether the illustrious Shui family in Guanyi City possessed any means for entry. The carriage traversed the Grand Avenue, ultimately arriving at the imposing gates of the Shui family residence, flanked by 2 fierce stone lions. The carriage veered towards a side entrance, where a freshly painted wooden door swung open, revealing a path of bluestone with 2 deep ruts leading forward, perfectly accommodating the wheels. The carriage maintained a steady pace, growing increasingly stable. Within the walls, there were further enclosures, and within the courtyard, additional boundaries. Li Guan's gaze lowered slightly. The internal energy from the breaking the formation melody coursed gently through his body, as a better life lay ahead. Each cycle of this internal energy bestowed upon him a clear sensation of his strength incrementally increasing. As Qianfeng had previously stated, only when both internal energy and body reached a certain level could they coalesce into true energy, marking the threshold of entry into a new realm. After entering this realm, departing with his aunt from the Qin kingdom would bring a sense of security. However, Li Guan's innate constitution was indeed quite lacking, resulting in a sluggish flow of internal energy. He could faintly sense that whenever the energy circulated around his heart, its speed would significantly diminish, causing his meridians to constrict, further slowing the flow. This sensation gradually emerged after mastering the breaking the formation melody. It seemed that a chilling poison lodged within his heart was suppressing the speed of his internal energy circulation, rendering its movement painfully slow. With each complete cycle, its velocity diminished further. Li Guan pressed a hand against his chest, his gaze lowering. The night cavalry, the venomous poison. The young man could not help but curse under his breath. The sensation of blocked internal energy felt akin to a once lightning-fast internet connection stalling at 99% during a game download, then stubbornly freezing, devolving to a mere kilobyte per second, utterly maddening. What treachery has this band of rascals inflicted upon me? Or have they stripped away my very essence? Not only have they tormented me to the brink of death, but they have also robbed me of my core vitality. Li, gritting his teeth, inscribed yet another entry in his mental ledger regarding the night cavalry that had pursued him a decade ago. Frustration welled within him. So he opened his eyes to behold the expansive courtyard before him. Rather than a mere residence, it could be likened to a city within a city, comprised of various sized villas. The towering walls, at least 10 meters high, served to separate the interior from the exterior. The passers-by included refined scholars and robust men of stature. Their complexions were flushed, their gazes radiant, and their expressions free of sorrow. Even the attire of the servants was markedly superior to that of Li Guan. This is the Shui family. A tremor coursed through Li Guan's body as a resonant hum emanated from the bronze cauldron within his chest. Suddenly, a stream of jade-like essence began to coalesce. The youth's pupils constricted, and a mysterious energy began to rise within his eyes, as if he had pierced through the walls before him. The air in the void twisted, transforming into white fur, with icy blue eyes exuding indifference, and black patterns resembling the long night branded upon the white pelt, while a tail, akin to a long whip, slowly coiled in the emptiness. A tiger, towering as high as a 3-story building, sauntered gracefully, its head bowed. Amidst this majestic creature stood an elderly man of ordinary stature, leaning upon a cane, his hair and beard completely white. His presence was formidable, with the white tiger looming behind him. Shui Shuangtao let out a light-hearted laugh. "Grandfather." He lifted the curtain of the carriage, leaped down gently, and hurried toward the elder. Like a fluttering butterfly, she reached out and grasped the old man's arm, her face adorned with a radiant smile. In that moment, she resembled a youthful girl of 14 or 15. Rather than the genteel and poised young lady she had been moments prior. The coachman, pulling the reins, glanced at Li Guan and softly remarked, "This is the head of the Shui family, the very lineage of General Shui, who, 5 centuries ago, unified the realm and secured the borders with 3 arrows." Ascending to the pinnacle of the divine generals list, the old man's gaze was serene as it descended, while behind him, the white tiger lowered its head. Within Li Guan, the bronze cauldron was fervently accumulating jade essence. Chapter 15. The initial manifestation of the Dharma form. The old man cast a fleeting glance at Li Guan, then lowered his head to engage in light-hearted banter with his granddaughter, his smile warm and inviting. Li Guan exhaled a breath of relief, pondering the implications. The descendant of the general who secured the borders with 3 arrows? Yet, why did the Shui family refrain from entering the court and allowing their descendants to serve in official capacities? Meanwhile, Shui Shuangtao shook the old gentleman's arm and turned her gaze to Li Guan, showering him with compliments, stating that she had never encountered a youth with such remarkable proficiency in the mystical arts. The old man's wrinkled hand gently patted his granddaughter's hand, his expression one of astonishment as he chuckled. "Is that so? Truly impressive indeed." His gaze shifted toward Li Guan, observing the youth's simple attire yet bright eyes, and he warmly beckoned, "Young man, step forward for a closer look." Years ago, the old man's second daughter, in her youthful folly, had brought a dashing, unruly scion from the capital, galloping a spirited steed down the grand avenue of Guanyi, toppling numerous stalls before riding into the Shui family's residence, where she halted the horse at the entrance of the old man's tea house. Ultimately, That debonair scion nearly found himself with 3 broken legs at the hands of the old man. At that moment, the old gentleman chuckled and beckoned, "Young man, come forth." While onlookers perceived his gentle invitation, the old retainers of the Shui family felt a deep-seated trepidation. However, Li Guan's perception of the scene differed greatly. He beheld a great tiger, suddenly colossal, its mane fluttering wildly as it advanced. The immense white tiger's head drew near, its piercing gaze narrowing, fixating upon the modestly dressed youth. A chill coursed through Li Guan's body, his heart racing, an inexplicable fear welling up from the depths of his being. Was it a pressure of sorts? Yet, summoning his will, he extricated himself from this unfounded dread, regaining his composure. As Li Guan steadied himself, the bronze cauldron emitted a faint whistle. The imprint of the crimson dragon began to glow gradually, seemingly responding to his resolve. The old gentleman, initially intent on discerning whether this lad was a charlatan or a man of integrity, had applied a modicum of pressure to gauge his character. Observing the youth's unwavering demeanor, a smile flickered across his face, and he nodded in approval. His character appeared commendable. The white tiger, a harbinger of strength and a ward against malevolence, rendered it difficult for the petty and unscrupulous to stand firm before its manifestation. The elder contemplated withdrawing. The gigantic white tiger circled Li Guan, poised to depart. Yet, at that instant, the bronze cauldron within Li Guan erupted with a resounding cry. The imprint of the crimson dragon finally ignited, seemingly provoked, and began to struggle fiercely. Astonishingly, a portion of its dragon head detached from the cauldron, brandishing its fangs and claws, as if intent on materializing from the vessel. Swirling around Li Guan like a celestial guardian, exuding an aura of purity. Yet, the foundation remains insufficient, ultimately leading to obscurity. No matter how one struggles to break free, one can only raise their head in anger and sing aloud. A resounding roar of a crimson dragon erupted within Li Guan's heart, akin to rolling spring thunder. The young man regained clarity as the subtle pressure exerted by the white tiger was shattered in an instant. Li Guan gazed at the elder before him, steadfastly confronting this formidable beast. He stepped forward, his form slicing through the air like a blade, penetrating the invisible presence of the white tiger. As the jade liquid within the bronze cauldron in his body surged and accumulated, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, straightened his spine, and spoke softly, "Li Guanyi, I pay my respects to Senior Shui." The elder regarded him with surprise. He looked at the young man before him, then gently patted the back of his granddaughter's hand, smiling as he said, "Look, in our Guanyi city, there exists such a well-rounded young scholar." It was indeed remarkable that such a talented individual had been discovered by his granddaughter. Shui Shuangtao, unaware of her grandfather's earlier actions, beamed with joy, as the esteemed gentleman she admired seemed to have gained her grandfather's approval. Her smile was not as gentle as the breeze outside. Her eyes curved beautifully, radiating brilliance. Clearly, she felt a sense of pride and joy, recognizing talent and basking in her grandfather's praise of Li Guanyi. She playfully shook her grandfather's arm and inquired, "Does Grandpa also think the gentleman is impressive? Then, won't you offer him a token of greeting?" She had previously trained in swordsmanship with an elder gentleman for a few years. The elder nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Indeed, it resembles the style of the broken army 8 blades." At the tender age of 13, one has diligently honed the 8 blades of the broken army to the realm of ethereal grace over the span of 5 years, akin to the edge of a blade, which undoubtedly reflects a commendable dedication to mastery. His internal cultivation is commendable as well. However, his frail physique suggests a life of hardship, lacking sufficient nourishment from meat and grains. The elderly gentleman spoke in a gentle tone. "Since you are invited by Frostwave, young sir, it would be prudent for you to dine with the warriors of the household thrice daily. Moments ago, I tested your abilities not out of malice, but out of concern for my granddaughter, a sentiment quite natural." Shui Shuangtao queried, "Grandfather?" The old man, with a sigh of resignation, replied, "Very well, very well. Please accept this body-nourishing pill." He expressed admiration for the youth's character, and upon being addressed by his most cherished granddaughter, he produced a small porcelain vial and tossed it towards Li Guanyi with a smile. "Your expertise will be invaluable for my granddaughter and grandson's cultivation. Come now, Shuangtao." Li Guanyi caught the vial, and even through the porcelain, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs was palpable. In a brief span, the bronze cauldron had accumulated to 1/5 of its capacity. Indeed, proximity to the esteemed elder was requisite to absorb the essence emanating from the white tiger. Li Guanyi examined the vial, discerning it was crafted from jade and worth at least 3 or 4 taels of silver. The young man gazed at the elderly pair, perceiving them as radiating a golden light in his eyes. Miss Xue Shuangtao possesses an irresistible charm. The coachman lifted his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Ah, I have overthought the matter. The old patriarch commands respect, and everyone harbors a degree of apprehension towards him. However, now that he has acknowledged you, dear sir, you need not worry about any issues during your time with the Xue family. Come, I shall guide you through the subsequent affairs." He halted the carriage beside a street flanked by towering walls, and then led Li Guan and his companions into the Xue family estate, meticulously outlining the layout of the residence. He pointed out which areas were permissible to visit and which were strictly off-limits, explaining that the inner quarters were reserved for the family and their female members, and thus, entry was prohibited for outsiders. This section, he continued, is where the various guest scholars reside. With a hint of envy in his tone, he gestured towards a distant courtyard and said, "The treatment afforded to guest scholars is entirely distinct from ours. Each guest scholar enjoys an independent dwelling and receives monthly allocations of elixirs and medicinal herbs from the family. Furthermore, they have the opportunity to exchange for martial arts teachings, and occasionally, the old patriarch himself will come to observe the training of the Xue family descendants in the guest scholars, offering guidance." Guest scholars? Independent dwellings? Li Guan pondered the prospect of becoming a guest scholar, envisioning the possibility of frequently encountering the venerable patriarch. The bronze cauldron could be completed, and his aunt could be brought into the Xue residence, which would undoubtedly be safer than renting a place outside. He inquired, "Might I ask, how does one become a guest scholar?" The coachman smiled knowingly and replied, "So you aspire to be a guest scholar? In this age, where one must establish themselves through martial prowess, becoming a guest scholar of the Xue family necessitates a certain level of cultivation." Entering, the coachman comforted Li Guanyi, saying, "Young sir, although you are still in your youth, you already possess martial skills. Although the journey may be arduous, I believe that in no more than a decade or so, you will succeed." Li Guanyi nodded slightly, raising his palm to rest against his heart. At merely 13 years of age, he had already mastered the breaking the formation melody. He stood on the brink of a breakthrough. A moment of concentration washed over Li Guanyi as he sensed something extraordinary. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a diminutive red dragon's head emerging from his chest, vibrant and lifelike. Locking eyes with him, Li Guanyi was taken aback. Chapter 16. The Return of the Red Dragon. The petite and tender head of the Crimson Dragon was formless and ethereal. Yet it appeared vividly to Li Guanyi. It seemed to be incensed by the recent manifestation of the white tiger's spirit. The red dragon reacted with fervor, akin to a spirited kitten that had yet to wean, emitting a series of plaintive cries towards Li Guanyi. As Li Guanyi gently touched the dragon, only its head and part of its neck detached from the bronze cauldron, while the rest remained imprinted upon its surface. The creature instinctively displayed its anger, extending a claw that felt almost translucent, resting upon Li Guanyi's index finger. As he caressed the dragon's form, Li Guanyi sensed that this red dragon possessed the potential to merge with his own being. The internal energy from the breaking the formation melody seemed to quicken, as if liberated from the shackles of the potent poison that had previously hindered its flow. A glimmer of astonishment and delight flickered in Li Guanyi's eyes. "What is the matter, young sir?" As I pondered, my fingers playfully brushed against the tender claws of the crimson dragon. I prodded. Oh, this little claw clutched with remarkable tenacity. Yet, could it be that such a crimson dragon, akin to the legendary white tiger, is indeed capable of tangible contact? Or is it perhaps that it can materialize and dissipate at will? What of the realms of the venerable patriarch of the Xue family and the countless peaks beyond? The driver chuckled in a dazed manner. Are you contemplating such distant matters? The path of martial cultivation is one of gradual progression. Young sir, at merely 13 years of age, possessing a formidable skill set, entering the realm should pose no hindrance to you. Come, let us first familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. In that spacious courtyard lies the training ground, equipped with stone locks and heavy blades, where you may practice at your leisure. This here is the dining hall, perpetually stocked with meals. Over there is the apothecary, stocked with a myriad of medicinal herbs, available to the Xue family at cost price, of course. External sales are strictly prohibited, and discovery would incur severe penalties. This is the management office, and this, the tailoring workshop. The Xue estate was vast, and after a considerable while of wandering, Li Guan became acquainted with various locales. He was then led to the tailoring workshop, where he changed into a new outfit. The driver awaited outside and retrieved a neatly folded square cloth from his pocket, unveiling a handful of salted peanuts. Peanuts are not inexpensive, and the salted variety is a luxurious delicacy. The driver picked one up, tossed it into his mouth, savoring it for an extended moment. While waiting, he indulged in the delightful taste, a true feast for the senses. For reasons unknown, upon the entrance of the young gentleman, a startled exclamation from a woman echoed within, followed by a continuous stream of playful banter. The stout coachman was perplexed. In the past, when they visited this tailor's shop for garments, the seamstresses had never exhibited such exuberance. While their demeanor had not been unfriendly, it had merely been mundane interaction. Another burst of laughter ensued. The coachman glanced up at the shop's sign, then lowered his gaze, muttering, "It's not as if a chamber pot exploded inside. Why all the fuss?" Suddenly, a wave of laughter erupted, and he looked up to see the tailor's door swing open, several women emerging, laughter spilling forth. As he raised his gaze, he was struck by the transformation of the young man who had just stepped out, previously clad in a worn brown garment, faded from prolonged use and frayed at the edges, with a pair of tattered cloth shoes and hair simply tied back. His humble origins were unmistakable, yet his demeanor was noble, and his bright eyes inspired a sense of affection. Now, however, the young man emerged in sleek, dark boots and a well-tailored blue robe adorned with a diagonal collar. The cuffs and collar were trimmed with white, and a leather belt cinched his waist, a customary accessory for martial practitioners, exuding an air of vigor. His hair was neatly tied back, and though his features could not be described as radiant, they were undeniably handsome. The Schweff family, having dispensed with their main household members, rarely produced such striking and charismatic individuals. The seamstresses were effusive in their praise, suddenly clapping their hands in delight. One of them retrieved a modestly crafted jade pendant and requested the young man to wear it, laughing as she proclaimed, "Indeed, this ordinary piece of faux jade, when adorned by our esteemed gentleman, resembles something of 100 taels of fine jade." The jade was gifted to the young gentleman, for it was not a particularly valuable item. The coachman paused, observing the seamstresses laughing as they sent the young man out, accompanied by Guanyi, who now appeared markedly different in demeanor. The coachman scrutinized him as if he were a peculiar creature, unable to contain his curiosity. He remarked, "They have never given anything to anyone else, Mr. Lee. Do you possess some sort of charm?" Guanyi pondered for a moment before replying, "I have done nothing extraordinary." The coachman appeared perplexed. Guanyi continued, "I merely called them sister a few times." The coachman, taken aback, muttered, "For some reason, the salt-baked peanuts I just tasted have suddenly lost their flavor." Guanyi then proceeded to the management office to sign a contract. His monthly salary was set at 30 coins, along with provisions of 50 pounds of rice and flour and 20 pounds of meat. He was also entitled to 2 sets of clothing and 3 meals a day, all of which could be enjoyed on the premises if he so wished. Furthermore, he was to visit daily to impart numerical knowledge to the young lady and young master for 1 hour, earning a coin for each hour of work. Guanyi reflected on the ease of this occupation, recalling the coachman Zhao Dabing's mention of acquiring goods at cost price from the Schweff family's trading house. Contemplating this, he decided to purchase numerous items right there and sought a superior residence from the landlord of the Schweff family rental. Before long, he had spent a considerable portion of his silver, yet an indescribable sense of fulfillment enveloped him, as if life were gradually improving. Finally, Guanyi pointed in a direction and said, "Kindly prepare this jar of wine for me as well." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from Guanyi, in the vast wilderness, the roaring chant of a celestial dragon reverberated through the air. A dozen armored men, clad in black, were cast aside like ragged cloth, crashing to the ground. For noble steeds lay prostrate, their knees shattered, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their hides intact but their innards reduced to mere pulp. Inside a carriage, an elderly man with hair as white as snow closed his eyes and caressed a guqin, producing melodious strains. A coarse voice broke the silence. Faced with pursuit, his demeanor remains unfazed, exuding an air of calm. "Truly, Master Zhu is a renowned figure of the realm. I, Lao Yu, am filled with admiration." As the old man's music gradually ceased, he extended his hand to lift the carriage curtain. A tall figure clad in black armor was being restrained by a massive hand. Struggling in vain, his formidable aura was rendered utterly ineffective. The gaze swept over, revealing the owner of that hand, whose disheveled hair was reminiscent of a slumbering tiger. Suddenly, the giant's right hand shot up, and the assassin ranked within the top 100 of the realm was hurled into the sky. With a swift motion, the crimson dragon roared, reducing the assailant to mere dust. The giant clasped his fists and offered a slight bow to the elder, his voice rough yet tinged with respect. "I am Yu Qianfeng, a 4th-rank Jinwei general under General Yu's command, and the chief commander of the Qin Kingdom's 4th Division of Martial Affairs. It is an honor to meet you, Master Zhu. This venerable elder is a figure of great renown, adept in the arts of astronomy and geography, a seasoned elder of the Daoist sect. Yet he has not practiced martial arts. Now, in a bid to save General Yu, he seeks to travel to the capital, only to find himself besieged by elite assassins. Were it not for the sudden appearance of Yu Qianfeng, he might have met his demise beneath this precipice. After the elder expressed his gratitude, he curiously inquired, "General Yu, how did you know I was here?" As Yu Qianfeng assisted the elder out, he replied, "It was merely a coincidence. Previously, I was in Guanyi City awaiting your arrival. But I was detected by the night riders. Had it been in accordance with my usual temperament, I would have been entirely annihilated. However, due to my intention to train a young lad, I spared a few lives to gather information, which led me to discover that you were besieged. Thus, I came to your rescue, fortunately arriving in time." Pausing briefly, Yu Qianfeng then said, "Elder, this journey is fraught with peril. Do you still wish to proceed to the capital?" The elder nodded affirmatively, stating, "The more they fear my presence there, the more I am compelled to go. However, before entering the capital, I must make a visit to Guanyi City. The matter concerning General Yu has ramifications that extend across the realm, north, beyond the borders, and involving the Turks. This situation could lead to either great success or utter defeat. There is no middle ground. I must consider the affairs that lie behind me. In my youth, I once had a favorable connection with Guanyi City. I have devised a somewhat intriguing riddle this time, which I trust the various private academies there are aware of. Should any be capable of solving it, they may come forth to tackle the subsequent challenges I present. One exceptional talent shall be chosen as my disciple. I may perish, but this title, along with the legacy of the Tao and my position as one of the 24 sacrificial scholars, must find a worthy successor. Guanyi City. Yu Qianfeng suddenly recalled the young lad he had parted with not long ago. He thought to himself, "I shall take a glance at that troublesome boy. I wonder what he is up to now?" The bronze cauldron trembled, and the youth's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Very well, let me see what you truly are." Chapter 17. The Dragon's Fiery Vitality. Roar. The dragon's roar was exceedingly faint and sharp, resembling the mewling of a cat. The bronze cauldron emanated a soft, ethereal glow as the head of the crimson dragon suddenly emerged, biting down on Li Guanyi's fingertip. Yet, rather than an act of aggression, it felt more like a playful interaction. Li Guanyi could sense a profound connection, as if intertwined with his very bloodline. He loosened his garments, revealing the illumination at his heart, where the bronze cauldron shone brightly. Only the dragon's head had broken free from the confines of the cauldron, while the rest of its form remained obscured and indistinct, its imprint not deeply etched, still lingering upon the bronze vessel. As Li Guanyi engaged in a playful exchange with the dragon, he pondered how this creature had come into being. Was it a consequence of the influence exerted by the ancestor of the Shui family, causing it to manifest prematurely? This would explain why only its head was able to escape the confines of the cauldron. Li Guanyi noticed that the bronze cauldron bore vast expanses of emptiness and dimness. It seemed as though, besides this crimson dragon, there could exist numerous other divine beasts within this vessel. Could it be that by continuously engaging with formidable entities like the Shui family ancestor, one could absorb some essence they emanate, thereby imprinting their divine manifestations upon the bronze cauldron? However, while these divine manifestations appeared quite majestic, what practical purpose could such a diminutive form serve? Reflecting upon his previous encounter with the crimson dragon, Li Guanyi sensed its ethereal essence merging harmoniously with his own vital energy, prompting him to experiment further. At the outset, the crimson dragon proved to be quite uncooperative, shaking its head and swirling its whiskers. After several attempts, there was finally a breakthrough. The crimson dragon let out a delicate, elongated hum before nuzzling its head against Li Guanyi's palm. The sensation was utterly imperceptible, neither painful nor irritating, but he immediately sensed a notable difference. A warm current seemed to emanate from his palm, while the internal energy of the breaking formation melody surged unexpectedly. This time, Li Guanyi did not sever the connection. The internal flow of the breaking formation melody cascaded like a torrent, merging with this warm stream, akin to cold water splashing onto boiling oil, resulting in an explosive reaction. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears, and before Li Guanyi could comprehend, the internal energy of the breaking formation melody fused with the crimson dragon. The two energies blended seamlessly, transforming into a more dominant and ardent force. As it coursed through his being, Li Guanyi could distinctly feel his physical form strengthening. its efficacy surpassing that of the breaking formation melody manifold. Alas, the essence of the Crimson Dragon only permeated a fraction before it suddenly separated from the internal energy. The dragon's aura dissipated once more, reconstituting into a dragon beast that materialized atop the cauldron. The little creature could extend only one claw, appearing exhausted and gasping for breath, its claw pressing against the bronze cauldron as it panted heavily. To Li Guanyi's eyes, the juvenile dragon bore a distinctly smug expression. Yet its anger was palpable due to being bound by the bronze cauldron. Turning around, it scratched the cauldron with its tiny claw, and ultimately, with gritted teeth. It seemed poised to instinctively take a bite. Hell! Li Guanyi gently nudged it away, the bronze cauldron resting upon his chest. This cannot be bitten. Within Li Guanyi's body, the internal force of the breaking the formation melody surged like a searing torrent, swiftly reaching the heart's core. The frigid, venomous influence continued to assail him, yet this time it met with failure. The fierce internal energy coursed through, forcefully impacting the locus of the insidious poison that lingered at his heart. Li Guanyi felt a tumultuous alternation of heat and cold in his chest. The malevolent chill of the poison slightly abated, while his internal energy maintained its velocity with minimal reduction, flowing at a natural pace. As it traversed his meridians and flesh, it stimulated and gradually fortified them. Although the alternating pain induced cold sweat to beat on his forehead, a smile crept upon his lips, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, he could harness this power to suppress the poison at his heart. Moreover, he was merely relying on the residual waves. The red dragon had yet to fully integrate into his internal energy. If his conjecture proved accurate, once the red dragon completely detached from the bronze cauldron, it would seamlessly merge into his internal force. In such a case, whether in cultivation or combat with others, he would remain unaffected by this venomous scourge. This internal energy, infused with the essence of the red dragon, possessed potency several times greater than that of the standard breaking the formation melody. Regrettably, at present, only the dragon's head had emerged. Li Guanyi felt a surge of elation mingled with a tinge of regret. The venom that had tormented him for a decade now finally held the promise of resolution. Moreover, it is almost foreseeable that when the Crimson Dragon can entirely emerge from the bronze cauldron, one's strength will undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement. At that moment, the journey from the borders of Chun Kingdom to the 18th province of Jiangnan will become considerably safer. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in the youth's eyes as he caressed the bronze cauldron, a smile of delight gracing his lips. Alas, it is a pity that Yu Qianfeng is no longer present, for he was the most knowledgeable about this manifestation of the Crimson Dragon. Having prepared the rice, he also took out a kitchen knife and crafted a delectable braised pork using premium pork belly. He procured some assorted items along with roughly 2 taels of silver. Upon seeing the silver, Li Guanyi was momentarily struck by the realization that money comes swiftly yet departs just as quickly, leaving him with the feeling that it is insufficient for his needs. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Guanyi noticed ants beside the cabinet, resembling monkeys attempting to retrieve the moon, as they climbed toward the bowl containing roast goose, eager to enter. Meanwhile, the ants accompanying Li Guanyi and his aunt were having a dismal meal, as the enticing aroma of fat was irresistible to them. Li Guanyi raised his brow, took a couple of steps forward, and flicked his wrist to sweat at the ants. Fortunately, they were in Jiangnan. Had they ventured southward over the mountains, they might have encountered creatures akin to the cockroaches of his past life, larger and adept at flight, utilized as medicinal materials by the sorcerers dwelling within the mountains. Li Guanyi was certainly unwilling to use his hands, but in this instance, it mattered little. As he made his move, the Crimson Dragon within the bronze cauldron peeked out. The dragon transformed its essence, flowing out from the cauldron. Despite this, the internal energy of the breaking the formation melody became tainted with an additional layer of volatility. The fierce internal energy surged along his arm to the tip of his fist. Li Guanyi's palm swept over the ants, sending those with formidable pincers tumbling into the air. In the next moment, a crackling sound emanated from the bodies of these ants, their forms igniting with a flicker of flame, releasing wisps of acrid smoke. Li Guanyi halted his movements, gazing at his palm. Was this fiery energy? The red dragon's manifestation had once again succumbed, sprawled atop the bronze cauldron, bubbling away, its whiskers curling and twisting. Li Guanyi murmured to himself. It had not yet been fully awakened, yet it could already imbue his strikes with flame. Though it merely incinerated ants, this was merely the beginning. What if the red dragon were to emerge completely from the cauldron? What would that be like? Naturally, Li Guanyi recalled the final move of Yu Qianfeng. With a single punch, a crimson dragon roared, flames soaring through the air. Instinctively, he clenched his fist. The internal energy flowed within him, akin to grasping a ball of fire. A flicker of fervor ignited within his heart. The cultivation system of this world proved far more potent and enigmatic than he had anticipated. Regrettably, Yu Qianfeng had not imparted more knowledge to him. However, the Shui family likely possessed similar tomes, those not shrouded in secrecy, but rather general introductions that should be accessible for borrowing. Suddenly, Li Guanyi felt a surge of enthusiasm for attending class at the Shui family the following day. He tucked away the white jade Guanyin pendant, contemplating the reaction of his aunt, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Did you prepare meat dishes today?" Upon entering, one is greeted by the sight of a valiant youth clad in a blue lapel robe, cinched at the waist with a leather belt. For a fleeting moment, I am taken aback, as his striking demeanor evokes memories of departed friends. In the face of this nostalgia, a glimmer of joy stirs within me. Amused by the situation, I take a step forward, gracefully placing my right hand upon my chest, offering a refined bow, and with a smile, I inquire, "What seems to be the matter?" "Dear aunt, do you not recognize me?" The youth, relishing in his triumph, revels in having surpassed my expectations, momentarily casting aside the pangs of bittersweet remembrance. He then reaches out, playfully pinching my cheek, and with a teasing smile remarks, "It appears that my dear little fox has finally resorted to living off the kindness of others." As the gentle spring light filters in, the tinkling of jade ornaments dances in the air. "Pray tell, what is the worth of my little fox?" I find myself momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "Aunt, your reaction is quite unexpected." Chapter 18. The melody of strings stirs the forces upon witnessing my bewilderment. Morong Qiushui burst into laughter, her alabaster fingers playfully tapping my brow as she scolds. "A mere little kitten dares to challenge me. Yet, how adorably foolish." Handing me the vegetables that she had procured, Morong Qiushui steps lightly into the house. When venturing out, she intentionally disguises herself, making her eyes appear smaller and her complexion sallow, resembling a weary soul burdened by hardship. However, when she stood before Li Guanyi, her eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced her lips. The effects of her disguise seemed to dissipate entirely. Instinctively, anyone would perceive the exquisite beauty before them, akin to a pearl dulled by dust, yet still resplendent. Li Guanyi lowered his gaze to the assortment of vegetables before him: cabbage, radishes, and some mustard greens. These greens had been brought early by the villagers from the nearby settlements, though they appeared unremarkable when chopped and simmered into porridge or stir-fried. They bore no difference in taste. It was always at this hour that Annie would come. Li Guanyi recounted the events of the day. But what Annie did not anticipate was that his pet, Linu, remembered her longing for roasted goose and had procured it on the very first day. His tone was teasing. Morong Qiushui's eyes shimmered with eager anticipation. A vein twitched on Li Guanyi's forehead, aware that Andy was once again inclined to entertain the child. He averted his gaze and retorted stubbornly, "No, it wasn't bought specifically for you." "Oh, is that so?" Morong Qiushui approached with her hands clasped behind her back, a playful smile on her face. "Are you shy? Do you even want to eat it?" "Haha, of course." The roasted goose retained considerable warmth, the braised pork had been stewed to perfection, and the vegetables, blanched and tossed with oil, salt, and vinegar, made for a refreshing dish. Seated across from Morong Qiushui at the little stone table, Li Guanyi savored the delectable taste of the roasted goose. Yet, he found greater joy in the smile that illuminated Auntie's face upon tasting it, a delight surpassing even that of the goose itself. Morong Qiushui's eyes narrowed slightly as she gently remarked, "The dish today is indeed more delectable than those of yore." Li Guanyi, feeling a twinge of annoyance, retorted, "You are jesting with me again." Morong Qiushui regarded the youth before her with a tender gaze, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "It seems that the trickster has been discovered." After finishing dinner, Li Guanyi tidied away the dishes, while his aunt had already brought forth the qin, her delicate fingers dancing lightly over the strings. Li Guanyi was required to practice the qin daily. His aunt had imparted knowledge in the 4 arts of the scholar: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but it was the qin that held a special place, a commitment she never wavered from. However, today, instead of guiding him, his aunt adjusted the strings and began to play herself. As Li Guanyi was still engaged in clearing the remnants of their meal, he anticipated the usual gentle melodies reminiscent of spring breezes and autumn moons. Yet, suddenly, a sound akin to the shattering of metal and stone filled the air, causing his body to instinctively tense, a sensation of explosive energy coursing through him, as though he were amidst a thunderous cavalry charge. Moments passed before he realized that the sound was indeed the music of the qin. As he approached, he beheld his aunt seated serenely, The qin laid across the table, her fingers pale as jade, yet the music she produced was fierce, embodying the spirit of countless warriors. In that moment, Guanyi felt as if legions of soldiers were gathering behind her. Strangely, the melody seemed to invigorate the dormant energy within him, awakening it with a vitality surpassing previous experiences. When the piece concluded, he found his internal energy having circulated fully, in contrast to his usual efforts to provoke it, flowing more harmoniously and naturally. Guanyi took a moment to steady his internal energy. The ant, clad in a simple azure garment, gazed at herself with a gentle smile, her delicate fingers gliding over the guqin like swirling clouds. "Li, what do you think? Is my skill impressive?" As Guan beheld her exquisite beauty, adorned with an expression of eager anticipation, he sighed. At times, his aunt exuded maturity, yet at others, she displayed a childlike innocence. Resignedly, he replied, "Indeed, aunt, you are unparalleled in your prowess. Can the guqin also aid in cultivation?" she inquired, plucking a string. The guqin resonates with the heart's essence. It harmonizes the spirit and channels qi, thus it is undoubtedly beneficial. Although I am not well versed in martial arts, I understand that playing the guqin can assist in breathing techniques, much like those who choose to seclude themselves in the mountains and wilderness during their training to maintain their inner tranquility and facilitate breakthroughs. The music of the guqin can influence one's state of mind, shaping similar melodies in response. Morong Choshui rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "This melody? It is one I composed in my childhood." An elderly gentleman happened to pass by, captivated for quite some time. When I inquired about his fascination, he expressed his fondness for the score and asked if I could teach it to him. He even named it Breaking the Formation tune. Guan fell into a contemplative silence. It became increasingly evident that his aunt was the same girl, the prodigy who had composed this internal skill years ago, described as an 8-year-old playing the guqin, embodying the aura of a remarkable talent. He smiled and remarked, "It bears a striking resemblance to the name of my current internal skill." He then recounted the origins of the Breaking the Formation tune to his aunt. Morong Choshui glanced at him nonchalantly and replied, "After all, there are myriad compositions describing the breaking of formations in military contexts. The Breaking the Formation tune and the Entering the Formation melody number at least 80, if not 100. Moreover, even if what you speak of is indeed related to the internal cultivation you practice, it ultimately stems from the profound accumulation of that venerable elder, which holds no relevance to my lute." On that day, he could have merely witnessed the gentle flow of water and still comprehended this martial art. Morong Choshui shifted slightly to the side, inviting Guanyi to sit beside her. Then, just as in days of yore, she began to teach him the art of playing the lute with measured grace. As her fingers danced over the strings, her mind became tranquil and clear. She could faintly sense the internal energy circulating within her, effortlessly. The essence of the Breaking the Formation technique lies in prioritizing vital energy, nurturing it before forging and refining it from within. This practice involves the interplay of essence, energy, and spirit. As she played, her spirit moved in harmony with the music, invoking a divine connection. At that moment, the internal energy flowed, and the essence, energy, and spirit transformed in a singular rhythm, ineffably exquisite. As Guanyi learned the lute, curiosity bubbled forth. "So, that 8-year-old girl from 22 years ago, was she truly your aunt?" "Of course not," Morong Choshui replied with a chuckle. Guanyi fell silent, and she rested her chin on her hand, her dark hair cascading gently, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Because that year, I was but 5. Guanyi was momentarily taken aback. But wasn't he had said she was 8? Morong Choshui looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Why is my little cat so foolish?" Then, with a tone of undeniable reason, she continued, "Of course, I was deceiving him. When the old man with a white beard asked for your age, how could one divulge the truth?" She feigned concern. "Li, you mustn't let beautiful ladies trick you in the future." Guanyi twitched the corner of his mouth, opting to redirect the conversation. "So, what is the name of this lute piece?" On the 9th day of the 8th month in the year of Jiaqin, daily practice of composition continued, this being the 3rd entry. Guanyi remarked. Morong Choshui smiled gently, placing her palm atop Guanyi's head and affectionately ruffling his hair. She said softly, "Of course. My dear, my little raccoon can be called whatever you wish. Whether you name it Breaking the Formation or anything else, it matters not. It will be called as it pleases. Whatever it desires to be known as, so shall it be. In this world, no one can dictate otherwise." Guanyi lowered his gaze, softly murmuring in acknowledgement. He then resolved to unveil his ace. "Andy, I have prepared a gift for you." Morong Choshui, her eyes sparkling with delight, extended her hand. "Oh, what is it?" Guanyi cradled her hand with one palm while with the other, he placed a white jade pendant into her palm, gently withdrawing his hand. Upon seeing the pendant, the serene smile on Murong Qiushui's face gradually faltered, her eyes widening, revealing a glimmer of sorrow. For a long while, Murong Qiushui remained silent, her gaze reflecting a tumultuous sea of emotions akin to a storm gathering. Guanyi, unable to comprehend, waited patiently until, after a moment, she smiled faintly and nodded, accepting the jade pendant. Observing that extraordinary piece, which no ordinary person could possess, Guanyi ventured, "May I ask you a question, Auntie? Who are my parents and my uncle? What fate have they met? And why are we being pursued?" Murong Qiushui replied, "Did I not tell you? Once we depart from the kingdom of Chun, I shall reveal everything to you." She gazed at Guanyi, who seemed to have mastered exceptional martial arts and appeared to be in better health, reflecting on his prior interactions with the Shui family. Her voice faltered slightly as she revealed something new for the first time, but remember one thing. She extended her hand to adjust Guanyi's garments and whispered, "Stay away from the Qin royal family." Chapter 19. Overturning the world. After Murong Qiushui uttered this warning, she resolutely remained silent, leaving Guanyi to grapple with swirling suspicions. Could it be that the royal family of Qin was responsible for the poison that had been administered to him? Or perhaps his long-unknown parents and uncle had fallen victim to the machinations of the Qin royalty? The thoughts cascaded through his mind, each more troubling than the last. Remaining within the borders of Qin posed a significant threat to both his and his aunt's safety. This treacherous land was not secure, and they needed to depart swiftly. Yet, the Chun kingdom was a colossal power with a well-established system, insurmountable for an individual like himself. Guanyi turned restlessly, lying flat, then on his side, sleep eluded him. His thoughts bubbled forth like boiling water, each concern rising to the surface. 10 years. They had fled for a full decade, during which his aunt had nurtured him from a mere 3-year-old child into a 13-year-old youth. Yet, despite their arduous journey, they were still not far from the borders of Qin. In truth, much was still required. They needed a household registration in a major city to pass through the border. They would also need the necessary documents. In the tumultuous years of war, to obtain the necessary documentation for crossing the borders, one must secure the approval of the bureaucrat Zhu Sha. Only then may one pass through. Beyond the gates, ironclad cavalry patrol with their formidable bows, ready to execute any would-be smugglers they encounter. Furthermore, one must possess martial skills and ample gold to ensure survival after departing from Qin country. Each concern weighs heavily. A myriad of troubles. Guanyi, unable to find solace in sleep, felt as though his body and mind were at odds. Resolved, he sat upright, tracing patterns upon the thin fabric that covered his bed and arranging porcelain trinkets nearby. The common folk remained oblivious to the state of the world. Having fled for a decade, Guanyi had encountered a plethora of individuals, piecing together fragmented information to form a vague understanding of his surroundings. The region of Jiangnan and parts of the Central Plains belonged to Qin country, strategically positioned along the rivers and fortified by natural barriers, thriving in culture and prosperity. To the north lay the kingdom of Ying, which had seized portions of Jiangnan and dominated the Central Plains, boasting an imposing presence and casting its ambitions wide. Further north, beyond the mountain passes, lay the vast steppes claimed by the Turkic Khans, renowned as the kings of heavy cavalry. West of the kingdom of Ying, in the western regions, loomed the formidable Tiohan, a powerful entity in its own right. Between Tiohan and the mighty Turkic tribes sprawled a diverse expanse, home to myriad ethnic groups. In the northeastern intersection of Ying and the Turkic tribes lay a considerable territory inhabited by the Khitan, Ruren, and Wulua, among other foreign nations. As spring night fell, the stars shone brightly above. The young man sat cross-legged upon a bed fashioned from stones, as the evening breeze summoned the gentle hum of insects. In the depths of his inky black eyes, he beheld the trinkets before him. This marked the first moment of awakening in his youth. A glimpse of the world in its entirety. A chipped ceramic bowl, a white jade elixir bottle, and a solitary silver coin lay scattered, arranged in a myriad of ways. Yet, as he gazed around, he perceived the expanse of the realm, all contained within his embrace. However, as Guanyi surveyed the clutter of dishes upon his makeshift bed, a twitch manifested upon his forehead. The world had been in chaos for 300 years. It had devolved into a tumultuous mess. The nominal sovereign, the great emperor, remained ensconced in the Central Plains, reduced to a mere mascot. Ethnic factions were embroiled in conflict. The northern state of Ying was simultaneously grappling with the surrounding Turkic tribes, Tuyahan and Ruren, while delivering fierce blows to the Qin kingdom, which had seized the 18th prefecture of Jiang 12 years prior. The Qin kingdom, beset by the northern Ing state yet possessing fertile lands, enjoyed a semblance of peace. Beyond the sprawling powers, one could imagine the multitude of small tribes and warlords nestled in the buffer zones between the larger factions. It was inevitable that deserters would turn to banditry, compounded by the presence of prominent families in the martial world. No wonder that the era was rife with the fervor of wandering heroes amidst such disorder. Li Guan, seated in contemplation, regarded the arrangement of bowls and chopsticks before him, which formed a map of the world's situation. His brows knitted tightly, he muttered, "What a wretched world." Yet, upon reflecting on the formidable strength of figures like Yu Qiafeng, who could shatter a mountain with a single blow, it was not difficult to comprehend why, after 3 centuries, the world remained fragmented. Li Guan solidified his course of action. In summary, one must first enhance their strength, and then amass wealth to escape this land of Chun. It is essential to possess at least 300 taels of silver upon entering, for that is the true measure of safety. Li Guanyi envisioned this lofty ambition in his mind. With clarity of thought, weariness began to envelop him. With a soft thud, the youth reclined backwards, limbs outstretched, his gaze fixated on the weeds sprouting from the ceiling. Fatigue beset him, and he stretched his body, indulging in a languorous yawn. With a fist, he would overthrow the kingdom of Chun, and with his feet, he would trample the Turks. Rolling over, he surrendered to slumber, as if kicking down the very edifice of the world. Upon awakening, although his mind had wandered into fanciful realms the previous night, the mastery of his internal energy sustained his spirit. He procured some modest snacks, bidding farewell to his neighbors as he moved, gifting them as tokens of goodwill. Subsequently, he rented a bullock cart to transport his belongings to his new abode. The courtyard, though small, was tidy, with a well constructed from clean blue bricks. Upon entering, one would find the main room, flanked by 2 bedrooms. To the left lay a guest room, and to the right, the kitchen and a storeroom. Not far from the well, there was a diminutive cellar. The furniture consisted of sturdy wooden pieces, coated in a layer of paint to ward off pests. The residence was situated along a bustling street, conveniently close to various shops. In Guanyi City, it was an ideal place for living, neither excessively luxurious nor devoid of dignity. Notably, the driver Zhao Daping made a special trip with the Shui family's carriage, adorned with their distinctive embellishments. Li Guanyi noticed that the neighbors, who had previously regarded him and his aunt, Murong Qiushui, with a calculating gaze upon their recent arrival, were now exhibiting a remarkable transformation in their demeanor, softening and radiating kindness at an astonishing pace. Li Guanyi and his aunt partook in their inaugural meal at their new abode, which consisted of a simmered fish, 2 vegetable dishes, and steaming white rice. In the afternoon, Li Guanyi donned a new outfit, a blue shirt cinched with a leather belt, adorned with a jade pendant. His countenance bright and clear, he set forth towards the Shui family. Although Guanxing occupied a considerable expanse, news traveled swiftly in 2 particular realms. The first pertained to individuals closely associated with oneself, while the second revolved around the Shui family. The old shopkeeper, engrossed in perusing medical texts, appeared as withered as an ancient wooden chicken, remaining utterly still. Old Dr. Chun, with goji berries dancing in his teacup, basked in the sunlight. Leisurely proclaimed, "Today, I shall recount a curious tale." The old shopkeeper replied, "Pray, do share. What renders it extraordinary?" Old Dr. Chun chuckled. In the end, the young master's mother wept and cried, demanding to set him down, and when a doctor was summoned to examine the situation, lo and behold, what do you suppose was discovered? Merely flesh wounds. He slapped his thigh in amusement, laughing heartily. He was beaten thoroughly for an entire night, suffering agonies of life and death, yet ultimately there were no broken bones. Indeed, the old master's medical skills remained sharp, his ability to navigate life equally so. Old Dr. Chen raised his thumb in approval, remarking, "Alas, he has brought forth a disappointing son." The old shopkeeper appeared entirely indifferent to such matters, simply stating, "I shall not attend." The esteemed Dr. Chen chuckled and remarked, "You, my friend, are truly peculiar. You seek to approach those whom others avoid, willingly spending your own money. Yet, when the crowd gathers around, you choose to turn a blind eye. Pray, tell me about yourself." The old shopkeeper, with his small, dark eyes and a worn gray robe dusted with white, replied, "Life is hard for the child. To lend a hand is a principle I uphold in my heart. My principle is for myself, not to ingratiate myself when he achieves success. The more others seek to draw near, the more I prefer to keep my distance, fearing his gratitude. Dr. Chen laughed heartily, playfully chiding him. What a stubborn fellow you are. The shopkeeper remained non-committal, and as the afternoon drew to a close, he strolled into the tavern, ordering a cup of wine for a mere coin. However, the portly tavern keeper brought forth a more exquisite cup. The old shopkeeper frowned. You've made a mistake. What mistake? No mistake at all, the rotund keeper chuckled. It was the child you brought before who sent this, plus this. He presented a jar of fine wine, saying, that child came by today and left this jar for you, stating it was a gift. The old shopkeeper was taken aback. And the tavern owner continued with a smile. You two share an amusing rapport. You penned him a letter of recommendation and offered a month's salary. Neither condescending nor demanding gratitude in return. In turn, he gifts you a jar of aged wine without any flowery expressions of thanks or the stench of silver changing hands. There is no entanglement, no convoluted exchanges, yet it is refreshingly straightforward, filled with genuine camaraderie. In the realm of our humble society, the bonds of camaraderie among the common folk are thus defined. The old shopkeeper, upon hearing the jovial laughter of the wealthy patrons, lifted a cup of wine worth merely 10 coins, tilting his head back to consume it, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was indeed fine wine, imbued with a spirited essence that intoxicates the senses. As Guanyi strolled along the path, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Peering through the throng, he glimpsed the resplendent attire of the constables, who were affixing a scroll to a nearby surface. With a commanding voice, they proclaimed, "A fugitive has arrived from afar. Those who catch sight of him shall be rewarded with silver." A fugitive? Guanyi paused momentarily. The only notorious criminal he was familiar with, warranting such a notice from the constables, was none other than Yu Qiefeng. Encountering a situation akin to this naturally led his thoughts to him, stirring a subtle intrigue within. He discreetly approached the scene, blending in among the numerous onlookers. In Chengguo, a land prosperous and culturally inclined, where freedom of expression flourished among its literati, it was no surprise that many had gathered. The midday sun had just passed its zenith. The populace, having feasted, was lethargic and without pressing tasks. This made them all the more eager to join in the spectacle. Upon a closer inspection, Guanyi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed the wanted poster depicting a gaunt man of considerable height, with a large face reminiscent of a sack atop a slender pole, sprinkled with sesame seeds. His eyes, however, were fierce, with brows raised in defiance. The constable exclaimed with authority, "This man is named Qianzhang. Once a sergeant in the border militia, he has become a fugitive, leading a band of over a dozen men in a spree of criminality. Ruthless and merciless, he has taken the lives of numerous individuals and violated many women. Therefore, citizens must exercise caution and refrain from traveling alone in and out of the city and villages. Those who provide accurate and actionable intelligence will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver, while those who can bring me his head will receive a bounty of 100 taels." According to the words of Sergeant Yu Qiefeng, it is clear that he must be a martial artist of formidable prowess, and as a former member of the border military, he is undoubtedly skilled in the art of combat. The kingdom of Qin shares borders with 2 regions. To the northwest lies Tiyuan, and to the immediate proximity is in-country. It is likely that Qianzhang hails from the border forces of in-country and has fled to this area. The stipulation regarding actionable intelligence implies that any information leading to the capture of this fugitive will result in the promised reward of 10 taels of silver. Guanyi appeared contemplative, feeling reassured, as he initially believed this was yet another proclamation from Sergeant Yu Qiefeng. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed that the constables were still not finished. They unfurled a larger wanted poster, displaying the likeness of a man with fierce eyes and disheveled hair, exuding an aura that seemed to transcend the mortal realm, a figure far more formidable than the previously mentioned Qianzhang. Guanyi halted in his tracks. The man depicted was indeed Yu Qiefeng. The constable's expression turned grave as he declared, "The notorious criminal, Yu Qiefeng. Those who can provide accurate intelligence." He paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before continuing, "will be rewarded with a fortune of 1,000 gold pieces and granted nobility." Guanyi's gaze became fixed in astonishment. A fortune of 1,000 gold pieces? Nobility. The young man gazed at the noticeably larger and clearer wanted poster, his expression momentarily frozen, instinctively murmuring, "What on earth? All that is required is precise information. A fortune and nobility? Old you, what have you been up to these past few days? Have you pulled off something monumental? Or perhaps not just one?" Guanyi stared blankly at the accomplices listed on the poster, his lips twitching. A fortune is trivial to mention. The granting of nobility is a matter of utmost importance for any nation, treated with the utmost caution. The reward offered in Yu Qianfeng's wanted notice was astonishingly high, exceeding all reason and contravening the laws of the Qin kingdom. This could only signify one thing. The higher-ups who issued this wanted notice were in a state of urgency. He suspected that Yu Qianfeng had committed a significant act capable of terrifying the Qin kingdom's senior officials. Li Guanyi, blending in with the throng of astonished citizens, did not stand out in the least. As he watched the officers depart, he noticed one of them clutching a scroll that seemed to contain the records of all the fugitives sought by the Qin kingdom. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. He wondered whether his and his aunt's names were included. If they were, on his way to the Shui family. Li Guanyi suddenly recalled Yu Qianfeng's words outside. Why was Guanyi Qing posting notices here? He paused briefly, raised his head, and directed his gaze towards the location of the mountain god temple. If that were the case, he lifted his hand, gently caressing the red dragon, which only emerged with a head and a claw from his heart. Perhaps the opportunity for this red dragon manifestation to shine forth from the bronze cauldron was drawing near. Li Guanyi arrived at the Shui residence. At this time, it was not yet the moment to instruct Shui Shuangtao and her brother in the arts of mysticism. Thus, he found himself with ample leisure. Under the pretext of familiarizing himself with the expansive Shui estate, he meandered about for nearly an hour, ultimately taking a seat on a stone bench beside the training grounds. Observing the practitioners within the arena, some lifted heavy stone locks, while others wielded formidable blades, all striving to hone their physical prowess. Others engaged in combat, testing their skills against one another. Li Guanyi lowered his gaze, feeling a sense of loss. He could not find, nor did he encounter, the elusive white tiger manifestation. The jade liquid within the bronze cauldron had now accumulated to 1/3 of its capacity. The brief contact from yesterday had yielded benefits equivalent to 10 days of prior effort, yet despite being in the Shui household, he found himself without an opportunity to approach the venerable elder, and the jade liquid remained stagnant. Ah, is that not Mr. Li? A melodious voice chimed, belonging to a charming and plump young woman. Li Guanyi looked up, recognizing her as one of the managers from the tailoring shop. A warm, bashful smile graced his youthful face as he rose to greet her, saying, "It is you, Sister Chu. Today marks my first day of teaching, so I thought it best to arrive early." "Ha ha ha, our little teacher is quite diligent," Manager Chu responded, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the handsome youth. She did not rush to her duties but instead took a seat on another stone bench, smiling as she remarked, "You seemed quite entranced by those martial artists just now. Are you perhaps considering trying your hand at it?" Li Guanyi, feeling somewhat shy, replied, "Not exactly. I was merely pondering how formidable these martial masters are. How much stronger might a guest elder be?" The steward of the curved pipe expressed his aspirations. "Ah, esteemed guest, how delightful it would be to have one's own villa. The treatment one receives is far superior to that of our steward in the outer courtyard. Alas, to attain the status of a guest, one must be a martial artist of considerable renown. Even the most formidable warrior here might not withstand their few techniques. Some guests have received guidance from our venerable ancestor, resulting in remarkable advancements in their martial prowess, rendering them beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists." Venerable ancestor. Li Guan grasped this pivotal term, his face alight with innocent curiosity. "Sister Chu, how might one receive guidance in martial arts from the venerable ancestor?" Steward Chu replied with a gentle smile. "Would the young scholar also wish for such guidance? It is both a challenging and an uncomplicated endeavor. The challenge lies in becoming a guest, necessitating exceptional martial skills to earn the ancestor's favor. Additionally, one must be proficient in your scholarly pursuits." Steward Chu found the youth charmingly naive, his innocence evident in his demeanor. With a pleasing countenance, she delighted in conversing with him, sharing much until another woman arrived to urge her away. Reluctantly, she concluded their discussion, smiling as she said, "Young scholarly, within the Shui family, should you encounter any matters, great or small, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." The young man smiled warmly. "I shall certainly impose." Yet, Li Guan had already fallen into deep contemplation, desiring guidance. One wished to encounter the venerable ancestor adorned with the white tiger countenance. This could either occur through the monthly evaluations of the clan's direct descendants in the 6 arts of a gentleman, where those who exhibit exceptional talent under the tutelage of esteemed instructors would be personally honored by the ancestor of the Shui family over tea, receiving additional rewards. Ah, to teach mathematics. As Li Guan contemplated the brother mentioned by Shui Shuangtao, he rose and began to stroll. Suddenly, a distant voice rang out. "I refuse to study mathematics. I will not." Li Guan looked up to see a child of merely 7 or 8 years, exquisitely crafted like jade, dashing forward with fervor, colliding into him. The internal energy from the breaking the array melody coursed through Li Guan, causing the child to stagger back a step. "Are you all right?" he inquired. However, the nearly toppled child, in a fluster, waved his hand and grasped Li Guan's sleeve, exclaiming, "No, I don't care. Do you have a safe place? The tigress is still pursuing me. She wants to force me to meet the new mathematics teacher." Li Guan regarded the child, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. This must be the brother of Miss Xue, which meant he was trying to skip class when he unexpectedly collided with a substitute teacher. A slight smile curled at the corners of the young man's mouth, as a warm expression graced his features. "All right, come, let us hide together." They took refuge behind a lush cluster of flowers, thick enough to conceal them. The child crouched among the foliage, peering out nervously, while Li Guan, seated behind him, pondered the identity of this tigress. Surely, it could not be the gentle Xue Shuangtao. The child suddenly grew tense. She is here. She is here. Li Guan lifted her head, momentarily taken aback. It was around 5 o'clock in the previous life, and the sunlight had softened. Rays filtered through the gaps between the leaves, illuminating a young girl clad in vigorous attire as she approached. A warrior-like leather belt encircled her waist, her right hand donned a gauntlet, while her left grasped an ancient longbow. Her once gentle black hair was bound into a sleek ponytail with a golden ring, her gaze resolute, starkly contrasting with the previously soft and gentle demeanor of a young lady. "Come out. If you don't, I won't let you learn. I have prepared some snacks for you." The child exclaimed loudly. "I want tea. You are just trying to trick me into studying." Li Guan regarded her with a hint of pity. "Aren't you still being deceived?" Xue Shuangtao's eyes sparkled as she quickened her pace, saying, "Hurry out. Stop being naughty." "I refuse, you fierce tigress, fierce tigress." The young girl raised her brows slightly and commanded, "Xue Changqing, come out." At the utterance of his full name, the little boy visibly stiffened. Simultaneously, Xue Shuangtao pivoted to strike, intending to frighten her brother. However, her kick, aimed at him, inadvertently targeted someone behind. The gentle foliage was kicked aside, and Li Guan, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively raised her hand to block, applying pressure to subdue the attack. She had caught the young girl's ankle in her grasp. Chapter 21. The unmatched archery of the Xue family. Delicate petals fluttered down like a gentle rain. The young maiden, adorned in white stockings, her ankles delicately concealed, elicited a sensation of coolness akin to jade for Li Guanyi. In the fleeting moment of realization, he released his grasp, causing Xue Shuangtao to retreat with lightning speed. Her right foot, having been caught, touched the ground as if jolted by an electric shock, leading her to stagger backwards several steps. She swayed sideways, barely managing to steady herself with the bow held in her hands. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with panic, and a faint blush grazed her cheeks. Upon spotting her younger brother and the awkwardly handsome youth, Xue Shuangtao took a deep breath, feigning composure as she addressed him. "Mr. Li, you have arrived." The previous swift motion had taken Li Guanyi by surprise. Untrained in martial arts, he could only attempt to mitigate the situation and awkwardly responded. Just a bit of playful banter with the young master. At this moment, Xue Changqing, who had just regained her composure, suddenly realized the gravity of her predicament. With a spring-like motion, she exclaimed, You, are you that gentleman? You are hardly older than I." Behind her, the youth had placed his hands firmly on her shoulders. As anticipated, the corners of his mouth curled upwards, and with a gentle demeanor amidst her visible terror, he remarked, "Indeed, I am the very one you seek to evade, the newly arrived master of the arcane arts. Come, it is time for class." Xue Shuangtao observed Li Guanyi as he gently guided her younger brother, Xue Changqing, towards the pavilion. She took several quick, shallow breaths to restore her outward demeanor of grace and warmth, disregarding the look of terror on her brother's face, which seemed to say, "Who are you?" "You are not my sister." She invited Li Guanyi to sit down in the pavilion, known as Listening Wind Pavilion. Members of the Xue family occasionally visited this place to admire the scenery. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I, along with my elder brother and younger brother, would bring osmanthus cakes here to enjoy the moonlight. At present, we are undisturbed. I kindly request that you teach Changqing some fundamentals. Changqing, greet the gentleman. "I don't want to." Xue Changqing's eyes fell when he saw his sister's previously restored gentle expression. However, he obediently bowed, saying, "Changqing has met the gentleman." Growing up together, the elder sister held great authority in front of her younger brother. Xue Shuangtao spoke with a soft and composed tone. "Please be patient, esteemed sir. I shall change into a more suitable attire. My current military garb does not lend itself to the tranquility required for studying the mathematical texts. nodding in acknowledgement. Xue Shuangtao turned and left, her steps calm and quiet. Yet, upon rounding a thicket, her pace hastily quickened until she dashed into her private quarters. Once inside, she tossed her war bow onto the bed, removed her boots, and pulled off the silk stocking from her right foot, revealing a delicate foot akin to white jade. With a flick of her wrist, she discarded the discarded stocking onto the floor as if it were a flurry of snow, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Could it be that she had encountered a scoundrel? Even a modicum of skill could categorize him as such. Yet, it was she who had swept her foot toward him. As the gentleman approached, it was evident that he had not mastered any form of stealth. Sitting cross-legged, he seemed an immovable presence, leaving Xue Shuangtao feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration, unsure of how to proceed. She called out, "Riyun, Xiuemei." The two young maidens, both in their 20s, responded promptly. The young lady declared, "I wish to bathe." A modest girl naturally felt a twinge of embarrassment at such intimate attention. Yet she could neither strike the gentleman nor harm herself. After a brief moment of indecision, she puffed her cheeks and said, "Burn these stockings." The two beautiful maidens exchanged glances, and though they were unaware of the reasons behind her distress, they smiled and complied. Soon, they prepared all the necessary items for her bath. As the most cherished daughter of the Xue family, Shuangtao's bathing vessel was a grand basin, measuring 7 feet in length, 3 feet in width, and 1 foot 3 inches in height, adorned with images of tigers and fitted with large rings. The two maidens poured in water at the perfect temperature, infused with herbs to soothe her muscles. As Xue Shuangtao settled into the basin, her thoughts wandered beyond the current situation to the moments spent with her younger brother, moments that had been witnessed by the recently recruited scholar of calculations, shattering her composed and graceful exterior. This realization filled her with an inexplicable embarrassment, and despite her contemplation, no viable solution emerged. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, she surrendered to the moment, encircling her knees with her arms and sinking into the water. The sound of bubbling water broke the silence, and Xiuemei chuckled. "Miss, you seem to be in a low mood again. The last time was when the sparrow I raised flew away with its tail feathers untrimmed." Riyun, the other maiden, added with a smile, "Fear not. A refreshing bath will surely ease your mind and uplift your spirits." Li Guanyi and Xue Chaqing stared at each other in silence. Moments ago, a maid had presented an assortment of delicacies, 6 varieties of dried fruits, 6 types of fresh fruits, and 6 kinds of pastries, accompanied by a pot of freshly brewed tea. After sipping his tea, Li Guanyi inquired, "Why do you have an aversion to numerology?" Xue Chaqing replied, "Because it is of no use." Casting a glance around, he noticed his sister had not yet arrived, and with a youthful yet impolite tone, he declared, "In any case, I must say, I do not need numerology, nor do I wish for you to teach me. Can't we simply enjoy our conversation and snacks for the next hour? Are you suggesting idleness in exchange for pay? If it weren't for the bronze cauldron, I might have been more amenable," Li Guanyi mused. However, he understood the necessity of imparting knowledge of numerology to the young boy before him, as it was essential for gaining access to the elder gentleman who would facilitate the accumulation of the cauldron's jade liquid. Thus, he firmly asserted that is not permissible. The boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, looked at Li Guanyi and asked, "Is it that you find the compensation insufficient? I can offer more." After a brief intermission, Xue Shuangtao, having changed her attire, slightly raised her gaze. Possessing keen eyesight and hearing, she adjusted her pace, furrowing her brow slightly. Many a scholar had been dismissed by Xue Changqing in the past, having witnessed too much as a young scion of a prominent family. He displayed an unexpected maturity in certain respects. The previous accountants who had sought to take advantage had all been expelled from the Xue family upon discovery. With a confident wave of his small hand, Xue Changqing proclaimed, "Sister, how much are you willing to offer? I shall double it." Li Guanyi chuckled. "I fear that you may not be able to afford it." Xue Changqing boldly inquired, "How much?" Li Guanyi replied with a sense of tranquility, "Priceless." In the distance, Xue Shuangtao overheard this exchange and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such steadfast adherence to promises made him reconsider his earlier judgment, having secretly labeled him a lecher. As the internal energy flowed and he approached at a deliberate pace, it was only then that Li Guanyi noticed the sound of footsteps. Turning slightly, he beheld Xue Shuangtao, now adorned in a pale yellow long robe, with a blue sash accentuating her waist and a jade pendant cascading down. Since she was not venturing outside, her hair ornaments were somewhat sparse, yet her beauty remained striking. Upon encountering her elder brother, Xue Changqing, who had previously shown little respect to the newly arrived instructor, suddenly became subdued. Observing this change, Guanyi further inquired, "If you do not favor numerology, what do you prefer?" Shui Cha-Ching replied with conviction, "Certainly archery and horseback riding. The martial arts and extraordinary skills." Shui Shuangtao felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Shui Cha-Ching, arms crossed in defiance, sat there stubbornly. Guanyi, contemplating, gently suggested, "But what if numerology could significantly enhance your martial prowess?" Shui Cha-Ching retorted, "I do not believe that." With a smile, Guanyi proposed, "If you doubt it, shall we visit the training grounds to see for ourselves?" Shui Cha-Ching, initially puzzled, then felt a flicker of anticipation at the thought of practicing at the training grounds. "Are we really going?" "Of course." Guanyi then turned to Shui Shuangtao, asking, "Miss Shui, would that be permissible?" Although she harbored some doubts, she simply nodded and replied, "I shall defer to the instructor's judgment." However, the archery grounds for the Shui family were not located in the usual training arena, but rather indoors. This choice was made to mitigate the risk of injury to others due to insufficient skill among the disciples, and to provide a windless environment for beginners to master their craft before progressing to more advanced locations for archery practice. In this place, numerous descendants of the Shui family honed their archery skills. Upon the arrival of Shui Cha-Ching and Shui Shuangtao, curiosity ensued, especially when Shui Cha-Ching donned his archery attire and brandished a bow, drawing even more onlookers around him. With an air of pride, Shui Cha-Ching knocked an arrow onto the bowstring and released it with a straight shot. Indeed, he exhibited the poise befitting a scion of a prestigious lineage. However, due to his youth and lack of strength, he failed to hit the target. Although the Shui family possessed a plethora of archery techniques, they were not inclined to impart such knowledge to children of his age. The surrounding Shui family members exchanged amused glances as they watched the spectacle. Guanyi silently counted the time it took for the arrows to land. A voice called out the distance at which the arrow fell. After inquiring about the bow's draw weight, the arrow's weight, and Shui Cha-Ching's height, he prompted Shui Cha-Ching to shoot several more times. In his mind, he meticulously deduced the necessary data, corroborating his findings twice, and gradually felt a sense of assurance. The calculation of a mere projectile's trajectory was akin to a high school physics problem, yet the introduction of air resistance rendered it less precise than textbook calculations. Shui Cha-Ching, frustrated by his repeated misses, was met with a puzzled gaze from Shui Shuangtao, who was baffled by Guanyi's intentions to employ mathematics in the realm of martial prowess. The surrounding spectators, having overheard the agreement between Guanyi and Shui Cha-Ching, were filled with intrigue, and soon a considerable crowd had gathered to watch the unfolding drama. Guanyi seated himself calmly and said, "Please provide me with paper and pen. Then, I shall elucidate the method for you." In the heart of the Shui family's estate, there stands a pavilion overlooking a serene pond. A majestic white tiger spirit rests quietly by the water's edge, gazing at the rippling lotus pool stirred by the gentle spring breeze. An elderly man, distinguished by his flowing white hair, sits by the pond, a handful of fish food clasped in his hands, while colorful koi frolic in the water. Suddenly, a steward approaches briskly. The elder, with his eyes fixed on the koi, inquires with a smile, "Has the esteemed scholar Frost Tide, who was sought after today, arrived? Is he capable of instructing the young master Cha-Ching?" The steward replies, "I have just received news. The young master has gone to the training grounds." The elder furrows his brow slightly, questioning, why would he venture to the martial arena for scholarly pursuits? Pausing momentarily, he muses, is there truly a correlation between scholarly arts and martial prowess? How intriguing. After a brief contemplation, he scatters the fish food into the pond and remarks, "I have yet to hear of such a notion. Let us proceed. I too shall take a look." Rising to his feet, the elder is followed lazily by the white tiger spirit, which stretches and yawns before trailing behind him towards the training grounds. In the inner courtyard, the maidservants move swiftly, their footsteps soft and silent upon the ground. They carry large sheets of white paper to the designated archery training area, bending to unfurl a meter-wide sheet beside Guanyi, before presenting him with exquisite stationery. Guanyi picks up a brush, moistening it on the inkstone, and proceeds to inscribe formulas, meticulously arranging various data. The originally hypothetical symbols are replaced with characters representing heaven, earth, and humanity. His calligraphy had also been taught by his aunt. During times of hardship, he would dip his fingers in water to write on the stone table, or he would use a branch to inscribe characters in the damp sand. It was always legible. At this moment, as the characters emerged, the voices of those idly chatting around him were subdued. He truly possesses some skill. Guanyi found himself surrounded by a multitude of onlookers. some curious members of the Shui family rushed out to summon friends who were not present. Such an event, where mathematical techniques were employed to instruct martial arts, was unprecedented. Today, it was uncertain whether it would open their eyes or merely provide amusement. In any case, it could not be deemed a misfortune. Shui Shuangtao observed Li Guanyi, his eyes blinking slightly, as curiosity blossomed within him, wondering how Li Guanyi would proceed. Only Shui Chongqing persisted in drawing a bow, even if he missed. He continued to enjoy the act of archery. At merely 8 years old, despite having practiced the Shui family's internal skills since childhood, his strength was insufficient, and his archery skills were lacking, causing his arrows to stray wildly around the target. Those who practiced archery here were all members of the Shui family, fully aware of the young master's situation. Presently, as this master of techniques made such bold claims, they were intrigued, yet deep within, where they themselves might not even recognize it, lay a strong sense of skepticism, even a hint of disdain. This disbelief stemmed from their long-standing experiences. Thus, the older they grew, the more they resisted and resented such notions. Archery is a profoundly intricate martial art. To hit the mark requires thousands, even tens of thousands of repetitions. They had all undergone this process. How could it possibly be determined by mere paper and ink? As the surrounding sounds began to rise, even the faintest whispers contributed to the growing clamor. Li Guanyi lifted his pen, surveying the curious gazes around him. He displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he rested his pen down and smiled, saying, "All right, that should suffice." Shui Chongqing had taken numerous shots, yet none had hit the mark, leaving him somewhat disheartened. "In fact, I could even offer you a daily stipend," he declared, raising his head and puffing out his chest. "I will increase the reward. But what if you lose?" Li Guanyi replied with a smile. "If I lose, I shall not insist that you learn the art of numbers. How does that sound?" Shui Chongqing's eyes sparkled as he responded, "It's a deal." However, after a brief pause, he found himself torn between excitement and anticipation at the prospect of not having to learn arithmetic. The thought that if Li Guanyi were to win, it would imply that he could indeed use numerical skills to assist him in hitting the target. Wasn't that a delightful prospect? In that moment, he was uncertain whether to wish for Li Guanyi's victory or defeat. Amidst this complex emotional turmoil, Li Guanyi instructed Shui Chongqing to draw the bow and take aim. While he remained seated, subtly adjusting the angle, the arrowhead should point 3 fingers upward. Now, just a slight downward adjustment, and that's perfect. With the bow fully drawn, he commanded, "Release." Is it truly that simple? Is he mocking me? Shui Chongqing instinctively loosened his grip on the bowstring, and the arrow was launched into the air. The onlookers chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. Traditionally, elders would stand beside their disciples, guiding them to stabilize their stance and perfect their aim. How could one possibly achieve mastery by mere observation? Indeed, it is rather unreliable. The young lady is likewise deceived by this individual, merely a youth yet to shed his innocence. A muffled thud resonated, momentarily capturing the attention of the Shui family warriors. The previously subdued murmur of conversation coalesced into a cacophony. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. A transformation so profound that one could almost hear the faint tremor of an arrow's fletching after striking the target. Shui Shuangtao's eyes widened slightly as she beheld the arrow embedded in the target, then shifted her gaze toward the young man, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes. Shui Chongqing, in disbelief, stared at the arrow and murmured, Did I hit it? I hit it. Sister, I hit it." The younger members of the Shui clan exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise, skepticism, and the belief that it was mere luck reflected in their eyes. Li Guanyi was about to rise when his movements faltered slightly. A warm sensation coursed through his chest. The bronze cauldron emitted a low hum, and the jade liquid began to rise imperceptibly, signifying. Li Guanyi lifted his head slightly. Though he could not see the elder, he seemed to hear the low growl of a fierce tiger. A tiger's paw, the size of a doorway, rested beside him. Heaven knows how he discerned both grace and languor from such a simple gesture. The youth clad in blue sat cross-legged, his gaze unwavering. The ancestral figure of the Shui family had arrived. Li Guanyi retracted his earlier intention to merely allow Shui Chongqing to hit the target. Once the fish is hooked, one must bait it well. He picked up his brush and resumed his calculations before suddenly declaring, "Draw the bow and knock the arrow." The young members of the Shui family, having just begun their debate, were taken aback and exchanged bewildered glances. Had he not already struck the target? What more could he possibly desire? Only Shui Chongqing remained earnest and obedient, excitedly drawing his bow, while Li Guanyi observed from the side, ensuring the angle was correct. He then simply stated the instructions, and Xue Chongqing released the bowstring. The arrow soared forth, this time directly striking the tail of the previous arrow, cleaving through its fletching. A 16-year-old boy from the Xue family murmured. A sequence of arrows, where the test lay not in sheer power but in skill and precision. Some might be capable of splitting stones with a single shot, yet would falter when required to shoot in succession. They relied heavily on brute strength. Yet, this advanced technique had manifested in a child who had been unable to hit the target just half an hour prior. Li Guanyi instructed once more, draw the bow. Knock the arrow. Xue Chongqing released 2 more arrows, both striking the fletching of the earlier arrow, creating a chain of 4 interconnected arrows. In terms of mathematics and physics, as long as the parameters are established, the results will invariably align. Li Guanyi could only marvel at the consistency exhibited by the martial artist. The rest of the Xue family, however, could scarcely believe their eyes. Xue Xuantao's voice rang clear as she declared. The first arrow was released, followed by 3 more in rapid succession, each arrow linked seamlessly, akin to a string of pearls. This was a testament to the skills assessed in the 6 arts of a gentleman, measuring not the power of archery, but the control of precision. Their hearts were profoundly shaken, and the doubt in their eyes dissipated entirely. Yet, Li Guanyi was already preparing to ink his brush anew, calmly stating, draw the bow. Knock the arrow. The members of the Xue family instinctively tightened their expressions. Again, another 3 arrows awaited. The arrows released this time, along with the mark of the first arrow, formed 4 intersecting points resembling a well. Xue Xuantao's eyes sparkled as he softly uttered, well ceremony. For arrows. Like the configuration of a well. This was also part of the 5-arrow assessment in archery, marked only by the sound of arrows slicing through the air. Center hit, string of pearls, linking, well ceremony. Within the Xue family's martial arts arena, a profound silence enveloped the space, broken only by the faint sound of Xue Chongqing's breathing. Li Guanyi calmly instructed, draw the bow, knock the arrow. The Xue clan's disciples collectively held their breath. For reasons unknown, they suddenly perceived the youth seated cross-legged nearby as towering, his tranquil voice, unchanged in tone, resonated with an indescribable sense of formidable pressure that left them feeling breathless. Only Xue Chongqing was exhilarated, promptly knocking his arrow as Li Guanyi confirmed the angle. Lowering his gaze, seemingly engrossed in calculations, he said, release the arrow. The arrow shot forth, spinning as it pierced through the previously filled target, striking the bullseye with such force that it penetrated the already fragile target. A prolonged silence ensued as Li Guanyi lifted his brush. The Xue clan members collectively changed color. The youth placidly set the brush upon the stand. Xue Chongqing inquired, Sir, shall we not practice further? What more is there to practice? Your hands are trembling. Li Guanyi replied, shaking his head. There is no ink left. It was only then that the Xue clan disciples noticed the inkstone before the youth had run dry. Just at that moment, the main door swung open abruptly. The vast expanse of the azure sky stretched infinitely outside, as an elderly man with snow-white hair stepped inside. The breeze stirred, causing the ink-laden white papers beside the young boy in blue to flutter. The youth remained seated, his gaze tranquil. Not a trace of ink staining his garments or hands. Ha ha ha, what a master of numerology. Truly a prodigious talent. The disciples of the Xue family displayed expressions of profound respect. Ancestor. Xue Chongqing rushed forward, clutching his bow and arrow. Grandfather, I hit the target. I've succeeded. You must teach me the 13 styles of the divine bow. The old man laughed heartily, ruffling his grandson's hair with affection. Good. My Chongqing is indeed gifted. It seems that in this generation, someone can finally wield our long seal-breaking cloud-shocking heaven bow, which has remained untouched for over 130 years. The 13 styles of the divine bow and the breaking cloud-shocking heaven bow? Li Guanyi inquired with curiosity, rising to pay his respects. The bronze cauldron of jade liquid had reached a significant level. Unfortunately, Xue Chongqing had reached his limit. Otherwise, Li Guanyi could have prolonged the process further. However, it would not be prudent to endanger the child, and with the current state at 70%, there would be ample time thereafter. In a month, success was assured. The elder regarded him with admiration, exclaiming, Is it merely numerology? I have never heard of such a discipline. I am quite intrigued. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Might I stroll and converse with you for a while? Li Guanyi glanced at the elder and the white tiger beside him. Of course, at this moment. The bronze cauldron of jade liquid had reached 70%. Chapter 23, Divine Weapons. The elder, upon hearing Li Guanyi's agreement, smiled and nodded, then inquired, Is Xuangtao coming as well? What about Chongqing? Shui Chongqing, unfazed, waved his arms dismissively and replied, I shall not attend. Grandfather, your conversations are rather dull. I wish to continue practicing archery. He was brimming with enthusiasm, akin to a child who has just received a cherished toy, grasping the bow with fervor. Though his hands trembled slightly after his last shot, he was now regaining steadiness, ready to draw the bow once more. Guanyi raised an eyebrow and continued to advise. Excess can be detrimental. Be cautious not to injure yourself. The elder noted Guanyi's gaze and casually remarked, our Shui family's proprietary internal martial arts. The divine bow heart technique is unrivaled in its mastery of the senses and arms. Chongqing, having trained since the age of 5, has already made some progress. So there is no need for your concern. This boy possesses a rebellious spirit and a penchant for practice. Let him be. Young sir, please proceed. I am quite curious and have numerous topics I wish to discuss with you. The elder then turned and strolled towards the entrance, with the white tiger lazily trailing behind. Guanyi followed the manifestation of the white tiger, remaining within the optimal range for the bronze cauldron to accumulate the precious liquid. He suspected that the cauldron's capacity for accumulation and its range of absorption were linked to his own abilities. Shui Shuangtao admonished his younger brother, Shui Chongqing, and hastily caught up, closing the door behind them. The sounds of archery gradually faded, concealed beyond the threshold, suggesting that the elder had been quietly listening at the door. Shui Shuangtao approached and grasped his grandfather's arm, inquiring with curiosity, Grandfather, when did you arrive? The elder gently patted his granddaughter's hair and smiled warmly, saying, I arrived long ago, but I feared it might disrupt Chongqing's archery skills, hence I refrained from entering. Yet, none of you seem to notice my presence. However, it is indeed my first encounter with such mathematical techniques from the young master. If everyone could achieve this, would it not mean that all are capable archers, able to hit their targets every time? The recent success was merely due to the fixed target, and Chongqing possesses the Shui family's techniques, practicing in the very arena designated for Shui family disciples. But what if it rains? What if the wind rises? Furthermore, the bows and arrows used in the arena are already finely tuned. The crux lies in the fact that when one wields a bow against a human opponent, the adversary is not a static target. They are capable of movement. The elder, intrigued, inquired, then why does the young master suggest that mathematics can complement martial arts? What is the reasoning behind this? If he is fond of martial arts, guiding him to learn mathematics from that perspective would surely yield remarkable results. The elder, surprised, chuckled and asked, the concept of teaching according to one's aptitude is rather novel. I have not encountered it before. Is this an original thought of yours? Guanyi replied, I came across this idea before arriving here, spoken by an elderly gentleman with the surname Kong. The elder contemplated this statement and ultimately conceded. These 4 characters surpass the teachings of the so-called private academies and tutors of today by an immeasurable degree. Indeed, the world is vast, and it is astonishing to discover such individuals of whom I have never heard. So, from where did the young master acquire his mathematical knowledge? As the old man spoke these words, a smile graced his lips, and the white tiger manifestation cast a curious glance at Guanyi, seemingly intrigued yet devoid of malice. In response, Guanyi felt a stir within his heart, and, with a carefree laugh, replied, Indeed, during my flight from peril, I encountered an elderly gentleman along the way, who imparted wisdom and guidance to me. Shui Shuangtao widened her eyes, observing the boy who spoke lies as naturally as one breathes, as if she had come to know a new Guanyi. Your swordsmanship was taught by a stranger on the road, and the principles of your instruction were imparted by that old man. Even your numerology? Such words led even her to suspect he was fabricating excuses. Her grandfather held considerable influence within the Shui family, and never had anyone dared to speak in such a tone. She couldn't help but worry about her grandfather's temper. Yet she soon heard the old man erupt into hearty laughter, seemingly quite amused. It appears that young sir has many teachers indeed. I must meet this master of numerology one day. Guanyi pondered, realizing that the instructors who had taught him numerology likely resided in a different realm, perhaps lamenting over midterms and finals, frustrated by mischievous students, while holding a thermos filled with goji berries, exclaiming, You are the worst class I have ever taught. They lived mundane, peaceful lives, surrounded by computers and soda, a daily existence that filled him with envy. How could I possibly introduce you to that master of numerology? Unless a great master descends from the heavens and strikes me upon the head. The old man laughed heartily, yet remained unfazed. Guanyi, who was initially barred from entering the inner courtyard, found himself unimpeded today, guided by an elder. As he traversed the grounds, he beheld a series of courtyards, each varying in size and grandeur. Some entrances were adorned with shadow walls, their thresholds graced by exquisitely crafted carriages embellished with dragons and tigers, while others appeared more austere. He recognized that this was the residence of the guest officials. The guest officials of the Shui family enjoyed separate abodes, an envy among the other members of the household. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that even among the guest officials, distinctions existed. The inner courtyard was fortified by high walls, distinctly separating the Shui family's inner sanctum from the outer world, marked by battlements reminiscent of city walls. Servants armed with long staves, their waists adorned with weapons, patrolled confidently atop these walls, suggesting they were well-versed in martial arts. Guanyi pondered quietly, truly a family of great prestige, reflective of the tumultuous times. He speculated about the identity of the youth casually conversing with the Shui family's venerable ancestor. Anyone encountering the elder would instinctively feel diminished, as if in the presence of a deity, speaking with trepidation and careful consideration, seldom exhibiting the ease and grace of this young man. The elder pointed towards a particular courtyard and inquired, "What do you think of this residence, young sir?" The courtyard featured 3 entrances, complete with pavilions and waterside pavilions, standing out as exceptional. Guanyi replied, "It is splendid." A subtle smile graced the elder's face as he continued, "The courtyard belongs to a guest official, a martial artist who has long resided here and has taken a wife from our Shui family branch. He is permitted to live here with his family. If you so desire, young sir, you could pursue a similar arrangement. There are numerous young women among our 13 branches of the Shui family who are of a similar age to you, many of whom possess remarkable beauty." Guanyi remarked, "The meaning of the elder." The old man ambled forward at a leisurely pace, casually inquiring, "Sir, you should be able to discern my intentions. Would you be willing to serve as a guest scholar for the Shui family?" Shui Shuangtao was taken aback, his eyes widening. 13 years old, a guest scholar? Guanyi deliberately added, "However, isn't it customary that one can only assume the role of a guest scholar upon entering the territory?" The old man erupted into hearty laughter. "Such a naive notion. My words are the very essence of the Shui family's rules. For 3 centuries, our family has distanced itself from the courts and battlefields, and thus we have engaged in commerce for generations. Young sir, what do you believe is the most crucial quality for a merchant? It is vision and audacity." The elder gazed at the youth, his white brows raised, his eyes fierce like a tiger, and with a grin he declared, "Just as in the battlefield, one must seize the opportune moment to strike in order to survive and achieve merit. The same applies to commerce. If one merely treads cautiously, one can only make ends meet. Throughout history, the greatest merchants and heroes have been formidable gamblers, those who win reap vast fortunes and eternal renown, while those who lose face ruin and infamy. At the age of 6, I triumphed in a wager over a volume of history, poring over it by lamplight until my eyes were swollen. For the past 120 years, as the fortunes of the Qin state have risen and fallen, the wealth of the Shui family has tripled. These eyes have yet to lose a single wager, and this time, I see your potential and intend to gamble once more. Placing my bet on you." Guanyi inquired, "What does the esteemed elder wish to wager?" At the tender age of 13, he had already mastered the art of numbers, frequently encountering esteemed individuals. His internal cultivation had reached remarkable heights, nearing a state of transcendence. His demeanor and style were governed by an inherent sense of propriety. The old man wagered on his future, confident that he would undoubtedly make a name for himself in the world, predicting that within a decade, he would emerge as a valuable asset to the realm. Offering timely assistance was far more commendable than mere embellishment. Understanding the stakes, he pondered whether such a gamble was any less significant than discreetly forming clandestine alliances. Today, witnessing the joy on the young man's face, the elder decided to lay everything bare before him, inquiring, "What say you?" His words exuded an unrestrained grandeur. Shui Shuangtao held his breath, momentarily rendered speechless. Guanyi interjected, "Of course, I desire it immensely, but esteemed elder, you have only seen me twice. Are you not afraid of losing this wager?" The elder inquired about the vastness of history and geography. "Why?" he asked. "To open one's eyes." "Open my eyes to what?" Guanyi replied, gazing intently at him. "To behold this world." The elder erupted into hearty laughter, akin to a fierce tiger howling under the moonlit sky atop a mountain. Striding forward, he casually pushed open the door to the listening wind pavilion, saying, "Li Kaching, please, step inside." Upon entering, the interior was remarkably simple. The elder moved with purpose, personally brewing tea. Li Guan felt the bronze cauldron within him had reached an impressive 98% of its capacity, akin to the previous red dragon. Yet here it remained stubbornly stuck. To break through to the final stage, he surmised he would need to employ profound techniques akin to the mystical imprints of the previous ascent beyond 1,000 peaks. But how could he achieve that? He sensed a vague formation of a white tiger upon the bronze cauldron, yet it had yet to solidify, remaining unstable, far from rising like the red dragon. As he settled into his seat, his gaze was momentarily captivated by an object. It was a bow. An ancient war bow, imbued with an aura of solemnity, rests prominently upon the elevated platform in the center of the listening wind pavilion. Li Guan, captivated, observes the blurred image of a white tiger on the bronze cauldron, which seems poised to roar. A powerful yearning surges within him, urging him to grasp it tightly. The young man notices the inscriptions beside the bow, emanating a sharp martial spirit. Chapter 24, The Greatest Divine General. Li Guan recalls this name. Just moments ago, when Xue Chongqing proudly boasted to his grandfather about his marksmanship, he mentioned his intent to master the 13 forms of the divine bow. The elder had also referenced the heaven-shattering bow, which is said to be the legendary weapon that has remained sealed for 130 years. Li Guan senses the nascent white tiger's manifestation on the bronze cauldron straining to roar, seemingly yearning to leap forth and touch the bow. The elder, noticing Li Guan's gaze, chuckles knowingly and remarks, "Mr. Li, have you taken an interest in the heaven-shattering bow? It is hardly surprising. None who visit the Listening Wind Pavilion can resist its allure. However, I presume you are not acquainted with the legends surrounding this bow?" Li Guan shakes his head. The elder sets down his teacup and reaches out to touch the bow, saying, 500 years ago, our ancestors relied on this very bow to repel an army of 300,000 with just 3 arrows. It is said that the ancestor descended as the White Tiger Star Lord from the celestial realm to quell the chaos of the world. In his youth, he lived in poverty, tending to the flocks of the wealthy for sustenance. However, he encountered a magnificent and formidable tiger, akin to a mountain in stature. In a fierce battle, he vanquished the beautiful yet perilous creature. Subsequently, he crafted this bow from the divine wood found at the foot of Kunwa Mountain, with the tiger's spirit transformed into the bowstring. The weapon, housed upon a rack, often emitted a self-generated sound in the stillness of windless nights, the resonance of the bowstring reminiscent of a tiger's roar. It is said that in those days, an ancestor of the Xue family unleashed the final arrow of 3, which soared over 100 miles, striking down a general of the enemy within his royal tent. When that arrow was released, the celestial clouds above were rent asunder, and the heavens trembled in a cacophony akin to thunder. Hence, it was aptly named the bow of shattering clouds and shaking heavens. 100 miles. Li Guanyi felt a twitch in his eyelids. What fearsome power is this? The name bow of shattering clouds and shaking heavens is indeed a reflection of reality, not mere exaggeration. This was the first time Xue Shuangtao had heard her grandfather speak of such tales. Upon hearing of the 100-mile feat, her expression momentarily froze, utterly unable to fathom such terrifying strength. The elder chuckled, saying, "You surely find this hard to believe, do you not?" I too was incredulous. It is entirely ordinary for a martial artist to shatter a mountain with a single punch or to shoot arrows that penetrate rock walls. However, the legends of ancestors like mine, I once thought were mere fabrications, exaggerated to embellish our family's legacy. Who hasn't he experienced youth? I too have known the fervor of youth, questioning the heavens and earth, doubting my parents, challenging authority, and placing my faith solely in myself. At the age of 18, armed with a bow and 3 arrows, I dared to traverse the vast expanse of the merchant world. Back then, the state of Ying was still known as Wei, and the banks of the Weishui River had yet to be stained with the blood of the powerful. I crossed the Longlian mountain range, riding upon the shaggy cattle of the Tongxiang people, beneath a boundless sky where the daughters of herdsmen sang melodious songs. My skin became sunburned, my face both itchy and painful. After consuming their fishy sour milk, I reclined upon the back of the cattle, my face shielded by a hide, reminiscing about the tender water plants and perch of my homeland, filled with regret for my reckless journey. It was then that I heard their jubilant cheers. Shielding my forehead with my hand, I beheld a colossal void atop their sacred mountain, as if the earth had been cleaved by a great dragon's passage, shattering the mountain's heart. Sunlight poured through the chasm, illuminating the scene with an astonishing beauty. They referred to this as Aruan Werhajiabo Desidawa, which translates to the arrow of the central plains Bodhisattva that pierces the sacred mountain. This was the legacy left by my ancestors. Yet, The true target of their arrows lay far beyond the rear of that sacred mountain. My forebears had deceived me. The elder, his palm caressing the bow, spoke with an effort to maintain composure. Though the ripples of emotion were unmistakable, the final arrow among the three shot by our ancestors did not travel a mere 100 miles, but rather 380 miles, striking down the king of the grasslands within his golden tent. His blood stained the royal canopy, and the 18 tribes that had gathered for the great assembly of the steppe were irrevocably scattered, thus alleviating the crisis of the empire. An arrow spanning 380 miles? Li Guan's eyes shimmered with an unusual light. In that moment, I truly believed that 5 centuries ago, my ancestor from the Shui family ranked first on the divine general's list, a fact beyond dispute. Our family, breaking the clouds and shaking the heavens bow. The foremost among divine weaponry is equally veritable. At that time, I was consumed by fervor, practicing archery with unwavering determination, releasing 3,000 arrows each day for a whole 3 months. My palms were chafed and torn by the bowstring, the wounds scabbed over only to be broken open again. Ultimately, I managed to shoot an arrow into the very void my ancestor had once penetrated, achieving a sense of spiritual completeness. Li Guan and Shui Shuangtao envisioned such a grand spectacle. A colossal, towering sacred mountain bore a massive void, while the nomadic people, clad in furs, knelt upon the grass, their elbows resting on the earth, palms raised to the heavens in earnest supplication. Meanwhile, the descendants wielding bows and arrows stood between heaven and earth, their hearts brimming with profound emotions. Li Guan questioned, "Is it truly the world's foremost?" The elder sighed once more, "Indeed it is. Alas, since that time, only 2 have possessed the strength to draw this bow, and the last of them passed away 5 years before my birth. For 130 years, this bow has remained untouched, and the thunderous sound of its string has not been heard. It is said that one who can wield and draw this bow will directly inherit the legacy of our ancestors, swiftly mastering the extraordinary skills of old, empowered by the might of divine weaponry to shoot with unerring accuracy. Moreover, when utilizing the corresponding arrows, one could achieve a range of at least 50 li, leaving a path of devastation, turning jade and stone to ash, fracturing mountains and rivers. Within the bronze cauldron, the white tiger manifestation thrashed and roared violently, filled with an insatiable longing that made Li Guan wince at the cacophony. This desire, almost instinctual in nature, to seize the bow and unleash its power, was fiercely suppressed by the young man. The elder, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter. To lift it? This bow demands an exceedingly stringent condition for its grasp. One must possess the white tiger manifestation akin to that of our ancestors. Absent such a quality, even the mightiest warrior in the realm would find it impossible to wield this bow, let alone draw it. Li Guan's thoughts momentarily paused. The white tiger manifestation? Meanwhile, the white tiger manifestation on the bronze cauldron writhed with eagerness, yearning to leap forth, yet it remained confined as the cauldron's jade liquid had not yet fully coalesced. Frustrated, it coiled into a ball, rolling against the walls of the cauldron, only to be sent sprawling by the tail of the red dragon, akin to a snowball being tossed aside. Wah-woo. A-woo. Thus, a fierce contest unfolded atop the bronze cauldron, a battle between dragon and tiger. Li Guan contemplated. Divine General, manifestation. The elder casually extended his hand, and a book soared towards him. He handed it to Li Guan, saying, "Indeed, the manifestation is unrelated to realms. It is a characteristic possessed solely by those of true, unparalleled prowess." A millennium ago, the 3 esteemed rankings were already established: the Divine General List, the Divine Weapon List, and the Manifestation List. These 3 rankings are not merely the result of someone's announcement, but rather they have emerged from the tumultuous conflicts and fierce battles that plague the world. The Divine Generals, unmatched throughout the realm, possess extraordinary abilities and wield divine weapons, traversing the battlefield with a commanding presence, capable of shifting the tides of fate with their singular strength, unparalleled by any other. Thus, they are referred to as the top 3 rankings. Shui Shuangtao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "The top 3 rankings? Are there other lists as well?" The elder, stroking his beard, replied, "Indeed. Where there are many, there will be competition for supremacy. The top 3 rankings are determined by the fierce clashes of great nations and the struggles within the battlefield, whereas numerous other lists are often disseminated by those with ulterior motives, seeking to sow discord within the martial world and stir up controversy. Although these may hold some merit, they also invite trouble. If a martial artist rises to the master ranking, they shall find no peace. Should a woman ascend the beauty ranking, she will attract covetous gazes. Such fortunes can bring misfortune, and you would do well to avoid them. Are you interested in the top 3 rankings, young scholar? The elder asked. Indeed, came the reply. The old man, without hesitation, noted that the top 3 rankings were not accessible to just anyone, yet he still procured a copy for Li Guan. Tossing it to the youth as casually as if he were discarding a piece of paper, saying, "The tea is not yet brewed, you may look. But you cannot take it away." Li Guan nodded thoughtfully, flipping through the document while asking, "Where does Qinggui's strongest general rank?" The elder responded, "Once." The pacifying duke was ranked in the top 10, yet he met an untimely demise. Currently, the most formidable is General Yu. Ranked 11th, Li Guan was momentarily taken aback. To think that the mighty General Yu, who commanded the unwavering loyalty of Yu Qianfeng, was placed at 11th. The elder pondered for a moment and remarked, "The rankings of divine generals bear little relation to their battle achievements or the inherent potential of the generals themselves. If one considers the nation they hail from, the current sovereign is proficient in composing exquisite poetry and painting breathtaking landscapes. I digress. You may discern the matter for yourself, young scholar." Li Guan understood immediately. The rankings of divine generals in the state of Qin were notably low. He opened the divine general rankings and swiftly scanned through the names, searching for one he recognized. Would there be one? After a thorough glance, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he found the name he sought. Yu Qianfeng, ranked 34th on the list, noted for being the foremost in southern land combat. With a roar, he unleashed a mighty strike, the forge blade shattering into fragments as it cleaved through the air, creating a tempest that swept away a dozen elite assassins, scattering them like leaves in the wind. The burly man furrowed his brow, muttering in frustration, "Alas, if only I had brought my divine weapon." All along the way, snipers were relentless. His vision was keen. He could already faintly perceive the distant city. Turning to the elder, who was still engrossed in his calculations, he said, "Elder, we are nearing Guanyi." Chapter 25. The Dragon's Roar and Tiger's Howl. Clutching a divine weapon, Yu Qianfeng's keen sight allowed him to behold the city ahead. As one of the 2 fortified cities flanking the capital of Qin State, Jiangzhou, its unique construction stood merely 100 miles away. With Yu Qianfeng's agility, even accompanied by this scholar, who was unversed in martial arts, they could reach their destination within half a day, even if faced with formidable foes along the way. Yet the old man merely sat upon the rock, a branch in hand, tracing intricate patterns upon the thin layer of dust. Even when an assassin approached, he did not lift his gaze. The dust bore a vast circle, adorned with countless stars, intricate and manifold. The branch in the old man's hand resembled a sculptor's chisel, carving through this celestial sphere as symbols cascaded down, gradually becoming so complex that even Yu Qianfeng could not comprehend them. This was the method of the celestial spheres division. The venerable elder was indeed a seasoned figure of the Taoist tradition, a 24th sacrificial wine master, well-versed in astronomy and an esteemed expert in numerology, particularly adept at divination. He claimed that all earthly matters were already imprinted in the luminous glow of the stars, and by excising the irrational, one could draw ever closer to the truth. Yu Qianfeng called out a few more times before the elder finally raised his head. "Elder, shall we set forth immediately?" he inquired. "I am grateful, General Yu, for your patience in accompanying this old man for a few more days," the elder replied. Yu Qianfeng understood. Prior to their departure, the elder had dispatched letters to his friends, which included the great Confucian Wang Tong, the 7th master of the moist who traversed the nations, and the oldest living practitioner of the Yinyang school, the master of fate. Yu Qianfeng recalled the legendary organization and remarked, "The Celestial Pivot Society of the East Continent?" The old man shook his head. "That would be excessively harsh. I merely wish to leave him a path for survival. To achieve great renown requires utmost caution." Yu Qianfeng mused, "Great renown, utmost caution. Indeed, to slay indiscriminately would yield no benefit and cause great harm, and thus, preserving his life is indeed feasible." The elderly man bowed his head in contemplation and calmly stated, "I intend to bestow upon Guanyi a significant reputation, like a torrential downpour from the heavens. May it saturate all equally. How much can it sustain? That shall depend on its fortune." Yu Qianfeng understood that the esteemed reputation the old man spoke of was also a means to rally support for the rescue of General Yu. In the Qin Kingdom, where literature was esteemed and martial prowess revered, the strategies employed varied greatly across different realms. Such a method would only prove advantageous within the Qin Kingdom. He gazed upon Guanyi, contemplating the necessity of escorting the elder into the city. The garrison had been replaced by the renowned General Liu Yuxian, while the mightiest within the city was undoubtedly the old white tiger of the Shui family. Although separated by 100 miles and standing alone, it felt akin to 2 armies poised for battle. When shall my venerable friend arrive? In no less than 4 or 5 days, perhaps as long as half a month. Very well, at that time, I shall capture some wanted criminals and send them charging towards Guanyi, thereby dispersing the T and the city's defenders. Meanwhile, I will confront Liu Yuxian and the patriarch of the Shui family directly, employing a strategy of diversion. At that moment, my esteemed elder can enter the city with ease. Under the guise of grandeur, they would dare not lay a finger upon you. The elder inquired, will this not endanger the common folk? Yu Qianfeng assured him, I have my methods to control those fugitives. They are all individuals who value their lives. Faced with the choice between a perilous escape and immediate death, they will surely discern the difference. As for Shui Daiyong, he possesses both insight and a penchant for risk, yet ultimately remains a merchant. Merchants prioritize profit and would not willingly engage in a fight to the death with me. The elderly man nodded, completing the intricate pattern that resembled a magnificent work of art. However, as he calculated, his white brows furrowed slightly. What troubles you? Asked Qianfeng. The elder stroked his beard and replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps I have erred in my calculations. Indeed, I employed the circular method today to ascertain whether there are disciples. Yet the resulting image appears peculiar. It is as round as the heavens, adorned with a multitude of stars. Presently, we find ourselves in the spring of March. Yet my calculations revealed a vast emptiness, the dragon's horn of Longxiu manifesting in the southern sky, with the sun and moon traversing through it, while the tiger's residence still shone in the western sky, both radiating their brilliance. The south is associated with fire, and with the dragon traversing it, this portends great misfortune. Unless I have miscalculated, it suggests that my destined one bears the auspicious forms of the dragon and tiger, traversing the path of warfare, specifically the fiery dragon and the white tiger. Fiery dragon, white tiger. The elder could not help but chuckle, pointing to the circular method of the heavens and the myriad symbols inscribed within. He clapped his hands and recited, the myriad symbols serve as brackets, roofing the azure sky without hindrance for many years, culminating in a profound connection. Cultivating successfully has reached 3,000. The fiery dragon subdued, the tiger subdued, and the land connects to the celestial. Within the listening wind pavilion of the Shui family, Li Guan perused the 3 lists. These lists were few, with the list of divine generals being the most populated, featuring over 100 renowned generals from various factions. The lists of divine weapons and were considerably less extensive. As the elder brewed tea, Li Guan seized the opportunity to inquire about the knowledge he sought. Shui Daiyong, ever forthcoming, laughed and said, as for the so-called, divided into 2 categories, the innate and the acquired. The innate are exceedingly rare. Throughout a century, there may be no more than 10 individuals known as the prodigies of nature, such as the ancient beings with double pupils, Longzhuan and Longyan. Conversely, the acquired are those who have endured hardships, engaged in battles, and persevered in their cultivation. Ultimately, they amalgamate their martial will with the essence of the universe, manifesting a dharmakaya. While it is indeed enviable to possess an innate, the world operates in such a manner that there are always those endowed with extraordinary talent, as if they descend upon the earth with a mission. Talent is an unpredictable gift. However, those of innate nature are merely hearsay. I, having lived for 130 years, have yet to encounter anyone of low martial realm possessing a. Li Guan nodded in agreement. The elder continued, aside from their remarkable efficacy in combat, possess certain unique characteristics. For instance, I have heard that some allow their bearers to wield weapons effortlessly, while others render the holder immune to all poisons. There exists another that ensures eternal youth. These attributes require no particular realm, only the possession of a, and they are perpetually effective. Li Guan grew curious, pondering the unique qualities of the red dragon and white tiger. A knock echoed from outside the door. The elder of the Shui family said, "Come in." The elderly steward approached briskly, bearing a tray, which he placed upon the table. "Young sir," Shui Daiyong began, "you have a family, and the internal affairs of the Shui household are somewhat chaotic. There are many men here, even if they are guest scholars. They may not bring their families unless they marry into the Shui family branches." He picked up a piece of paper from the tray, pressed it onto the table, and pushed it towards Li Guanyi. The old man smiled faintly. "This is the deed to the courtyard you reside in. That courtyard, along with the land it occupies, now belongs to you. The matters you desired regarding the registry have also been taken care of." Li Guanyi held the deed to the courtyard in his hands. The rent for the courtyard was not insignificant. Purchasing it would cost 500 guan, and with the deed included, the price might be even higher. Was it really presented this way? A thought flickered through the young man's mind. Could it be converted to cash? Even half the price would suffice. He noted that the steward had entered unbidden, rather than at the old man's command, implying that it was likely Xue Daoyong had instructed the steward to change the deed while he was at the martial arts arena. The old man continued, "This is a gesture of goodwill from the Xue family, regardless of whether you wish to become a guest scholar. Only the most unscrupulous merchants fixate on gold and silver. True merchants value friendship. For the sake of camaraderie, even 1,000 pieces of gold are trivial. You are a person of sentiment and loyalty, and I extend my friendship to you, ensuring that I do not return in vain. As for the matter of becoming a guest scholar, the monthly salary, having risen from 30 to 50 taels, naturally comes with a corresponding supply of elixirs and all necessary cultivation materials, akin to those provided for the core disciples of the Xue family. This particular tome, which encompasses the archery technique of our Xue family's feathered pearl, harmonizes both footwork and marksmanship. I observe, young sir, that your expertise lies solely in internal martial arts and swordplay. While this method may not be unparalleled in the realm, it is nonetheless distinguished in the Jiangnan region. As for hand-to-hand combat, there exists the 7 strikes of the beggar sect, which serves merely as a supplementary skill for situations when weaponry is lost. All these martial arts were originally intended for instruction by the Xue family. Xue Daoyong had initially planned for the Xue family to teach, but his words faltered as he caught sight of the young girl beside him, resting her chin in her hands, unable to interject. Xue Shuangtao's gaze was fixed upon a lotus leaf, observing a butterfly fluttering about, which gradually alighted near her hair, igniting a glimmer of joy in her eyes. The elder, lost in thought, smiled gently and suggested, "Let Shuangtao instruct the young sir." The girl, who had been languidly resting her head on her arm, suddenly perked up like a startled kitten, her eyes widening in surprise. Li Guan, who was calculating the price of the courtyard deed, echoed her bewilderment. The two exchanged puzzled glances. The elder burst into hearty laughter, hopeful that his granddaughter might cultivate this auspicious bond with such a talented individual in her corner. Whether she chooses to form alliances with prominent families or to independently lead the Xue family, her path would undoubtedly be much smoother. Li Guan nodded thoughtfully. "If Miss Xue is willing." The elder, satisfied, replied, "As her grandfather, I speak on her behalf." He felt a surge of joy upon noticing Li Guanyi's calm demeanor, which only heightened his delight. He had long observed that Li Guanyi's gaze frequently lingered upon the legendary broke cloud tremor bow. Understanding that a youth such as him would naturally harbor curiosity and desire for such a fabled artifact, in this moment of elation he reminisced about his own youthful days. Thus, considering the stringent conditions required to wield the broke cloud tremor bow, he generously inquired, "Young sir, are you curious about this broke cloud tremor bow?" Li Guanyi nodded affirmatively. The gentle, childish voice of the white tiger manifestation from the bronze cauldron nearly gave him a headache. Xue Daoyong chuckled and said, "Then, why not give it a try?" Li Guanyi was momentarily taken aback as Xue Daoyong stepped aside, revealing the magnificent bow. The young man hesitated briefly before extending his palm. Amidst the roaring of the white tiger manifestation from the bronze cauldron, his fingers gently made contact with the ancient bow's surface, slowly closing around it. Chapter 26. The Unparalleled Legacy Bus. Almost as soon as Li Guanyi's hand grasped the divine bow, the ancient bronze cauldron at his heart began to tremble violently. This phenomenon did not stem from the cauldron itself, but from the newly imprinted white tiger manifestation upon it. It seemed to resonate with a familiar presence, akin to recognizing a long-lost kin. Faint wisps of energy began to converge in Li Guanyi's eyes. However, to the Xue family ancestors and their descendants, nothing remarkable transpired. They merely observed the young man, eager and poised, stepping beside the war bow and placing his hand upon it. Yet in Li Guanyi's eyes, a peculiar aura began to circulate around the bow. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but it remained steadfastly in place. The white tiger manifestation atop the bronze cauldron climbed onto his shoulder, akin to a figure standing at a lofty peak, bellowing fiercely ahead while the energy continued to converge. Li Guanyi observed as a translucent hand materialized upon the battle bow. Raising his gaze, the gathered energy coalesced into a towering figure clad in ancient armor, his visage obscured. Beside him prowled a seemingly lifelike white tiger, its icy gaze suggesting an ability to glimpse the mysteries of existence. With a backdrop of sprawling mountains, a majestic range, and an imposing city rising into the sky, two figures, two white tiger manifestations, appeared to transcend the annals of time. Locking eyes in mutual recognition, the breeze swept across the lotus pond, carrying the resonant echoes of battle standards from 5 centuries past. 5 centuries ago, A ruthless, yet extraordinarily talented monarch emerged on the grasslands. He slayed his own father and, adhering to the customs of that era, forcibly wed his stepmother, conquering the entire tribe and engulfing the plains with an overwhelming force. Over the span of 10 years, 18 tribes of the grasslands were entwined as a single entity. They convened annually at a grand assembly on the plains, devoid of prejudice, reveling together like brothers in drink, feasting, wrestling, and racing. Gradually, only one name echoed across the vast expanse, carried by the winds, the name of a king. The two parties are poised to engage in a decisive battle beneath the towering fortress. In the encampment, the illustrious general of the Shuev family sits cross-legged, quietly polishing his battle bow. Beside him, a great white tiger reclines on the ground. The young man caresses the bow, sensing its eagerness, and gazes towards the distant sacred mountain of the grasslands, declaring, "We are on the verge of achieving the greatest feat of our lives." The ancient hero was bestowed honors at the age of 18 atop Mount Longview, but my ambitions soar even higher. I shall slay the rulers of the grasslands beneath their sacred mountain during their rituals, ensuring that the nomadic tribes, raised upon horseback, do not dare to encroach upon our central plains for 3 centuries, thereby safeguarding the well-being of future generations. Such a triumph ought not to be lost to the annals of history, for it shall serve as a beacon of our unparalleled achievements over the past and the next 5 centuries. The massive white tiger stifled a yawn. The young man, as if grasping the bough 5 centuries ago, stated, "I believe that those who come after us and are capable of wielding this bough will also perceive our unwavering resolve. I shall pierce through their so-called sacred mountain with a single arrow. For those fortunate enough to venture to the hollow of that mountain, I shall leave behind tokens of my existence. The emperor was besieged, and I shall enact vengeance upon him. Such renown may invite backlash, and thus I fear for the extinction of the Shuev family's legacy. Hence, I have left my war spear here, entrusting the lineage of the Shuev family solely with the bow and arrow, sacrificing my own glory to ensure the survival of my descendants." A faint smile graced the young man's lips as he concluded, "Lastly, I extend my greetings from the bygone days to the future generations. Greetings to you, people of the future. Is the world still at peace?" 500 years ago, the strategists of the divine generals entered the tent, curious to inquire, "General, what words do you whisper to your war bow?" The young man looked up and replied, "It is nothing of consequence. I merely ponder that if this bow had not broken, perhaps one day someone might hear my words. It could be in 10 years, 100 years, or even further into the future, even if I have long departed from this world. Much like discovering the traces of past scholars within ancient texts. Is it not a delightful thought?" The strategists exchanged glances, lamenting, could it be that the general's divine intent may endure for a millennium? The youth merely caressed the bow in silence, gazing towards the battlefield of the morrow. Outside the tent, the sounds of clashing weapons and the banners rustling in the strong winds of the grasslands resonated, gradually fading away. The scene before him resembled swirling dust, reflecting in Guanyi's eyes, as he recalled the words once spoken by the foremost divine general 5 centuries prior. Sensing something, he lifted his gaze. An immense, almost divine, ancient white tiger apparition stood before him, its eyes gleaming gold, its mane flowing in the wind like the dawn's light. If one were to claim that this white tiger was the celestial white tiger star descending to the earthly realm, none could dispute it. The white tiger apparition struggled to maintain its balance upon Guanyi's shoulder, its body trembling slightly. Its furry front paws rose and fell, as if offering a gentle massage to his shoulders. Finally, its tail tensed, akin to a spring being drawn tight before releasing. In a burst of energy, it leaped forth, soaring through the air like a small steel ball before unfurling gracefully. With a soft thud, it landed. It rested upon the unparalleled divine manifestation where an assembly of celestial weapons converged. Beside the ancestor of the Shuev family, a colossal white tiger gazed down at the diminutive white tiger, trembling with fear as it clutched its own whiskers and curled its limbs, even tucking its tail between its legs. A semblance of tenderness and a sigh seemed to grace the tiger's visage as it lay down, gently pressing its forehead against that of the small white tiger. A faint luminescence enveloped both tigers. Meanwhile, the lingering aura of the Shui ancestor suddenly dispersed, transforming into a stream of light that soared directly into the forehead of Guanyi. His complexion paled instantaneously, as a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, an inheritance of techniques carried by divine intent. Names flashed by, 9 heavens and 10 earths, establishing the celestial gang. Infinite hatred of the 10 directions, heaven's punishment, breaking the clouds, subduing the 9 provinces. Yet, Guanyi found himself utterly incapable of comprehending their essence. His realm was far too low. He could not grasp it, like a summer insect unable to comprehend ice. It was akin to asking a primary school student to recite the solutions to advanced mathematical problems. Mathematics might allow for rote memorization of answers, but these martial legacies offered no such privilege for mere memorization. The three vehicles of entry into the realm. This was barely comprehensible. The divine general's form became translucent, its veins and acupoints illuminating one by one, flowing in a unique trajectory. Ahead, there seemed to be dozens of foes, as mountains and rivers surged forth. The divine general suddenly advanced, its form resembling a roaring white tiger, propelling the enemies before it with its shoulder. Following this momentum, it released an arrow. The shaft was enwrapped in a domineering golden wind, tearing forth with great force. The white tiger roared, and the adversaries before it were utterly shredded. The mountains and rivers shattered. The ultimate technique of the divine manifestation, a single arrow of cold radiance. He then drew forth 2 arrows, simultaneously knocking them onto the bowstring. As a faint rumble of thunder resonated in the air. Compared to his previous move, this display was exponentially more powerful, clearly indicative of a far more formidable technique. However, at this moment, the ethereal melodies seemed insufficient to maintain Guanyi's mental composure. His cultivation was far too low, a vast distance from that of the unparalleled divine general who had once achieved supreme feats. The disparity was so immense that even the act of receiving the inheritance imposed tremendous pressure on Guanyi in his current state. His foundation was inadequate. It would be prudent to attain minor mastery in the art of archery, achieving significant progress before attempting to inherit such power. As various strange phenomena shattered, the myriad transformations before the young man faded from view, leaving only the imposing white tiger, which persisted in imparting its own legacy to him. Guanyi felt a searing pain in his forehead, gasping for breath as his complexion visibly paled. In his heart, he came to a clear realization. He was not yet worthy, nor possessed the strength to wield this bow. Yet, he sensed that a day would eventually come when he could draw it. Perhaps he would not accomplish the feat of piercing mountains with a single arrow over a distance of 380 miles. But the prospect of shooting an arrow 50 miles with the aid of this divine weapon was not beyond reach. He noticed the astonished gaze of Shui Daoyong and, reluctantly releasing his grip, lamented, "Indeed, it is heavy. I cannot draw it." The elder of the Shui family, previously marked by uncertainty, regained his composure and laughed heartily. "Ha! After all, it is an ancestral divine weapon, capable of launching an arrow 380 miles. The weight and might of this bow are indeed extraordinary." Guanyi contemplated for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is merely my insufficient skills. Esteemed elder, may I request that we wait until my entry is complete before attempting again? I have only acquired a singular inheritance." Guanyi harbored a deep curiosity regarding the profound skills that lay ahead. As for revealing this, to disclose the acquisition of the Shui family's legacy would mean resigning myself to never parting ways with the Shui family and the kingdom of Qin in this lifetime. Shui Daoyong merely perceived this as the youthful bravado of a young man, too proud to concede in front of his peers, and thus spoke in jest. In his heart, he felt this was indeed the essence of youth. Without the white tiger's manifestation, one could hardly draw this bow. Such human sentiments are simply a matter of following the tide, leading him to erupt in hearty laughter. "Ha! Splendid. A young man with courage and a spirit of defiance is a wonderful thing. Once you have entered, do come and give it another try." "Thank you, esteemed elder." The elder and the youth sipped tea, both feeling fortunate in their own right. Shui Shuangtao's eyes sparkled with determination, eager to test her own limits. Yet alas, she lacked the white tiger manifestation. Despite her efforts, her delicate visage turned crimson with exertion, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Turning away, she was reluctant to let Guanyi and her grandfather witness her dampened appearance. Guanyi, however, remained oblivious to the youthful girl's charming struggle. He forced himself to sip the tea, maintaining his composure amidst the bitterness. At that moment, the colossal white tiger gradually dissipated. Guanyi's white tiger manifestation had only been sustained by the aura of the divine bow, and as the divine weapon regained its tranquility, it naturally returned like a weary bird to its nest, settling once more upon the bronze cauldron. Guanyi's movements momentarily paused. As the white tiger's manifestation returned, the cauldron, filled with 98% of its jade liquid, achieved perfection in an instant. Chapter 27. The The beautiful hands gift the rainbow, the bronze cauldron, and jade liquid are the most essential possessions of Guanyi. The last time he accumulated the jade liquid, it poured into his dantian, enabling him to cultivate the supreme inner strength technique of the martial arts, breaking the array melody to its 12th level. And he also acquired a remarkable swordsmanship. Now, this jade liquid has finally completed its second accumulation. Guanyi's gaze fell upon the thunderous bow. Recalling the recent events with contemplation, it appears that not only can martial arts practitioners at the Dharma aspect level perform the final step of jade liquid accumulation, but divine weapons can also achieve this feat. However, he is uncertain what transformations this outpouring of jade liquid will bring forth. Perhaps it was the immense mental strain from wielding the bow that rendered Guanyi weary, as a profound fatigue welled up from within, and his mind was inundated with a cacophony of thoughts that refused to settle, only subdued by the bitterness of tea. Shui Daoyong refrained from mentioning the bow again, instead sharing anecdotes from the Shui family's past, his words imbued with humor and wit, interspersed with some rather perilous experiences. Eventually, he presented a modest meal. Each person received a bowl of millet porridge, a grilled fish, a few fresh vegetables, some seasoning powder, and a piece of fruit. Guanyi remarked, "Senior, your lifestyle is quite simple. The Shui family is a prominent and affluent household." At this moment, he noticed Shui Shuangtao casting a glance at him, attempting to stifle a smile. Perhaps the exhausting mental strain had dulled his senses, for it was only now that Guanyi discerned something different. He sniffed the small dish of seasoning powder and said, "This is ginseng, white atractylodes, and poria." Through prolonged illness, Guanyi has acquired a profound understanding of medicinal herbs over the past decade, often engaging with various medicinal materials and spending considerable time in a pharmacy. In his 2 lifetimes, his innate talent has shone brightly. He could discern several primary herbs merely by scent and savored a spoonful of millet porridge. This porridge contained corresponding medicinal ingredients, yet its bitterness was transformed into a delightful sweetness. The vitality of his qi and blood, along with the inner strength from breaking the formation melody, surged forth. Even the immense fatigue from wielding the divine weapon was alleviated. Shui Daoyong smiled and remarked, "What do you think? Bai Zhu and Fu Ling assist Ren Shun in invigorating qi, Dang Gui and Bai Shao nourish blood and harmonize the essence, supporting the heart. These are the essential ingredients. Chuan Xiong serves as an auxiliary herb to invigorate blood and promote qi flow. Gan Chao acts as a harmonizer, enhancing qi and balancing the other ingredients. This meal prepared by the esteemed elder is indeed a splendid tonic for both qi and blood." The elder was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, addressing the young lady beside him. "You see, casting flirtatious glances at a blind man is a waste of charm. To appreciate something fine, one must have discerning guests who can articulate its merits, ensuring a delightful gathering, unlike your brother and younger sibling, who merely utter delicious or another bowl. Please, such remarks are a blight on the atmosphere." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to find that the young man had already devoured the millet porridge, which could rival a substantial pill, consuming it with remarkable gentleness. Noticing the elder's astonishment, the youth grinned and playfully said, "Well then, esteemed elder, it seems I have also marred the ambience this time. Another bowl, please." The elder erupted into hearty laughter, growing increasingly fond of the young lad. Without hesitation, he resolutely declined, saying, "The century-old ginseng and the fish from Heaven's Pool are both beneficial to martial artists. Even I seldom present such offerings to guests. Where would I find the abundance to prepare for you? You certainly have a hefty appetite." Guanyi felt a twinge of regret, wishing to bring a portion back for his aunt. Observing the previously composed young gentleman indulging in his meal, the girl finally burst into laughter, realizing he was not as inscrutable as she had thought. After a moment's contemplation, she nudged her bowl forward and said, "This bowl of mine remains untouched. If you do not mind, you may take it." She quickly added, "Of course, the fish is not included." Guanyi sampled the fish and found its flavor exquisitely tender. An elder reminded him that this fish was raised on medicinal herbs, beneficial for martial artists, yet for those in frail health, it could be as potent as a strong medicine, potentially harmful. After finishing the fish, Guanyi exclaimed, "Truly delightful. If I could partake in such meals every day, I would be utterly content." Shui Daoyong laughed heartily. "Ha! Do you intend to devour the old man into oblivion? Excellent. If you can break through your limits within 3 years, I shall provide you with a meal each day. Should you achieve it within a year, you may feast at every occasion. I would sell my possessions to ensure your sustenance, with a joyful meal shared." Shui Shuangtao led Guanyi away from the listening wind pavilion. The girl glanced at Li Guanyi's attire and remarked, "You are now a guest elder. Your clothing and provisions will be provided according to my family's standards. As it is getting late, come with me to receive a complete outfit, weapon, and elixirs." She paused momentarily, seemingly a bit embarrassed, yet striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. "You must arrive early tomorrow," she stated. "I shall teach you the footwork and archery." Li Guanyi nodded in agreement. First, he needed to procure his weapons. In light of the ongoing conflicts and frequent skirmishes among the nations, the court had relaxed its regulations concerning certain weaponry, such as swords, knives, wooden shields, and bows that required extensive training to master. However, the restrictions on armor, crossbows, and polearms exceeding 12 feet in length were exceedingly stringent. The former category was meant for personal safety in the world, while the latter served a different purpose. Xue Shuangtao took Li Guanyi to the armory located within the Xue family estate. Pointing to the weapons inside, he remarked, "The blades here are categorized into 3 types: the swift light sword, the slender and versatile stiletto, and the heavy saber, all forged from high-quality iron. Comparable to renowned weapons in the martial world, differing only in materials." Considering the characteristics of the breaking army 8 blades, Li Guanyi chose a hefty saber, entirely inky black. The blade was substantial, with a well-balanced center, ideal for cleaving. The scabbard was crafted from dark ironwood, inlaid with brass, adorned with a tiger's roar pattern. The blacksmith glanced at it and said, "This 300-fold tempered saber is nearly on par with the esteemed weapons of the martial world, priced at 97 coins. The scabbard is made from premium dark-patterned ironwood, treated to resist pests and rust, with brass inlays, and features a hollowed end for storing elixirs. The scabbard cost 4 coins and 3 mints, bringing the total to 101 coins. But as a guest official, you may acquire it for just 70 coins. Guest officials may access quality weaponry, yet they must cover the basic costs of materials and labor. This channel has become a coveted resource that ordinary warriors yearn for yet cannot obtain. Many martial artists in the realm are left to wield swords forged from iron plates by the village blacksmith, fashioning crude wooden scabbards to accompany them on their adventures. Even Li Guanyi would exclaim that it is quite a bargain. However, at present, he finds himself with merely 3 taels of silver. After a moment of contemplation, holding his blade close, he gazes towards the young maiden. Xue Shuangtao nonchalantly remarks, "Just put it under my name." The blacksmith, taken aback, glances at the youthful and handsome Li Guanyi, then at the young lady, filled with doubt, before nodding in agreement. "Very well, if that is the case. I shall place it under your name." Mississippi Xue Shuangtao nods in acknowledgement and leads Li Guanyi to select a bow. The bow straw weight is within Li Guanyi's capability to manage, albeit with some effort, and its dimensions suit the stature of the youth. The maiden adeptly tests several bows, ultimately choosing 3 that are fitting for Li Guanyi. The art of bow making involves 6 essential materials: wood, horn, sinew, glue, silk, and lacquer. The first bow is crafted from a type of purple bamboo, known for its exceptional resilience, with yellow cow horn affixed to the inner limbs and cow sinew to the outer, enhancing elasticity and increasing arrow velocity. Priced at 30 coins. Li Guanyi inquires about the glue used in its construction. The middle-aged man responds with a grin, "It is made from Sichuan rat. The muscle and hide are simmered down to create a highly adhesive substance. Importantly, it is economical. However, if you prefer, there are alternatives available." The second bow is fashioned from wood for its limbs, combined with horn from a fine ram, sinew, and a mixture of fish glue. The bow, remarkably robust and crafted over a span of 2 years, is valued at 110 guan. This particular bow surpasses the worth of the dagger that presently adorns the young man's waist. As Li Guanyi gazed upon the least expensive bow, he was about to speak when he noticed the young lady raise her hand, pointing to the bow perched at the highest point, stating, "That one. Please take it down for inspection." Upon closer examination, Li Guanyi discerned that the bow was made of wood, its body interwoven with strands that shimmered like golden silk. The inner side of the bow measured 2 feet and 5 inches, showcasing 3 distinct colors: pristine white, vibrant blue, and a deep, rich hue. The colors were arranged in harmonious order. Although Li Guanyi lacked expertise in bows, he could certainly recognize quality when he saw it. This creation was undeniably expensive. The middle-aged steward praised, "Miss, you possess an exquisite eye for detail." This bow was the culmination of 15 years of meticulous craftsmanship. In winter, the bow's body was meticulously dried, followed by the careful shaping of the horns in spring, and the treatment of the sinews during summer. All materials were harmoniously assembled under the sun before being placed in a rack during the frigid winter to set its form. crafted from mulberry wood. It was noted that 9 out of 10 pieces were hollow or bent, the heartwood revealing golden strands with exceptional resilience. The bow incorporated rhinoceros horn and crocodile sinew, blended with shark glue from the South China Sea. However, the bow's formidable strength required tremendous effort to draw fully. Commanding a price of 1,530 guan, Li Guan's eyelid twitched involuntarily. How much? He pondered his words carefully before expressing. I find it excessively expensive. Xue Shuangtao shook her head, replying, My grandfather once said, much like swords and daggers, bows are entrusted with one's life. Sometimes, a bow's enhanced resilience allows for the firing of multiple arrows without the risk of snapping. If the elasticity is sufficient, arrows will soar forth with greater velocity. This slight enhancement could very well delineate the boundary between life and death. All things may be ambiguous, yet the matter of life and death allows for no retreat. Please take down this bow. The middle-aged steward replied, Yes, young lady. Xue Shuangtao grasped the bow, casually knocking an arrow, though the bowstring was not fully drawn. With a single step, she exuded a fierce aura and released an arrow that pierced through a tree as thick as a person's embrace. The girl's hair fluttered at her temples, revealing her fair chin and a pair of almond-shaped eyes. She nodded in satisfaction and said, Just keep it under my name. I recall when I was 10, my grandfather gifted me a shop, and the profits over these years should suffice. Here, sir, is your bow. She noticed Li Guanyi was momentarily stunned. Extending her hand, she cupped his wrist, lifting his hand, and gently placed the bow into his grasp, saying, Since ancient times, beautiful maidens have bestowed swords upon heroes. Although I am no beauty, I believe my grandfather's words. You, sir, will surely become a hero in the future. This Su'ai bow is presented to you. Li Guanyi responded. Thank you. He glanced at the dagger at his waist while embracing the bow. Observing the girl ahead, who stood with her hands clasped behind her back, a slight smile gracing her lips. He felt that the young lady's charm was unparalleled. At that moment, an elderly man with silvery hair had arrived at Guanyi City. He effortlessly evaded the attempts of the official guards and his younger disciples to follow him, stating, The little friend hasn't arrived yet. Let us wander a bit and see if anything interesting catches our eye. Wouldn't you agree, old friend? He lowered his gaze and smiled, as an immense black tortoise, invisible to the naked eye of those nearby, nodded in acknowledgement. The longest-lived elder of the contemporary Yin-Yang masters, known as Si Ming, had come in response to the invitation. Chapter 28. Mutual favor within the esteemed residents of the Xue family. The young scions and ladies alike could not help but cast furtive glances. A maiden clad in a gown of delicate yellow gracefully strode ahead, accompanied by a youth of similar age, whose stature had begun to unfold. With a countenance both gallant and striking, he donned a blue robe, adorned with a leather belt from which hung a formidable broadsword sheathed in a dark pattern and trimmed with copper. Slung across his back was a war bow, its string glinting like spun gold, exuding a commanding presence. The onlookers pondered when such a youth had graced the Xue family, yet they remained oblivious. Initially intending to approach and make his acquaintance, their resolve faltered upon noticing his companionship with Xue Shuangtao. With bow and sword, let us pay a visit to the apothecary, Xue Shuangtao proposed. However, armor cannot be provided. Grandfather insists that the Xue family possesses none, as armor contravenes the laws of the Qin state. Li Guan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the visage of the venerable elder loomed in his mind, and for reasons unknown, he found himself only half convinced by the maiden's assertion. He believed that Xue Shuangtao genuinely held such views, but when it came to the words of the elder Xue Daoyong, he would not trust even a single punctuation mark. Thanks to a thorough education spanning 9 years of compulsory history, Li Guan harbored a succinct perspective on history. He understood that amidst chaos, powerful clans like the Xue family would invariably possess private militias and armor. In times of upheaval, local potentates would inevitably rise, becoming lords and dignitaries. The Huachuntang, the largest apothecary in the southern part of Guanyi City, had previously supplied the Xue family with specific medicinal herbs annually. As the door swung open, a wave of fragrant aromas enveloped him, instilling a sense of comfort and relaxation. His gaze traversed the interior, recognizing an array of familiar herbal remedies. Dragon bone, yuanji, hishowu, and other tranquilizing herbs. Angelica, hishowu, and remania for blood replenishment. Ginseng, atractaloids, and sedum for energy enhancement, along with. The young apothecary's gaze casually swept across the shelves, momentarily pausing upon noticing some unnamed herbs in the cabinet marked for the apothecary's personal use. Most would overlook them. But Li Guanyi, who had been engaged with medicinal materials since the tender age of 5 and had studied medicine for 8 years, recognized them at a glance. Ba Jitian, Xianmao, Su Duan, Tu Cizi, Suoyang, Bu Guji, Tian Dong, and Mo Hanlian. Potent aphrodisiacs for nourishing yin and yang? Given the strength and formulation that would bolster kidney yang and invigorate essence and blood, fortifying bones and halting excessive bleeding. It appeared. An elderly physician with a goatee noticed the young man's keen observation. Clearing his throat, he calmly stepped to block Li Guanyi's line of sight and smiled amiably, inquiring. Ah, young lady, and this young master, what brings you here? Shui Shuangtao replied with a gentle smile, her tone as warm as ever. Thank you, old Zhang, for preparing a portion of cultivation materials. The elder swiftly produced the items with remarkable speed, placing them upon the table, 30 portions of Danshan drink, which aids in promoting circulation and can temporarily alleviate angina. Additionally, 10 portions of Shengmai Lian Huadan for simultaneous replenishment of qi and blood, 5 portions of hemostatic herbs, 30 nourishing herbal packs for bathing, 30 packets to promote the flow of qi and blood, alleviating soreness post-training, to be used in a morning herbal bath to ensure the vitality is robust, and a second type for night use, guaranteeing no hidden injuries remain. Furthermore, I feel a kindred spirit with the young brother, thus I personally offer this additional portion. The notoriously frugal elder, often referred to as one who would squeeze a toad for every last drop, placed a small parcel upon the table. The youth, exhibiting a bashful demeanor, offered a faint smile and remarked, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Your medical expertise is unparalleled. However, the abundance of medicinal herbs without names makes identification exceedingly challenging. I fear my eyes have grown weary. Perhaps it would be prudent to organize them?" A gentle smile of relief appeared on the elder's face as he replied, "You are quite right, young brother. I shall ensure everything is in order next time." The old man and the youth shared a tacit understanding. The elder added a few more pills to the collection and then escorted Li Guanyi and Shui Shuangtao outside, exhaling a sigh of relief and wiping his brow. How did the Shui family come to possess such a beautiful little fox? And one who is knowledgeable in medicine and prescriptions, no less? Li Guanyi interjected. Perhaps it is because I was once a pharmacist myself. Shui Shuangtao, skeptical, chose not to press further and stated, pills differ from weapons and armor. You may collect your monthly allotment each month. While the elixirs are beneficial for cultivation, grandfather has stipulated that one must not take more than their share, as true progress relies on one's own efforts. Well, that seems sufficient. A visit to the tailor's workshop should suffice. Upon arriving at the tailor's workshop, the manager was busy with various tasks. Upon noticing Shui Shuangtao and Li Guanyi, he expressed surprise, and then his gaze was drawn to the newly added badge at Li Guanyi's waist, causing his enchanting eyes to widen in astonishment. Stammering, he said this. "Li, young brother." Shui Shuangtao clarified, "I am accompanying Li Kaching to collect a set of garments for him." The manager murmured, "Kaching." She gazed at the young man, momentarily lost in thought, before a subtle expression of discernible humility graced her face. "Yes, miss," she said. "Please wait a moment." Li Guanyi offered a slight bow, his voice gentle as he replied, "Thank you, Sister Chu." Chu, the manager, paused, taken aback by the sincerity reflected in Li Guanyi's demeanor, and her smile transformed into one of genuine warmth as she remarked, "Your words are as sweet as ever. Dear guest, rest assured, I shall prepare the finest garments for you." With a graceful sway of her waist, she departed, leaving Li Guanyi and Shui Shuangtao to sip tea in the reception area of the tailor's shop. The maidservants presented an array of delicate pastries, and Li Guanyi, having cultivated his body through the breaking the formation melody, found himself easily famished, savoring the treats at a leisurely pace. Shui Shuangtao, intrigued, scrutinized Li Guanyi from head to toe. "Do you know Sister Chu from before?" she inquired. "I recognized her when I came to collect my garments yesterday," he replied. Shui Shuangtao's curiosity deepened. "Then why do you refer to her as sister?" Li Guanyi wiped a crumb from the corner of his mouth and pondered before responding. "Simply because she is slightly older than I am." "Is that so?" One might say that politeness is never misplaced. Their brief conversation concluded, as Li Guanyi continued to enjoy the pastries, which were exquisitely crafted and delightfully soft with a sweet red bean filling. The young lady suddenly asked, "How old are you?" "Dear guest," Li Guanyi replied, "I am just over 13, with my birthday approaching in 2 months." Shui Shuangtao, her gaze fixed ahead, remarked, "Ah, I have just celebrated my 14th birthday." Li Guanyi nodded slightly. Shui Shuangtao remarked, "I am older than you." Pausing for a moment, Her gaze settled on Li Guanyi's face as she added, I am indeed older than you. Li Guanyi seemed to grasp her implication. This young woman wished for him to address her as sister. The manager Chu, with a cheerful demeanor, stated, Is it not remarkable that today, within my tailor's shop, there happens to be a garment that fits your stature perfectly? Moreover, there is a leather belt adorned with jade. Young sir, would you care to try it on? Li Guanyi set aside his snack and followed Chu to change into the attire. The new outfit was a bright blue shirt, yet the fabric was markedly different, featuring subtle patterns that neither appeared excessively ostentatious nor frivolous, exuding a dignified aura befitting one from an esteemed lineage. A fragrant sachet dangled from his waist, and the leather belt was of superior quality, embellished with a smooth piece of white jade. In the Southern Shin dynasty, ornamental designs were exquisite. Even the waistbands came in various styles, floral, lychee, and theatrical motifs, with materials ranging from leather to gold, iron, jade, and rhinoceros horn, each signifying different social statuses. However, the regulations surrounding these adornments had gradually loosened, and the court no longer scrutinized the embellishments on leather belts. Chu clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, What a handsome appearance and splendid demeanor! A fine young gentleman indeed. Shui Shuangtao cast a glance at him and could not help but concede that, while there may be more strikingly handsome individuals among the Shui family and their esteemed allies, none possess the same composed grace. With a dagger at his waist and a bow in hand, he embodied the spirited youth of spring, akin to the willows swaying in the breeze and the galloping steeds. The steward smiled as he bid farewell to the two young men, leaning against the doorframe. A maid beside him inquired, Steward, is this attire not meant for the previous young master? Would it be inappropriate to give it to this guest? The steward languidly replied, The tailor shop listens to my commands. That young master, with his airs and bluster, can wait a little longer, as long as it is delivered before the stipulated date. All is well. The maid remarked, After all, the young master holds a higher status. She smiled gently, adding, If we speak of status, indeed he is superior. Yet, the way he calls me sister brings me comfort. He harbors no disdain for us and is therefore deserving of a little more leniency. In life, one must possess certain peculiarities. I simply wish for those who bring me comfort to live most comfortably. The elixirs, bows, weapons, and garments have all been changed. I shall take you to the repository of books tomorrow. Furthermore, the guest may be provided with a carriage from the Shui family, along with 2 maids to assist with matters in your courtyard and to care for the ladies. Do remember to arrive early tomorrow. How is it that in just a day, one becomes a guest? I have not seen my own for 10 years. Li Guan pondered for a moment and then smiled, responding, Brother Zhao, as the old saying goes, time drags on like years. Zhao Daping opened his mouth, and that mixture of envy and self-reproach he felt upon hearing the subtle jest in those words transformed into a mirthful chuckle. The feelings of admiration and even jealousy gradually dissipated. He shook his head in resignation and remarked with a smile, You truly possess remarkable talent, esteemed guest. Please, to get in the carriage. The young man hesitated for a moment before asking, Do you still have those salt-baked peanuts, Brother Zhao? I have never tasted such delightful snacks before. I find myself quite tempted. Zhao Daping was momentarily taken aback, but soon a sense of pride washed over him as he boisterously laughed. Ha, indeed. If you wish to indulge, I shall surely have them prepared for you. Shui Shuangtao observed the 13-year-old's demeanor and interjected, Esteemed guest, do remember to arrive early tomorrow. Understood, Li Guan replied, 1 foot already on the carriage. But suddenly struck by a thought, he stepped back down. Shui Shuangtao raised an eyebrow in confusion. Li Guan opened his mouth, hesitated as if words failed him, and finally said, Just a moment. Uncertainly, he turned away, lightly patting his face to compose himself before turning back, the sunlight warm upon him. With the Shui family bustling about, a bashful yet pure smile graced the handsome youth's face. Thank you for today, he paused, then added, Sister Shui. Chapter 29. The Awakening of the Divine Weapon. The moment he uttered that title, Shui Shuangtao's expression momentarily froze. Here, within the Shui family, the eldest daughter was accompanied by the youngest esteemed guest in 30 years, an occurrence that was inherently attention-grabbing. The name Sister Shui uttered by Li Guanyi was devoid of any pretense, effortlessly drawing curious glances from those around. The young girl initially believed it to be inconsequential, merely a designation. She carried herself with poise, yet inexplicably, as the gazes converged upon her, a blush crept across her cheeks. You shall see tomorrow, she thought, turning away with her skirt billowing like a blooming lotus, before gathering it up as she hurried off, her sleeves lifted to shield her alabaster face. leaving only her eyes visible, while her forehead flushed crimson as she quickened her pace. The young man smiled faintly, reflecting inwardly. Ah, the exuberance of youth. Such a delightful girl. Those surrounding observed the scene. The springtime was splendid, a season when grass burgeoned and orioles soared. The valiant youth juxtaposed with the blushing maiden evoked sentiments of youthful innocence and romance. They gazed at the young lad, who bore a bow on his back and a dagger at his waist, secretly lamenting the beauty of youthful days. As Li Guanyi settled into the carriage, Zhao Dabing guided the vehicle along the carriageway adjacent to the Shui residence, exiting through a side gate onto a main thoroughfare. The wheels of the carriage turned, merging into the throng of people. Li Guanyi exhaled, releasing the dagger to rest upon his knees. His demeanor regained its warmth and tranquility. After all, it was merely a young girl, yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment for his previous actions, a warmth enveloping him. He extended a finger to adjust his collar, remarking to himself that the day was indeed rather warm. Zhao Dabing raised his head, glancing at the sun that still shone pleasantly in early March. He smiled faintly but chose to remain silent. He took out a handkerchief-wrapped package of salt-baked peanuts and shared some with Li Guanyi. Then, he produced a large water pouch containing tea infused with plump sea melon seeds, offering a tea bowl to Li Guanyi. After driving a considerable distance, he pondered and remarked, "Li, my young brother, allow me to share a word of wisdom with you. Just lend an ear. You and the young lady are of similar age, and her beauty is, of course, beyond dispute. You are also a talented youth, but—" He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "You must not entertain any other notions regarding the young lady." Li Guanyi smiled and replied, "Why would you assume I have such thoughts?" Zhao Dabing responded, "It is well if you do not. Although you are a guest scholar, you remain merely a guest of the Shui family. The guest scholars of the Shui family are categorized into 3 tiers, and even the most esteemed upper-tier guest scholars are only permitted to marry daughters from the branch families of the Shui clan, which is indeed a remarkable achievement. Do you know that the young lady's second aunt, the daughter of the former patriarch, once caused quite a stir in the capital? She became involved with a dandy, which led to a severe reprimand from the patriarch. Eventually, as the second young lady matured, she complied with the patriarch's wishes and married His Highness, the Prince of Jing, becoming a concubine. At that time, many were perplexed, for the Prince of Jing was merely a leisurely noble, and though the Shui family was not a grand aristocracy, they were nonetheless a prominent merchant family. To become a concubine seemed beneath their dignity. However, the patriarch remained resolute, and many speculated that perhaps he was simply seeking a secure life for the second young lady. Subsequently, the previous emperor passed away, and during those intervening years, the Prince of Jing ascended the throne. The second young lady became the imperial noble consort. Li Guan remarked that the Shui family was an imperial merchant. What about the previous eldest young lady? Zhao Dabing hesitated for a moment and whispered, "You mustn't speak of this. It is an affair from many years ago. Back then, the eldest young lady traveled the rivers and lakes and eloped with a man, a general from the kingdom of Ing. The old patriarch was furious and declared a severance of their father-daughter relationship. It is said that the man felt a deep gratitude towards the eldest young lady and now resides in Ing, having once clashed with General Yu. He later drove the Turks northward and expanded the horse paths westward, instilling fear across the regions. At that time, the people of Jiangzhou lamented the old patriarch's ruthless heart." Li Guan paused, pondering Zhao Dabing's vivid account of Shui Daoyong's indignation, which was articulated with clarity and filled with sympathy for the former eldest young lady, as well as confusion and reverence towards Shui Daoyong. Yet, Li Guan instinctively sensed that Shui Daoyong was performing a charade, perhaps to deceive Emperor Chun, perhaps as an outsider, or perhaps because he could glimpse much of history from a past life. He was able to perceive Shui Daoyong's actions with greater impartiality. The elder had married his eldest daughter to the great general of the kingdom of Ing, elevated his second daughter to the status of imperial noble consort, and ensured his son had a lucrative trade route to the Xixiao people from Jiangzhou, all while Emperor Chen held no suspicions against him. Moreover, the Grand Marshal of Ing harbored profound guilt towards his eldest daughter, showering her with affection. As for him, he bore the white tiger and possessed divine weaponry. In the Shui family, a lotus pond was constructed, abundant with blooming lotuses and koi fish, named the Listening Wind Pavilion. Amidst the joyful laughter of grandchildren and the tranquil act of fishing in the pond, one might ponder what wind is truly to be heard. Under the affectionate gaze of his aunt, who remarked, "Our little fox has grown up," he was reminded that it was time for a game of chess. Meanwhile, Murong Qiushui played the zither for Li Guanyi, gently correcting his previous mistakes while articulating the moves on the board, ultimately leading to Li Guanyi's utter defeat. As Murong Qiushui concluded the game, a sly smile graced his lips. The little fox's game remains rather mediocre, though it has improved significantly from before. Do strive to surpass your aunt. Li Guanyi could only respond with silence. In this era, chess is already a rare pastime. Yet perpetual defeat renders it a different experience altogether. Li Guanyi, often labeled as a poor chess player by his aunt, had never won a single match. She forbade him from playing outside, arguing that if he could not even best her, a mere housewife, how could he expect to win against others and avoid ridicule? Li Guanyi found himself unable to counter her claims. Today, wielding a divine weapon and embracing his legacy, he was thoroughly exhausted. After his aunt played the zither for him, he felt his spirit waning. Engaging in chess further drained his mental energy. After freshening up, he collapsed onto his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken when the moon hung high in the sky. Sitting up, he practiced his breathing and, upon lifting his inner garment, beheld the bronze cauldron adorned with the imprints of the red dragon and the white tiger. Regrettably, at present, only the head of the red dragon could emerge. When it did, the white tiger could not manifest, and vice versa. As the white tiger's head surfaced, the red dragon would be forcefully pressed back against the cauldron, becoming a mere imprint. Li Guanyi gazed at the complete jade essence before him. 98% originated from Shuedaoyong, while the remaining 2 points were derived from the divine weapon, the sky-shattering bow. Uncertain of the outcome, Li Guanyi closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. After several moments of focused breathing, his consciousness brushed against the bronze cauldron. The cauldron swayed and tilted to one side, causing the precious liquid within to cascade downwards. With the internal energy of the array-breaking melody reaching its 12th layer of perfection, the precious liquid flowed seamlessly without disrupting the array-breaking melody. The inscriptions imprinted in Li Guanyi's mind, from the moment he wielded the divine weapon, began to glow anew. The 3 vehicles of entry. Arrow of icy radiance. The second tier of supreme archery suddenly illuminated brilliantly as the precious liquid descended within it. The divine essence transformed into a divine general, who demonstrated this ultimate skill. However, unlike before, this time the path to mastery was obstructed. The precious liquid could not penetrate. Li Guanyi watched intently as the divine general executed the technique, gradually becoming entranced. Observing the divine general draw the bow, witnessing the flow of energy and the ethereal form accompanying it, an arrow was released. Ultimately, even the divine general vanished, leaving only the glowing acupoints and meridians. Instinctively, Li Guanyi channeled the internal energy of the array-breaking melody within himself. After numerous attempts, he achieved a transformation akin to the divine general's internal energy circulation. So it was, the technique required the mobilization of internal energy in conjunction with the ethereal form. Utilizing one's own energy to empower the ethereal form, and subsequently relying on the ethereal form for offense, wielding it as a weapon. Upon comprehending this layer, it seemed that no further obstacles remained for the precious liquid. It rapidly cascaded downwards, continuously circulating within Li Guanyi, completing the flow of arrow of icy radiance. In his mind, there echoed the thunderous roar of the white tiger. The Shui family's ultimate skill of the ethereal form, arrow of icy radiance, was perfected. Shui family. Listening to the wind pavilion. 13 fist-sized luminous pearls hung in midair, illuminating the room as if it were day. The elderly man was perusing a letter, reflecting on the final words from his son, which conveyed that a friend of his would soon arrive in Guanyi City to discuss a significant business venture. Upon finishing the letter, he crumpled it in his hand, reducing it to ashes. At that moment, an unsettling awareness washed over him. The night air was eerily still. The chirping of late spring insects had ceased, and a heavy, water-like sensation enveloped the atmosphere, stirring an inexplicable anxiety within him. The elder made his way to the hall where the divine weapon was stored. The breaking cloud, shaking heaven bow, remained securely in place. He exhaled in relief, placing his palm upon the bow's body, and his thoughts wandered to the youth who had gripped the bow earlier that day, startling him momentarily as he pondered whether the boy could truly wield it. A faint smile graced the elder's lips, but as his fingers brushed against the bowstring, a sharp pain shot through him, and blood trickled from his fingertips. Shui Daoyong hesitated, observing the breaking cloud shaking heaven bow tremble slightly, as if a ferocious tiger, long dormant, was finally stirring, stretching its limbs and opening its eyes. The elder's gaze widened. In the next instant, the dense air was rent asunder like silk. The bowstring of the breaking cloud shaking heaven bow vibrated violently, and every droplet of water in the lotus pond outside the listening wind pavilion was instantly shattered into mist, coalescing as if transformed into the essence of a white tiger, raising its head to the heavens and unleashing a thunderous roar. The roar of the tiger shook the heavens and the earth, while the bowstring's shrill cry erupted in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated endlessly. Among the divine weapons of the world, the bow stood in the foremost position. The breaking cloud shaking heaven bow, awakened. Chapter 30. The master arrives. The resounding roar of the white tiger reverberated endlessly, yet Shui Daolong simultaneously intercepted the sound with his formidable aura. Outside the listening wind pavilion, tranquility reigned, yet subtle changes were undeniably present, elusive to the senses. It was the spring of March, with the 7 stars of the white tiger stretching across the expansive western night sky. Among them, the star known as the Heart stood out as one of the brightest celestial bodies, easily discernible to anyone who gazed upward. Suddenly, the brilliance of the 7 stars of the white tiger intensified, shining with an extraordinary luminescence. A youthful voice emerged, imbued with astonishment and a buoyant curiosity. The brightness he referred to represented the faintest glimmer of starlight visible to the naked eye in the clear night sky. This voice belonged to a hooded figure of modest stature, revealing a snow-white chin, possessing an ambiguous beauty, perhaps a handsome youth or a spirited maiden. It was evident, however, that this individual was indeed a young man. Those who observe the celestial mysteries often exhibit a certain distinction. The secrets of the cosmos and the rules of the world blur around them to some degree. This is both a blessing and a burden. The young man lifted his gaze, holding a disc meticulously crafted from high-purity East Sea crystal, a contraption invented by the Mo family, enabling one to perceive distant realms. Yet, to discern the subtle change in the brightness of a star with the naked eye is indeed a remarkable feat. The elder sitting by the campfire remained silent for a moment before speaking. The 4 symbols of the heavens have circled around the central sky for an unfathomably long time. Unchanged through countless dynastic shifts, even amidst the transitions of imperial thrones, the stars have remained steadfast. Over a century ago, the sovereign authority of the great emperor of Zhongzhou waned. Duke Wei of Wu spent the night in the Phoenix Pavilion, where the Empress Dowager resided, while the youthful emperor, sword in hand, sought vengeance. Ultimately, on that fateful day, a great conflagration engulfed the Ziwei Palace, blazing for 3 days and nights, reducing both the emperor and the palace to mere ashes. Yet the Ziwei star in the heavens continued to shine brightly. Consequently, the officials of the Astronomical Bureau were punished, subjected to the cruelest of tortures. It is indeed absurd. A calamity wrought by humanity led to the untimely demise of over 100 souls, for they failed to comprehend the celestial phenomena, merely desiring dominion over all creation. How could the descendants of that once roguish hero have devolved into such obstinate and foolish individuals? The 7 stars of the white tiger do not easily alter their luminosity. The last time they shone brightly was 5 centuries ago, but that was not in spring, nor did they reside in the west. It signified a time of peace, heralded by the descent of the white tiger star lord to pacify the central plains. An elder traced intricate celestial patterns in the earth with a twig, murmuring softly. Every event harbors its profound significance. The movement of the stars often signifies certain omens in the mortal realm. When affairs transpire on earth, the celestial bodies respond accordingly. The brightness of the white tiger's 7 stars indicates that the great sects of the 4 symbols have returned to the world, overseen by the divine being who commands warfare. Observe, the star of Shin is the brightest, signifying that the claws of the fierce tiger have awakened prematurely, unable to contain themselves. A time of chaos is approaching. After pondering for a long while, he turned to his hooded disciple and said, Yagwang, you must seek him out. To fulfill the responsibilities of the Donglu Stargazing School, we strive to maintain the tranquility of the mortal realm and to avert the impending chaos as much as possible. The young man, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, Master, can chaos truly be prevented? If so, why has turmoil persisted throughout history, even amidst periods of peace? The elder remained silent for a considerable time before he sighed, and replied, The world has been in disarray for far too long. Chaos is destined to arrive. When that time comes, heroes from all corners will grasp their weapons and enter this world, akin to stars traversing the Qilian and Taihang mountains, ascending into the night sky. The celestial signs have foretold this era, yet we always hope to delay its arrival. The youth, perplexed, asked why. The elder gently placed his hand on his disciple's head and said, In times of peace, a farmer, who sustains his family's livelihood, is also a hero in his own right. But do you understand what defines the greatest hero amidst chaos? What is it? The elder cast his gaze downward. a flicker of a bloody past shimmering in his eyes as he softly uttered, "The one who takes the most lives." The young man shuddered in shock. For regardless of the hero's noble aspirations, once entangled in the web of chaos, a trail of bones inevitably follows in their wake, and blood saturates the blade they wield. They raise their spears for the sake of a peaceful world, yet beneath the hooves of their steeds lies a landscape strewn with corpses. Some believe this is the price of revolutionary change, while we always yearn to pay a lesser cost. "Go forth, Yao Guang." The elder gently caressed the beautiful disciple's hair. His expression grave. "Seek out the White Tiger sect, which has been absent for 5 centuries and has returned to the mortal realm. Before the faction of the Stargazing School, which yearns to incite chaos, can locate him, you must find him. Even if we cannot forestall the impending turmoil, you must assist him, becoming a hero who will define this era." Above the pond of the Listening Wind Pavilion, mist coalesced into the roar of the White Tiger, ultimately dissipating in the stillness of divine weaponry. The mist form of the tiger shattered, merging back into the water, crashing down into the pond with a sound reminiscent of the tumultuous waves of the East Sea. The once vibrant koi had long since transformed into a pool of foul blood. Shui Daiyong fixated on the pond, then turned his gaze to the now tranquil, breaking cloud shocking heaven bow. The elder sensed a change in the bow. Who could it be? Messages from the north. Envoys from the kingdom of Ing, masters of the martial world, and, after each name spoken, capable of stirring great upheaval. The elder's gaze settled on the final name, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. He then took up a vermilion brush and forcefully encircled the name, Guanyi. The elder scrutinized this name. Is it a test? A sudden smile crossed his face, composed and grand, like a hunting tiger. He wrote after the youth's name, Guanyi. Elevate to a higher rank. Pausing momentarily, he then erased it. Guanyi, guest elder of the upper court, may dine here daily. With a flick of his wrist, he carelessly discarded the brush, gazing at the breaking cloud shocking heaven bow, his expression one of indifference. A test? There is no need for caution. Even a mere 1% chance is sufficient to proceed boldly. As Li Guan opened his eyes, he sank into deep contemplation. He had mastered that particular technique. Yet this time it was different. This time, he had grasped the essence of the move himself, after which the precious liquid was swiftly imbibed, enhancing his proficiency. Nevertheless, this merely allowed him to comprehend the technique, rather than achieve its full mastery. Li Guan had begun to discern the unique characteristics of the bronze cauldron. The precious liquid contained within was likely correlated to his own level of cultivation. At this moment, he had not yet entered the realm of enlightenment. Consequently, when practicing the Broken Army 8 Blades technique, he could attain sudden mastery, while the first move of the Shui family's ultimate skill, being a profound technique, could only be tenuously grasped. The prerequisite for this mastery was Li Guan's own understanding of the technique's spirit, allowing him to execute it independently, thus achieving instantaneous proficiency. Holding the elegant Su Ni bow gifted by Shui Shuangtao, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had been wielding this bow for an eternity. The Shui family's ultimate skill, the arrow of icy radiance, could be employed at will. However, Li Guan was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. The profound technique required the complete manifestation of its form. Presently, Li Guan could only barely scratch the surface of the two forms, often engaging in disputes over whose form should emerge, while the little white tiger cried out under the relentless blows of the red dragon. It was imperative to enter the realm of enlightenment, allowing his inner energy to separate from his body, thereby supplying the form with vital energy. Only then could he truly grasp the pinnacle of martial prowess. The young man sighed, contemplating the notion of entering the realm. To depart from the kingdom of Chun in safety, mastery of the entry technique was essential. Likewise, to truly grasp martial arts, one must attain this entry. Even the desire to continue reaping the benefits of the legendary bow of breaking clouds required such mastery. Initially, he had considered a direct escape from Chen. But upon glancing at the exquisite Su Ni bow and the formidable heavy blade, a flicker of hesitation emerged within him. The multitude of assistance he had received was indeed distinct. However, the relentless pursuit by the Night Riders and the royal issues his aunt had mentioned compelled Li Guanyi to reaffirm his resolve to leave Chun. Nonetheless, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Shui family. Even a drop of kindness deserved a fountain of repayment. Intending to delve into the 3 teachings of entry that resided within his mind, he had merely imprinted it previously. At that moment, the white tiger apparition atop the bronze cauldron suddenly bristled with energy and began to roar. The connection with the apparition, even one that merely peeked forth, instantaneously heightened Li Guanyi's perception. Was this an inherent property of the apparition itself? He had no time to ponder. The primal instinct to detect foes surged within him, prompting him to grasp the Su-Ni bow, knock an arrow, and swiftly exit his dwelling, drawing the bowstring as if he had trained for years. Under the moonlight, an old man scaled the wall. With hair as white as snow, he peered over, his intentions unmistakable. He was fixated directly on the young man. His eyes locked onto Li Guanyi's abode. A grin spread across his face as he stroked his beard, introducing himself. I am Siming. Young lad, you and I, no. He paused, then fervently continued. You are destined to be my disciple. Chapter 31. When cultivation reaches its pinnacle in the stillness of midnight. With the wind howling and the moon shining faintly, an elderly man with white hair and beard leaned over the wall, declaring a connection between them. Li Guanyi's wariness surged. He was no longer a newcomer to this world, having endured a decade of hardship. Though he often wore a smile, his vigilance ran deep. With a swift motion, he drew his bow, the delicate Sunni bow, aiming an arrow directly at the old man's throat. The arrow and bow shifted slightly, allowing him to quickly adjust his aim according to the old man's movements. His target area was precise, the center of the brow, the throat, and the heart. The arrow of the Shui family, a manifestation of cold radiance, required a release of internal energy, embodying the essence of weaponry. He could not achieve that. However, he had cultivated the fundamentals of archery capable of carrying such an arrow's chilling light. The distance to the wall from his current position would not exceed 20 paces. And on this windless night, with a newly tuned bow in optimal condition, the arrow was sufficient to pierce its mark. The old man, seemingly unfazed, chuckled with enthusiasm. You are unaware of the trouble that surrounds you. I have just discovered that someone, far from here, has taken notice of you. In these times, those who attract more troubles are anything but ordinary. And you, in particular, are exceptional. Become my disciple, and I shall impart to you the profound applications of yin and yang techniques. His words bore an air of eccentricity. Li Guanyi remained composed, the bow unwavering. If you wish to take on a disciple, I kindly ask you to come by during the day to reveal your identity. I would respectfully accept your invitation. However, one who climbs walls at midnight is either a thief or a rogue. I must ask you to step back. The elder, who proclaimed himself as the master of fate, laughed heartily. What a personality. However, my only desire is to see you sooner, as my heart is filled with impatience. In this world, the rules serve to restrain the mundane. If one wishes to meet their disciple, they should do so freely. When confronted with the mediocre, one merely casts a disdainful glance. Yet, when faced with someone who brings joy, one can enjoy the flickering candlelight and engage in heartfelt conversation, embracing spontaneity and sincerity. Li Guanyi, uncertain of friend or foe, simply replied, I implore you to return tomorrow. Tomorrow? I see it as 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is already past midnight. It is nearly time. The master of fate clapped his hands, preparing to leap down. Li Guanyi had already drawn his arrow, but suddenly, a dull whooshing sound reverberated through the night. A dark object traced a perfectly arched trajectory through the air, striking the elder squarely in the face just as he was about to descend. The balance was disrupted, and with a startled cry, he tumbled backward. It was an iron pot that fell to the ground with a resounding clang. The elder, falling backward, did not crash to the earth but instead landed in a void, a space invisible to the naked eye. A mystical tortoise caught the elder with great steadiness, casting a glance at him before shaking its head and slowly departing. The elder, astonished, exclaimed, What? Are you suggesting that the lad is correct? That visiting at midnight is not the behavior of an honorable gentleman? The mystical tortoise nodded slowly. The elder erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Those who pry into the secrets of heaven are bound to suffer calamities, and those who recklessly alter the balance of yin and yang shall meet a grim fate. These two individuals are, after all, the most unruly beings in this world. The sovereigns of the land have established rules, hoping that all will be virtuous gentlemen, while I, a figure such as myself, am derided as a vile creature, destined to be expelled from the capital by the guards wielding their halberds. Yet, the emperor who once scorned me has met his demise on the battlefield. A great tree now flourishes upon the very spot where I once urinated upon his grave. His descendants, compelled to kneel in reverence at his mausoleum, find themselves in stark contrast to my enduring existence. I have lost and regrown my teeth 5 times over. And how can the trivialities of this world constrain us? Nevertheless, this child is indeed good-hearted, and we shall ultimately meet again. Today merely serves to establish the bond of master and disciple. It was I who first uttered the words my master, to the old man's delight. The elder beamed with pride, while the tortoise, displaying a touch of humanity, rolled its eyes. That young friend of the ancestor once penned a letter expressing a desire to introduce his disciple, accompanied by a prominent figure from the Mo family and a revered scholar. He understood that the elder had calculated something significant, prompting him to scale the wall in the dead of night. This old pot has been in use for quite some time, and he has nurtured it well. It cannot simply be discarded. Upon inspecting the pot's base, Guanyi's expression grew somewhat grave. The base revealed no signs of alteration, indicating that the previous strike had not landed. The elder had deliberately fallen. With no sound of impact, vanishing in the blink of an eye, the young man bent down to touch the ground, finding no trace left behind. Perhaps it would be wiser to find a way to secure the ant within the Schwef family, ensuring her safety. Guanyi rummaged through the knowledge stored within his mind, contemplating the 3 vehicles of entry. This account originates from the renowned general of the Schwef family, chronicling his cultivation experiences and delineating the various levels of entering the realm. It introduces the most fundamental method of entry, which involves tempering the body while simultaneously refining one's inner energy. Once both the inner energy and the physical form reach a certain threshold, they can naturally harmonize, allowing one to transcend into the realm. A more advanced approach is the imprinting of divine intent. By utilizing techniques imbued with the essence of one can initially grasp the nuances of this divine essence and, through such practices, breach the threshold of entry. This method, as opposed to merely fortifying the physical body, allows for a more intricate refinement, enabling the practitioner to master a form of martial arts that channels inner energy upon entry. Historically, esteemed sects and illustrious families have adhered to this technique. Beyond this superior method, there exists another approach. In the Western regions, there were practitioners of Buddhism, renowned for their initiation rites, often entering the realm by the age of 3, accompanied by numerous attendants and bone artifacts. Intrigued by their methods, I sought to study the initiation techniques, but was met with resistance. The phrase resonates with an aura of ferocity and intensity. It later became apparent that the initiation method was, in fact, a means of transmitting. This path, however, is fraught with peril, as it can transfer from one individual to another, yet the transmitter is doomed to perish, their entire cultivation rendered futile. I incinerated their scriptures, texts, and temples. Yet I had perused their writings, reflecting long upon them and ultimately gaining insight. Prior to entering the realm, one must cultivate a small universe and refine the physical form. Entering the realm signifies the connection between the inner and outer worlds. In the Taoist tradition, this is referred to as the interplay of internal and external landscapes. In Buddhism, it is known as the awakening of spiritual insight, while Confucianism calls it the establishment of aspirations. From my perspective, these 3 teachings are fundamentally unified. The human body resembles the vast earth, and entering this realm is akin to excavating a channel to guide external waters into a riverbed. Ordinary cultivation resembles the laborious act of digging a channel without foresight, often resulting in prolonged effort with minimal effectiveness and potential harm to one's foundational health. Nevertheless, as long as the general direction is correct, one can eventually access the waters of the river, thus achieving entry into the realm. This method was historically employed by ancient warriors to attain entry. Subsequently, they documented their experiences in entering the realm, detailing how to cultivate the body and nurture vital energy, which led to the creation of the earliest methodologies for entering the realm. This can be likened to possessing a hydrological map, revealing where water is located and indicating where to concentrate efforts and accumulate strength. By following this approach, one can achieve results with half the effort, ensuring that the excavated channels are more stable. Furthermore, directing vital energy inward becomes an art in itself. However, this remains a product of human endeavor. It cannot rival the natural forces of heaven and earth that effortlessly carve out channels. Ideally, if one can refine the body beforehand and then utilize a special location to harmonize internal and external forces, one can naturally open the gateways to enter the realm, which would be the highest achievement. I amicably inquired with the Taoist community and borrowed the teachings from the Taoist school of innate principles. They graciously opened their library to me, and I spent a month assimilating the wisdom of both Buddhism and Taoism. In conjunction with my friend, who refers to herself as Yaoguang, we have mutually validated the creation of a pathway to transcendence. By harnessing the power of the cosmos and cultivating a steadfast spirit within, we can induce transformation and naturally enter this realm. Should we have the assistance of a martial artist at the Dharma manifestation level, it would indeed be possible to shape what is commonly referred to as the reincarnation of a living Buddha or the innate qualities of the Taoist tradition. I laughed heartily. realizing that what is deemed the supreme innate quality of the three teachings can also be cultivated through human effort. Alas, having entered this realm at the tender age of 8, I regrettably lacked the opportunity to experiment with such possibilities. Yao Guang, however, remained unfazed. The Eastern stargazing school is always thus, and she does not comprehend the gravity of the matter. If we were to disrupt the supreme innate quality, shaped by mystery and majesty, that is the destiny of the heavens, its significance to the world would be monumental. Yet, her astonishing beauty renders me forgiving of her ignorance. After descending the mountain, Yao Guang dedicated 3 years to locating an auspicious site near Jiangnan's Guanyi. Once found, she meticulously established a formation capable of artificially creating the required sacred ground for entering the realm. I relocated the Shui family to this new site and inquired how long it would take. She calculated and replied that it would require at least 200 years to gather the Earth's essence, a span during which I might still be alive. But she would assuredly have departed from this world. Stargazers, attuned to the celestial mandate, tend to regard life and death with indifference, and their names are passed down through generations. To those who inherit such legacies, remember to endeavor and test your capabilities. You must already have mastered the Dharma manifestation. Only by obtaining the Dharma manifestation can one wield my bow, and attaining the Dharma manifestation necessitates entry into the realm. Li Guan smirked. The unparalleled and formidable general in this record appears to possess a certain mischievousness as he continues to peruse. However, you may bring along the juniors you trust to seek out this treasure trove. Yao Guang and I have left behind some intriguing artifacts. Should you truly develop a premier foundation, you may then pursue the Taoist gate of primordial origins. Yao Guang mentioned a most youthful and somewhat awkward lad there, who might be capable of cultivating the Taoist arts and could potentially live for several centuries. Ascend the mountain and seek out the Qingwei Taoist. Inform him that Shui Lang has returned after all these years. Is the peach blossom wine that once existed here still well? Upon glimpsing the techniques, Li Guan realized that this lineage had been severed, and his thoughts momentarily halted. Wait a moment. Where is the secret realm? Where have you concealed it? Is it below? Has it vanished? Chapter 32. Yao Guang encounters the White Tiger due to the malicious conclusion of the transmission of techniques by the Shui God General. Li Guan had not enjoyed a restful night. Every individual possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge, akin to encountering a game plot that stalls midway. The following morning, as Li Guan stepped outside, the coachman Zhao Dabing awaited him at the entrance, accompanied by 2 elegantly poised handmaidens bearing food boxes filled with various medicinal dishes. Zhao Dabing took a hearty bite of a large pancake, which was filled with smoked meat and scallions. He had no interest in the green onions. With a single bite, the flavors unfolded distinctly, and he contentedly remarked, "This is the old master's command." Li Guan exchanged pleasantries with his aunt and took his seat in the carriage, inquiring of Zhao Dabing why he did not partake in the meal. The man laughed heartily and replied, "The medicinal dishes lack flavor. This is far more advantageous for us. We hail from the Central Plains, and although I have spent some time in the Jiangnan region, I still find that this flatbread is far more satisfying than rice. This delectable creation was made by my wife, and its flavor is truly robust. I cannot possibly share it with you." He proudly displayed the flatbread in his hands, and Li Guan offered a polite smile, deftly shifting the subject. However, does the arrival of these 2 young ladies from the Shui family not disrupt our original endeavors? Zhao Dabing replied, "The Shui family has many members, so it poses no issue. They already have numerous daughters at home." Li Guan, puzzled, inquired, "So many? Where does the Shui family acquire them?" Zhao Dabing chuckled and said, "Dear guest, your thoughts wander. The Shui family does not engage in such transactions. Rather, it is the Shui family that has extended their assistance to them." He hesitated momentarily before continuing, "Are you aware of the female officials in the palace?" Li Guan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Dabing elaborated, "During the establishment of the Qin kingdom over 200 years ago, our martial emperor enacted a decree abolishing the status of servants based on their place of origin amidst the chaos of the times. Even servants must have a signed contract. And should a nobleman kill a servant, they would face severe penalties, even to the point of losing their own life." Li Guan remarked, "That decree is commendable." "Indeed, it is commendable. However, that was over 2 centuries ago, and our esteemed martial emperor has long since perished in the wilderness. He witnessed the gradual violation of the rules he established during those tumultuous times, and now those lackluster individuals in the palace venture forth to procure." Zhao Dabing hesitated again before stating, "If a reputable family's child were to meet an untimely demise, a substantial sum must be paid. However, should the slaves be purchased from a merchant, such expenses would not be incurred. Consequently, real estate in Jiangzhou has become exceedingly expensive. It is said that even high-ranking officials struggle to afford a home, resorting instead to renting, which has been derisively termed foolish money, implying that even a simpleton could earn it, particularly referring to those female officials. As Li Guan gazed upon the splendid city of Guanyi, he mused that Jiangzhou must surely be the epitome of elegance in the world. However, such matters are shrouded in darkness, known only to prominent families like the Shui clan. Zhao Dabing remarked that the second young lady had witnessed such occurrences. Thus, she purchased properties to be bestowed upon the Shui family, as it would be unwise for her to confront the senior eunuchs in the palace, and it remains uncertain how His Majesty, Emperor Chen, would react. Upon learning of these affairs, the patriarch decided to consolidate power by acquiring the merchants from 10 neighboring cities. Li Guan questioned whether this would not exacerbate the merchants' greed. Of course not, Zhao Dabing chuckled, for thereafter, those merchants were never seen again. Meanwhile, the blossoms of Nanshan flourished more splendidly than in the past 30 years. At this point, no further words were necessary. Zhao Dabing's carriage moved steadily, and upon arrival, Li Guan gracefully disembarked, armed with a heavy sword and longbow. He proceeded to the martial dining hall of the Shui family, where meals tailored for warriors predominantly featured meat, complemented by rice and a bowl of ginseng soup. The attendants, skilled in martial arts, served with steadiness, ensuring that guests would not leave unsatisfied. The cultivation of internal energy requires sustenance, and being in the prime of youth, Li Guan's appetite was insatiable, allowing him to feast heartily. During training, Shui Shuangtao seemed to have brushed aside the previous day's remark about the Shui family's elder sister. The teachings were exceedingly rigorous, and through inheritance, Li Guanyi acquired a rudimentary understanding of archery. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his commitment to the fundamentals, diligently honing his skills until his muscles grew weary. In contrast, the young maiden exuded vitality and her archery was strikingly precise. The eldest daughter of the Shui family, she had been under the tutelage of Shui Daoyong since childhood, beginning her cultivation at the tender age of 5, mastering both the art of music and mathematics. Her martial prowess was commendable among her peers. Li Guanyi and Shui Chaqing sat upon the verdant grass. Was the Shui girl always this stringent? Li Guanyi inquired. Shui Chaqing took a hearty sip of the chilled tea and murmured, "No, I cannot say. In the past, there was nothing of this sort. Today, it seems my sister is exerting herself more than usual, as if someone has provoked her, yet she does not appear particularly angry. Do you have any insight, sir?" Suddenly, a bow twanged from a distance, releasing an arrow that spiraled through the air, the bowstring singing like a swarm of bees in a frenzied dance. The arrow pierced the target with unwavering precision, continuing on to strike the wall. Shui Shuangtao, with a graceful motion, tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, pivoted with her bow in hand, and transformed into the gentle lady he first encountered. "Let us practice archery," she declared. Shui Changqing's countenance turned ashen. "Who on earth has summoned this ferocious tigress?" he exclaimed. "Sir, do you have any insight?" The pale-faced boy cast frantic glances at the youth beside him. "I do not know. The archery and footwork were taught by Shui Shuangtao, but the technique known as 7 dispersing hands was imparted by another, an inebriated old man." After demonstrating the moves, Li Guanyi understood why Shui Shuangtao refrained from teaching him this particular technique. The old man swayed before him, showcasing the 7 techniques: sweeping the groin with a curved step, side sweeping the groin, and retreating with a kick to the groin. With eyes shielded and fist poised, one strikes at the throat, targets the eyes, delivers an elbow to the nape, and executes a side blow to the throat while targeting the eyes. There are merely 7 techniques. The elder demonstrated their application in various scenarios before relinquishing his guidance. Though aesthetically unpleasing, they are fundamentally sufficient. The grand styles of renowned masters may exhibit elegance, yet they may not possess the efficacy of my 7 techniques prior to entry into the realm. However, such methods ought to be employed sparingly. Their potency is fleeting, requiring minimal effort to extinguish life. Due to the simplicity of these 7 moves, Li Guanyi quickly became proficient in them. During midday, he hastily ventured to the repository of tomes, beginning to peruse the scrolls. He sought the history of the Shui family. Understanding that to transcend into the realm, one must possess the requisite strength. To inherit the legacy, one must also attain such prowess. Yet, the optimal path to entry had been concealed by the esteemed Shui Xinjiang. Li Guanyi recalled a friend named Yao Guang, who had aided the Shui family in discovering a site of exceptional geomantic fortune, prompting their relocation to Guanyi City. Thus, the historical records should contain pertinent information. Shui Daoyong initially sought to summon Li Guanyi for a meal at the Listening Wind Pavilion, but, upon learning of his visit to the library, acquiesced to the matter. Upon hearing that Li Guanyi's first borrowed tome was the family history of the Shui clan, he was taken aback. After much contemplation, unable to fathom the significance, he could only chuckle and remark, "Indeed, he is unlike others. What else might he uncover? Surely, he cannot reveal a hidden treasury or a jade hall." Days passed, and after numerous readings, Li Guanyi finally discovered 3 potential leads: the mountains behind the city, a river flowing through Guanyi City, and the ancestral residence of the Shui family. He resolved to explore all 3 possibilities. If all else fails, he would have to find a way to grasp that divine bout once more. The ancestral home of the Shui family was not to be approached lightly. Thus, he first ventured to the river, following the stream in search of something. The area was bustling with people enjoying the springtime. Yet as Li Guanyi ventured deeper, the crowd gradually thinned, until he ultimately discovered a secluded water gully, devoid of anything else. Was this truly the ancestral residence of the Shui family? Disappointment washed over him as he pondered. Just as he prepared to turn away, his steps faltered. Something felt amiss. He feared that the Shui family might be held accountable by the emperor of that era, leading them to conceal their battle spear within the sacred mountain of the Tangxiang people, leaving their legacy entwined with the divine weapon. Such a person would undoubtedly contemplate the possibility of the Shui family's decline and the abandonment of their ancestral home. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, in fact, one must make the real appear to be the false, and the false appear to be the real. If he were in that position, Li Guanyi contemplated deeply, gazing at the shadowy water gully. Resolutely, he shed his garments and concealed them, plunging into the depths. Upon diving, he discovered the water gully was unexpectedly profound. Inconsistent with the stream above, numerous voids sprawled in every direction, leading to an unknown destination. After a considerable time spent navigating, he resurfaced, gasping for air. Indeed, this was the place, yet it seemed to be hidden away. He remained uncertain of its location. After much contemplation, he observed the sky gradually dimming. The light of the moon, reminiscent of the Big Dipper's shimmering light, aligned with the north. Li Guanyi, feeling a sense of determination, decided it was worth attempting once more, and re-entered the water, choosing the northern direction amidst the voids. With the mastery of inner strength coursing through him, he swam for a while and soon discovered a glimmering light ahead. Emerging from the water, he found that the stream led to a cavern. He surfaced, inhaling deeply, and curiously surveyed his surroundings, rising to assess the area. Is this what the legendary general of the Shui family left behind? At that moment, a new visitor arrived at the streams of Guanyi. A young figure, cloaked and hooded, strolled along the brook, winding around the rocky outcrops until he reached a tranquil pool. Encircled by boulders, the serene waters reflected his curiosity as he retrieved a weathered scroll from his bosom, his gaze drifting over the surroundings. Is this the secret realm discovered 5 centuries ago by Yao Guang, in conjunction with the White Tiger sect? Perhaps the essence of the White Tiger sect could be found here, possibly linking to the contemporary lineage. The present-day Yao Guang's eyes flickered with surprise as he caught sight of garments neatly arranged behind a stone. Has someone already been here? Chapter 33. The Arrival's Approach. Yao Guang observed the attire, well concealed but now revealed as the twilight deepened. The surrounding cliffs dripped with water, each drop gradually soaking the garments. Releasing a pouch from his back, he let the collected firewood tumble to the ground. Yao Guang then kindled a campfire, contemplating the situation before retrieving the clothing. Propping it by the fire to dry. Sitting beside the flickering flames, he produced a bun, spearing it with a stick. The other end anchored to the ground to hold it against the stone for roasting. He also extracted a complex astrological tome, rarely seen by others, and began to peruse its pages in silence. The celestial phenomena today are splendid. In spring, the star known as the Yao Guang of the Big Dipper points toward the east, standing in stark contrast to the 7 stars of the White Tiger constellation that grace the western sky, as if gazing across the Milky Way. Yao Guang gazes at the tranquil pool, contemplating the legends of 5 centuries past, quietly awaiting the destined encounter between us. The heavens have already foretold our meeting. Now, all that remains is to patiently await its fruition. Li Guanyi emerged from the water, surveying the resplendent cavern adorned with vibrant hues, utterly astonished that this stream could lead to such a place. Is this not the sacred realm left behind by the divine general of the Shui family and Yao Guang? A treasure trove capable of nurturing a foundation rivaling the pinnacle of Buddhism and Taoism? Clad in modest attire, Li Guanyi examined his surroundings and noticed the rocky wall nearby. Contemplating, he summoned the form of the red dragon into the bronze cauldron, while the white tiger form hesitantly made its appearance, curiously scanning the vicinity. As the white tiger form manifested, it seemed as though something within the cavern was activated. A flicker of light emanated from beneath Li Guanyi's feet, rapidly expanding in all directions. Golden ripples traversed the cavern, and moments later, a crisp sound echoed. A section of the rocky wall gradually descended, revealing a stone rack adorned with an array of weapons, untouched by decay even after 500 years, their cold gleam piercing. Just as Li Guanyi pondered the implications of the Shui family's divine general, a sudden gust swept past him from behind. Li Guanyi's pupils contracted instinctively as he lunged forward, his body collapsing onto the ground. He rolled, narrowly avoiding a heavy strike that cleaved downwards just inches from his back. A sharp pain coursed through his spine, as if a wound had been torn open, yet when he reached back to assess, he found no blood. Dust billowed around him, and from within the haze, a figure emerged, a glint of cold steel aimed at Li Guanyi. "Damn," he muttered, urgency propelling him to flee. He swiftly grasped a knife from a nearby rack, drawing it with precision. As his internal energy surged, he pivoted, unleashing a frigid arc of light with the blade. He executed the 8 blades of ruptured formation, transforming defense into offense, successfully intercepting his assailant. A jolt of pain shot through his wrist as the dust began to settle, revealing the attacker. The figure stood tall and formidable, with striking features and an exaggerated curvature to his curved blade, adorned in gold. His curled beard framed a high nose and deep-set eyes, while a specially crafted hat crowned his head, marking him as anything but a typical Eastern Central native. His posture was slightly hunched, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf poised to strike. Most notably, his form was semi-transparent, like a fleeting specter. Just as Li Guanyi prepared to counter, the man's movements suddenly froze. A slender hand pressed against his face, effortlessly pushing him aside. The once ferocious figure disintegrated into ash and smoke, vanishing without a trace. Then, a pair of boots strode forward, accompanied by a clear voice. This was the third prince of the Tiela people, renowned for his skill with the golden scimitar. Although I am uncertain if your era still recognizes this lineage, he stands as a worthy opponent in my eyes. I persuaded Yao Guang to preserve his likeness in this place. A greeting for those who come after. As Li Guanyi beheld the ethereal figure of a man clad in armor, he noticed his composed demeanor and meticulously arranged hair. A smile gracing his lips. With his right hand resting upon the hilt of the sword at his waist, he exuded an aura of both languor and poise. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he spoke. "This is the gift I leave you, my junior. I wonder if it will bring you joy." Joy indeed. So much so that it nearly took his breath away. Li Guanyi gasped for air, his gaze sweeping over the solidified remnant of the Iron Lo Prince. Pondering the purpose behind Shui Xinjiang's lingering shadow, spotting a set of garments upon the table, he donned them. The specter of Shui Xinjiang smiled faintly and remarked, "You have not sought fortune from the divine weapons, yet you have arrived here quite commendable. Hence, I have left you something of utmost value. It surpasses the broken cloud thunderbow and the war spear in significance. If you desire it, come forth." He proceeded to walk leisurely ahead, contemplating for a moment. Li Guanyi seized the bow from its rack and took a quiver of arrows, trailing behind the shadow. Within the cavern, luminescent butterflies danced gracefully, while the divine general's remnant fulfilled its role of guiding through the secret realm, moving steadily onward. The walls were adorned with a mosaic of colors, depicting a grand scroll of portraits. After 5 centuries, the figures had faded, yet their essence lingered. Among them were a compassionate monk, a sword-wielding Taoist indulging in wine, a cold-eyed domineering man, and a myriad of enchanting women, alongside the frail visage of an aged elder. The corridors on both sides resembled a painted scroll, with luminous butterflies flitting gracefully up and down, leaving trails of golden dust in their wake. The divine general walked amidst this ethereal scene, as if traversing through the annals of history. Li Guanyi gazed at the murals lining the walls, counting the figures depicted within. 1, 2, 3, 10, 50, and many more. Until at last, the divine general Shui abruptly halted as a butterfly alighted upon the shoulder of his armor. The shimmering afterimage of the general, with his dark hair gently lifted by an unseen breeze, grasped the hilt of his sword and turned to Li Guanyi, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You have arrived here with a yearning for the most potent method of entry, have you not?" He mused. As the saying goes, a slight deviation can lead to a vast difference. The gap between the mediocre and the exceptional may not be pronounced at the outset, yet ultimately, it is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. I have since gained further insights, surpassing the legacy I had left a decade ago. I wish to pose a question to you. How many times does a person truly come into existence in a lifetime? General Shui shook his head and replied, indeed. But that is merely the perspective of the ordinary. From the vantage point of the cosmos, a person is born twice. The first birth occurs when one is nurtured by their mother and enters the world in flesh, known as the entry into existence. The second birth transpires when one emerges from their corporeal form, allowing their true self to witness the world, which is the entrance into the realm of enlightenment. Each birth signifies a profound transformation. If prior to the first birth, one could retain a trace of primordial essence while still a fetus, it would greatly benefit their cultivation after entering the world. Likewise, if a unique quality remains before the second birth, that is, before entering the realm, the subsequent cleansing by the essence of heaven and earth would also yield significant advantages. Shui Xinjiang extended his finger, and two golden, luminescent butterflies alighted upon it. His expression was gentle as he spoke. The act of breathing and the instinctual cries of the human body are nurtured during the fetal stage and manifest as innate instincts upon birth. However, should one cultivate similar abilities before their second birth, the essence of heaven and earth will refine into instincts akin to breathing. This is the path I have glimpsed. In the realm of Tao, every action, whether walking, sitting, or lying down, is akin to entering a meditative state of the innate Taoist body. In Buddhism, every gesture is a manifestation of the Dharma, a reincarnation of the Buddhas. The principles are fundamentally similar. Regrettably, I am but a military man, merely a disdainful foot soldier in their eyes, devoid of such elegance. He smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by these labels. With a slight lift of his finger, the butterflies fluttered upwards, coalescing into a radiant orb that suddenly ignited with fierce flames, illuminating the scrolls on either side with brilliant hues. Then, figures emerged from within. The once dim scrolls now glowed with a yellowish hue, akin to the last embers of a fire. Yet at this moment, these ashes ignited with a final spark. One by one, figures from history grasped their weapons, shattering the yellowed years and re-entering the present. In an instant, the space behind Shui Xinjiang was densely populated with silhouettes, exuding a magnificent aura as they gazed upon the youth before them. Guanyi felt a shiver run down his spine. Shui Xinjiang turned slightly, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, smiling at Guanyi. He pointed towards the surrounding figures with his finger and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the third-generation living Buddha from the western regions." A benevolent elderly monk stood with his hands clasped together, offering a slight bow. This distinguished figure was the Taoist leader of the 37 sects, Master Sikong Xiandao, the noble of the Murong family, Murong Huaqing, from Jiangnan, the chieftain of the great banner village of the north, Duqin, a heroic Khan of the Turks, and the venerable elder of the Taishan sword sect in the Central Plains. He elucidated the identities of these illustrious individuals, uttering names that once reverberated throughout the realm. Even Li Guan had faintly heard such legends. 5 centuries ago, during an era of great conflict. In those days, a young general from the Central Plains was surrounded by the heroes of that tumultuous age. He gently spread his arms and mused. The strife of the world rests upon this. I once clashed with them, forged friendships, and shared life and death. We turned against one another, fiercely contesting for dominion over the realm. Yet ultimately, each of them fell beneath my battle spear. My weapon had once borne the head of the Turkic Khan, and the hooves of my steed had trampled upon the celestial realms of the Taoist sect. I had once brought an end to the chaotic times. However, their names and martial arts should not fade into oblivion. The vanquished can also be heroes. I have entrusted Yaoguang to preserve the memories of my battles with them here. All martial arts techniques in this world reside within these recollections. Even if they evolve over the next several centuries, their essence remains unchanged. She informed me that should anyone grasp my bow and arrows, perhaps tranquility would no longer reign. Thus, from my era, I shall draw strength and re-establish order amidst chaos. This is the final act I can perform for this world. Naturally, due to the passage of time, even the radiant light can only retain a fraction of its power. Yet that suffices. You may refuse, opting for the conventional path, utilizing divine resonance to break through your limitations. However, should you harbor any lingering dissatisfaction and desire greater strength, remain here. If what you wish to achieve necessitates power, would you not consider this an opportunity? After all, even in failure, there is little to lose. The once supreme divine general of the realm gently tapped his chest with a clenched fist, smiling as he softly intoned, "Victorious in 100 battles, I forge my own path." He then raised his gaze, 5 centuries prior, a hero stepped forth, drawing his sword from its sheath. The long blade, broad and formidable, pointed resolutely ahead. It seemed that even after 500 years, the unparalleled elegance could still be glimpsed. The manifestation of the white tiger roared defiantly. And before the sword's edge lay a confrontation with the passage of time. Those who follow, step forth. Chapter 34. The transformation of the manifestation, the white tiger appears. Clang. The sound of clashing weapons resonated sharply, following the invitation from the divine general of the Shui family. The one who approached was none other than the bearded prince of the Iron Lu, wielding a curved blade that was both razor-sharp and enigmatic, striking from directions unimaginable. In response, Li Guan held a heavy sword, its spine thick and its edge slender, employing the sword techniques passed down from the peaks of the past. After the bronze cauldron circulated its jade essence, this sword technique had reached a significant mastery. Yet, it was only when faced with such a formidable adversary that Li Guan truly realized the gravity of the situation. Mastery merely signifies a proficient command of swordplay, however. Its application in combat constitutes a distinct form of artistry. The resplendent golden scimitar clashed against Li Guanyi's heavy blade, and then, like a whimsical butterfly, it danced gracefully. The seemingly robust prince of Tiela exhibited an ethereal agility, executing a swift twist in midair and landing seamlessly behind Li Guanyi, simultaneously delivering a vertical strike. Li Guanyi felt a piercing agony in his back, causing him to stumble forward several paces before pivoting to unleash a sweeping attack. Yet the prince had already retreated beyond his reach. Light on his feet, the prince danced nimbly, his scimitar's blade shifting directions unpredictably, leaving one uncertain as to where his next assault would originate. Although Li Guanyi experienced sharp pain in his back, no wound marred his flesh. After all, this was merely a manifestation of bygone memories. All sensations were imposed upon the psyche. Rest assured, the intensity of this experience only simulates the anguish of being struck, without inflicting actual harm upon the body. Shui Xinjian interjected, cautioning, however, be vigilant. In my era, there exist at least 5 categories of arcane techniques within both the martial world and the imperial court, capable of delivering severe trauma to the mind, leading one to believe they have perished, with their bodies subsequently withering away. Many esteemed officials have met their untimely demise in such a manner, and even sovereigns in chaotic times have fallen victim to this fate. As for myself, I have encountered it. That sorcerer did not anticipate Yao Guang's presence by my side. Yao Guang awakened me, which allowed me to counterattack and slay him. Of course, had this been a true battle, you would already be dead. The shadow of Shui Xinjiang bore a subtle smile as he sat there, holding a cup of tea, which too was but an illusion. He raised the sword, still sheathed, and inscribed a character upon the ground. 10 characters already lay beneath him, and now he commenced the first stroke of the 11th. Each stroke signified a death endured by Li Guanyi. Shui Xinjiang regarded the row of characters, his brow arching slightly as he emitted a soft chuckle. He uttered not a word, perhaps a testament to his prowess as a renowned general, adept at provoking the ire of his adversaries. Li Guanyi felt that single laugh encapsulated everything, and coupled with Shui's languid demeanor, it starkly contrasted the boldness and tranquility of bygone years, inciting within him a desire to seize the collar of this 500-year-old figure and deliver a sound thrashing. After so many defeats, the urge to abandon all hope was palpable. Yet, the power of the realm, once deemed the strongest by the legendary, stirred within him a thirst for victory, alongside the bitterness of repeated failures. Furthermore, in this era, could there be another like the third prince of Tai Lo? Certainly, there could. Should he encounter such a figure in reality, would he not face a true blade? Gripping his sword, Li Guanyi's experiences with venom instilled in him a formidable resilience to pain, compelling him to tighten his grip anew. Then, with a sudden advance, the standard blade of the Central Plains clashed once more with the curved sword of Tai Lo in this unseen realm. From the initial moments of being swiftly dispatched to now compelling the third prince to employ his footwork, it was evident that the famed 8 slices of breaking army remained unchanged. Mastery still reigned, yet Li Guanyi sensed a deeper comprehension of swordsmanship blossoming within him. However, each time he experienced this sensation, the Prince of Tai Lu would unleash a dazzling display of skill that would inevitably lead to his demise, leaving Li Guanyi to question whether the previous moment was merely a figment of self-deception. Time slipped away unnoticed, and gradually, Li Guanyi transformed from a mere victim of torment to a figure capable of resistance. The divine General Shui observed the dense array of characters before him, his smile unwavering. Only life and death can forge a person. On the battlefield, Surviving a single encounter marks one as a veteran. Surviving 3 is sufficient to lead new soldiers into combat. This is the baptism of spirit that one undergoes when confronting death, as well as an initiation into the art of swordsmanship. Guanyi's 8 slices of breaking the army bore the essence of a seasoned warrior, marked by shrewdness, ferocity, and an unwavering intent to vanquish his opponent. Anyone who has been slain for so long would inevitably stir a tempest of rage within their heart. Suddenly, he delivered a powerful blow. The sword of the Prince of Tyloo is cleaved as Guanyi surged forward into the breach. The blade aimed for the heart. In that instant, a low, haunting howl echoed in his ears. The surrounding void rippled, and a wolf with fur standing erect like steel appeared beside the Prince of Tyloo. The blade felt as though it had pierced a stagnant void, completely immobilized. The Prince of Tyloo roared in fury, intent on executing a grappling maneuver. Guanyi, ever alert, retreated, seizing his longbow to create distance, and unleashed a flurry of arrows. As the arrows neared the Prince of Tyloo, they inexplicably veered off course. Unable to break through. A manifestation of martial arts? Shui the Divine General remarked nonchalantly. My apologies, Junior. I have been dead for far too long, and my memory has faded considerably. I nearly forgot that the Prince of Tyloo is a natural embodiment of the law, said to be the steel wolf beside the celestial deities, arriving in the western regions with the ambition to unify that vast expanse of land. Until I was shot down. The people there held such thoughts. You must exercise caution. Guanyi's lips twitched slightly as he loosed a flurry of arrows, all of which were thwarted. A torrent of arrows was unleashed, drawing ever closer to the third Prince of Tyloo. His defenses were on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, the third prince charged forward. In Guanyi's eyes, a haze of energy swirled as he beheld the third Prince of Tyloo, his arms crossed like the gates of a fortress. A howling wolf at his side, the youth bore a white tiger on his shoulder, which let out a fierce roar. A faint glimmer of golden light flickered upon his arrows, swirling with a chilling aura. The ultimate technique, one arrow of cold light, was at hand. Regrettably, the technique had not fully manifested, and the arrow was released with tremendous force but incomplete preparation. It spun through the air, piercing the third prince's protective formation. However, as his defenses shattered, an overwhelmingly potent force erupted, his crossed arms swinging out violently to either side. Guanyi felt a flash before his eyes and was sent sprawling. It took a moment for him to gather his senses. He had almost claimed victory. Clenching his fist, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. Well done indeed. This maneuver, known as Howling Wolf's Guard, utilizes a protective formation to withstand formidable attacks, dispersing the force across the formation. When the limit of that defense is reached, the formation shatters, releasing the accumulated power in a devastating surge. It is both offensive and defensive, and the defeat was not unjust. General Shui remarked, pinning down an affirmation. Today was sufficient. You have exerted yourself for a full 2 hours. Continuing further may lead to mental exhaustion. If you possess any medicinal pills, consuming them at this moment would greatly enhance your body's capacity to absorb their potency, facilitating recovery and strengthening your physique. Guanyi sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Regrettably, he had not brought any pills with him. It appeared that Shui Xinjiang had not prepared any here either. He simply approached the stagnant Prince of Tyloo and remarked, I surmise that you would not wish to continue fighting in the immediate future. Thus, I propose this. If you can defeat that Prince of Tyloo within 3 days, I shall ensure he imparts the Zanlong Guardian technique to you. What say you? Placing a hand over his heart and recalling the recent assault that he had withstood against a barrage of arrows, Guanyi gritted his teeth. Fully aware of the significant prize at stake, yet resolutely decided to seize the opportunity. After 2 hours of rigorous sword practice, Guanyi was utterly fatigued. Judging the time, he leapt into the icy waters of the stream, swimming towards the surface. The frigid water enveloped him, and as he floated, an unexpected change washed over his countenance. Without warning, a searing pain shot through his chest. It was the venom. Previously, he had relied on the bronze cauldron and his internal energy to suppress it. However, having exerted himself for too long without the aid of medicinal pills, the venom resurfaced, taking advantage of his depleted energy and physical exhaustion. Guanyi's complexion turned ashen as he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of the poison. In the water, he caught sight of a flickering flame and swam vigorously towards it. Upon surfacing, he gasped for air, the intense agony causing him to stagger and collapse onto the ground. His face contorted and pale. Guanyi's vision blurred, and at that moment, the bronze cauldron began to exert force, while the internal energy circulated, suppressing the long-accumulated venom, which finally erupted for the first time. He heard footsteps, followed by a voice as calm and soothing as a gentle stream. You have been poisoned. It is not a matter of great concern. Please come here and rest for a while. This voice seemed to possess a tranquil magic that allowed Li Guanyi's mind to settle. Exhaustion and the potent toxin surged within him. He abruptly opened his eyes only to realize he had inadvertently fallen asleep. The piercing pain from the poison had vanished, and he found himself clad in the garments he wore in the cavern. The water had dried up, and he lay upon a stone, gazing at the stars above. A warm campfire flickered nearby, beside which knelt a figure in a simple, hooded robe, perusing a scroll. Upon seeing his attire and weapons, Li Guanyi sighed in relief. Did you save me? The figure's voice remained serene. No, you possess enough strength to suppress such toxins. It was merely your exhaustion that allowed the poison to gain an upper hand. Who are you? Li Guanyi inquired. The hooded figure replied, the celestial constellations reveal all omens. Tumultuous times are approaching, and you are among those destined to usher in this chaos. I have come in accordance with an ancient covenant to seek you. This assertion reminded Li Guanyi of the old man who had scaled the wall just days prior. He declined, saying, destiny is still too enigmatic. The hooded figure spoke. This is not an esoteric power. It is akin to the blossoms of spring and the leaves of autumn. It is merely that the common folk lack the understanding of such knowledge, which renders it mysterious. You have already awakened the destiny of the celestial constellations. Allow me to illustrate the origin of this power. The individual closed the book in hand, placed it upon a fallen leaf, and rose to the side of Li Guanyi. Kneeling, he extended his hand and said, Please place your hand in mine. It will not take long, just a moment. Li Guanyi extended his right hand, and the figure cradled the youth's palm with both hands. Suddenly, the white tiger manifestation atop the bronze cauldron blazed to life. The 7 stars of the white tiger in the sky shone brighter than ever before, while within the listening wind pavilion, divine weapons roared in the night breeze, prompting the elder to open his eyes once more. Li Guanyi beheld the starlight emanating from his palm. The initially imprinted white tiger manifestation gradually illuminated, becoming more complete until it revealed itself beneath the starlight. The starlight descended, and the white tiger manifestation appeared upon Li Guanyi's shoulder, fully unveiled under the starry sky, exuberantly shaking its form. I am Yao Guang, a disciple of the Eastern Land Stargazing School. Following the dictates of fate and the guidance of the stars, I have come to seek you and fulfill the destined covenant of the celestial phenomena. Chapter 35, The 7 Stars of the White Tiger, Nightly Slaying of Villains. The Destined Covenant. Li Guanyi gazed at the starlight materializing from his palm. Upon the bronze cauldron, the white tiger manifestation had been completely activated, ready to depart his form. Replaced by the red dragon manifestation pressed firmly against the bronze cauldron, unable to extend even a claw. The diminutive white tiger avatar raised its head and stepped proudly on the shoulder of the young man, exuding an air of confidence. Such strength is not illusory. It allows even the third prince of the Ironla Kingdom, burdened by a fierce wolf, to experience the martial arts of the avatar. However, he was undeniably fatigued at this moment. He resolved to restore his vigor and return the following day. Yet, in the presence of the enchanting Yao Guang, Li Guanyi harbored a profound sense of vigilance. A fated covenant, but alas, I am already bound by another. The young man's voice was calm and sincere. Previously, an elder named Siming had already taken precedence. Perhaps you could consult the venerable Siming regarding this matter. Where should I go from here? It would be best if you two engaged in a quarrel. The silver-haired Yao Guang's voice remained tranquil, undisturbed by ripples. I am merely an auxiliary, not a guide. Your path is one you must choose for yourself, not one bestowed by anyone else. Adhering to the ancient covenant, should you rise to become a hero in tumultuous times, I shall assist you. Conversely, if you were to become a sovereign igniting chaos, it would be the breaking army that seeks you. Whether it be Yao Guang or the breaking army, they are but different facets of the same celestial body. Both the ruler who stabilizes the chaotic world and the tyrant who incites turmoil may indeed be you. I am certain our bond will not be severed. Li Guanyi gazed at the stars in the sky and resolutely stated, The night has grown late. Thus, I shall take my leave for now. The two brushed past each other. After a considerable time, the waters of the brook fell silent once more. Yao Guang extended her hand to retrieve the freshly baked steamed bun, perusing the scroll as she slowly took a bite. The sound of the scroll turning echoed. A crisp crunch. Yao Guang paused momentarily. It was rather tough. She flipped to the other side and continued to gnaw. The world felt decidedly askew. First, the mandate of heaven, and now Yao Guang from the Eastern Star Observation School. Li Guanyi strolled briskly outside the city under the night sky. Whether their intentions were benevolent or malevolent, They conveyed a singular, unmistakable message: trouble. It was a term loathed by both fugitives and the hunted. Guanyi lifted his gaze to the brilliant, radiant stars above. He had grown weary of a life spent in constant flight. 5 days prior, he had submitted the necessary documents to the authorities. Once he crossed the border and secured the Su family's legacy, he would depart from the Qin kingdom. Upon leaving, he intended to pen a farewell letter, detailing the secrets of the Su family's hidden realm to the elder Su, as a token of gratitude. However, now was not the time. Safety remained a concern. What destiny, what mandate of heaven, had no bearing on him? As he beheld the clear, beautiful night of this era, a sense of ease finally washed over the young man, and he quickened his pace towards Guanyi City. Although there was no curfew, the city gates would still close, only to open at the faintest light of dawn, and Guanyi planned to arrive early. The night was so tranquil that sounds traveled particularly far. As he hurried towards Guanyi City, a sudden wailing reached his ears, followed by a sound that sent shivers down his spine. A sharp, piercing noise sliced through the air, reminiscent of steel tearing through space. The cry of a blade. Guanyi's pupils constricted as he concealed himself behind a large tree. Pressing his right hand against the trunk, his inner energy surged, allowing him to leap over a meter high, swiftly climbing up the tree and blending into the foliage. A bronze aura swirled in his eyes, enhancing his vision. The white tiger avatar perched on his shoulder, peering curiously into the distance. Each avatar possessed unique traits, capable of exerting influence without necessitating an exceptionally high martial realm. The white tiger served as a vigilant guardian against foes. The wind carried the sound of desperate cries. Not far from his location, no, help, save me. Guanyi, positioned above, beheld an elderly man, robust in stature, being brutally kicked aside. His head struck by a knife handle, blood streaming from the wound. Nearby, a cart had been toppled, vegetables scattered across the ground. Another individual had their wrist twisted painfully, while the leader, vaguely resembling a bamboo pole topped with a burlap sack, bore a round face marred by pockmarks. Guanyi had an excellent memory and recognized him. It was Qianzheng, a fugitive wanted alongside Yu Qianfeng. At this moment, just outside the city. It was an hour before dawn, coinciding with the villagers' time to transport vegetables. The border guards, led by a sergeant, were elite martial artists. Guanyi fell silent, descending from the tree, turning to retreat quietly. As a youth who had been defeated by the third Prince Tailu and had yet to enter the martial realm, he knew he was no match for them. Adhering to the principle of retreating as the best strategy, he took a few steps, and the cries began to fade. We are merely impoverished folk from Guanyi City here to sell vegetables, sir. Please, have mercy. Near, run. Ha ha ha, my dear brother. Here stands a young maiden of some grace. Indeed. Old man, old woman, open your eyes and behold the visage of your daughter. The youth's steps grew increasingly languid. Coming to a halt, the white tiger manifestation upon his shoulder drooping, reflecting a semblance of frustration and despondency. He gazed at the constellations above, pressed his lips together, and cast a copper coin into the air, watching it flip, one side revealing itself as it turned, the other as it fled. He retrieved the coin, flicking it into the heavens with a deft motion. The coin spun, suspended in midair, yet to touch the ground. The youth grasped the Su'ai bow, pivoted, and strode forth with purpose. The temperament inherited from his bloodline seemed to surge within his soul, reluctant to dissipate, for he was but a humble farmer, imploring not to be uprooted. At this moment, he had several justifications for his departure. The throng before him was formidable, and he had yet to establish his footing. Yet, a singular motive sufficed. Discontent simmered within. To strike first, to exert oneself to the utmost, and should he falter, then to retreat. Guanyi swiftly scaled the tree, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. The Su'ai bow was silent in the night, the arrow aimed at one of the men. Guanyi's heartbeat slowed. His finger released, and the bowstring sang through the night air, akin to a hawk in flight. The man, reaching out to touch the maiden, found his throat pierced by the arrow's tip. Crafted from fine steel, the wolf-tooth arrow was worth a tale of silver. The young lady had provided it, 20 pieces to a flask, with a cost price of 15 silver. A month's salary from the rejuvenation hall had vanished in an instant. In the depths of the night, the blood gushing from the arteries rendered the surroundings momentarily silent. At the forefront, Qianzheng, hailing from the border army, instantly transformed his gaze into a sharp glare. With a swift roll, he drew forth a large rattan shield from behind him, while the others resembled mere common bandits. Guanyi steadied his stance, drawing his bow with precision, The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was piercing. 2. 3. The archers on the battlefield were an unequivocal nightmare. As his slaughter ensued, the visage of the white tiger gradually morphed, its form invigorating for bristling, eyes emanating a fierce radiance, and breath growing heavy. Meanwhile, all distractions vanished from Guanyi's mind, and the arrows rained down like a tempest. Qianzheng swung his blade with force, severing a spinning arrow mid-flight. Yet, astonishingly, the tip of the severed arrow continued its forward trajectory. Channeling his inner energy, he pivoted, and with a grasp of his left hand, he seized the arrow, but felt a sharp pain in his palm as his complexion shifted dramatically. It was the force of a powerful longbow, a quality bow of at least 300 taels, capable of launching such a stable projectile. Nearby, a subordinate attempted to seize someone as a human shield, but before he could advance, an arrow pierced his throat, causing him to collapse, clutching his neck. The speed was blinding, the frequency relentless, the bow's resilience extraordinary, and the arrow's center of gravity remarkably stable. The accuracy was supremely high. A scion of a noble family. From Guanyi City, the Shui clan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qianzheng bellowed. He's in the trees to the southwest. Charge forward, crouch low, and hold your shields. Do not attempt to seize any hostages. This is a descendant of the divine Bao Shui family. With at least 10 years of cultivation, his arrows fly with astonishing speed. Your lateral movements could result in your own demise. Hurry, hurry. The remaining few grasped their shields and advanced towards the trees. Guanyi knocked an arrow, channeling his internal energy as the projectile shot forth with explosive speed. The spinning arrow, a technique taught to him by Shui Shuangtao from the Shui family, failed to penetrate the vine shield but was sufficient to unbalance his opponent. The second arrow was poised to pierce their throat. 19 arrows, 15 wicked bandits. All met their demise. The air was thick with the scent of blood, while Qianzheng, in the midst of releasing his arrows, deftly maneuvered his shield to deflect the force, allowing the arrows to scatter. His shield collided heavily with a tree, the internal energy erupting instantaneously, causing the tree to splinter in two. Guanyi lost his balance and leaped downward. Qianzheng, hidden behind his shield, charged forward with the ferocity of a rhinoceros, his eyes ablaze with fury. At this moment, he fervently wished that the Shui family disciples were not as skilled as the sharpshooters at the frontier. Guanyi positioned the final arrow on the Sunni bow. The unfolding events mirrored his earlier duel with the Iron Le Prince, yet this encounter was markedly different. The white tiger avatar roared majestically, the youth's dark hair billowing as he leaped backward while drawing the bow. Golden currents entwined around the arrow, causing his eyes to shimmer with a white tiger's ethereal glow. In the next instant, the bowstring resonated violently, and the arrow soared through the air like a golden thread, piercing the vine shield in an instant. Qianzheng barely evaded the strike, yet the arrow's velocity was overwhelming. Even a martial artist of his caliber was swiftly penetrated through his internal energy defenses, the arrow tearing through his left arm, shredding flesh and bone, the force propelling upward relentlessly. Qianzheng let out a roar, drawing his blade to sever his own left arm, gasping for breath. The once indomitable shield of life and death lay shattered, leaving him engulfed in a disorienting haze. A sensation akin to the very essence of his being fracturing alongside the shield. Gritting his teeth, he unsheathed his blade, fixing his gaze upon the scion of the Shui family opposite him. The constellation of the white tiger had ascended to its zenith in the celestial sphere. Then, he beheld the youth across from him cast aside his gilded bow, its golden strings falling to the ground. With deliberate grace, he drew forth a formidable black war knife, exuding an aura reminiscent of a seasoned warrior steeped in countless battles. Chapter 36. The Counterstrike into the Realm. Qianzheng observed the imposing black blade, and the tension that had gripped his heart began to dissipate. They relinquished their bows, forming a phalanx with their knives, re-entering the battlefield like the razor's edge of a drawn sword, intent on vanquishing their adversaries. Were it not for the constraints of national borders, the hilt of that heavy blade might have been accompanied by an iron rod. Qianzheng's internal energy coursed through him, stimulating vital points to temporarily staunch the blood loss from his severed arm. The acute focus demanded by the impending confrontation momentarily dulled the agony of his injury. He angled his body, the knife in his right hand poised toward the foe ahead, advancing with measured steps. Beneath the starlit sky, his opponent, though youthful, exuded an air of calm resolve, reminiscent of a swordsman who had weathered countless fierce encounters, biding his time before striking. The blade was gripped firmly yet not fully clenched, relaxed like a bowstring not yet drawn, hinting at the terrifying potential of an imminent release. This is it. Qianzheng cursed inwardly. Had it not been for the recent disturbances caused by a bearded man relentlessly pursuing fugitives, he would not have ventured into this precarious vicinity. He would have asserted his dominance in those remote villages where information flowed sluggishly. Regret washed over him. He should have exercised greater caution today to avoid detection. At this moment, the youthful energy of the young man seemed to experience a fleeting interruption. A trace of malevolence flickered in Qian's eyes as he seized the opportunity. Swiftly advancing forward, his right hand wielded the battle blade, which, propelled by his forward momentum, arced downwards with great force. Simultaneously, he shifted his body, aligning himself with the edge of the blade, thus shielding his form behind the weapon's razor-sharp edge. This was a combat technique born of urgency, however, in that very instant. The young man opposite also drew his weapon, spinning gracefully as his blade glimmered like a dark silk ribbon. The clash of their swords was fierce and resounding. One wielded a blade with both hands, while the other executed a one-handed strike. One advanced with a powerful side thrust, harnessing the momentum of his forward lunge. The other executed a spinning slash, utilizing the inertia from his waist rotation. The two finely crafted blades collided, igniting sparks in the night. Both weapons veered to the sides. Yet, the disparity in their realms of mastery was evident. Li Guan felt a tingling in his palms, clutching his heavy blade with both hands. He barely matched the skill of this one-armed martial artist. Qian roared once more, charging forward, ready to unleash his second strike. However, Li Guan too had already initiated his second attack, his speed and judgment rivaling that of this seasoned border soldier. The blades clashed repeatedly, each recognizing the other's techniques. The 8 blades of breaking the army. Yet one was a modified version, more perilous and ferocious, derived from the tales of the borderlands. The other was a direct transmission from the esteemed clan of Yuqiefeng, with techniques that were rigorous and formidable, not to be underestimated. The more Qian fought, the more astonished he became, recognizing the mastery of the blade, the keen tactical instincts, and the palpable aura of death. If he were to close his eyes, he would almost believe he was sparring with the old sergeant. The youth, merely in his early teens, wielded his blade with a proficiency that belied his age, exuding a ferocity akin to that of a seasoned veteran who had danced on the precipice of life and death countless times. With a resonant clash, the boy's blade transformed unexpectedly. Though it was a heavy sword, it danced upon Qianzheng's blade like a delicate butterfly. Li Guanyi's footwork shifted seamlessly, his blade gliding past the severed arm of Qianzheng, delivering a precise cut that sliced through flesh and bone. Qianzheng let out a furious roar. His forehead instantly veined with tension, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. He flailed his weapon chaotically to shield himself, staggering backward. By severing his own arm, he had hoped to prevent it from becoming a conspicuous weakness. Otherwise, it would hinder his agility, becoming an inviting target for his adversaries. Though his arm was rendered useless, the pain remained. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the frontier. In times of injury, comrades would rally to protect him, their shields intercepting every arrow. Yet now, he was no longer a part of that brotherhood. A jolt of awareness struck Qianzheng as he recalled the words of his old sergeant. Once one begins to reminisce, it signifies that death is imminent, urging him to focus on the present. Meanwhile, the boy's deft blade continued to rain down upon his wound. Although he had entered the fray with vigor, his inner energy unleashed, he was still merely flesh and blood, far from the realm of true warriors. The excruciating pain was sufficient to impair his combat efficacy. Li Guanyi exhaled deeply, as if comprehension dawned upon him. The veterans of the frontier understood their purpose in the chaos of battle. A faint, ethereal energy emanated from the blade. As he lunged forward, Li Guanyi deftly leapt into the air, gracefully sidestepping as if propelled by an unseen force, evading Qianzheng's final, desperate strike. In that instant, he lifted his knife. His relaxed wrist flicked the blade outwards like a whip, channeling energy akin to a sudden burst of power. With remarkable intensity, the blow sliced horizontally towards Qianzheng, whose formidable body, honed through rigorous training, could not withstand the might of the 300 forged black blade. The knife cleaved through his side, leaving a gaping wound from which his innards spilled forth. Though his physique was robust, the speed of the strike was overwhelming, rendering him incapacitated. Writhing in agony, Qianzheng cast aside his weapon, desperately attempting to stuff his organs back within. Pink frothy blood oozing from his mouth as tears streamed from his wide, horrified eyes. In his final moments, he gasped, "Mother," before collapsing heavily to the ground. His breath extinguished. Li Guanyi, feeling the tension in his body release, circled around Qianzheng to retrieve the Su Ni bow, gathering any usable arrows. He drew the bowstring taut and loosed several arrows into Qian Zhang's lifeless form, ensuring his death was beyond doubt. Finally, he exhaled deeply, sinking to the ground as his body relaxed, sweat seeping from his pores. The vigor he had summoned moments before seemed to dissipate in an instant, leaving his wrist trembling. Had he, in his inaugural solo battle, unwittingly overexerted himself? Guanyi recognized that, in such a state, he could hardly aim accurately, rendering him ill-prepared for practical combat. The arrows are so precious primarily because they require the expertise of skilled artisans to craft. Once an arrow has struck an enemy, it becomes mere scrap metal, necessitating recalibration. However, even scrap metal can yield a modest sum. The young man gazed at the arrows severed by Qianzheng, feeling a pang of sorrow. 1 or 2 silver coins represented the fruits of an entire month's labor. He wondered if the Shui family might reimburse him. Guanyi observed Qianzheng and, employing the techniques taught by Yu Qianfeng, rummaged through the corpse, retrieving over 10 taels of silver, a waste token, several yellowed letters, and a book, all hastily collected. Sitting beneath a tree, surrounded by the scent of blood, the youth lifted his gaze, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the moonlight, remaining silent. He sensed the stillness around him, the vastness of the world, while the moonlight cascaded like a spring. After a brief moment spent foraging for vegetables, the old man noticed the young man's gaze and turned pale, preparing to kneel in gratitude. Guanyi managed to stop him. The elder hesitated before saying, "This old man is eternally grateful to Lord Xie for saving my life. These items hold little value. Please accept them as a token of my appreciation." Looking at the vegetables in the muddy ground, the old man meekly affirmed, "Indeed, indeed. As for the spring taxes," he spoke cautiously, "yes. It has only been challenging for the past 2 years. 5 years ago, there was a war, and the taxes for the following decade were collected in advance. However, 3 years ago, they collected the annual taxes for the next 5 years, and this year, they have ceased the annual tax, opting instead for seasonal taxes, which are even more burdensome than before. Originally, the vegetable stall intended for the village was acceptable, yet the Shui family had ceased to charge for the stall space or take a commission 3 years prior. They even provided a shelter and sold large pancakes for a mere penny each, accompanied by a bowl of soup. Consequently, all customers flocked there. Guanyi remained silent for a moment before suddenly suggesting, "Let us keep the vegetables." "Ah, yes, indeed. These are all homegrown, truly good vegetables, remarkably good." The old man awkwardly set down the vegetables in his hands, rubbing his coarse and wrinkled fingers. The youth, however, reached into the adjacent money pouch belonging to Qianzheng, extracting a handful of coins. With a flick of his wrist, the coins tumbled into the old man's embrace. He then tapped the fallen corpse beside him with the knife in his hand, declaring, "I have purchased these goods. The money is on me." The old man was momentarily taken aback. A young lad wielding a knife, slaying men beneath the moonlight. Such impulsive audacity exuded a certain gallantry. The old man, cradling the coins, expressed his gratitude, still in disbelief, and gradually retreated, kneeling into the muddy ground, bowing deeply to Guanyi several times. He turned and, unsteadily, began to walk forward, then broke into a run, stumbling and falling, only to rise again and continue fleeing. A sobbing voice carried on the wind, "Wife, we have money now. No need to sell our daughter, not anymore." Guanyi raised his head, resting against the tree trunk, having slain the villain, yet felt no satisfaction within. He cursed loudly, "Damn this world. Damn this chaotic era." Chapter 37. All have been slain by me. The claws of the white tiger snagged on a strand of hair, unable to be dislodged. As the claws struggled to shake free, visible to the naked eye, it resembled the gentle caress of the wind upon a youth's hair. Guanyi was amused. He settled upon a stone by the stream, then unsheathed his black heavy blade, its edge marked by nicks and stained with blood. From the pouch at his side, he retrieved a cloth and, under the moonlight, meticulously wiped the blade clean to prevent rust and odor. Subsequently, he employed a small whetstone to smooth away the minor imperfections, ensuring the blade retained its sharpness. Finally, he applied oil to maintain the weapon. In these tumultuous times, a sword could bring solace. He examined the corpses of the slain, discovering a collection of identity tags belonging to fresh recruits at the border. He also found a handful of silver coins and a bundle of letters, all of which he took with him. His internal energy, having been replenished, swiftly dissipated the soreness induced by his inaugural solo battle. Guanyi then gathered the vegetables, placing them in the sturdy basket left by the old man, woven from bamboo and coarse hemp rope. There were still 3 to 5 dozen pounds of edible produce, all in excellent condition, clearly cultivated with care. With a surge of strength in his arms, he lifted the load and took a few steps before a thought struck him. He turned back to retrieve the copper coin he had just tossed into the air, now lying face down. Upon its reverse side were inscribed the 4 elegant characters written by the current Emperor Chun, Tai Ping Tong Bao. The young man smiled broadly, flipping the coin to reveal its obverse, and approvingly remarked, "Indeed, it is the face side." He picked it up, dusted it off, and tucked it into his bosom. The internal energy coursing through his arms was not as potent as that of the Shui family's ancestral technique, yet it fortified his limbs. The Song of Breaking the Formation excels in its comprehensiveness. Li Guan possesses considerable strength in his arms and exhibits solid footing, surpassing even that of the Shui family. Li Guan remarked, "There is an escaped convict outside. Your presence here may not be entirely safe." Yao Guang, with a tranquil voice, replied, "Rest assured. The disciples of the Donglu Stargazing School are not without the capacity to defend themselves. While I may not be a hero like you, charging into battle, I am capable of protecting myself, and I appreciate your concern." Li Guan nodded and decisively turned to leave. However, as he was about to depart, he caught sight of a skewer with roasted steamed buns. There, the hooded Yu Guang sat quietly reading, and the bun bore fine bite marks, indicating it had been bitten with great force. The overcooked bun had split open slightly. Li Guan paused for a moment, turned back, and asked, "Is this all you eat?" Yao Guang looked at him and replied, "Some rice flour and clean water are sufficient." Li Guan smirked, gestured towards the vegetables, and said, "I cannot take these vegetables with me. I shall leave them here. Do you have a pot?" Yao Guang slowly nodded, crouching in front of a large backpack. She rummaged through it, and with a clatter, she lifted her head, turning around to reveal a small iron pot held in her fair palm. She raised it towards Li Guan, showcasing the diminutive pot. Li Guan fashioned a stand from wood, placing the pot atop it, filled with clean water. Using Yao Guang's dagger, he chopped the washed vegetables into small cubes and added them to the pot to simmer. He broke the hard bun into pieces the size of a pinky finger and tossed them in as well, sprinkling in a handful of salt. "So be it. Devoid of meat and fat, I shall make do." Li Guanyi sat beside the iron pot, observing the bubbling contents within. Yao Guang's luminous gaze pierced through the steam rising from the food as she quietly inquired, "Your mind is not at ease. It is riddled with ripples. Have you encountered some difficult choice?" Li Guanyi paused momentarily. He had taken the lives of 15 or 16 individuals this time. Yet this was not his inaugural act of killing. Previously, he had eliminated 2 cavalrymen of the night and had dispatched Chao Qianfeng to handle the subsequent matters. At this moment, a sense of agitation enveloped him. Li Guanyi realized that he did not fear the act of killing itself. Rather, it was the aftermath, the multitude of troublesome affairs that required resolution, that he detested. He was self-aware, reluctant to bear the weight of the responsibilities that followed such violence, even if the victims were criminals. However, his understanding of the Qin kingdom suggested that subsequent troubles would be abundant. The new recruits and the sergeant at the border, branded as thieves, must have their reasons. The entanglements could be quite significant. It was not merely a matter of presenting a badge to claim a reward. The wind carried the scent of leaves. Yao Guang rose and approached Li Guanyi, kneeling beside him. She extended her palm and softly urged, "Please, grant me your hand." "Is this some sort of ritual?" Li Guanyi chuckled. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand. Her delicate and fair palm cradled his. Yao Guang lowered her gaze and said, "No, it is merely that the people of this land fear solitude. I believe that companionship will bring tranquility to your heart." Yao Guang, with her eyes closed, clasped Li Guanyi's hand and lowered her head, reciting the maxims of the Eastern Stargazing School. Her silvery hair cascaded gently, and her expression was tranquil, reminiscent of a serene stream flowing quietly under the moonlight. In contrast, Li Guanyi's inner turmoil gradually settled. The previously agitated feelings began to surface, leading him to a decision. Yao Guang opened her eyes and released the young man's hand. "You carry the scent of slaughter, yet there is no trace of hatred within you. Nor do you waver in your path. This signifies that you have not indiscriminately taken innocent lives, and your choices align with your true self. Therefore, do not doubt your worth, nor succumb to fear." With her palm outstretched, her brown eyes gazed intently at the youth. "Regardless of the path you choose, as long as you do not become a tyrant who disrupts the world, I shall stand by your side." Li Guanyi could not help but chuckle. "Even if I am an escaped felon, I would gladly accompany you through the grandest of worldly escapes. This is our fated bond." He turned his gaze towards the stream. Reflecting on the fierce battles he had faced with Qianzheng, he finally comprehended the conflict between the Tiela Third Prince and himself. Now, He felt confident that he could defeat the Tiela Third Prince with his swordsmanship, having discovered the means to do so after facing death numerous times, an experience not worthy of boasting. After today's killings, his strength had waned, and he resolved to recuperate before returning. Suddenly, Li Guanyi shouted, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Yao Guang observed him silently. He then raised his hand to slap his cheek, standing up and saying, "Thank you. I have come to realize certain truths. After tomorrow, I shall return. For now, I bid farewell." Upon noticing the sword and bow at Li Guanyi's waist, I was taken aback, hesitant to utter further words. Li Guanyi gazed at the bustling city of Guanyi, where the horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn. The shops along the main thoroughfare had begun to open, with large iron cauldrons bubbling with steaming broth, and freshly baked flatbreads wafting the aroma of wheat into the air. The pavilions adorned with red lanterns exhibited extravagant decorations. And as the doors swung open, a flamboyantly dressed woman assisted a scholar onto his horse, the air filled with a delicate fragrance. The scholar, with a flower pinned in his hair, rode tipsily through the smoky haze of the kitchens, ambling slowly. As he passed a corner eatery, he casually flicked a typing coin, onto the table, requesting a bowl of sour, invigorating soup, with a tap of his fingers on the wooden surface. The sound of strings accompanied the melody of the chine. Ah, such peace! Li Guanyi observed the once reassuring semblance of tranquility. Yet his thoughts drifted to the lamentations of the elderly, the long lines of vegetable farmers at the city gate, and the tales of human trafficking recounted by Zhao Dabing. A veil was lifted, revealing a glimpse of the tumultuous world, where prosperity and absurdity intertwined like a meandering river. It became apparent that in times of chaos, some found solace, while for the common folk, turmoil reigned. The youth, with the back of his knife stained in blood, bore the weight of his bow and arrows. The scholar, adorned with flowers, clumsily mounted his horse, enveloped in the scent of perfumed oils. Their paths crossed, and the scholar, startled for reasons unknown, found himself suddenly sober, scanning his surroundings, yet discovering naught. Ultimately, he chose to visit the Shui family. 15 or 16 lives were extinguished, although some were fugitives. The intricacies of the situation were far from simple. The bureaucratic apparatus of the Qin state was exceedingly convoluted, and it was likely that one would neither receive the bounty nor escape unscathed. The only individual whom Li Guanyi deemed capable of adeptly handling this predicament was a guest official. He entered the inner courtyard, pondered for a moment, and then hastened towards the listening wind pavilion. The elderly gentleman, disturbed by the thunderous resonance of the breaking cloud bow, was consuming a bowl of millet porridge. His mind clouded with confusion. How could the bow have been triggered again last night during the ugly hour? Li Guanyi had not touched it. Could it be that the bow was activated by someone else? The old man, roused from his reverie by the bow's ominous sound, had spent the night in contemplation, his age weighing heavily upon him, leading to a sleepless night. As he mused, he heard Li Guanyi's arrival and ordered an additional bowl of porridge, ensuring a generous portion of rice and ginseng, for the young lad had the greatest appetite. The Shui family had no fear of being impoverished by his consumption, and then he permitted him to enter. As Li Guanyi stepped inside, his sleeves billowed. Shui Daoyong raised an eyebrow, detecting the scent of blood. Li Guanyi quietly seated himself at the table and unbuckled his battle bow, declaring, "I have taken lives." Without further inquiry, Shui Daoyong directly asked, "Who?" Li Guanyi placed a waist token upon the table. It belonged to a border trader, Sergeant Qianzhang. The old man scrutinized the token of this martial practitioner from the border, his pupils narrowing. This was an elite force tasked with opposing the Ying state, and a sergeant was one who had survived at least 3 battles and attained the realm of entry. He had witnessed bloodshed, with at least 7 heads claimed in the military tents. However, with the Shui family's divine bow, maintaining distance was feasible, albeit challenging and perilous. Such an adversary could be dealt with. In a one-on-one confrontation, crossing realms, even with the advantage of weaponry, it would still require both intellect and valor to prevail. The elder nodded in approval, remarking that it was not entirely unexpected. He then observed the youth reach into his bosom, producing a wooden plaque, stained with blood and darkened from soaking. As he released it, the plaque fell onto the table, revealing it to be a military insignia from the frontier forces. The elder's expression gradually stiffened, while the young man's sleeves remained unblemished, save for a slight bloodstain on his collar. He unsheathed his battle blade, setting it aside, and stated calmly, "I have slain a total of 16 bandits." Chapter 38. A grave revelation. 16 military insignias from the frontier forces lay before them. Among them, one was notably larger, having been soaked in pine oil, adorned with intricate patterns, signifying the rank of squad leader. It bore 7 distinct gashes, a testament to the bearer having felled 7 foes during a confrontation with the Kingdom of Ing. This was a seasoned warrior, having engaged in over 10 battles. Yet he had perished at the hands of this youth. The elder's gaze seemed to momentarily freeze before he, with seasoned composure, inquired, "Where are the bodies?" "Very well." The elder tapped the table. A similarly aged servant, with white hair and beard, appeared silently beside him, bowing in deference to his command. Shui Daoyong succinctly instructed, "Immediately take a group there to manage the bodies. Be swift." The servant nodded and departed. Shui Daoyong glanced at the wooden plaques, sweeping his voluminous sleeves to clear them aside, allowing them to rest silently upon the soft mat beside him. The elder gestured towards the food on the table, speaking calmly. "Let us dine first." Li Guanyi and Shui Daoyong, one old and one young, sat facing each other at the table, the elder's demeanor unfazed and composed. The little white tiger was licked to the ground, its forepaws flailing in a fit of impotent rage. Li Guan could almost discern a remarkably human expression upon the colossal visage of the white tiger. What a curious breed of kitten is this? So diminutive yet so fierce. A gentle lick and a whiff offered a glimpse into the composed demeanor of the elderly man, who seemed to harbor a tempest of emotions within. Strangely, this time the bronze cauldron bore no ripples. It appeared that within the same manifestation, only one essence could accumulate at a given realm, akin to a progress bar that had already filled before entering the domain. Today's rice porridge was imbued with calming herbs, gentle and harmonizing. Li Guan felt a soothing sensation enveloping his entire being, and his spirit gradually eased. Upon finishing his meal, the elder instructed his attendants to clear the table and brew some tea. Combat and strife invariably inflict harm upon the body, severely depleting one's vital essence. Thus, a seasoned warrior, if unmindful of preservation, often finds themselves short-lived and beset by ailments. Tea infused with ginseng is indeed the finest remedy for replenishing energy and calming the mind. Li Guan approached with intent, yet the elder moved leisurely, urging Li Guan to eat and drink first, thereby diffusing the tension. The elder maintained a tranquil demeanor, seizing the initiative, while Li Guan managed to compose himself, simply savoring the tea. As the elder prepared the tea, he produced a go board and inquired with a smile, "Do you know how to play?" Li Guan recalled the fierce matches he had played with his aunt and nodded. "I know a little, but I am quite poor at it." Shui Daoyong chuckled heartily. "It's merely a game of strategy. There is no need to concern oneself with victory or defeat." Come. Both Shuang Tao and Changqing show little interest in descending from their lofty perches, leaving the old man often mired in ennui, forced to find solace in his own company. With great enthusiasm, he arranged the chessboard and picked up a white piece. As they played, he finally inquired, "A guest seeks me. Surely, there is something you desire?" The elder casually placed a piece on the board and asked, "Then, what is it that you do not wish for?" His question, more revealing than it seemed, displayed his seasoned acumen. Li Guanyi, holding a black piece, replied, "I wish to avoid trouble." The elder burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Trouble, indeed. A great trouble. They say a defeated army becomes a band of thieves, yet a defeated army does not bear military insignia. This likely stems from issues at the border, leading to a rebellion. Once they abandon their ranks and turn against the common folk, their sins are unforgivable. However, perceptive individuals can discern the lurking dangers within the border troops. Those in power wish to keep such knowledge concealed." Li Guanyi remarked, "So, rather than addressing these dangers, they prefer to prevent the awareness of such perils and problems?" The elder replied calmly, "Thus, in the eyes of the emperor, all appears to be a harmonious spectacle." Li Guanyi, picking up a piece, asked, "Are you not concerned that the issue may escalate?" The elder answered nonchalantly, "Escalate? It remains uncertain whether the solution will come in the form of wealth or otherwise." Li Guanyi fell silent, absorbed in the game. "Therefore, I have come to seek your counsel," he stated. The elder chuckled, "Are you so certain that I can assist you? You wish to avoid trouble. Does that not also imply a reluctance for reward? In truth, the Shui family could grant you such a reward without the burden of future repercussions." His intention was to exert verbal pressure on the youth. However, Li Guanyi merely extended his finger towards his Su'en bow and said, "The Su'en bow is crafted from ji wood for the bow body, with rhinoceros horn, the sinew of an alligator dragon, and mixed with shark glue from the South Sea. Valued at 1,530 strings, a gift from the young lady." He then pointed to the sword, a 300-fold tempered heavy sword, with a scabbard inlaid with yellow copper, worth 100 strings. It was also a gift from the young lady. He slightly straightened his back, implying that he need not overly concern himself with the 100 taels of silver reward. The old man chuckled, cursing. I find myself ensnared by the trivial matters of youth. My little granddaughter has truly led me astray. Shui Daoyong shook his head and smiled. Never mind, never mind. It is indeed. I understand. The traces of your deeds and the information will be concealed by me. As for that 100 taels of silver, I will provide it from my own pocket. However, I advise you to forego the bounty and the notoriety. What seems absurd to ordinary folk is quite normal in your case. The old man sat cross-legged, his left hand propping up his chin, his elbow resting against his left knee. With his right hand, he delicately placed a white chess piece, producing a soft sound as it landed. And he raised his gaze to Li Guanyi, smiling. After all, having fled for a decade, you have finally arrived here. With the exit so near, one would naturally hope for no unforeseen events, wouldn't he one? If I were in your position, I would make the same choice. The wind swept over the lotus pond, causing ripples to dance upon its surface. The greatest secret had been laid bare by another's words. Li Guan's heart raced violently as he lifted his gaze to the elder before him. The elder regarded him with a smile that was not quite a smile. While the white tiger manifestation lay quietly, its eyes devoid of malice. His moves on the chessboard were as sharp and direct as his words, seemingly aimed at piercing through the defenses of the youth opposite him. The young man felt a sense of calm, sitting upright, black piece in hand, poised to make his move. He glanced at the elder, remarking, Truly, you are the esteemed patriarch of the Shui family, who dominates the game. Your intelligence network appears to surpass that of the cavalry in Qin. The elder's smile subtly faded. Across from him, the young man's moves were equally incisive, reflecting his eloquence. Yet, he did not find it displeasing. Instead, a deeper appreciation blossomed within him. A person of mere brute strength is but a simpleton. The world is not lacking in those who can incite chaos, but genuine heroes are rare. Many possess great martial prowess. Yet those who rely solely on it are not the ones he wishes to bet on. The elder chuckled, I am merely curious, Guanyi. What crime have you committed to be pursued for so long? As for intelligence, you are considered family. I merely wish to ascertain whether the guest in my home is trustworthy. Is that not a natural inclination? Li Guan delicately picked up a piece, 5 in total, and swiftly placed them on the board. With each piece he set down, he softly uttered a name. Chun, Ing, Tuyan, Turkic, Dongxiang. He spoke little, yet what he revealed about the Shui family's commerce was a well-known secret. The elder erupted in laughter. Merchants seek profit, selling the riches of our Chun kingdom to the Dongxiang people for tenfold returns. How could one possibly abandon such an opportunity? Truly childish. However, the mirth on the elder's face swiftly vanished as his gaze fixed upon Li Guanyi. Next to him, a colossal white tiger rose, its fur bristling, brow furrowed, forming an indistinct symbol while baring its fangs at Li Guanyi, yet devoid of murderous intent. Undaunted, Li Guanyi's eyes pierced through the tiger's manifestation, landing upon the elder as he softly remarked, Merchants pursue profit. Yet, small merchants seek mere gain, while great merchants aspire for the nation. Shui Daoyong's gaze momentarily faltered. His inner thoughts laid bare, but he bore no intent to kill, merely awe and appreciation for talent. This insight was also imparted to Li Guanyi by the white tiger. Shui Daoyong's smile diminished as the elder reclined, the youth sitting upright. A breeze stirred, causing ripples across the lotus pond. The two engaged in a verbal duel, the listening wind pavilion transforming into a chessboard where words became their pieces. Sighing, Shui Daoyong replied, with a semblance of a smile, So, do you believe, young sir, that I seek profit or the nation? Li Guanyi shifted his gaze from the now tranquil white tiger and responded, I too have a question for you, Elder Shui. Sitting tall, with his dark hair slightly raised, he continued, Small merchants pursue profit. Great merchants aspire for the nation. Do you seek to shape the world, or to cultivate enduring peace for all? To shape the world, or to cultivate lasting peace for all? When the elder anticipated that Li Guanyi was about to discuss matters of statecraft, his heart was suddenly struck like a colossal stone, shattering his expectations and unleashing tumultuous waves within him. In a moment of youthful exuberance, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins. Gazing at the composed youth, the elder burst into laughter. How delightful. It seems I have misjudged you. A person of your caliber, both scholarly and martial, fierce yet resolute. I once deemed you merely a potential aid, but I was mistaken. You are akin to a dragon ensnared in a well, with the arrival of chaotic times. You are indeed a talent worthy of kingship. Alas, if only I had encountered you a century earlier. When did those others perish? That was precisely when the clouds shattered and the heavens echoed with the sound of the bow's long cry. Shui Daoyong placed greater faith in the words of the deceased. At that moment, as the youth unleashed his wrath, the white tiger constellation ascended to its zenith from the west. As arrows pierced the necks of the brigands, blood gushed forth, prompting the bow to emit a reluctant wail. Everything aligned perfectly. Before him stood the white tiger, a figure re-emerging after 5 centuries to grace this tumultuous era, a celestial being governing the art of warfare. The elder sighed within, observing the multifaceted talents of the youth, and ultimately made a decision. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Regarding the bounty you just mentioned, I have another proposition." Guanyi looked on with curiosity, for he believed his objective had already been achieved. Shui Daoyong continued with deliberation. "Here, I happen to possess a blank registry for a 9th-rank martial official. One of status yet without a designated post, tasked with the pursuit of fugitives. The Shui family can grant you this blank identity, a 9th-rank martial official." Guanyi felt compelled to refuse. The elder spoke calmly. At this rank, one may wield a firearm or a crossbow and don armor. The youth's voice faltered. This was a significant gamble. The elder rose with a smile, making way for another position, gesturing towards the divine weapon resting quietly on the ebony rack behind them. "Furthermore, how about you take a moment to grasp this bow?" In Chapter 39, The Pact of a Turbulent Era, behind Shui Daoyong, the seemingly unassuming Poyinjin Tian Bao lay quietly on the ebony stand. The elder strolled to the bow's side, his palm gently gliding along its exquisite surface. Turning to Guanyi, he said with a smile, "Weren't you once discontented, unable to lift it? Today, you have the rare opportunity to try again. Come, give it a shot." Guanyi remained preoccupied with the thought of donning armor. His gaze lifted slightly to the war bow, contemplating its lineage. Yet, his foremost concern was whether the elder had discerned his ability to grasp this divine weapon from 5 centuries past, and what that would signify for him. The youth found no valid reason to decline, at least not overtly. He approached the Poyinjin Tian Bao, extended his hand, fingers splayed, and seized the weapon. The bow's texture was exquisitely refined, conforming perfectly to his grip. The intense sensation of its divine essence surged anew, yet this time, it did not trigger the inheritance. The jade liquid within the bronze cauldron remained unchanged and undisturbed. It is only through entering this realm that one can once again allow the bronze cauldron to accumulate jade liquid, to genuinely activate the divine weapon's legacy, and to truly navigate through this chaotic era. A yearning for an extraordinary realm surged within him. Guanyi, contemplating releasing his grip, signified that he was still unworthy of wielding the divine weapon. He glanced at the elder and remarked, "Shui Lao, it is truly unfortunate that I..." Suddenly, with a smile from the elder, an immense force erupted beneath his feet. Visible ripples cascaded through the air, causing the entire listening wind pavilion to tremble. The ancient desk, intricately woven with golden threads and valued at an exorbitant price, abruptly crumbled into fine dust. The divine weapon in Guanyi's grasp, the storm-breaking bow, instinctively plummeted downward. Despite his mind acknowledging the need to release the bow, Guanyi's body acted on pure instinct, and he subconsciously tightened his hold on the weapon. Even in that fleeting moment, the bow's descent was impeded. The elder, with his keen perception, discerned the shift, his form becoming taut before gradually easing. He did not relinquish the divine weapon. The golden silk Nanmu, which took 3 millennia to mature, disintegrated into sparkling golden dust, wafting through the air with a fragrant woodsy aroma. The elder gazed at the young man before him, surrounded by the golden particles, with his sleeves billowing. He straightened his spine, firmly grasping the storm-breaking bow, as if resolute in purpose. The bowstring emitted a soft hum, and the elder's eyes sparkled with light. A smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Guanyi remarked, "The desk, worth a fortune, has been reduced to mere fragments." To witness someone once again grasp the divine weapon, what value could surpass mere gold? He paused, then gazed at Guanyi, as if seeing the dreams of his youth reflected in his eyes. The mere ability to grasp this bow signifies. Guanyi closed his eyes. The bronze cauldron hummed, and a low, resonant roar of a tiger seemed to echo through the void. The divine weapon in the young man's hand vibrated, and golden radiance illuminated the bow's body, the intricate patterns appearing to come alive, as if the souls that once perished beneath this bow were awakening, crying out in alarm. Arun were Haribotsudawa, the arrows of the Bodhisattva piercing the sacred mountain. The golden light spread along the bow, reaching the young man's palm. On his left hand, A set of gauntlets materialized. The radiant light settled upon his right fingertips, transforming into a golden ring. The bowstring, forged from the essence of a fierce tiger's soul, was potent enough to sever the throats of the giants of the northern domain, a feat beyond the reach of mere mortals. It was only now that this awakened divine weapon emerged. The fierce tiger unveiled its claws, opened its eyes, and began to reassess the world. Shui Daoyong watched this scene and burst into hearty laughter. "Can you draw it?" he inquired. Guanyi was equally intrigued. His palm gripped the bow, the fingers of his right hand resting upon the bowstring, which sang out. The manifestation of the white tiger settled upon the string, casting a soft golden glow upon the divine weapon. However, despite his utmost effort, the bowstring remained utterly unyielding. Insufficient. Shui Daoyong expressed his disappointment. Indeed, to wield the bow requires the qualifications of the white tiger's manifestation, yet to draw the bowstring necessitates an exalted level of mastery. Guanyi placed the bow back on another table, his palm withdrawing from it. As he released his grip, the ethereal light emanating from the divine weapon dispersed. The final remnants of this luminescence began to converge from either side of the bowstring towards the center, ultimately coalescing and fading away. At that moment, Guanyi suddenly realized that the white tiger avatar had drawn a trace of strength from the awakening divine weapon, appearing to have slightly expanded. However, just then, this surge of power was forcibly absorbed by the red dragon avatar, which finally revealed a portion of its form. Coiling around Guanyi's arm like a dragon entwined around a pillar, curiously surveying the world around it. The emergence of the red dragon avatar stirred ripples within Guanyi. He yearned to explore the unique properties this avatar might possess. He wondered if he could wield the renowned arrow of the Shui family, Light of Frost. Through the red dragon avatar, the white tiger avatar exhibited remarkable penetrating power. What about the red dragon? His curiosity was piqued, and anticipation bubbled within him. The elder urged Guanyi to sit once more, brewing tea with a gentle smile. You are not yet ready to wield this bow. However, you possess the qualification to draw it. This is a treasured heirloom of the Shui family, and I cannot entrust it to you just yet. I shall first assist you in attaining the rank of a 9th-grade martial official. Rest assured, I shall grant you a clean and honorable status, as is only fitting. The Shui family is aware of your escape route, and the dossier lies with the cavalry of the night. Even I cannot deduce it, yet, after a decade. Given my understanding of the Qin Kingdom, regardless of the severity of the matters from years past, the pursuit dossier against you has now been reduced to its lowest significance. Guanyi felt a sense of relief within. It was merely through the merchant guild of the Shui family that he discerned the trajectory of his wanderings. Although Guanyi himself remained oblivious to his true origins, he was uncertain whether the elder before him was attempting to deceive him. Thus, he calmly inquired, "How does Elder Shui know?" The elder stroked his beard, a hint of mockery in his tone, and replied, "Because this is the Qin Kingdom. It is also because another formidable divine general stands in the capital, Jiangzhou. Currently, Jiangzhou is under the protection of the Qin Kingdom's foremost divine general, Zhao Wuliang. Unlike generals such as General Yu, he is classified as a fierce warrior. I have witnessed his might during the turmoil instigated by the regent. At the tender age of 13, he could charge into battle single-handedly. At 18, he led 7 cavalry against a myriad of troops, slaying generals and seizing banners. He ranks 15th on the list of divine generals in the realm, instilling terror in the enemy forces, and is honored with the title, Mahawuliang. Such a fierce general, if he were to unite with General Yu, could potentially vanquish the various kingdoms and restore the Qin Kingdom to the territorial expanse of the era of the martial emperor. Yet, the various factions of power have confined him to the capital. The elderly man could not help but sigh deeply, lamenting, in this world, renowned generals don magnificent armor, ride extraordinary beasts and noble steeds, wield divine weapons, and embody the essence of power. A single individual can stand against a multitude. Should such formidable beings abandon all, disregarding their lives and the grand tides of the world, to recklessly breach the enemy lines, they would surely endanger the royal family. Thus, they have appointed Zhao Wuliang to guard the capital, for it is said, when the sovereign thrives, the nation thrives. When the sovereign falls, the nation falls. Hence, the sovereign is paramount, the cornerstone of the state, the lifeblood of the people, and must not be taken lightly. Ultimately, it is merely a ploy to harness the might of this divine general to ensure their own peace. Under such immense pressure, how could the defenses at the borders not become corroded? To perceive the signs in the minutiae, if the affairs of the state are thus, how much more so the pursuit of fugitives? The old man's tone dripped with mockery. Li Guanyi recognized this as Shui Daoyang expressing his trust in him. He stated his intention, saying, "However, I still wish to leave the Shui family and depart from Guanyi." The old man burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Fret not. Old man has no intentions of binding you to the Shui family. Nor will I resort to any emotional appeals. This is a transaction, an agreement between two men." The elderly gentleman casually sipped his tea and continued with a smile. "Moreover, the Shui family's trading houses are scattered throughout the realm. Even in Ingwa, it is no exception." Li Guanyi remained silent. The old man laughed heartily. His once startled heart finally settled, and he remarked, "You wish to leave the borders, I understand. However, if you possess official status, the passage would be somewhat simpler. Do not regard me with such scrutiny. Logically, the court would be apprehensive about military officials departing from the state of Qin, hence their stringent controls. If you perceive it this way, you merely display a lack of understanding regarding Qin. Historically, Qin was part of the southern territories bestowed by His Majesty, the Grand Emperor of the Central Plains. Over 3 centuries ago, the world underwent a profound transformation, leading the Duke of Liang to carve out his dominion, with the Duke of Qin serving as his advisor. More than 2 centuries ago, the ancestors of Qin vanquished Liang and established their own state. In their pursuit of stability, they adopted a conciliatory policy towards the original bureaucratic families, resulting in the coexistence of 2 or even 3 bureaucratic systems in the beginning. This amalgamation has led to an excessively convoluted structure where even a military official, classified as a 9th rank officer, holds the title of a free official without any designated responsibilities. Nearly a vague assignment. The hierarchy is layered, with ranks, types, and affiliated positions intertwining, creating an intricate web of duties. Yet, even as a free official, there are exemptions from taxation and various privileges. Each position is distinct, and bureaucrats handling customs documentation are eager for you to depart swiftly, thus vacating a position for their own kin, particularly in the case of 9th rank military free officials. The elder spoke with a hint of mockery, and his words bore a certain intimacy. The remarks about the court's governance by the maternal relatives were deliberate, a revelation of Li Guanyi's fugitive status. A piece of leverage he willingly surrendered to Li Guanyi, a mutually agreed understanding. Li Guanyi fell silent for a moment, gazing at the elder before asking, "Why, then, does Elder Shui place such significance upon me?" The elder gazed intently at him and remarked with a smile, "It is undoubtedly for the Shui family. I am merely taking a gamble. Should the realm attain peace, you would rise as a general at the frontier or a noble in the court, enjoying boundless riches. But what if chaos descends upon us? Currently, you would draw your sword against the oppressors of the common folk, and in tumultuous times, you would not remain dormant. My eyes have never erred. Presently, the upper echelons obscure the corruption at the borders, while the aristocrats, prioritizing their safety, have reassigned the divine generals from the front line. The royal family revels in merriment, while the local officials, eager to install their own, would gladly see all other officials displaced. This facade of prosperity masks a reality of insatiable greed. What do you think of the Qin kingdom? What of this world?" He extended his hand to caress the broken cloud thunder bow beside him, seemingly contemplating a decision. He murmured to himself, "Ah, broken cloud thunder bow. Is it this bow that defines the accomplishments of the Shui family? Certainly not. It is our ancestors. If my forebear had not possessed this bow, would he have ceased to be the preeminent divine general of the realm? This bow, within the Shui family, is merely a revered relic. It is the ambition to conquer the battlefield that truly matters. The prosperity of the Shui family is rooted in humanity, not in clinging desperately to lifeless artifacts from the past." Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, exuberant and magnanimous. He declared, "Li Guanyi, when the day of chaos arrives, come here. Take this bow with you. Ride forth on horseback and charge into this world." Chapter 40. The Harmonious Union of Civil and Military. Shui Daoyang spoke with a boldness that seemed unperturbed, merely gesturing towards the chessboard. His tone, however, was markedly different from usual as he smiled and said, "Come, come. Let us finish this game together. Afterwards, you may join Shuang Tao for archery practice." Li Guan nodded slightly, his youthful countenance softening as he replied, "All right. I shall heed your words." The elder and the youth exchanged smiles, their mutual understanding evident without the need for further discussion. They rearranged the chess pieces, each taking up black and white. The elder, having triumphed over countless opponents for 30 years, played with an air of composure. As they engaged in the game, he casually spoke of other matters, remarking, concerning the affairs of the martial officials, it is not overly difficult. A ninth-grade martial officer may don armor only when dispatched on a mission. Your current duty involves patrolling various locales to apprehend fugitives. The schedule is relatively flexible, allowing you the freedom to wear armor at will. However, it is regrettable that armor is classified by hierarchy. At your rank, you may only wear light armor, crafted from tan leather with metal reinforcement at vital points. Nonetheless, armor is still armor. With your martial prowess, donning armor and wielding a heavy blade, you could charge into a throng of unarmored foes with an air of invincibility. Even if confronted by skilled martial artists, given their recent mastery of internal energy, it would be challenging for them to deliver a lethal strike through your armor. As for ordinary individuals, a dozen of them would be ineffective in surrounding you, unless you were to exhaust your strength or become ensnared, brought to the ground, and ultimately succumb to a dagger at your throat. As for higher-grade armor, that is an entirely different matter. The elder lamented, "The imperial armor of the Kingdom of Ing possesses the extraordinary ability to deflect all forms of assault. Even the mightiest of blows from a heavy hammer would not inflict the slightest harm upon its bearer. In contrast, the armor of the Chun royal family can withstand the strikes of divine weaponry. It is said that the Duke of Qin once engaged in a friendly contest with my ancestor, and though struck by the thunderous bow of my forebear, he emerged unscathed. Inferior only to the Emperor's treasured armor is that of the National Guardian, which can manifest upon the avatar of the law. During an offensive, the avatar dons the armor and wields divine weapons, its presence commanding respect and awe. Then there are the various armors of generals, whose inner energies can circulate as if flowing within their very beings, coursing through the armor itself. These armors serve both offensive and defensive purposes, each possessing its own unique marvels. Some are as light as paper, yet indestructible as adamant. Others harness the ferocity of a tempest, while some naturally draw upon the primordial energies of heaven and earth, ensuring a ceaseless flow of inner vitality. The myriad intricacies of these treasures are indeed remarkable. As for the armor of the border troops, it differs from that of solitary warriors. Their energies can intertwine, creating a collective force as solid as iron. One must not underestimate the challenges that lie ahead, for even clad in armor, one may not emerge unscathed in victory. Guanyi listened intently, casually moving the pieces on the chessboard. Observing his play, the elder's expression grew serious. Previously seated in a relaxed manner, he now straightened, focusing intently on the board, and spoke. Regrettably, martial officials only wield influence within their own nation. Do you know what is universally acknowledged throughout the realm? After a moment of contemplation, Guanyi replied, "Martial might." The elder responded, "Martial prowess is indeed one aspect. In truth, there are three. Possessing martial prowess, literary renown, and wealth. Those skilled in combat are known as heroes and champions. Those distinguished in literature are regarded as masters and luminaries, while affluent merchants embody the essence of wealth. However, those who, with both fame and martial skill, disdain riches are the true paragons of their era. In times of prosperity, the worth of such figures may not be as pronounced, yet in the current tumultuous age, where nations frequently engage in conflict and alliances, both sovereigns and noble families vie for the favor of these illustrious talents. Thus, official positions may hold significance solely within a particular realm, whereas literary fame grants one the freedom to traverse the world unhindered, even crossing borders without obstruction. Should one commit grave offenses in the state of Chun, yet possess a formidable reputation, nations such as Ingwa, Tuyohan, and the Turks would offer substantial incentives to retain you, akin to the transactions and suppression among great powers, aimed at securing the allegiance of exceptional individuals. I am even able to leverage the bounties placed by enemy nations. What more can be said for those of impeccable character?" Guanyi remarked, "A fortune spent to procure a mere bone." The elder, taken aback, soon expressed admiration, stating, "Indeed, a sound principle." He then stroked his beard and chuckled, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall place my bet for you and seek a mentor to elevate your literary stature, breaking the chains that bind you, allowing you to soar to great heights." Guanyi expressed his gratitude with a nod, saying, "Thank you, Elder Shui. You have lost." The elder murmured, his gaze slowly descending to the chessboard, the smile on his face gradually solidifying. On this day, Shui Shuangtao awaited the arrival of the young guest, Guanyi, at the training grounds. She had come early as usual, having already exhausted 2 pots of practice arrows, a light sheen of perspiration forming on her forehead. Even Shui Cha-Ching had risen to practice archery, yet Guanyi remained absent, with a slight furrow of her brow. She inquired of her maid and learned that Li Guanyi had arrived early but had gone to the listening wind pavilion, wiping her brow with a handkerchief. She placed her bow upon the rack and swiftly made her way to the pavilion. From a distance, she could hear the sound of pieces being placed upon a chessboard, and her brows knitted slightly. She was aware of her grandfather's formidable skill in chess, though many prodigies in Go rose to fame at a young age. Her grandfather's seasoned and steady approach had earned him the reputation of being undefeated for 30 years in Guanyi City. Her own fondness for numerology paled in comparison to her aversion to chess, a sentiment born from the countless times she had been bested by her grandfather. It occurred to her, then, that Li Guanyi was likely being drawn into a game as well. Upon entering, she witnessed the young man turn to see her, rising from his seat, but the elderly man across from him had already grasped the young guest's sleeve, exclaiming, "No, one more game, one more game." Xue Shuangtao approached, seizing her grandfather's wrist with one hand while grasping Li Guanyi's sleeve with the other. With a gentle yet firm pull, she detached her grandfather's hand and positioned herself protectively before Li Guanyi, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation as she chided, "Grandfather, how can you behave this way? Always taking advantage of the young, even winning at chess, yet refusing to let them leave." The old man, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. "Am I bullying him? Am I bullying him? It is this lad who is taking advantage of this old man," he lamented, though his record of 18 consecutive defeats, each with a different humiliating posture, rendered him speechless. The young man blinked, silently scattering the chess pieces, and remarked, "The old gentleman's chess skills are formidable. I have lost many times." The old gentleman, deeply engrossed in the game, mistakenly believed that time was still on his side, insisting that I remain. Xue Daoyong paused momentarily before responding as usual, "Ha, ha, Guanyi, your chess play is commendable. Indeed, you are a promising student." Li Guanyi then stood, saying, "Well then, esteemed elder, I shall take my leave now. I will return to challenge you to another game." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Your skills are impressive, do come often." As Li Guanyi and Xue Shuangtao exited the listening wind pavilion, Xue Shuangtao curiously inquired, "When did your relationship with grandfather improve so much?" Li Guanyi replied, "We played chess together." The young girl, puzzled, asked, "Chess? What good can that possibly do?" Xue Shuangtao, having pierced an archery target, raised an eyebrow at the inquiry. "Are you finished then? Did you go hunting?" Li Guanyi confirmed, "Yes." The young girl expressed her desire to see, and Li Guanyi handed over his quiver. Xue Shuangtao picked up an arrow, placing it on the pad of her index finger. Noticing that the arrow's balance was compromised and the feathers at the tail were damaged and distorted, she exclaimed, "It seems you have struck quite a few prey. What did you catch?" Li Guanyi quietly responded, "Just crows that feast on human flesh and carrion." A look of disappointment crossed Xue Shuangtao's face. Xue Daoyong cherished his granddaughter immensely, which is why he would never permit her to venture out alone for hunting. Only during the spring outings does the young lady venture beyond the city walls, indulging in the pleasures of flowing wine and poetic verses, yet never engaging in the sport of hunting. Li Guanyi contemplated for a moment, recalling that he had gathered a few stones from the stream. He retrieved them from his pocket. They were smooth pebbles, shaped by the relentless caress of water, each exhibiting a unique hue, glistening like gems. Those birds may not appreciate them, but these stones would look splendid submerged in the water. A gift for the young lady. He released his grip, allowing the pebbles to rest in the maiden's palm, crystalline and radiant, resembling precious jewels. Xue Shuangtao blinked, inquiring, "Do you wish for me to complete your arrows?" Li Guanyi stiffened momentarily. The young lady, raised by Xue Daoyong, was no fool. "My esteemed guest," she continued. Xue Changqing, indignant on behalf of his master, retorted, "What of it, you fierce tigress?" He waved his chubby little hand, declaring, "I will add more money." Xue Shuangtao chuckled, bending down to pat her brother's head, soothingly saying, all right, you are the most formidable, are you not?" She then turned her gaze to Li Guanyi, stating, "You are already a guest, and arrows can indeed be purchased with your salary, which would be considerably less expensive. Have you spent all your money?" Li Guanyi found himself in a precarious financial situation, and the elder did not mention providing him with funds. Xue Shuangtao remarked, very well, after all, the esteemed guest remembers to bring a gift for a young lady. We mustn't disappoint the great gentleman, come now." Her playful tone shifted towards sincerity as she spoke the last words, unable to suppress a smile. The household's blacksmith observed with curiosity as the handsome young man was once again brought forth by the young lady. Once again, arrows were requisitioned, and the wealth was once more attributed to the young lady's name. The peculiar blacksmith regarded the handsome youth with curiosity and said, "Show me the arrows. What could have damaged them so?" Li Guan positioned himself in front of Xue Shuangtao, extending the arrows in his hand. Upon examining them, the blacksmith's eyes sharpened at once. Murderous arrows. He abruptly looked up at the 13-year-old boy. The youth murmured, "I have slain some wild dogs, wolves, and carrion-feeding crows. I have just emerged from the listening wind pavilion." The blacksmith's expression turned grave as he replied, "Very well." He turned to fetch a new quiver of arrows. Li Guan expressed his gratitude. Having taken lives, he handled the arrows with the proficiency of an experienced marksman. Yet, as he touched the delicate blood grooves and felt the barbs on the arrows, he paused momentarily. The blacksmith said, "You ought to use such arrows now." Li Guan thanked him once more. Meanwhile, within the listening wind pavilion, the elder scrutinized the chessboard while having some documents brought to him, detailing recent happenings concerning notable scholars in the vicinity of the capital of Qin. Ultimately, the elder's attention settled upon one scholar among them, who, while not the most renowned, was indeed the most exceptional, Wang Tong, styled Wenzhongzi. He had over 1,000 disciples, most of whom were ordinary, with the three most distinguished among them lacking in notoriety: Fang Qiao of the Fang family from Qing'e, Du Qiming of the Du family from Jingzhou, and Wei Xuanqing from Ziyang. However, these three are merely 17 or 18 years old, possessing only a modicum of fame, and cannot be compared to the prodigies listed among the renowned. Wang Tong, however, is a unique figure. He is the first to propose the unification of the three teachings in this era of myriad schools of thought, showcasing remarkable insight. For reasons unknown, he suddenly decided to visit Guanyi City, claiming he sought disciples. Such a sage naturally receives invitations from the Xue family, with the names of Xue Shuangtao and Xue Changqing inscribed upon the invitation. After a prolonged silence, he crossed out the name of his grandson, Xue Changqing, and inscribed another name in its stead, Li Guanyi. Xue Daoyong set down his brush. In terms of literary and martial prowess, let this old man, with his frail bones, become the wind that sweeps through the vast expanse. Li Guanyi, I shall eagerly await to see how far you can soar. Upon completing the invitation, he closed his eyes. Despite the stillness of the lotus pond outside the listening wind pavilion, he felt as though he could already hear the roaring winds. Chapter 41. A letter home worth its weight in gold. Li Guanyi had not slept a wink the previous night. In the afternoon, he requested a moment of rest, and Xue Daoyong arranged for him a guest room in the courtyard of the mansion. He indulged in a refreshing slumber for over an hour, gradually regaining his composure. Sitting cross-legged upon the bed, he gazed at the setting sun, feeling somewhat languid, contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. He picked up a silver coin and placed it on the bed, signifying his emergence from seclusion. In front of the coin, he laid an arrow. Yet, it would be best if he could enter the realm smoothly. Ideally, he would acquire a set of inner armor upon exiting seclusion. Additionally, he needed to resolve the poison within him. He required a robust foundation for entry, as well as sufficient funds, ample funds. Li Guan gazed at the irregular silver coins scattered upon the bed, letting out a sigh. These coins were the spoils from his encounter with the remnants of Qian Zheng's faction the previous night, totaling 33 taels of silver and over 100 copper coins. Some were the current typing currency, while others were from the former Emperor's Dian era, all bundled within a cloth. For his former self, this would have sufficed, however. Venturing into ink state, coupled with the expenses of his cultivation, it was evidently inadequate. Old Xue had not mentioned granting him any additional funds. Li Guan felt compelled to devise a means to procure more money. He could not simply turn his back on every predicament and call for the young lady. As he pondered this, he sorted through his spoils, discarding the silver and some hemostatic powder, which had darkened and emitted a pungent odor. It was a potent but volatile remedy, intensely stimulating. In addition, there were several letters, some of which had yellowed with age. Upon opening one, he discovered it was filled with familial correspondence, the most faded letter expressing a hint of complaint. Dear brother, the winter garments have been delayed this year. You mentioned in your letter that if necessary, you would have me send money, yet the tax burden this year is overwhelming, and I have but half the amount. You, with your military pay, ought not to have exhausted it all. You shall have to endure the cold for a few days. It seemed the money was to be sent from his parents at the border, where the Qin state and Ing state were adjacent, situated in a region neither too far north nor south. Winter descends with a chill reminiscent of the north, yet carries the dampness characteristic of the south. When the western winds blow, even the warmest cotton garments become soaked with moisture. clinging to the body as if one is enveloped in a layer of icy thorns that penetrate the skin and bore into the bones. As the border soldiers reach the ages of 50 or 60, their bodies often betray them, beset by pain. However, can it be true that Chen Guofu, a man of wealth, cannot afford to support the border soldiers? As Li Guan reflects on Shui Daoyong's words, he turns to the next letter. Dear brother, do not write to urge me. You mentioned the army's scarcity of silver. Mother has already sought a loan on your behalf. Father has gone to the fields this winter. And your troops are to unite with his, are they not? Given father's advancing years, it is your duty to care for him. The third letter reveals news of the army's successes under General Yu's command, winning several battles. It also mentions a suitable match, the second son of the old Lu family from the town, with whom you played during childhood. Do you still remember him? Dear brother, it is time for you to find a sister-in-law. The subsequent letters delve into familial matters, yet they cannot escape the burdensome topic of taxes. 5 years of taxes. 3 years of taxes. Meanwhile, money is desperately sought to finance the fight against the enemy for reward. Upon reading one letter, Li Guan pauses momentarily. The officials have commenced the collection of spring taxes. After last year's collection of 3 years' worth of taxes, dear brother, your reward has vanished, leaving the household empty and unable to secure loans. Grandfather, having suffered a broken leg, lies incapacitated in bed. First, he developed sores, which then festered, preventing him from standing. And ultimately, he passed away. Grandfather rejected our attempts to spend money on his treatment, refusing food, and ultimately succumbed. Brother, I have heard that General Yu has been reassigned. And father has clashed with his superiors and been punished. Is he gravely injured? Enclosed with this letter are some copper coins. Please ensure that father receives proper care for his wounds. This is the fourth letter. Father has passed away, and mother's eyes are blinded by tears. The old Lu family no longer wishes to have me. In desperation, I ventured into the city where a high-ranking eunuch announced that the palace was in need of servants. After some contemplation, I deemed the conditions favorable and decided to enter the palace. I shall send you a portion of the funds while leaving some for mother. You mentioned that your condition would improve significantly upon entering the realm. I await your arrival, so do not fret. Here, all is well, no one strikes me, nor do I suffer any indignities. Then comes the final letter, delicate in its touch. Today, the maid Qian has died, and according to the law, 50 strings of cash must be compensated. Li Guanyi remained silent for a long while. He beheld the vivid bloodstains and watermarks upon this letter, alongside a cloth pouch containing over 100 gleaming copper coins, polished from frequent handling. Thus, he recognized the madness of the coin collector. Li Guanyi set the letter aside and gazed outside, seemingly lost in thought. Ultimately, he gathered the tumultuous emotions and thoughts swirling in his mind, exhaled deeply, and murmured to himself that the border regions are in disarray, lacking sufficient rewards, while the families of the soldiers are burdened with heavy taxes. The plight of the coin collector is not an isolated incident, but rather a grim norm. In such circumstances, commanders find themselves unjustly maligned. It is a dire situation, no further deductions are necessary. Li Guanyi's historical perspective crystallized into an instinct, almost striking him with the answer. A profound sense of urgency surged within him, compelling him to elevate his standing swiftly. If the coin collector could break through into the realm ahead of time, perhaps the narrative would unfold differently. Regardless of how much insight Li Guanyi gleaned from this, in that moment, his heart firmly resolved to step into the realm, making it his foremost priority. In this tumultuous world, one finds oneself powerless, unable to shield even oneself and one's ant. My talents lie solely in aggression. I must swiftly vanquish the third prince of Tiela and seize the wolf guardian. Upon exiting this courtyard, Li Guanyi beheld Xue Shuangtao still practicing archery. As he grasped his bow and arrows, he suddenly called out to her. The young girl looked at him with confusion, and Li Guanyi remarked, I previously stated that I had slain crows that feast upon human flesh and carrion. I was mistaken. They were, in fact, birds of prey driven mad by the sky, ultimately succumbing to a life of scavenging. Xue Shuangtao regarded him thoughtfully, took a step back, and gently tapped his forehead with her bow, saying, Although I am unaware of your hidden implications, Li Guanyi, let us first focus on archery. Raising an eyebrow, she gestured towards the arrows, adding, Playing the lute brings tranquility to the heart, and practicing archery can also quiet the mind. Regardless of the situation, physical exhaustion often leads to clarity of thought. Rest assured, I shall accompany you in your archery practice until you find your resolve. During their practice, Xue Shuangtao curiously inquired, Do you harbor any regrets about slaying that vulture? Regrets? None, he replied. In this era, I am still a spirited youth, and fleeting thoughts occasionally cross my mind. Will I, too, one day alter my essence amidst this chaotic world? He inexplicably recalled Yao Guang's words. As long as you do not transform into a tyrant who incites turmoil, I shall remain by your side. As arrows fell like rain, Guanyi was currently immersed in learning the various techniques of archery, rather than merely honing his precision. Xue Shuangtao, having been guided by Xue Daoyong since childhood, possessed a solid foundation in archery skills, a quality that Guanyi lacked. As the sun began to descend, he set aside his bow and arrows. Xue Chaqing had long since collapsed onto the stone table, and Guanyi leisurely retrieved his book on numerology to begin his instruction. An hour later, Xue Chaqing was nearly exhausted, his pale face indicating fatigue. How about you tell me some other stories, sir? Let us skip the numerology for now, he suggested. Guanyi replied, Well, I can do that. I am here specifically to teach you numerology. Upon hearing this, Xue Chaqing exclaimed, I'll pay more. He produced a small piece of silver and placed it on the table, his eyes gleaming with determination. Sir, please forego the numerology. According to your salary, just share one more hour of stories with me today. Guanyi pondered for a moment and said, Then let us speak of the third prince of the Tai Lu from 500 years ago. Xue Chaqing, in frustration, buried his head in his hands and cried out, I don't want to hear about history. The young man chuckled. My tale differs greatly. As he recounted the story, it was anything but the dry narrative of ordinary history books. Instead, it resembled the adventurous tales of chivalry that Guanyi was accustomed to, portraying the third prince of Tai Lu as a formidable foe. Even Xue Shuangtao listened with curiosity, asking, Where did you hear these stories? With a shy smile, the youth replied, On my journey of escape, I encountered two individuals drinking. One was surnamed Jean and the other Gu. They exchanged drinks while narrating tales, and I listened closely. Xue Shuangtao retorted, Here you go again, spinning tales. Then, intertwining their arms, they leaned on the stone table, eagerly listening to the tale. Xue Chaqing remarked, Isn't the Iron Li's third prince a towering figure of 3 in height and 3 in girth, with a greenish face and sharp fangs? This seems contrary to what you have described. Guanyi responded, What a vivid description. Xue Chaqing, brimming with pride, countered, Have you not seen him? Perhaps he indeed embodies my portrayal. Guanyi then proposed a riddle based on Xue's description. According to your depiction, if a wooden figure stands 3 tall and 3 around, what would be its volume? How many wooden chairs could it yield? If it were to be split into logs 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide, how many would that produce? Xue Chaqing's face turned pale. Xue Shuangtao tossed a fruit playfully at Guanyi, saying, Do not frighten him. Continue with the story. Guanyi smiled gently and, adopting a style reminiscent of martial arts legends, recounted the history of the Iron Li's third prince. The Iron Li's third prince is skilled in wielding a curved blade, his techniques graceful, though he sports a magnificent beard. His visage remains handsome. Historical texts even claim he is the reincarnation of a celestial wolf. His tone was calm, and the narrative was captivating. In the tale, the third prince clashed with a swordsman wielding a hefty blade. As their blades met, the third prince's weapon danced like a butterfly upon the edge, ultimately descending in a flamboyant arc. The youth narrating the story, with raven hair fluttering in the breeze under the setting sun, possessed warm eyes that radiated scholarly charm, reflecting the hues of dusk. A glint of cold light mirrored in Guanyi's gaze as he pivoted, raising his arm with the heavy blade poised horizontally, meeting the third prince's weapon in a dramatic clash, a collision of warriors. It is a convergence of legends from 5 centuries past and the contemporary world. As night falls, he steps into the secret realm once more to challenge Prince Tai Lu for the 3rd time. Xue Xinjiang gazes at the scene with a smile, while the young man creates distance, skillfully evading the magnificent dance of blades, confronting the foe who has claimed his life countless times. Prince Tai Lu, today, I will surely defeat you. Xue Xinjiang raises an eyebrow, smiling as he responds, Ah, such courage. Shall we raise the stakes? If you can vanquish him this time without succumbing to death, aside from the Song Wolf Guardian, I shall grant you another gift, my legacy, coveted even by the great emperor of yore. However, should you falter, I shall inscribe this character upon you. At that moment, Prince Tai Lu releases a fierce howl, summoning the manifestation of the Song Wolf, his arms intertwining as he charges forward with the Song Wolf Guardian. Guanyi turns to Xue Xinjiang, saying, Then prepare yourself. The bronze cauldron reverberates with a thunderous sound. He grips his bow, and thus the roar of dragons and tigers echoes around him, his presence accompanied by their might. In Chapter 42, 1,000 Men Esfo. Sensing the fierce aura emanating from Guanyi, Shui Xinjiang slightly raises his gaze, yet gently lifts the brush in his hand, leisurely stating, "Of course, I am ready." It is merely a matter of writing a character. How much effort could that possibly require? Guanyi disregards the nonchalant deity. Prince Tyloo, brimming with valor, charges once again, that Song Wolf manifestation converging into a formidable blend of offense and defense. Guanyi twists his waist, unleashing a brief surge of power. As his heavy blade is hurled, spinning violently to strike fiercely upon the Song Wolf Guardian. Accompanied by a fierce whistle, the heavy sword was forcefully flung away, its sharp blade embedding itself into the stalactite hanging from the cavern's ceiling. A cascade of fine stones clattered down, while Guanyi swiftly retreated, simultaneously grasping 2 arrows, an art taught to him by the young lady. Guanyi appeared to have a commendable understanding of the technique, having mastered it well. He knocked the first arrow, his shoulder echoing with the roar of the white tiger. The arrow emanated a golden luminescence. Drawing the bow to its fullest, he released it. The bow vibrated intensely. The arrow, entwined with the golden stream, tore forward, confronting the Song Wolf Guardian. The Guardian began to relinquish its strength. Yet the arrow did not afford it a moment's respite. In an instant, it pierced through the Guardian's defenses. Prince Tyloo, in a split second, twisted his body. His robust, towering form exhibited an astonishing grace in the air, akin to a dancer, as the arrow, swirling with golden winds, grazed his side, inflicting a modest wound. Had he been clad in armor, it would have been effectively thwarted. This was an extraordinary display of skill. Guanyi's arrow was one that even the fierce warriors of Qianzhong could not evade. As Prince Tyloo landed, he capitalized on the momentum of his turn, maintaining his speed as he surged forward, his body nearly grazing the ground, maneuvering in a zigzag pattern like a predatory wolf in pursuit. Nevertheless, Guanyi's steps did not falter. He retreated swiftly, while the second arrow was already knocked. Drawing it back, the red dragon spiraled onto the arrow, akin to a dragon coiling around a pillar. The seated god General Shui slightly raised his gaze, expressing mild surprise with a soft exclamation. Guanyi's eyes mirrored the form of the third prince of Tiela, seemingly igniting with flames. His fingers tightened around the bowstring, which, scorched by intense heat, caused him pain. Yet he refrained from releasing the arrow, for he understood that with the third prince's agility, the previous shot could have been evaded, as with this one. As the third prince of Tiela lunged forward with sudden ferocity, now alarmingly close, Guanyi relinquished the bowstring. This time, the string sang with a fierce resonance. A crimson streak erupted from the bow, piercing through the void left by the white tiger arrow. The third prince, with a furious shout, crossed his arms to shield himself. His wrists adorned with heavy black iron bracers, 2 fingers thick, which interlaced to absorb the arrow's fierce impact. Yet in the next instant, the arrow bore a spiraling crimson dragon. A thunderous explosion ensued, flames erupting forth, the young man's dark hair whipped wildly, his eyes reflecting the fiery glow, reminiscent of a dragon's roar soaring towards the heavens. The third prince's forward momentum was abruptly halted, his bracers scorched to a bright red. Contorted in agony, as if they were instruments of torture, Guanyi, with a flick of his wrist, hurled the bow towards him. Despite the excruciating pain, the third prince managed to deflect the bow aimed at his face. However, as he pushed the bow away, his arm inadvertently retreated from his direct line of defense, leaving an opening wide. A fierce wind surged forth. In the moment he discarded the bow, the young man leapt into the air, bending his knees. Utilizing gravity, his legs struck the third prince's chest like 2 chisels, while simultaneously, his left hand lunged towards the third prince's eyes. The third prince instinctively raised his hands to shield his face, leaning back to fend off the assault. Thus, the entire weight of his being fell upon his upper body. Coupled with Guanyi's forward charge, he landed heavily on the ground. Guanyi's left eye was obscured, while his right hand was already raised, with the middle finger protruding and the thumb pressed against its base, forming a phoenix eye fist. Utilizing the momentum from the fall of Prince Tiela, he struck fiercely at the prince's Adam's apple. The beggar's sect technique unleashed. Prince Tiela roared in defiance, attempting to rise, but Guanyi did not resist. Instead, he pivoted his body, ensnaring the prince's arms with his legs, embracing his neck in a tight grip, and dragged him back to the ground. Then, with his waist as the fulcrum, he exerted force in the opposite direction. This was a variation of the technique imparted to him by the old beggar. Prince Tiela retaliated, grasping Guanyi's waist in a desperate struggle. The two engaged in a fierce contest of strength for a considerable duration. Ultimately, the relentless force of Li Guanyi's technique prevailed. While the injuries sustained by Prince Tiela began to take their toll, blood flowed from the wound on his waist as his strength waned after the initial explosive struggle, resembling a trapped beast. Finally, with a sharp crack, the indomitable Prince Tiela's neck twisted, leading to his demise. His eyes dulled, transforming into scattered starlight that slowly faded away. Li Guanyi's body relaxed, yet despite the brevity of their conflict, he felt as if every ounce of energy had been drained from him. A profound fatigue and soreness enveloped him, causing his arms to fall back as he collapsed. His muscles tightened, bones loosened, and beads of sweat burst forth from his forehead and back, overwhelming him in an instant. He gasped for breath. Even with the knowledge of his opponent's techniques and style, Li Guanyi felt an overwhelming sense of fear and immense pressure during the confrontation. Qian Zheng, a fierce soldier from the frontier, had slain 7 enemies and led 15 new recruits, while Li Guanyi could single-handedly dispatch them. Yet, in the face of the third prince of the Tiela tribe, whose prowess had been diminished to a level unworthy of entry, the struggle remained arduous. This indicated the terror that the third prince of Tiela would unleash when clad in armor and commanding an army on the battlefield. Such a remarkable figure. An unparalleled hero of the Tiela clan, whose legacy was but a fleeting mention in history. Recordings of the past speak of rebellion and wrath, and the dispatch of generals to quell it. The rebellion was subdued. Li Guanyi lay there, suddenly feeling the weight of those 3 words from history, reflecting on his own insignificance. The rebellion was subdued. Such a remarkable individual was reduced to mere words. Meanwhile, the starlight that lingered after the death of the third prince did not fade, it remained. General Xue nodded and said, "Consume the elixir and absorb this starlight. It is the celestial energy drawn from this blessed realm, highly effective for tempering before entry." With great effort, Li Guanyi rose and took the elixir provided by the Xue family, activating the breaking array melody. From the very start, he sensed a difference. As the elder had stated, engaging in battle consumed one's essence, leaving the body fatigued. In life and death struggles, even the most challenging aspects of oneself would be called upon. Following the battle, the elixir stimulated the flow of internal energy, significantly enhancing the resilience and recovery of his internal skills. The starlight entered his body, replacing his original essence and refining his sinews and bones. Li Guanyi realized that he was undergoing a transformation at the very root of his being. After an incessant struggle between life and death, one seeks to replenish their foundation with potent elixirs, artificially crafting the essence of 100 battles. It is a matter of common sense that one cannot emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Moreover, it is inconceivable to attain such profound purification of one's vital essence following such dire confrontations. Only those extraordinary individuals who possess the patience to wait for 5 centuries can achieve such seemingly impossible feats. General Xue smiled and remarked, "The Songlong Guard will impart this knowledge to you, but first, we must fulfill the promise made earlier. This is my legacy, which even the great emperor desires to pass on to his descendants. Alas, his grandson is too foolish, his eyes only upon women, rendering him incapable of learning." Li Guanyi could not help but feel intrigued. What manner of legacy is this? General Xue did not display any martial prowess. Instead, he sat beside the youth and explained. The Tiela tribe rides the horses of the western regions. During the clash of armies, they bring their bodies close to the horse's back, wielding their blades horizontally. When 2 horses confront each other, the opponent's head can be severed in an instant. Often, the horse may gallop several dozen paces before the head is taken. And in that moment, the horse will charge forward, bearing the headless corpse. The Tiela cavalry, skilled in the crescent formation, resembles a swift blade, particularly adept at flanking maneuvers, slicing through the enemy's ranks with the precision of a knife carving flesh. If you lead an army and encounter such a force, how would you counter it? If you command a cavalry or infantry unit and your numbers are fewer than theirs, what strategy should you employ? General Xue smiled and said, "Having learned my techniques, how could you be ignorant of warfare?" Exhausted, Li Guanyi widened his eyes. Regardless of whether studying military strategy was beneficial or detrimental, he felt ensnared. His sole focus was on safely departing from the kingdom of Chun with his aunt, and now, at most, he wished to express gratitude for the assistance rendered by Elder Xue. The youth harbored no desire for conquest atop a war steed. Instead, his aspirations lay in acquiring martial prowess and strength. Xue, the divine general, slightly curled his lips into a smile and remarked, "Now that you are here, Your weariness has rendered you immobile, has it not? You are unable to concentrate your spirit. He playfully poked the boy's cheek with the inverted pen, smiling. This, too, is a facet of military strategy. Li Guan managed a faint grin. Shui chuckled. In a world rife with chaos, such knowledge will prove invaluable. The future generations must not bring shame upon me. Compared to archery and battle spears, this is my true expertise. Formidable generals exist in every nation. Yet the foundation of a renowned commander lies in the ability to hold the line against countless foes. Among my troops, there are those whose archery skills surpass mine. On the battlefield, there are warriors whose prowess in seizing flags and unmatched valor eclipse that of the fiercest tiger. In this era of great strife, the power of the grandmasters of the martial world is undeniably formidable. Why do I hold the foremost position on the divine general list? Shui explained. The military divides the commanders of the world into 6 categories. The unmatched valiant, who fights on despite injuries and leads the troops into battle, is a fierce general. The one who commands cavalry, moving as one with the energy of the universe, is a cavalry commander. In moments of combat, the one who emerges victorious in single combat, seizing flags and exemplifying our military's might, is a dual commander. Leading an army on a rapid march ensures victory. The troops will undoubtedly arrive. And those who maneuver between the ranks are the capable commanders. Strategic acumen, knowledge of the seasons, advantage of terrain, striking the strong with the weak. And the art of the weak overcoming the strong belong to the tacticians. Meanwhile, the one who commands over 100,000 troops in grand warfare is the general. Upon discerning the underlying intention, Li Guan remarked, "Do you wish for me to learn the art of war and become a great general?" With a smile, the divine General Shui replied, "Martial prowess merely allows one to confront 1,000 foes, to traverse freely and command respect, provoking admiration from the world and envy from the lords. What I aim to impart to you is the technique to conquer countless adversaries. It begins with the ability to strike first and slay the enemy's leaders, achieving victory with the weak against the strong, ensuring triumph in every assault, and securing lasting peace. A smile can stabilize the realm, while a frown can instill fear among the kings. With a long spear pointed, all can be crushed. Warriors, fierce generals, lead commanders, cavalry leaders, tacticians, and great generals can all be vanquished by this approach, showcasing unparalleled elegance and unrivaled prowess." He rose, gazing at the young man, and declared, "At this moment, you are destined to become a general." However, at that instant, the world was stirred by a revelation. The concealed 34th divine general of the realm, Yu Qianfeng, had been exposed. Chapter 43, Xuanwu. A renowned general of the world, ranked 34th, the foremost in naval warfare of the Southern Dynasty. Brandishing the twin dragon war halberd, he could eliminate masters of the martial world within 33 paces. Leading troops as the great halberd warrior, he could fell cavalry with infantry. Fearless in battle, sweeping away all who opposed him. Alongside the formidable Imo Dao army of the aristocracy in Guanzhong, he dominated both the north and south. Yet, this valiant warrior betrayed his own military allegiance and became a notorious bandit. In the tranquil chamber, the refined elder softly uttered the name Yu Qianfeng, his voice laced with malice and confusion. The followers of the surname Yu had been relegated to the borderlands, suppressed by the emperor's brother, who served as general. Despite several attempts at taming them, employing both grace and severity, and bestowing various rewards, they had become docile. Yet, singularly, this Yu Qianfeng had renounced his official status and abandoned his troops, charging into the kingdom like a mad dog. Previously, alongside the sword immortal of Luzhou, he had managed to survive against Yu Qianfeng. He paused momentarily and reflected. Yu Qianfeng had already achieved great mastery of his martial arts. When his red dragon manifestation erupted, it could incinerate mountains and boil rivers. Moreover, given the covert interception, it was impossible to bring his troops along. In a one-on-one confrontation, Yu Qianfeng was not his equal. However, escape would not pose a significant challenge. The sword immortal of Luzhou wielded unparalleled sword energy, cleaving mountains and parting seas. Yet, that warrior had once claimed 17 victories, slaying 8 generals and capturing flags thrice. His hands could snatch the heads of enemies from the throngs of 100,000 with effortless ease. Clad in the soft armor bestowed by the late emperor, he had preserved his life. The elegant elder's fist struck heavily upon the exquisite table, his voice rising in indignation. "Outrageous. He wields the precious armor granted by the late emperor to rebel against our court. What a treacherous minister he is." Xiao Wuliang, capable of charging through enemy ranks with 7 steeds, could hurl a hand spear to slay the mightiest archers of the Turks. How many formidable generals of the present could surpass him? This marked the second occurrence, a decade prior. He had led night raids where even a frail woman and a child managed to survive. Yet, 10 years later, he could not even stop Yu Qianfeng. At 23, he had not yet achieved full mastery of his martial prowess, aided as he was by others. 10 years hence, at the age of 33, he remains inadequately skilled in martial arts. He is duplicitous, relying on his own inflated sense of prowess. Has he forgotten who once elevated him to his current position? I implore you to strip him of his rank and reassign him to the frontier as a mere foot soldier, safeguarding our nation's gates. The venerable elder paused, momentarily at a loss for words, before indignantly exclaiming, "You foolish youth, do you not comprehend that the crucial affairs of the realm lie within the capital, among the esteemed ministers and the illustrious families that have endured through the ages? Day after day, your incessant talk of heading to the borders to lead troops into battle is misguided. Do you not realize that the true suffering of war falls upon the common people, and that the martial arts have historically been instruments of destruction, wielded only by sages in dire circumstances? At your age, you ought to be wiser. Yet you resemble the novice who first set foot on the battlefield." He fell silent, gazing at the expansive map of the realm spread before him on the desk. The details of the Qin kingdom were meticulously illustrated, while the other nations were only vaguely depicted. His gaze fixated on the borders between Ying and Qin. In 2 months, the grand ancestral ceremony of the Qin kingdom will take place, and the second prince of Ying, Jiang Guang, will come to pay his respects. Yet, Ying has stationed 30,000 fierce cavalrymen at the border. Historically, great warriors possess such a fierce disposition. Without it, one cannot exhibit the reckless valor required in battle. A temporary peace had been established between Ying and Qin, as General Yuan of Ying had withdrawn a portion of his troops to march northward against the Turks, while the aristocracy of Longyou defended against the Tuohan, leaving them unable to attack Qin. The state of the world had entered a period of relative stability, a harmonious equilibrium established through various checks and balances, which the ministers at court had deemed a perfect era. However, the circumstances have now shifted dramatically. A renowned general, formidable in prowess, redirected his forces as if a lance piercing the territory of the Qin state. Consequently, it became imperative to adopt a policy of complete conciliation towards the remaining commanders of the Yu family army. The valiant cavalry of the Ying state and the illustrious prime minister, along with the formidable general stationed there, endeavored to counter the shifting tides of power instigated by the movements of Yu Qianfeng. This necessitated troop deployments solely from the northwestern front, which in turn incited the ambitions of the Tuohan towards the Qin state. Meanwhile, the Turks awaited the actions of the Ying state, pondering whether it might seize the opportunity presented by the turmoil engulfing the Qin state to devise alternative strategies. The elder clenched his fist in indignation. Fools, utter fools. They are as dim-witted as cattle. Such are the so-called renowned generals of the realm. A band of unbridled wild horses, recklessly devouring their masters. In their frenzy, heedless of life or death, they possess the power to stir the very winds of fate, while one might poetically describe them as the state's invaluable asset. Devoid of respect for the sovereign, they are nothing more than traitors and rebels. The elder declared, the troops at the border must not be stirred. I shall compose a letter inviting the prince of the Ying court to come forth. I will instruct the commander of Guanyi to mobilize the forces from the other city, creating an encirclement. Regardless of Yu Qianfeng's intentions, he must be intercepted and thwarted. Additionally, I shall instruct the border regions to establish contact with the Tangots, bestowing gold and silk to invite them to court. The daughter of the Tuohan's right prince, fond of exquisite jade, will receive beautiful jade and a stunning maiden as a gesture of congratulations. The elder issued commands diligently, striving to obstruct the tumultuous ambitions of Yu Qianfeng, demonstrating his seasoned wisdom and steadfast resolve. As he poised his pen to compose a letter, his demeanor was tranquil, as if he could stabilize the tumultuous currents of the world. Yet, in haste, an eunuch from the palace approached, his tone urgent. My lord, the emperor has acquired a scroll depicting the vast and peaceful realm, yet the ministers are unable to appreciate it, and the emperor is growing irate. A recently informed official furrowed his brow and reprimanded, absurd. The chancellor has. The elderly man interjected sharply, absurd. Just as the official was about to retort, an inkstone was hurled at his forehead, rendering him dazed and bloodied. The cultured elder set down his brush and hastened to the eunuch's side, grasping his arm firmly, and declared, "This is of great significance. The sage's masterpiece is beyond the reach of all. Though I may be dim-witted, I wish to behold it. Please, guide me." The official from the Ministry of War sat on the ground, clutching his forehead, lost in a daze. The elder, clad in resplendent crimson official robes and adorned with a jade belt, strode forward, while the young official gazed at the scroll representing the fate of the realm. Having only penned a few lines, the elder's figure soon vanished from sight, leaving only the night sky, where the winds surged and clouds hung high. If General Yu Qianfeng truly were to breach the fortress and reach the capital of Jiangzhou, or if it were to be known across the land that he seemed intent on assaulting the stronghold, was this truly his intention? He observed the shifting clouds obscuring the bright moon, sensing that a change was imminent. Within the secret realm, confronted by the inquiries of the divine General Shui, he mused, "Ah, mere platitudes. You merely echo what has been said, articulating well, yet I implore you, refrain from such utterances next time. To strike at the weak while avoiding the strong, how can one discern between the false and the genuine? To know oneself and the enemy, how can one ascertain the truth of their knowledge? Concerning the 5 virtues of a commander, how should one uphold them, train the troops, form alliances, and foster a spirit of unwavering resolve among the soldiers, devoid of the notion of certain victory, yet still emerge victorious in battle? In terms of terrain and geography, which locations are suitable for encampment? Regarding the forces of nature, how can one exploit favorable conditions for a vigorous assault? When discord arises among commanders, how can it be quelled? Should a general face defeat, what measures must be taken? What are the 32 methods of espionage and the 16 strategies of deception? How can one discern the enemy's intentions and turn them to one's advantage? The foundational formations of battle comprise 36 types. Mastering these constitutes the essence of a true general, one entrusted with the lives of countless individuals and the fate of their nation. A far-sighted vision, capable of devising grand military strategies rather than mere formations, is the hallmark of a renowned general. Yet, you merely mimic like a parrot. How could such a one exist among my descendants? Has the Shui family ceased its study of military texts? The divine General Shui seems to begin doubting his progeny, though his gaze often carries a jesting glimmer. Li Guanyi's lips curled slightly. The divine general took up his brush, inscribing a single character upon the young man's forehead, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Fortunately, it appears my preparations have not been in vain. Allow me to enlighten you on how to address various situations." He commenced his exposition on cavalry tactics and the crescent moon assault formation. After an hour had passed, the young man resurfaced, and Yao Guang, engrossed in her reading, noticed Li Guanyi collapse onto the stone. Yao Guang's voice was serene. "You appear quite fatigued." Li Guanyi pressed his hand against his forehead, reflecting on the overwhelming fatigue he felt moments ago while General Shui relentlessly expounded upon the intricacies of military formations. The complexity, precision, and systematic nature of his teachings infiltrated Li Guanyi's mind in a rather insidious manner. General Shui was intent on imparting his knowledge of warfare unilaterally, presenting him with a plethora of military texts such as an overview of formations, essentials of military strategy, military classics, the strategy of the thatched cottage, the pavilion of generals, discourse on all affairs, the 6 strategies and 3 tactics, and naval warfare tactics. Li Guanyi, with his sharp intellect and quick wit, absorbed the information effortlessly, able to draw connections and extrapolate further insights. Consequently, General Shui intensified the difficulty of his instruction. For every adversary he vanquished, Li Guanyi was compelled to master the military tactics and strategies that individual had excelled in 5 centuries prior. Only upon defeating them could he advance. The city's defenses had tightened. Even the newly assigned guards at the city gate were seasoned veterans, experienced in real combat, proficient in foot combat, and equipped with a mix of bows and crossbows designed for alternating fire. This arrangement was intended to counter any sudden incursions by formidable infantry. If one were to consider the city gate as a reference point, it was reasonable to assume that a formidable general was stationed not far from there. The common folk, though clad in simple attire, likely wielded iron chains and grappling hooks, specialized troops adept at ensnaring horses, an impressive defensive strategy indeed. As Li Guanyi traversed the city, he came to a startling realization regarding the assessments his mind had made. A heavy expression crossed his face as he pressed his hand to his forehead. Initially filled with elation at the transformation bestowed upon him by General Shui's teachings, he was soon engulfed by confusion. The formidable defenses of a grand city such as Guanyi City suggested one alarming possibility: an imminent siege. Who would dare to launch such an audacious assault? Given the circumstances, it was imperative to escort Ant to the Shui residence. As Li Guanyi made his decision, he set forth towards the Shui household. All the while contemplating a pressing issue, he had exhausted his supply of elixirs. Due to the rigorous trials within the secret realm, his consumption of these potions far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, these elixirs were costly, and he could not continually beseech the young lady for funds. In recent days, he had managed to earn a modest sum by recounting tales to Shui Chongqing, which barely sufficed for his needs. As he turned around, he heard a voice calling out, "Fortune-telling and divination, all-knowing. The purple star's calculations and the great 6 rens are at hand. Ah, young friend, please pause. I see darkness upon your brow. You may soon encounter calamity and conflict." Recognizing the familiar voice, Li Guanyi beheld an elderly man, the very same who had previously scaled the wall. The old man, upon spotting Li Guanyi, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Just as he was about to speak, Li Guanyi's pupils constricted as his gaze shifted to the enormous dark tortoise beside the elder. The old man's hand, poised to stroke his beard, froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. He noticed the white tiger perched upon Li Guanyi's shoulder and the crimson dragon coiled around his arm. A moment of stillness enveloped them both, until they became aware of each other's scrutiny, their expressions shifting in unison. The elder exclaimed, "Can you see?" Li Guanyi furrowed his brow and turned to leave, but the elder, abandoning his stall, leaped onto the table and pursued him, calling out, "Disciple, disciple, stop." Li Guanyi quickened his pace. The elder made a daring leap, clasping the young man's thigh. "Disciple? No, no. If you refuse to be my disciple, how about becoming my master instead?" Master. Chapter 44. The opportunity of entry in a time of great strife. Li Guanyi had never encountered such an audacious old man. In the bustling streets, the elder clung to his thigh, refusing to let go, while bellowing for his master, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Frustration surged through Li Guanyi, when suddenly the old man gave a gentle pat on his leg, causing the young man's vitality to abruptly stagnate, his meridians held captive. The elder then exclaimed, "Ah, master, what has happened to you? Oh dear, I warned you not to revert to a youthful form. Look, you seem to have succumbed to an ailment. Fear not, your devoted disciple shall see you through to the end." With that, the old man effortlessly hoisted Li Guanyi over his shoulder, moving with the agility of a seasoned runner, and swiftly navigated to a secluded corner of the street, where he set the young man down. Plopping onto the ground, he leaned forward, scrutinizing Li Guanyi from head to toe. "Good, very good," the elder remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his smile as he rubbed his hands together. "I shall unravel the binding spell that restrains you, but please, do not move recklessly." Li Guanyi perceived a translucent rope woven from ethereal energy binding him, while his inner dragon and tiger writhed in furious struggle against the restraint. With a mere flick of his fingers, the elder severed the rope, which dissipated into the surrounding atmosphere. Recognizing the profundity of such a technique, Li Guanyi refrained from making an immediate escape. Instead, he placed his palm upon the hilt of his autumn water sword, inquiring, "Elder, what is your true intention?" The elderly man remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Li Guanyi, asking, "Can you see? How did you come to see? When did you first perceive?" Li Guanyi pondered his words before responding. "I have been able to since childhood." The old man, puzzled, inquired, "Have you not tasted any fruits, encountered any extraordinary sights, or possessed any treasures?" "Indeed, it is innate to me," Li Guanyi affirmed. The elder scratched his head and turned to the nearby Xian Gui, saying, "My old friend, what is your perspective?" Xian Gui regarded Li Guanyi, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the sincerity etched upon the young man's face. To Li Guanyi's surprise, he discerned a glimmer of kindness in the expression of the speckled Xian Gui. The latter shook his head, remaining silent. The old man remarked, "You mean to say he is a good child, unworthy of concern?" Ming added, "Indeed, how you perceive is of no consequence to me. The ability to see is what truly matters." The elder gazed at Li Guanyi, raising his palm to his heart, his demeanor solemn and tranquil. "I am Ming, one of the top 3 officials of the Yin-Yang school. I can be your teacher or your disciple, whichever you prefer." Li Guanyi's lips twitched slightly. He looked at the Xian Gui before him with a sense of disbelief, influenced by his emotions. The white tiger on his shoulder glanced at Li Guanyi and then at Xian Gui, its eyes widening in astonishment. The latter, with deliberate calmness, remarked, "Do not look to me. Human language is not a complex matter. With sufficient time, understanding comes easily. Child, this generation's Si Ming is rather playful. Do not let his words sway you." Li Guanyi pondered deeply before boldly inquiring, "What benefits would I gain from joining the Yin-Yang school?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, pointing at Li Guanyi and saying to the mysterious turtle, "Look, my disciple and I share a remarkable affinity. His audacity rivals my own. However, such directness is indeed commendable. The Yin-Yang lineage, being one of the esteemed schools, governs the dual energies of heaven and earth, differentiating the 5 elements and their transformations. Should you enter my fold, the advantages are boundless. Your name would resonate across the lands, and both lords and kings would hold you in high esteem." The mysterious turtle spoke with deliberation. The Grand Master of the Yin-Yang school is a rare figure in this era, capable of presiding over national rituals. Since the world stabilized 7 centuries ago, kingdoms have been established in the name of heaven, and those who aspire to found a nation or seize the throne must gain the mandate of heaven. The Grand Master of the Yin-Yang school, who can articulate this mandate, is highly valued by monarchs. Yet, when a ruler falls from grace, the former Grand Master of the Yin-Yang school is likewise displaced. In one kingdom, you may be honored, while in another, you could be perceived as a mere court jester. Over a century ago, when the Purple Star Palace was engulfed in flames, more than 100 from the Astronomical Bureau were executed, and even then, masters of the Yin-Yang school were present. In times of turmoil, such knowledge is hardly esteemed. An old friend of the elder scoffed at this notion, causing the elder to bristle in indignation. Yet, the mysterious turtle remained unfazed, continuing slowly, nevertheless. Mastering the energies of the 5 elements and the ebb and flow of yin and yang, ultimately grasping the profound essence of one, constitutes an exceptionally noble inheritance. It allows one to comprehend the signs that all things and events bestow, guiding one to fortune while averting calamity, understanding geomancy, and navigating the realms of yin and yang. Such qualifications as yours, if left unrefined, are indeed a pity. Li Guanyi gazed at the mysterious tortoise and suddenly attained clarity. The young man sat cross-legged, his hand releasing the sword hilt to rest gently upon his knee, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are indeed Si Ming. Is that so?" Both the tortoise and the elder displayed a hint of astonishment. A gentle expression graced the tortoise's face as it spoke, "A clever child. The myriad beings of heaven and earth are divided into the dualities of yin and yang. Among them, living creatures belong to yang, while the manifestations of the law belong to yin. The flow of these dual energies allows one, as a human, to glimpse the law's manifestations, a capability attainable only by those who have cultivated to a certain level in the yin-yang arts. Those who can perceive me may inherit my legacy and bear the title of Si Ming." Li Guanyi sensed that the bronze cauldron could not extract the jade liquid from this ancient tortoise, as if it exuded not a trace of aura or essence. Was it a deficiency in the power of the bronze cauldron, or was it his own inadequacy in cultivation that hindered its efficacy? The tortoise spoke kindly. "Child, learning some yin-yang techniques will be of no detriment to your fate," Li Guanyi replied. Then, regarding the technique that previously ensnared me, a sense of regret washed over him. The distinction between entering a realm and remaining outside held profound significance across all sections. Thus, the level of entry into this realm was particularly crucial. The tortoise turned its gaze towards the elder, who, with a huff and a scowl, was reluctant to speak. "You are indeed Si Ming. Why do you look at me?" The tortoise nudged the elder, who begrudgingly picked up a straight branch and traced lines upon the ground, each stroke leaving a trace of energy. Then, with a branch held in hand, amidst the intricate patterns, the flow of energy began to circulate. The earth suddenly thickened, giving rise to tree buds. These buds burgeoned and spread, ultimately transforming into a flowering tree, which bloomed with magnificent winter plums. The petals fell into the young man's palms. Yet in an instant, the plum tree withered and transformed into a fierce blaze. The flames roiled and morphed into a stream of water, cascading to the ground and returning to dust. Everything appeared as if born from a dream. However, as Li Guanyi gazed into his palms, that solitary winter plum remained. The elder cast aside his wooden staff without a word of explanation, merely lifting his chin. The Xian Gui then stated, This embodies the essence of our yin-yang school. The transformative powers of yin and yang, the birth and demise of the five elements. It is a force that can delve into the very foundations of heaven and earth. Fraught with mysteries. We are not adept in the art of killing. Any martial artist of equal caliber who approaches us is likely to perish. Even those Taoists and monks of comparable energy levels would pose a challenge for us. We might barely surpass those scholars of esoteric texts. Li Guan inquired, Confucianism? The elder retorted vehemently, Confucian scholars are crude, particularly skilled in bludgeoning with bamboo slips. The Xian Gui remarked, though we may not excel in combat. Mastering this path allows one to summon fierce winds that sweep across rivers, utilizing great formations to disrupt celestial phenomena, stirring sand and stone, and altering battle arrays with ease. Since ancient times, strategists have employed this knowledge. In these chaotic times, the yin-yang school's generals manipulate the weather, while advisors balance the prevailing forces. Scholars calculate the strengths of various nations, and ultimately, upon the battlefield, valiant generals charge forth, clashing against myriad foes. The monarch sits high in the hall of governance, while the common folk traverse the mundane world, akin to the five elements. Child, should you wish to learn, seek me here again once you have entered the realm. Let us refrain from discussing the master-disciple relationship. The tortoise shell upon the back of the Xian Gui emanated a potent force, deliberately releasing a portion of its energy. Li Guanyi sensed a resonant hum from the bronze cauldron as this energy descended within, naturally transforming into a Xian Gui. Although it did not receive the jade liquid, the Xian Gui bore a profound imprint. This was Li Guanyi's first encounter, willingly offering his essence to his own Dharma manifestation. The Xian Gui spoke gently, saying, should one encounter such a remarkable talent, yet withhold the transmission of teachings, then an old friend may very well rise from their grave. Once you enter the realm, I can impart to you a Dharma manifestation through the secret arts of the yin-yang school. The elder gazed incredulously at his old companion. How did you begin to act so greedily? The Dharma manifestation of the yin-yang school essentially entails dividing a portion of one's essence, molding it into form, and bestowing it upon another. This is indeed the most fundamental method of inheritance within the yin-yang tradition. Li Guanyi sensed the transformation upon the bronze cauldron and understood the Xian Gui's intent. With a grave expression, he regarded the plum blossom in his hand, acknowledging the significance of this transmission. As he rose to take his leave, he inquired, who are you? The Xian Gui replied, me? There is no need for concern. I am merely the old tortoise who once bore the Luo book. As Li Guanyi departed, the elder and the Xian Gui gazed into the distance. The Xian Gui remarked, your young friend should be arriving shortly. Wang Tong from the Confucian school has also come. And the seventh giant of the Mo school has already infiltrated the city. The air is thick with both the spirit of warfare and the elegance of scholarship. The elder responded, what are you observing? The elder replied, I am watching his stars. It was indeed daylight, yet the elderly man stared wide-eyed at the sky, his silver hair swirling gently in the breeze. The Xian Gui observed this most gifted of the Si Ming, the esteemed master of destiny, who presided over the realm of yin and yang. In the domain of celestial observation, none could surpass him. This elder had once officiated the ancestral rites of a great nation, a solemn occasion where even the monarch knelt humbly beneath the high platform. Wisps of blue smoke and enormous banners billowed as if tethered to the clouds above. The Si Ming, adorned in intricate and dignified attire, sat cross-legged before a massive bronze cauldron, reciting ancient incantations with an air of gravity and reverence. All proclaimed him the most talented practitioner of yin and yang. Only Xian Gui knew that the elder had been nursing a hangover at that time, merely nodding off in his seat. The solemn expression was merely a reflection of the throbbing pain in his head that furrowed his brows. During divination with the tortoise shell, he would meticulously carve hidden patterns within it using a sharp file before burning it to achieve the desired markings. His lips parted slightly, and beneath the solemn strains of elegant music, Xian Gui distinctly heard him mutter, damn it, it hurts so much. He was indeed the most gifted Si Ming. Yet he held the concept of destiny in utter disdain, a generation that treated it with irreverence. At this moment, he sighed, so it is. He is not the white tiger's chosen. Xian Gui gazed at his old friend, who quietly remarked, I cannot see that star. Yet the celestial body representing his fate hangs high, resembling a whirlpool in the eastern sea. The surrounding stars, the luminescence of the four symbols, are engulfed and swept away by him. Yet even so, his fateful star emits not a glimmer of light. It is akin to a star of pure inky blackness that should not belong to the heavens. I find myself unable to comprehend his fate. However, fate is merely a matter of innate disposition. One's accomplishments ultimately hinge upon the individual's character. The recent events in Guanyi have witnessed a confluence of both literary and martial talents. With myriad forces converging from the realms of the martial world, the imperial court, the countries of Ying and Chun, the noble families, the outskirts, as well as Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, the art of war, and affluent merchants. Such a plethora of influences represents an opportune alignment of time and place, akin to the surging waves of water, where fish may soar amidst this tumultuous era, transforming into true dragons, capitalizing on favorable conditions to ascend to unparalleled heights. The extent to which he may advance remains uncertain. Will he bask in glory or fade into obscurity? This moment will determine it all. The Xian turtle remained silent. Why do you not disclose this to him? The elder responded with a momentary pause. I have forgotten. The man and the turtle exchanged glances, and suddenly the elder sprang up, taking off in a frantic dash. Disciple, master, wait. Please wait. Guanyi made his way back to the Shui residence, intending to caution old Shui about the alterations in the city's defenses. Though the elder might already be aware, it was his duty to mention it. He also planned to advise his aunt to temporarily relocate to the Shui family's villa. Upon reaching the entrance, Guanyi noticed a procession of carriages approaching. The visitors bore a demeanor distinct from that of Jiangnan, exhibiting a robust and valiant presence. Intrigued, Guanyi greeted the Shui family's guards, who referred to him as a guest official, prompting a 30-something man from the carriage to halt. The man turned to regard the young lad. His hair was meticulously styled, secured by a jade hairpin, his complexion fair and gentle, adorned with a distinctive mustache. In Guanyi's eyes, the flow of energy shifted as a white fox emerged from the shoulder of the man before him. Guanyi sensed the presence of a white tiger pacing nearby, while a crimson dragon coiled above. A manifestation of the? No. It was something only the extraordinary figures of the world could possess. In his 10 years of experience, Guanyi had never encountered such phenomena, yet in this brief month, the city of Guanyi had gathered so many. Guanyi instinctively felt something amiss. Contemplating the changes in the city's defenses, a sense of impending storm brewing in the air. The man's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "A guest official? Such a young guest official. The Shui family truly has outstanding talents." Guanyi replied, "You too possess remarkable grace, sir." The man laughed heartily. "I am but a mere traveling merchant from Longxi Pass, unworthy of the title of sir." The handsome man offered a slight bow. "I hail from Longxi, with the dual surname of Changsan, and my name is Wuchou. It is a pleasure to meet you, young sir." Chapter 45. The Phoenix's Journey. This symbolizes one's essence and will, a manifestation of the interplay between yin and yang. Changsan Wuchou smiled and bowed. Yet the fox manifestation inched closer to Guanyi, seemingly probing. Whether it was some form of observational skill remained uncertain. However, as the fox approached the young man, the bronze cauldron trembled, and the manifestations of the dragon and tiger lunged forward. The crimson dragon's tail still rested upon the bronze cauldron, while diamond-shaped scales ensnared the fox's neck, and the white tiger surged forward to attack. Despite appearing as two immature manifestations, they forcefully tore away a substantial amount of energy from the fox, which retreated in alarm. For reasons unknown, a flicker of instinctive panic suddenly stirred within Changsan Wuchou. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Changsan." Changsan Wuchou gazed at the young man, his brow slightly furrowed as he momentarily suppressed the unease within him, offering a smile and a nod. Indeed, a youthful hero. Guanyi watched as Changsan Wuchou departed. The white tiger and the red dragon avatars each absorbed a portion of their essence, both illuminating and growing slightly more powerful than before. Led onward, Changsan Wuchou arrived at the Listening Wind Pavilion, where he was personally received by Shui Daoyong. With swift strides, Changsan Wuchou approached, performing a deep bow and addressing him as uncle. The elderly Shui Daoyong, with his silver hair, hurried to support him, patting his shoulder and chiding gently, "My dear nephew, what is this? Such formality?" The two exchanged smiles, understanding passing between them without words. As Changsan Wuchou straightened, Shui Daoyong invited him to sit and partake in tea. After a few cups, Changsan Wuchou smiled and remarked, "I trust you have received the letter I sent earlier, Brother Shui? I have come today regarding that matter." When the bow of shattering clouds first howled, Shui Daoyong had been reading that very letter, responding with a chuckle, "Of course. Changsun Wuchou lowered his voice. The descendants of the Tongxiang people reside in the western regions, and now Tuyuan has occupied their territory. You have paved the way for us. We have sold salt and iron weapons to the Tongxiang people, who, armed with these weapons, found their left prince fortuitously deceased. They have now commenced hostilities against Tuyuan. This has allowed both our borders with the state of Ying and the state of Chun to stabilize. We have reaped tenfold profits, and the Tongxiang have successfully held Tuyuan at bay for Chun. Changsun Wuchou smiled affirmatively. Shui Daoyong inquired, and how fare the Tongxiang people? Changsun Wuchou replied, they possess valorous blood. Afterward, I would be grateful if you could sell the weapons and salt to the Tuyuan people. Changsun Wuchou, observing the elder before him, understood the bloody implications behind the old man's words. He remarked, though you have earned your fortune, it also contributes to the stability of the frontier. Alas, the Tuyuan and the various tribes of the Tang and Xia regions continue to engage in relentless strife. Shui Daoyong chuckled. Cousin, you too serve the great clans of Longxi. Is that not a most commendable endeavor? The two raised their cups in a toast, sipping tea from translucent porcelain that felt as if they were swallowing the vastness of the western regions. Shui Daoyong continued. The foreign tribes cultivate their lands with swords and steeds, often plundering the borders, as I have witnessed firsthand. Those who are not of our kin harbor different intentions. For Central Plains, a tumultuous western region may indeed be favorable. Changsun Wuchou chose not to engage with this seasoned veteran who had seen the chaos of the world and the incursions of foreign tribes. Instead, he smiled and said, having concluded our discussions regarding trade here, I wish to confer with Uncle Shui about the latest territorial maps of the realm. He produced a scroll crafted from cowhide. But the elder replied with a smile, no rush. Today, I would like to take the liberty of having another child observe our discourse, if you would permit. Changsun Wuchou laughed. It seems the Shui family has produced a remarkable successor. If you wish, elder, I have no objections. He had traveled alone through the western regions, which were predominantly under the dominion of Tuyuan. Yet that expanse was vast, with the Tang and the Tai Lu tribes still lingering, struggling to resist. Although Changsun Wuchou was a wandering merchant, he was backed by the esteemed clans of Longxi. In collaboration with the eldest son of the venerable Shui family, one could significantly sway the prevailing dynamics of this region. He had encountered numerous youthful heroes. Yet the three scions of the prominent family he currently found himself among were all distinguished in their own right. The Shui family, being merchants at heart, maintained a sense of composure. As the door swung open, a chilling aura accompanied the entrance. Longsun Wuchou's smile faded slightly as his gaze fell upon a young man clad in a blue garment. At this moment, Guanyi donned a leather belt around his waist, a blade sheathed at his side, and in one hand, he held a plain bow. A blue forehead cloth adorned with flying cranes and auspicious clouds prevented sweat from blurring his vision, his demeanor calm and contemplative, exuding the tranquility of a seasoned warrior. Longsun Wuchou straightened his posture. It was him. Shui Daoyong gestured for the young man to take a seat and, with a hint of pride, proclaimed, Jianzhou Guanyi, my family's prized son. He then pointed to the esteemed Longsun Wuchou before continuing. He is a descendant of the right general of the Great Ying, currently serving the Duke beyond the borders. The grandeur of that family is immense. It is a privilege to be introduced by the Honorable Long Sunday. Longsun Wuchou regarded Guanyi with a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Lord of Longxi, second son of the Li clan, disciple of Erlang, son of the right general of the Great Ying, nephew of the Great Ying's Minister of Rights, and a scion of the Long Sun lineage. I pay my respects to the young master. This was a customary exchange among the aristocracy of the era, revealing one's lineage. The mention of the Li clan, with its ancestral ties to the land of Li, signified their noble heritage, yet the surname Ji was a legacy bestowed by the former emperor of Zhongzhou. Guanyi, lacking such a foundation, merely clasped his hands in reply, saying, I have already had the pleasure of meeting you, Long Sunday. I am Guanyi. Changsun Wuchou smiled gently as he unfolded the map upon the table. It depicted not only the territories of Ying and Chun, but also the region of Tuyuan in the western regions, the northern Turks, and the northeastern Khitan, as well as the Rouran Wuan Marquis, with its vast mountains, rivers, cities, and towns, all rendered with remarkable detail. The world was largely at peace. To his astonishment, he found himself comprehending the words of Changsun Wuchou and Shui Daoyong. The great merchant was strategizing for the nation. Old Master Shui had stirred the western regions with his wealth, stabilizing the borders. It was no wonder that on the day he proclaimed that the great merchant was plotting for the nation, for the world, and for eternal peace. He had been so jubilant. He must have believed I was his confidant. Yet, how could I possess such grand aspirations? I am merely a vessel, after all. Guanyi's thoughts meandered, and the teachings of General Shui began to resurface in his mind, gradually becoming clearer. Observing the young man, Changsun Wuqiu, with a kind heart, pointed to the map and inquired, "Young scholar, how do you perceive the state of affairs in the world? Should there be a change?" Guanyi gazed at the world, recalling General Shui's past teachings, and instantly formed his own judgment. Habitually, he picked up the nearby brush, turned it, and made a mark on the table. Here. Changsun Wuqiu and Shui Daoyong looked over. The western regions? The borders were in disarray, with Ying standing against the Turks, and Tuyuan no longer having concerns from behind. If it were up to me, I would not allow the Dongxiang to clash with Tuyuan at this moment. The young man sat quietly, his brow calm. He was still youthful, with a lingering aura of scholarly grace in his eyes. Yet, in a fleeting moment of reverie, it felt as though the greatest general of the realm sat behind, clad in black armor, with sleeves of both literature and martial prowess cascading down. His fingers delicately grasped a chess piece. Before him lay the world. When Li Guan raised his hand, it was as if that divine general transcended 5 centuries. His finger descending upon the map. The Tongxi people must momentarily restrain themselves, feigning weakness to entice the enemy. The Tuyuan would undoubtedly seek to exploit the standoff with the Turks, descending southward to seize the bountiful lands, compensating for their own vulnerabilities. At this juncture, should the Tongxi rise abruptly to sever their advance, the Tuyuan would surely descend into chaos. The noble clans beyond the frontier of Yingwa would not let this opportunity slip by. They would inevitably raid. If, at this moment, a general were to lead elite cavalry forth from the borders of Chun, they could plunder the lands of Tuyuan, and with the forces of Chun, Tongxi, and Yingwa, they could rend asunder the dominion of the western regions, dividing its territories. To speak of strategies on paper and boastful rhetoric, it brings amusement to both of you. Fortunately, it is not General Shui present, or else, I fear, his forehead might bear several more characters of scrutiny. Shui Daoyong remarked. Such military tactics truly resemble the treatises left by our ancestors. Changsun Wuqiu also burst into laughter, saying, "Ha, young brother. You make a valid point. For one of your age, it is commendable indeed." Changsun Wuqiu and Shui Daoyong exchanged glances, both conceding that Li Guan's ideas were somewhat naive. Yet, they could not overlook the flicker of astonishment that passed through each other's eyes. It was as if they were soaring in the skies, like antelopes with their horns entangled. This individual, who has imparted such knowledge, has seemingly neglected the fundamental principles of military strategy, opting instead to commence with advanced tactics. The elder gazed at the secret letter on the table, a missive from the court instructing him to confront Yu Qianfeng. He sighed, reflecting that one who plays within the game may inevitably become a piece on the board. Such is the unavoidable nature of existence. Yu Qianfeng, indeed? The elder lamented, "I truly wish to avoid the clash with General Yu's formidable warriors." Meanwhile, Changsun Wuqiu was penning a letter addressed to the second son of the Duke of Longxi. It contained observations on the nuances of life and culture, yet he paused, writing in the script of the Xianbei beyond the pass. "I have been dispatched here to confer with the Shui family regarding matters in the western regions, hoping to delay the attacks from the Tongxiang people and to unite with the Chun state to dismantle the hegemony of Tuyuan. I encountered a young man whose insights on the western regions and the prevailing situation mirrored your own precisely, and he is of similar age. His name, Jiangzhou." Li Guanyi. Though the letter was intended for the second son, it concluded with a note suggesting, "Miss, you may find this of interest." The missive was secured to the talons of a soaring eagle, which took flight with urgency. After a day and night of swift travel, at the break of dawn on the second day, it arrived at the borders. The Duke of Longxi, of the Li family, had held this territory for generations. The eagle let out a resounding cry as the letter descended. As the sun rose, an imperceptible bird caught the letter, its wings shimmering with an ethereal glow, resembling a magnificent phoenix basking in the sun's rays. It alighted upon the shoulder of a 13-year-old girl, whose enchanting phoenix eyes and a crimson mark upon her brow exuded a majestic aura. The innate semblance of a phoenix rested upon her, and as she perused the letter, her brows arched in intrigue. Is it truly aligned with my own judgment? Chapter 46. The opportunity of entry. Completely unaware that Xue Daoyong had received a secret letter from the capital, or that Changsun Wuchou had sent a missive to the noble clan beyond the frontier, from Li Guanyi's perspective, he felt an increasingly oppressive atmosphere akin to a storm brewing on the horizon. The Donglu Astronomical School, the top 3 seats of the Yinyang family, and the vassals under the banner of the noble clan of Ingwo were all poised for action. The Xue family, positioned beyond the borders, sensed that a transformation was imminent. The forces of the world lay in wait, like dark clouds gathering over a vast marsh, with the distant rumble of thunder. Though silence reigned, Li Guanyi increasingly recognized the significance of power. His longing to enter the realm grew, yearning to ascend to a level that seemed extraordinarily unique among the various families and sections. Since Changsun Wuchou's arrival, Xue Daoyong appeared to harbor deep thoughts, often lost in contemplation. The sound of chopsticks striking the table echoed sharply. The venerable Siming sat beside Li Guanyi, while the immense black tortoise rested quietly nearby. A great upheaval was imminent. Li Guanyi recalled that a few days prior, when Changsun Wuchou visited, the elderly Siming had hurried to inform him that a certain Mr. Zhu was on his way. When Li Guanyi inquired about the purpose of the visit, the elder merely smiled and gestured towards the direction of Jiangzhou City, stating, "He comes to stir this stagnant pool." From the explanation of the black tortoise, Li Guanyi gleaned some understanding. That Mr. Zhu was a master of numerology, journeying to Jiangzhou City to rescue General Yu. Ming held a glass of strong liquor crafted from the roots of a certain plant. This drink, characterized by its throat-burning intensity, lacked the enchanting aroma of intoxicating spirits, making it a favorite among laborers who relished the sharpness that sliced through their throats. The Confucians sought the person destined by heaven, while the Mahists emphasized the virtues of benevolence and righteousness. From my perspective, the essence transcends mere combat. It lies in harmonizing with the rhythms of time, the advantages of geography, and the unity of people. Li Guan inquired, "What do you mean by the rhythms of time and advantages of geography?" Ming chuckled, extending a finger towards the dense clouds above, saying, "Do you not already sense it yourself?" Perusing historical texts, one finds that in times of turmoil, exceptional talents invariably emerge, akin to the surging waves of a river, where the mighty dragon rides the currents to soar. Presently, the modest city of Guanyi serves as a focal point of the grand tide of the world. It may not be the largest, yet it is far from insignificant. In 2 months, the state of Chun will conduct a grand ritual to honor its ancestors. Such a sacrament necessitates the presence of someone like me, a Yin-Yang Grand Master, alongside masters of divination. Among them, Ancestor Xiao is the most formidable in this era. When such an individual arrives in Jiangzhou, it is conceivable that they could persuade the Emperor of Chun to alter certain decisions. Furthermore, Ancestor Zhao's skills in divination are potent enough to dismantle the formations that imprison General Yu. They will undoubtedly strive to obstruct his entrance into the capital. Moreover, it is feared that attempts on his life have already been made. Assassination. Li Guan inquired, "Will that esteemed elder be safe upon reaching Guanyi?" Drunkenly, the old man mused. "Therefore, it is essential to cultivate great momentum here, to host a gathering of distinguished figures that captures the attention of the world, subsequently bringing our young friend into the limelight, allowing him to step into the forefront. In doing so, he shall be safeguarded, with grand momentum surrounding him. None would dare to harm him. Those who once sought to take his life would now find themselves compelled to protect him." The old man continued, "It is indeed peculiar, is it not? I too find it strange. The people of the capital exhibit a certain awkwardness. They engage in myriad activities, yet wish to remain concealed from prying eyes. Some matters, when shrouded in darkness, carry no value whatsoever. Even the most renowned figures can act without restraint to eliminate threats. However, when certain affairs are brought to light, they transform into monumental issues that cannot be contained. Even if they are openly scorned, the individuals involved must endure." The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "It is akin to relieving oneself. I could casually find an old tree and do so freely, comfortably, without fear of repercussion. But what if I were to do so upon the emperor's burial ground? And what if someone were to witness this act? Suppose that observer happened to be the emperor himself? The implications would be entirely different. Even if the emperor were indifferent, the circumstances would provoke his ire, compelling him to act in accordance with his status and position. Such is the nature of power. The world is but a vast, stagnant pool, and all who dwell within it are inevitably influenced." Ming gazed at the sky outside, unusually solemn, and remarked, "However, those are merely the ramblings of an old man. Heed them lightly, for look, representatives from various sects have gathered here for a grand literary assembly, with literary fervor soaring to the heavens. Such is the prevailing trend. Yet, how can our young friend enter this place with dignity, akin to a dragon emerging from a perilous situation in the game of Go?" Li Guan inquired, "Why not go outside to receive him?" The elder fell silent for a considerable time, his eyes still clear and unclouded by intoxication, and softly replied, "If we could intercept him outside, that would indeed be fortuitous. However, we cannot ascertain how many among the renowned figures of this world are trustworthy, or how many may be traitors. The bones of warriors may not be as steadfast as one would presume, and the hearts of scholars may not be so pure. Beneath the armor, one cannot discern if a wolf lurks or a true hero stands, and beneath the long robes, one cannot tell if a swine or a person of integrity resides. It is uncertain. Even an old man cannot unravel such mysteries. Thus, he cannot reveal his true position and must seek us instead. As I mentioned earlier, when a gathering of literati convenes, even the faint-hearted can exhibit a semblance of noble spirit. Among the warriors, there are those who would assist our young friend, as well as those who would seek to obstruct him. This time, the Mo family, Taoists, Confucians, the martial world, the court, and both martial and literary forces have converged in this Guanyi city. Do you not perceive that the winds of change are stirring within the grand scheme? If one can leap across this tumultuous tide, it would undoubtedly lay the foundation for great achievement." Seeming patted Li Guan's shoulder, belched, and released a cloud of wine-laden breath upon the young man. His eyes, glazed with inebriation, rendered his previous remarks akin to the musings of a tipsy sage. Li Guanyi paid for the elder's wine and meal. As the heavens opened and the gentle spring rain fell like a fine mist, he left behind an umbrella and ventured into the downpour. The old diviner leisurely observed the scenery outside, watching the raindrops cascade like strings of pearls, splashing upon the ground. Counting in a rhythmic cadence, he suddenly burst into laughter. The rotund innkeeper chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, the old gentleman has just spoken of profound truths. Men often delight in discussing grand matters." The elder, pounding the table in mirth, declared with a tipsy pride, "Though somewhat crude, it amounts to little difference. In this world, whether great matters or trivialities, they share no greater significance than an old man's stream of urine." The jovial innkeeper nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, indeed." The old diviner, swaying slightly, poured a bowl of strong liquor and placed it upon the stool. The tortoise lowered its head to drink, while the elder gazed at the sky. His eyes perceived the convergence of celestial and earthly fortunes, akin to surging waves, the schools of Mo, Tao, and Confucianism, the yin-yang practitioners, the court, the rivers and lakes, scholars, and warriors. He tapped his chopsticks against the table and cups, creating a melodic rhythm that melded with the sound of rain, transforming into a song. The tortoise continued to sip its drink, as the diviner laughed heartily, belting out in a voice reminiscent of a rustic farmer. With favorable winds and gentle rains, the people find peace and joy. Unlike the grandeur of the imperial city's purple ropes, the world is but a field to be harvested at will, while the common folk are driven like cattle. Scholars proclaim their great talents, and warriors wield their swords in fierce contention. Recite, 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 reciting poetry and composing verses, with no errors to be found. No distinction in eloquence, as flowery words are remembered in abundance. Speak of tranquility. In the realm of peace, adorned in purple and red, the common folk are treated like mere swine and hounds. They are urged to advance yet fear to retreat, raising one foot while hesitating to lift the other, enduring a relentless barrage that leaves their hearts in turmoil. With fervor, they brandish their swords, intent on cleaving the world into halves with a single blow, only to be thwarted by a trivial inconvenience that renders them helpless. After enduring for 3 long centuries, they are mockingly slain by the champions of this so-called prosperous age. Ha ha ha, they are mockingly slain by the champions of this so-called prosperous age. The elder, in a fit of drunkenness, topples his wine cup, sending vessels crashing as he stumbles forward, collapsing amidst the wreckage of his libations, surrendering to a deep slumber. His hair, white as snow, becomes a testament to the absurdity of his songs, which ultimately resonate with grandeur, before fading like rain that has finally ceased to fall. Inebriated and slumbering before his thatched cottage, he embodies a carefree spirit. Li Guan, observing this elder, whether muddled or carefree, whether in a state of confusion or grandeur, turns away and departs. The rain intensifies, and a young man, armed with a black blade, walks upon the stone-paved path. The rain trickling upon his umbrella and cascading down. Ahead, he spots a line of figures, all donning bamboo hats, their feet clad in straw sandals, their hair bound with dark cords, and heavy black swords hanging at their waists. As the youth brushes past the group of men clad in black, the leader's calm gaze sweeps over him, while Li Guan remains unperturbed. Beside the leader, an unseen creature of peculiar nature strides alongside. Another one. The yearning within Li Guan for the unknown realm deepens. 3 days later, within the depths of the secret domain, the heavy blade was deflected, and the man opposite thrust his weapon towards Li Guanyi. The young man swung his sword, its edge leaping like a butterfly, propelling his body upward. As he spun, he released his grip, and the heavy blade whirled down in a powerful arc. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. However, within the confines of the secret realm, the foe, transformed by stellar energy, merely shifted his hand slightly. The spear in his grasp deftly parried Li Guanyi's blade, and the youth, with a powerful kick, struck the shaft of the spear, curling his body like a coil. He seized the opponent's spear and, using his shoulder, forced the adversary back, who then lunged onto the stone platform, swiftly rolling to seize another spear. Gathering his focus and energy, he resembled a fierce tiger poised to pounce. Li Guanyi thrust forward with his spear, the two weapons clashing with intensity. To one side, Xue Xinjiang observed leisurely. After countless battles resulting in death and defeat, Li Guanyi had finally mastered the use of long weapons. At that moment, he held the spear by its end, pressed tightly against his waist. Employing a technique where his wrist rotated with each thrust, his body twisting in unison, the spear tip infused with a spiraling force. The spear was taut, emphasizing thrusting techniques characteristic of battlefield combat. With a length of 14 feet, the spear translated to approximately 4.6 meters in the units of his previous life. A weapon not meant for the average individual. Yet, once one could maneuver such a spear, it conferred a significant advantage in the era of cold weaponry. As long as one had not reached the realm where energy could break through the body or encountered the ultimate techniques of the law, the odds were greatly in their favor. This time, Li Guanyi skillfully wielded the spear to deflect his opponent's weapon, and with a sudden, cold flash, he ultimately triumphed over his foe. The adversary's body shattered into starlight. Li Guanyi had grown accustomed to such brutal combat. Unlike his initial encounter with the third prince of Tiela, he did not expend unnecessary energy and was able to sit cross-legged, meditating and breathing in the starlight. After Xue Xinjiang expounded upon the tactics of foot combat, he offered no further discourse, merely observing Li Guanyi with a contemplative stroke of his chin, remarking, "You have been here for quite some time, over 20 days, and have vanquished numerous opponents. It appears your starlight refinement is nearing completion." Xue Xinjiang's eyes twinkled with amusement. "You seem to be approaching a pivotal moment." Chapter 47, The World's Greatest. Li Guanyi remained seated, absorbing Xue Xinjiang's commendation. Yet his gaze betrayed no flicker of emotion. His time spent with this individual had not been particularly lengthy, perhaps a month at most. While that may seem brief, being mentored by one of the most distinguished generals in the realm, experiencing a comprehensive onslaught of military strategy, warfare, and even cunning for an entire month was an entirely different matter. The stimulation had become overwhelming, leaving Li Guanyi in a state of numbness. From the elder, he learned of impending significant changes in Guanyi City, yet his heart was devoid of fear. Through Xue Xinjiang, he understood he had reached a critical juncture, but felt no elation within. It was as if his emotions were stagnant, like still water, devoid of ripples. Li Guanyi sighed. "The old man has misled me." The youth raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So what more is needed?" "Within 30 paces, one may strike down an opponent in 7 moves. Xue Xinjiang stated in a matter-of-fact tone, uttering words that were startling. Li Guanyi pondered briefly before asking, "Why must it be 7 moves?" The god of war Xue smiled and said, "The Taoist can run swiftly before entering the realm, while the monk possesses remarkable resilience, making them difficult to slay. If you wield a spear, don armor, and carry a crossbow, even a dozen monks before entering the realm would not withstand your prowess for more than the time it takes to burn a joss stick. However, the complexity arises after entering the realm. Both paths diverge from the straightforward enhancement of physical strength that martial practitioners typically pursue. Once inside, distance becomes a disadvantage for martial artists. Your archery must remain unerring. Furthermore, I have a gift for you, a truly exquisite item. The Taoists possess the Tao heart, the Buddhists embody the Buddha nature, and the Confucians understand the mandate of heaven. The military also has its own principles. Would you desire it? The god of war Shue's smile radiated warmth. Li Guan, observing Shue with caution, replied, even if I decline, you would insist on bestowing it upon me, wouldn't you? The corners of Shue's mouth curled slightly, his smile growing ever warmer and more inviting as he affirmed, indeed. Suddenly, a blinding flash surged before him, followed by an immense force crashing down. Instinctively, Li Guan raised his weapon. The shock reverberated through his hands. The blade of his heavy sword shattered, splintering like collapsing frost and snow across his face. The young man's pupils constricted violently, his heart pounding fiercely. As he instinctively curled his body backward, absorbing the impact, evading the violent rupture of the ground beneath him. As he retreated, he raised his hand to grasp the long spear firmly embedded in the ground. The shaft exhibited remarkable resilience, curving dramatically as it absorbed the force from Li Guanyi's body, causing him to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he drew the spear, transitioning into the ancient spear technique known as the tigers. Yet, in the next moment, a sound that tore through the void erupted. Li Guanyi's spear was instantaneously shattered by an arrow. Almost immediately, a sharp pain pierced his throat, and a deathly fear gripped his heart. Kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained fixed on the swirling dust ahead. It was the roar of a tiger, yet it resonated like the hum of weaponry. A battle halberd pierced through the dust, its entire body a deep black, sharp as a spear. Then, with a subtle twist, the halberd swept to the side, dispersing the dust entirely. There stood General Shue, one hand gripping a bow and the other wielding a ferocious halberd adorned with a tiger's maw. As the halberd sliced through the air, the mouth of the white tiger emitted a sound akin to a tiger's roar, seemingly coming to life. The blade of the halberd rested against the ground as General Shue calmly proclaimed, "What is required of a warrior is the heart to draw the sword, the determination to confront all formidable foes. There is no enemy in this realm we cannot challenge. There is nothing in this world we cannot achieve. Before entering the domain, I shall personally forge within you the courage to draw your sword against all the kings of the world." Li Guanyi, panting heavily, steadied himself, waves of emotion surging within him. In response to the world's greatest general, the youth extended his hand and raised his middle finger defiantly. A smile curled at the corners of General Shue's mouth. "It seems you already possess such a spirit. Thus, your adversary is." His war spear pressed against the ground, he advanced with measured steps, carving a jagged line into the earth. The dust behind him did not disperse, but instead rose ominously, coalescing into the form of a white tiger. The face of the white tiger bore a fierce expression, its fangs bared, as it reared and roared. Though he was capable of defeating those paragons of 5 centuries past, Li Guanyi felt an almost suffocating pressure, yet he still summoned the courage to draw his bow, releasing arrows that spun forth, only to be casually cleaved apart by the divine general as though he were taking a leisurely stroll. Each stride he took was identical, devoid of any variation. Finally, he raised his war spear with nonchalance and swept it with force, leaving Li Guanyi feeling as if his very body were on the verge of disintegration. Shadows flitted before his eyes. The battle bow descended upon him like a sword, as if the entire sky were bearing down at that moment. The figure of General Shue towered, his visage and form shrouded in darkness, with the white tiger behind him rearing and howling, obscuring the details of the general's face. Only his eyes remained visible, cold and disdainful, as if surveying the multitude from a mountaintop, the world's foremost. When Li Guanyi departed the secret realm, a searing pain throbbed at his temple. General Shue had confined his own formidable prowess to the level of the realm's entrance, yet the pressure he exerted upon Li Guanyi was overwhelmingly potent, his aura akin to that of a monster, the world's foremost. After 2 hours of fierce combat, Li Guanyi ultimately exerted every ounce of his strength to strike General Shue with a single blow. Upon landing that strike, the fear and oppression that had once gripped him seemed to be utterly shattered. A surge of energy coursed through Li Guanyi, exhilarating and liberating. The illusion of being the world's greatest warrior shattered within him, leaving only the chaotic clash akin to that of ferocious tigers. Then, all was still. Li Guanyi experienced what it truly meant to possess unparalleled martial prowess and the combat experience of the world's foremost champion. Even when his realm was suppressed, he remained a formidable entity. As dawn broke, Li Guan leisurely rode towards Guanyi city atop a steed belonging to the Shui family. Having never ridden before, he found the horse spirited, yet it seemed to sense the aura of the dragon and tiger emanating from him, responding obediently to his commands. Noticing Li Guan's gaze, Shui Shuangtao gently lifted her skirts and smiled in greeting. Rising, she playfully kicked the young boy's calf, not causing him any pain, and softly chided. "What are you staring at?" Li Guan chuckled. "This is the version of the young lady I am more familiar with." Shui Changqing nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, a true tigress." "Oh dear, grandfather, sister hit me," exclaimed the boy, standing there with a smile. Shui Daoyong interjected. "A few days ago, a great scholar visited Guanyi city, and now a grand literary gathering is imminent. Most of the literati and distinguished figures from Jiangzhou are expected to attend. It is the most significant event in Qin Kingdom in the past 30 years. Our Shui family has received an invitation, and this young lad can hardly contain his excitement. Guan, come along with me." The elder patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. "Let them know that the Shui family also boasts a prodigy. This is your chance to gain recognition in the Qin Kingdom and even throughout the realm." Changsun Wuchou chuckled and remarked, "Behold, a young brother who is proficient in both literature and martial arts. He is indeed exceptional. I shall accompany you this time." The grand literary gathering of the past 30 years? Li Guanyi suddenly recalled the words of the venerable Simi, speaking of the essence of literary and martial prowess, and the so-called advantages of time and place. He suppressed various thoughts and replied, "Very well." He then changed into a scholar's robe, cinched with a leather belt. After a moment's hesitation, Li Guanyi decided to take his sword and bow along with 2 quivers of exquisite steel arrows, which he secured to the hooks on either side of his horse. Mounting with grace, the young man exuded a spirited demeanor, his every glance imbued with brilliance, earning him a commendation from Changsun Wuchou. The elder of the Shui family, Changsun Wuchou, led the way on horseback. Li Guanyi initially intended to catch up, but was distracted by the gentle tapping from the nearby carriage. He reined in his steed, riding parallel to the young lady's carriage. The girl lifted the curtain and said, "At the literary gathering later, remember to stay by my side." Li Guanyi raised an eyebrow in response. Shui Shuangtao continued, "Otherwise, those scions of noble families and descendants of officials from Jiangzhou will surely pester me." Li Guanyi smiled and replied, "Are you asking me to serve as a shield, my lady? That would certainly require an additional fee." Shui Shuangtao rested her hands on the small window of the carriage, her chin resting delicately on her fair hand. Tilting her head slightly, the sound of pearls and jade jingling. The young maiden's beauty was striking. In the gentle morning light, with a playful smile, she said, "Then let us calculate how much your bow, arrows, horse, sword, and elixirs are worth, my esteemed guest." Li Guanyi cleared his throat, turned his head away, and replied with a resolute gaze, "I shall handle it later." The young girl could not help but break into laughter. The morning light was faint, and the shops on either side had only just opened their doors. The traces of rain on the cobblestones had yet to dry, leaving behind a few damp marks. The carriage moved forward amidst the throngs of people, the girl adorned in her finery, her smile gentle and fleeting, her hairpins lightly swaying. A young man rode by, his gaze unwavering, as time flowed serenely. The sound of hooves echoed rhythmically. The literary gathering was to be held at the royal villa in Guanyi, and by the time the Shui family arrived, carriages had lined the main avenue. Gifts were piled high on either side of the grand entrance, resembling walls, each adorned with red satin that could itself serve as currency. Li Guan remarked, "So, renowned scholars are so wealthy?" To which Changsun Wuchou replied, "They are great scholars." As the elder dismounted, numerous dignitaries approached, their faces adorned with respectful smiles. The elder's demeanor was one of exuberance, while Changsun Wuchou handled such encounters with poise and assurance. Li Guan, feeling somewhat bored, lifted his head, sensing something amiss through the bronze vessel's gaze technique. However, lacking the skills of a practitioner of yin-yang fortune-telling, he could not see clearly. He noticed that several young nobles had gathered around Miss Shui's carriage. Indeed, her family was among the wealthiest merchants in the realm. Her aunt was the current emperor's most favored consort, and her grandfather was a first-rate power. In terms of wealth, they possessed fortunes beyond measure. In terms of lineage, they were descendants of the renowned General Shui Guogong, the greatest of his time, 5 centuries ago. She was strikingly beautiful, skilled in playing the zither, archery, and numerology, a true gem in the eyes of noble science. Li Guan's ears perked up at the soft thud of the carriage wall. After a brief pause, Seemingly fueled by annoyance, the exertion intensified alongside the sound of a girl's cough. Li Guan urged his horse onward. The noble scions continued to boast about their lineage. And despite the gentle attempts of the girl within the carriage to dissuade them, her efforts proved futile. Just as he intended to press further ahead, a sudden whinny pierced the air, accompanied by a fierce gust. A horse, with a coat of shimmering crimson, reared up, its hooves striking down and creating a barrier between the noble youths and the unfolding scene, leaving them pale with fright. They cursed vehemently, their eyes filled with indignation. Amongst them stood a youth with a sword at his waist, who tightened his grip on the reins. His brow was furrowed, exuding an aura of unrestrained vigor. Clad in a scholarly robe adorned with dark cloud patterns that did little to conceal his charisma, a wooden insignia dangled from his waist, signifying his rank as a ninth-grade martial official, a status not particularly high, yet, in conjunction with his youth, it commanded a degree of intimidation. The noble scions inquired, "Who are you?" Li Guan offered no reply. Instead, he dismounted with decisive grace. One hand held the reins while the other reached out, and the carriage curtain was drawn aside. A maiden in a flowing gown extended her hand, and as she descended from the carriage, it was customary for noble women to be assisted by their maids. Xue Shuangtao lightly rested her fingers on her friend's wrist as she alighted. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Old Xue had already engaged in jovial conversation with a scholar in his early 30s, pointing towards the spirited young man and exclaiming, "My family's prodigy, what say you, Master Wang Tong?" At the city gate, the practitioner of yin and yang, an elderly figure, lifted his gaze to the heavens. The most grand literary assembly in Chungua's 30-year history had gathered a surge of scholarly energy that soared skyward. The old man murmured, "It is about to commence." At this moment, representing the martial spirit, Yu Qianfeng stood 10 miles outside the city gate. The dual energies of literature and martial arts surged like yin and yang, ascending to the heavens, their interplay resembling the sacred symbol of the yin-yang fish. Li Guanyi paused momentarily, his heart ablaze. The bronze cauldron seemed to resonate, suddenly vibrating with a powerful hum. Chapter 48. Reflections on publication. 15,000 words have been penned, dear friends. I scratch my head. As this book receives a considerable update daily, typically around 6,000 to 7,000 words as a foundation, we have now surpassed the 15,000 word mark, which is the threshold for publication. I humbly seek your support for subscriptions following today's release. I have devoted myself earnestly to this narrative, aspiring to craft a solid tale that resonates with readers. It is a story set in tumultuous times, a narrative of peace and turmoil, of formidable heroes in the intricate world of martial arts. I hope it will become a story belonging to the heroes and the common folk alike. The onset of chaos is less than 5 years away, and the heroes of this tumultuous era are still but youths. Ultimately, they will wield swords and guns, stepping onto the battlefield in pursuit of their ideals for a unified world. Before their emergence, figures such as Yu Qianfeng, Shui Daoyong, Chaxun Wuchou, and Siming must remain active on the grand stage of the world. At this moment, I find myself yearning to express in an ancient tone. Prior to stepping onto the tumultuous stage of the future, Li Guanyi strolled through the flourishing city of Guanyi. The White Tiger constellation ascended to its zenith. On that day, a young lad rested atop a wooden cabinet fragrant with medicinal herbs, dozing off and dreaming of the battles of a decade past. The carriage of the Xue family's eldest daughter rolled over the bluestone pavement outside, as warm sunlight bathed the earth. The story has yet to unfold. The story has now progressed to its first significant event, and I sincerely hope that all will find enjoyment in it. As we embark on this journey, I humbly request your initial subscriptions and monthly votes. The work is set to debut with 2 to 3 updates in the early hours of today, followed by continuous updates throughout the day, ultimately culminating in 5 updates by May 1st. Chapter 49. A Time of Peace. The bronze cauldron trembled violently, and in that fleeting moment, Li Guanyi seemed to hear the resonant roars of dragons and tigers echoing in his ears. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where clouds appeared to converge, swirling and tearing at one another. In this ethereal vision, it seemed as though torrents of energy collided, vast and magnificent, threatening to engulf Li Guanyi himself. Although it was daytime, he felt as if he could already perceive the light of the 7 stars of the White Tiger. The gathering of the dual energies of literature and martialism seemed poised to consume the 7 stars, causing the internal energy within Li Guanyi to flow with an unconscious fervor. Shui Daoyong's voice jolted Li Guanyi from the grandeur of this scene. "Guanyi, Shuangtao, what are you dawdling for? Come and pay your respects to Master Wang." Li Guanyi stepped forward to offer his greetings, and the esteemed master smiled and nodded, saying, radiating with spirit, a fine young man indeed. Shui Daoyong laughed heartily, linking arms with the master as they strolled together. Meanwhile, Changsun Wuchou naturally accompanied Li Guanyi, introducing him to the esteemed guests. This literary gathering in Guanyi City truly stood as the most grandiose event in the Qin Kingdom in 30 years. With numerous distinguished scholars and members of noble families converging around the illustrious Wang Tong, who was flanked by 3 disciples, the eldest of whom was in his early 20s. Among them was Fang Ziqiao, hailing from the Fang family of Qinghe, possessing a temperament as gentle as jade and exuding a remarkable tranquility. Changsun Wuchou smiled and remarked, "The Fang family of Qinghe is one of the esteemed clans of the realm. Fang Ziqiao, the legitimate son, is destined to be the future head of the family. He is composed and resourceful, having already garnered some renown. The young man of 17 or 18 over there is Du Qiming, a scion of the Du family from Jingzhou in Yinghua." He pointed subtly towards a youth with closed eyes, clad in black attire, whose sharp brows and piercing demeanor exuded an air of precision akin to a swift blade. Changsun Wuchou continued softly, "He is decisive and unhesitating. A remarkable individual in his own right. Among the disciples of Wenzhongzi, Fang Ziqiao is known for his cunning, while Du Qiming excels in decisiveness. I have heard the rankings of strategists, where it has been said that these 2 young men, though still somewhat immature when apart, one being excessively cautious and the other decisively bold, yet lacking in strategy, might form a formidable duo if united, potentially ranking among the top 10 strategists of the future. These 2 have grown up together as sworn brothers, and only they can forge a sincere alliance." A young man leading the way spoke calmly, "Esteemed guests, please take your seats." Li Guanyi and Shui Shuangtao, owing to the influence of the elder of the Shui family, were afforded seats towards the front. Changsun Wuchou, feeling quite at ease, settled beside Li Guanyi, casually popping 2 exquisite pastries into his mouth without the slightest pretension, evoking an instinctive sense of camaraderie. The cultural brilliance of Qin Kingdom surpasses even that of the central plains of Yinghua, not to mention other regions. These literati and distinguished figures have brought along their offspring, prompting Li Guanyi to cast a discerning glance, leading him to make some conjectures. Indeed, after indulging in tea and melodious tunes, the esteemed gentleman of the residence, Qiao, began to speak. "Today, the master, invited by an old acquaintance, has come to Guanyi City to meet with all of you. This gathering is a celebration of literary and cultural magnificence. Furthermore, there is another matter to address. The master possesses profound knowledge across the 3 teachings and 9 streams, with disciples already established in the 3 domains of strategy, judgment, and counsel. Yet, there remains one position unfilled. No disciple has yet inherited the master's teachings in this domain. Today, the master has come here in search of that particular disciple." The gazes of the distinguished scholars shifted noticeably. Wang Tong's reputation was exceedingly high, and he had numerous disciples, particularly from the noble families of Ying and Chun, who sought his tutelage. For them, this represented an immense resource and opportunity. Consequently, the elders rose, leaving the younger individuals at the table. Shui Daoyong patted Li Guanyi on the shoulder and said, "Guanyi, I have faith in you. Do not fret. Simply give it your all." Li Guanyi pondered, "What is this? What is this all about? This is absurd. Each character is familiar to me, yet when combined, I am utterly bewildered by their meaning." At that moment, all the young scions, including Shui Shuangtao, commenced answering questions, primarily focused on interpreting the sayings of the sages, contextualizing them with the current situation, and composing a poem using the character one as the rhyme. Li Guanyi had to concede one point. The systematic education of aristocratic youths for over a decade was not an arbitrary endeavor. It was the result of diligent effort. With a sigh, the young man lifted his brush and inscribed his name upon the scroll, his strokes flowing like dragons and phoenixes, showcasing a deft hand. "Li Guanyi," he wrote, reminiscent of previously answering a question with the character. There was a sense of solace within him. It was not entirely a blank slate. He then set down his brush, sitting upright while the others fervently penned their responses. His stillness drew the attention of Fang Ziqiao, Du Qiming, and the guide. Not for any other reason, but because he was conspicuously different. Du Qiming raised an eyebrow and pointed at the scroll, questioning, "Why are you staring at me? Answer the questions." In his white attire, Fang Ziqiao approached the young man and gently inquired, "Dear young Master Li, is there something troubling you? Why do you not write?" The amiable gentleman was taken aback, then smiled helplessly. After a moment's contemplation, he returned with pastries for the youth, suggesting, "Then, Perhaps it is best to sit quietly and observe their responses. Fang Zikio's voice was warm, and upon seeing the 3 characters that Li Guanyi had written, he praised. Your calligraphy is excellent. With a smile, he added, if the tea runs short, merely tap the table lightly. It was indeed a rare experience. Li Guanyi gradually began to sip his tea, contemplating the peculiar transformation of the bronze ding. He recalled the words of the Inyang scholar, Siming, is the world's turbulence converging? This inadvertently drew the attention of others, particularly those young scions who had previously wished to converse with the young lady but were interrupted by him. A sense of relief washed over their faces as they realized he was not a person of refined intellect and martial prowess, but merely a boorish warrior. In their hearts, they felt reassured. Having spent a full hour on the documentation, Li Guan, after finishing his tea, found himself unable to leave and thus sat quietly with closed eyes. Breathing deeply. Outside, the notable gentlemen and scholars engaged in casual discourse about various matters, while Fang Ziqiu and Du Qiming collected the scrolls, stacking a considerable number before them. All the distinguished figures were present. Wang Tong began to peruse the material, and Xue Daoyong burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Let us first examine the work of my dear grandson. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, do you have any objections? The assembly dared not voice dissent, merely offering forced smiles as they unfurled the scrolls. Wang Tong, with an approving nod, remarked, the prose is eloquent, flowing like the mist of Jiangnan. There are few young women of her age whose talents surpass hers. A flicker of eagerness appeared in the eyes of the other scholars, who longed to confide in Xue Daoyong about more intimate matters. However, with a dismissive wave of his hand, Xue Daoyong cheerfully declared, my granddaughter is indeed exceptional. Let us now admire my illustrious grandson. Wang Tong smiled and nodded, searching for the scrolls. Fang Ziqiu extended his hand to restrain the documents, gently suggesting, Xue Lao sure. Perhaps we should examine this later. The wine has been warmed, and there are still further inquiries to address. Xue Daoyong erupted in laughter once more. Ha ha ha. Foolish child, what is there that we cannot see? Come, come, let us all relish this together. The elderly man, akin to one boasting about his kin, unfurled a scroll, prompting curiosity among the onlookers. They wondered what remarkable talent could command such reverence from the descendant of the Duke of Xue Daoyong. As they gazed upon the scroll, which was as white as snow, they noted a single line of names inscribed in an exceptionally graceful script. An abrupt silence ensued, leaving Changsun Wuqiu, who had been munching on western melon seeds, momentarily stunned. How could someone of such strategic prowess be at a loss for an answer to such a straightforward question? After a prolonged pause, someone stammered, the characters are elegant and unrestrained. Fang Ziqiu remarked, that young brother exudes an air of distinction. He must possess great talent. Being youthful and spirited, he likely dismisses this question as beneath him. The crowd murmured in agreement, showering praises, while Xue Lao's lips twitched in exasperation at the audacity of the young man. In a faint fit of anger, he tossed the white scroll aside and exclaimed, where is Guanyi? Come forth, you rascal. The quiet youth named Wei Xuanqing pointed toward a distant pavilion and replied, he was just taken away by an exceptionally beautiful maiden. Xue Lao's face paled, and he strode purposefully toward them, with the others following in laughter. Du Qiming remarked, you truly know how to pinpoint the crux of the matter, Xuanqing. Wei Xuanqing replied leisurely, to strike at the heart of the issue. I too wish to discern whether that individual possesses genuine talent or is merely here to indulge in free food and drink. The young man rubbed his wrist. Over the course of an hour, he had brewed a total of 7 pots of tea, the copper kettle feeling quite heavy in his hands. The wrist ached. 3 individuals smiled as they recalled their first encounter with the young lad. In their youthful exuberance and vigor, they were undoubtedly rash. Their impressions of one another were far from favorable. Li Guanyi sighed and candidly admitted, I cannot, and I do not even comprehend. Xue Shuangtao gazed at the boy before her and remarked, when you recount historical tales, you hardly seem uneducated. She had just overheard the noble youth snickering softly, which prompted her to retort. Frustrated, she tugged at Li Guanyi, only for the boy to respond with nonchalance, clutching his blade and laughing, I simply cannot. Not far off, Xue Lao appeared helpless, resigning himself to the notion that Li Guanyi lacked literary finesse, while Changsun Wuqiu expressed curiosity. The others found amusement in witnessing Xue Lao's discomfort, taking solace in the rare sight of the elder in a predicament, for it was not difficult for one of his stature to garner renown. Wang Tong smiled gently, saying, Xue Lao, it is unbecoming for us to eavesdrop on the children's idle chatter. Here, the old man offers his apologies. Not at all, Wang Tong replied with a smile. I have some fine tea from the borders. I invite Xue Lao to partake. As for the current emperor, he could hardly extol his virtues. The 135 coins were still neatly wrapped. If he were to encounter the emperor, he would wish to hurl those coins at his face. Gripping his blade, he questioned, do the achievements of the ancient sovereigns endure? Alas, they do not. Indeed, the palaces that once stood tall have crumbled to dust. In times of prosperity, the common folk suffer. In times of demise, the common folk suffer. Wang Tong halted his steps as he turned to leave. Xue Shuangtao remarked, this is, while most people lament the fall of the nation and the suffering of the populace, the weight of these four characters carries even greater significance. Li Guanyi smiled and replied, when I arrived, Xue Shuangtao continued, it was an elderly gentleman I passed by who recited it, correct? That esteemed elder's surname is Zhang. Li Guanyi flicked his fingers against the blade, grinning, I am but a martial man, lacking in eloquence. Xue Shuangtao gently kicked the youth's calf. He then spotted his grandfather. Observing Xue Daoyong's eager gestures, while Li Guanyi, with his back turned to the elder and hidden by the scholarly demeanor of Wang Tongfu, remained oblivious. After a moment's contemplation, Xue Shuangtao extended his hand. Upon his fair palm rested a golden jade ring, and he smiled, saying, then, esteemed guest, with this golden ring adorned with jade, share your aspirations with me. Is this trade worthwhile? The youth chuckled, certainly. When I arrived, I happened to encounter two gentlemen, each offering a remark. I wonder, dear young lady, would you prefer the literary or the martial? Xue Shuangtao inquired. And if it were the martial? Li Guanyi pondered and replied, a true man exists between heaven and earth. When wielding a 3-foot sword, he secures peace across the seas and establishes unparalleled achievements. His teasing tone concealed the sentiment of, how could one endure a life of obscurity? Yet, the assertion of wielding a 3-foot sword and achieving greatness was already quite dignified. A flicker of light danced in Chang Sun Wucho's eyes. Xue Shuangtao nodded in bewilderment, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and inquired, what about literature? Literature, in essence, is but a single phrase, yet it encompasses boundless grandeur. The smile on Feng Zichao's face slightly faded. To carry on the teachings of the ancients. Duke Ming raised an eyebrow. The youth was initially poised to utter that final phrase, intending merely to amuse his companion. However, he abruptly halted. Inexplicably constricted by a weight in his heart, conjuring images of Qian Zheng's letters, the old farmer who sold his daughter, and the wretched state of the world, which flashed before him and ignited a tumultuous fire within his chest. In that moment, uttering the final phrase felt far from a mere recitation. The reason was almost laughable. Li Guanyi had truly grasped the essence of that concluding statement. The preceding 3 lines were but rote repetition. When one immerses in literature, the profound power of words often eludes understanding. It is only through the passage of time and myriad experiences that, at a certain moment, education reaches a full circle. The words recited in youth strike with the precision of a sword at the heart. Li Guanyi raised the black blade, gesturing toward the heavens and the earth. In that instant, he comprehended the weight of those words. Thus, the final phrase surged forth like a flame from his core. He spoke softly, as if for the first time proclaiming his voice to the world, for the peace of ages to come. Consequently, the esteemed scholars fell silent. Chapter 50. The Convergence of Literature and Martial Arts. The tiger and dragon strike at the gates. The smiles of those who had come to witness the spectacle vanished. Instead, that mirth shifted to the countenance of the elder Xue, growing increasingly unrestrained. Xue Daoyong's smile blossomed with an intensity that appeared almost uncontainable. His lips seemed more difficult to lower than the trigger of a divine crossbow. However, the other distinguished scholars and noble families fully comprehended the delight reflected on the elder's face. Were they in his position, they would undoubtedly revel in even greater exuberance and abandon. To establish the heart for the world, to set the destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for universal peace. These 4 lines encapsulate the essence of both literary and martial prowess. What stirred them most was the profound emotion embedded in the final line. Having encountered the vast spectrum of life, they could discern the spirit within. This was the rarest treasure. It was akin to dust being swept away to reveal a precious gem. The eloquence of words is merely superficial adornment. It is the resonant state of mind that aligns with the sentiment that is truly invaluable. Today, the 4th disciple of Master Wang Tong, along with the 4th senior brother of numerous noble scions, was poised to emerge into the world. Yet, they soon observed Master Wang Tong gazing intently at the young man. Choosing not to intrude, and instead turning back towards his original path, his posture seemingly straighter and his steps more composed and resolute. The wind whispered through the leaves. In the ballads of a millennium hence, this relatively youthful figure, the first advocate of the unity of the three teachings, would be hailed as one of the most illustrious individuals beneath the esteemed sages of Confucianism. His legacy would echo throughout the realm. Yet, beneath the sunlight of 1,000 years ago, no one knew the thoughts that occupied his mind. Wei Xuanqing quietly observed the young man and sighed, while Du Kemming inquired, "Are you troubled, contemplating the two trials that lie ahead?" Wei Xuanqing remarked, "No, I was merely contemplating the need to strengthen my wrist." The youth spoke in a calm tone. "There may be many occasions to serve tea in the future. It is prudent to prepare in advance and remain vigilant." Xue Shuangtao vaguely grasped the weight of this final statement. She cradled the gold-inlaid jade bracelet in her palm. As the young man placed his hand over hers but did not take it away, he lifted his hand, revealing an everlasting winter plum blossom that fell into the maiden's palm, a remnant from when Si Ming demonstrated the flow of yin and yang to him. Li Guan smiled and said, "This is for you." Xue Shuangtao asked, "Do you not want this jade ring?" Li Guan replied, "Am I really so avaricious?" The young woman scrutinized him from head to toe, a faint smile gracing her lips. "No, merely a touch of it." Li Guan sighed and said, "I know you believe I am not uneducated, yet I have truly read little of the classics and historical texts. Also, I appreciate your words on my behalf before those aristocratic youths." Xue Shuangtao lifted her gaze to him. Suddenly, she clasped her fists in a gesture reminiscent of the martial world, laughing with a captivating charm that made her look even more enchanting. "You are too courteous, esteemed guest." Meanwhile, old Master Xue Daoyong's laughter grew increasingly hearty. A fresh platter of fruits, cold meats, and hot tea accompanied by the dance of graceful women filled the air with ease. Li Guan lowered his gaze, yet inexplicably thought of Qian Zheng's sister. Changsun Wuchou sat beside Li Guanyi, his smile warmer and gentler than when he had just introduced the young scions of noble families to Li Guanyi. He picked up a piece of delicately prepared meat with his chopsticks, savoring it alongside the Longjing tea, and exclaimed, "The flavor is indeed delightful. The ingredients are exquisite. And the tableware is even more splendid." Xue Shuangtao inquired, "Does the western regions lack such fine tableware?" Changsun Wuchou chuckled. "Naturally, each region has its own culinary traditions. In the western regions and the grasslands, there are no tables. Sometimes, a sheep is slaughtered and buried in the ashes of grass and would to be slowly cooked, resulting in a rich, juicy flavor. Everyone takes small curved knives and daggers to slice the meat, while strong-armed women dance and sing, expressing their emotions with direct and fervent exuberance. It has indeed been a long time since I have experienced a banquet in Jiangnan. Haha, it is thanks to you, young brother Li Guanyi, that I am able to sit here. Compared to the fierce winds of the western regions, Jiangnan truly is a wonderful place." Li Guanyi asked, "What is the western regions like? Is it the same as in my previous life?" Changsun Wuchou looked at Li Guanyi and smiled. "The western regions boast fine horses, beautiful women, and the Huxian dance, along with an abundance of fruits. Yet, they are also home to vast deserts, immeasurable expanses, and ever-changing landscapes. Jiangnan possesses its own graceful beauty, but amidst the great desert, the stars fill the sky, and the horizon stretches infinitely. Riding freely across it embodies the spirit of man. If you, young brother Li, have the interest to travel to the western regions, I would be delighted to host you." Changsun Wuchou poured tea for Li Guanyi and naturally continued the conversation. "I can offer you a fine steed, whose swift strides could outpace the very wind. I can present you with a beautifully adorned curved dagger. Wherever your heart desires to wander, my dear elder brother shall accompany you." The vast expanse of the desert differs greatly from the charming landscapes of Jiangnan. Changsun Wuchou's invitation was delivered with an ease that was far from distasteful. In his heart, he elevated the standing of this young man, silently lamenting that he would need to compose a confidential letter regarding Li Guanyi's matters to deliver to the second Mississippi. As he roamed the world, he meticulously documented the heroes and talents that adorned it. The phoenix of the Longxi Duke's residence had personally tasked him with such endeavors. While her elder brother and third younger brother remained indifferent, even the current duke found little significance in her pursuits, merely chuckling, "This daughter of mine, whom I dote upon, may dress as a man if she wishes, let her be." However, matters concerning individuals like Fang Ziqiao and Du Kemming were well within Changsun Wuchou's knowledge. He had yet to encounter a youth who required him to relay messages through the golden feather eagle on 2 separate occasions, with a 3-foot sword. I shall pacify the seas and establish unparalleled achievements. The second miss would surely find delight in such words, perhaps even more so in the sentiment, for the peace of all generations. Raising his cup to drink, Changsun Wuchou felt as if the fierce contests of the western regions, the howling winds, and the life-and-death crises of the past few years danced before his eyes, momentarily intoxicated. As the evening of literary gathering unfolded, filled with scholars and distinguished figures exchanging toasts and engaging in light-hearted conversation while listening to melodies, he reveled in the ambience. Xue Shuangtao had always held a profound appreciation for the melodies of the Guqin. At that moment, as he listened intently, he could not help but recognize the grandeur of the gathering. The performers were indeed masters, far surpassing his own modest skills. Meanwhile, Guanyi turned to engage in quiet conversation with Changsun Wuchou, which left Xue Shuangtao momentarily taken aback. He observed the youth casually discussing the enchanting landscapes of the desert with Changsun Wuchou. Guanyi expressed a keen curiosity about places beyond the borders of Chun, while the other scholars indulged in light-hearted banter. The elder Xue sat comfortably, reveling in the atmosphere, oblivious to the reasons behind the sudden despondency of their forebears. They remained unaware of the circumstances that had rendered their elders so disheartened. In their eyes, the young man adorned with a sword was merely a crude warrior. Today, it was evident that the disciple of the esteemed Wen Zhongzi would be none other than himself. Du Qiming was the second to rise, casting a glance at Guanyi. Contemplating the earlier issues that had arisen, he unhesitatingly crumpled the original scroll and succinctly articulated the topic at hand. Today, we shall discuss benevolence and righteousness. Furthermore, compose a poem. A young man clad in a blue robe expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "How curious! Wasn't today meant for selecting the esteemed disciple of Wang Tong? This should be a matter of utmost gravity, yet this second trial appears remarkably hasty, almost like a mere formality. Benevolence and righteousness form the very foundation of Confucianism." The various scions of noble families had come prepared, rising in unison to articulate their insights, citing references far and wide, their eloquence earning the admiration of their peers. Guanyi, however, found himself growing drowsy, as the bronze ding had been continuously emanating waves of warmth since his arrival at this literary assembly, leaving him feeling tense and on edge. He introspected and focused his internal energy, yet the bronze cauldron remained unchanged. It merely exuded a sense of anticipation, as if awaiting something. At that moment, Duke Ming caught sight of the youth seated with closed eyes. Upon hearing those two statements, the others became irrelevant to him. He directly inquired, "Guanyi, what is your perspective?" Guanyi opened his eyes and beheld the sharp-featured youth. He sensed the gazes of those around him and felt perplexed, convinced that he had already submitted a blank paper and was clearly unqualified to be recognized, thereby missing out on the grand literary fame that surpassed even the value of a certificate of passage. Thus, he wondered why Duke Ming sought his opinion. Having conceded defeat, he felt indifferent. Perhaps it was the oppression from General Xue that rendered his heart as still as stagnant water. Even in this moment, with those clearly of high status and noble birth casting their eyes upon him, his composure remained unruffled. He calmly replied, "Ren?" Yet, at this moment, he possessed his own interpretation of the term, declaring, "Martial virtue is, indeed, Ren." A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, even interrupting the sound of the zither. The scholars began to murmur softly, and someone uttered a crude remark about a brutish warrior. It seemed that the scions of noble families, accustomed to their privilege, could not contain their laughter. One among them mockingly admonished, "The benevolent love others, the courteous respect others. The self-cultivated are the abode of wisdom. The generous are the essence of benevolence. To love and to give is the true essence of Ren. To kill with martial force, what kind of Ren is that? Ultimately, he is but a crude warrior." Laughter erupted. "Indeed, Xue Lao, have you been deceived?" Yet the young man remained poised and unperturbed, sitting there with tranquility. A crisp sound resonated, suppressing all other noise. The jade bracelet in Xue Shuangtao's hand struck the large cauldron, the shattering sound instantly silencing the surroundings. As the jade bracelet fractured, the ensuing silence was replaced by an air of awkwardness. The young girl stood there, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted, her apricot-shaped pupils scanning the area as she offered a gentle smile. With soft grace, she bowed and said, "I apologize, the bracelet fell by accident. I shall make amends by playing the zither for everyone." As she approached, cradling the instrument, her dark hair cascaded down, and she playfully winked at the young man across from her, whispering, "This is a gift for you, a chance to make your name known. The surroundings fell silent once more. Duqiming turned to Li Guanyi and inquired, "What does it mean to resolve?" Gradually, no one could articulate a response. The young man pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, his brow furrowed with intensity. He felt as though he were merely a vessel, yet in this moment. He candidly expressed his thoughts, to unify the world, to bring peace to all lands, so that the common people may be spared the ravages of war. This, he believed, was true benevolence. Duqiming fell silent, while Wei Xuanqing posed the question, "What is righteousness?" "Righteousness?" Li Guanyi replied. "It is to be trustworthy in words and resolute in actions. One should repay kindness with kindness, and vengeance with vengeance, returning virtue for virtue and justice for grievances. Even enmities spanning 9 generations can be avenged for the sake of righteousness. The benevolent seek to pacify the world, while the righteous seek to settle blood feuds." Wei Xuanqing, with keen insight, slightly parted his lips and remarked to his 2 senior brothers beside him, "It's over. He possesses grand aspirations, but a narrow mind. This lad harbors grudges." As the crowd fell silent, they deemed the speaker's words to be absurd, yet there was an undeniable air of dignity about him. The young maiden played the zither with a clarity that resonated, while Li Guan, upon taking his seat, offered a slight bow towards the direction of Shuelao, saying, "It is merely my humble opinion. I hope you all will not take offense." Only then did the atmosphere begin to settle. Wang Tong regarded the youth with a gentle smile and suggested, "Then, why not compose a poem?" Li Guan inquired, "What shall be the theme?" Wang Tong chuckled, "As you wish. You may even indulge in a whimsical verse if that pleases you." Li Guan raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing an inexplicable yet resolute aura surrounding Wang Tong. Despite the absence of any divine manifestation, he felt the temperature of the bronze cauldron within his chest rising, with the red dragon and white tiger entwined upon it. The red dragon appeared eager to absorb the essence of literary fortune. This literary aura reached its zenith the moment Wang Tong uttered those liberating words, coalescing like a vast ocean of clouds, with the red dragon spiraling amidst them. With pen in hand, Li Guan prepared to write. As the gazes of renowned scholars fell upon him during this grand literary assembly, the literary fortune transformed into a colossal azure dragon, dancing alongside the divine presence. Within him, Li Guan sensed an indescribable essence emerging, and as he began to write, he felt as though he could breach any barrier. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt that he was still a step short, a fraction away from completeness. At that moment, a resounding thunder echoed from the heavens, shaking the distant mountains, and the sky blazed with crimson clouds, resembling the swirling energies of yin and yang. As the literary fortune surged to its peak, the martial spirit surged forth. Resplendent and thunderous, like a roaring tempest, as General U.S. cavalry charged forth over 1,000 peaks. "Come forth and challenge me." This call fell upon Li Guan's ears like the echoes of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl, heralding a transformation in the skies. In Chapter 51, titled The Spirit of Youth, Third Update, the aura of the martial artist surged towards the heavens, stirring the crimson flames that adorned the celestial expanse, staining the heavy clouds above in hues of red. Standing atop this mountain peak, Yu Qiafeng did not charge headlong into the city as the esteemed officials of the court might have anticipated. With the unparalleled strength of Nanch and Espujan, had he chosen to breach the gates of Guanyi City, few would have been capable of thwarting him. He possessed the might to penetrate the very heart of this realm, striking directly towards Jiangzhou City, a mere 200 miles away. Such an act would be akin to a ferocious tiger unleashed upon the world, instilling fear even among the dignitaries of the capital. Yet, he could not act in such a manner. These were his comrades, individuals for whom he would fight to the bitter end, even at the cost of his own life. How could he turn his weapons against them? A martial artist of his caliber, even without divine armaments, could single-handedly wreak havoc and bring about the demise of tens of thousands, who would fall victim to his might, whose father, whose child, whose daughter, whose beloved would perish beneath his fists. He lifted a wine jar, tilting his head back to drink deeply, the fiery liquor coursing down his throat. The captured fugitives, trembling in fear, ultimately dashed towards the 3 gates of the city, leaving only one unguarded. These fugitives bore the fierce energy of the red dragon. They were all too aware of the consequences should they dare to harm the innocent. Those unwilling fugitives were struck down by the formidable man with a single blow, their heads crushed like overripe watermelons. As he eliminated these heinous criminals, the cold glint of murderous intent in Yu Qianfeng's eyes resembled that of a mere specter. far more terrifying than the most vicious of outlaws. While these fugitives rushed towards the 3 city gates, disrupting the view, the elder of the clan entered calmly among the last of the citizens. The leader of the Imo family and the envoy of the Inyang family awaited there. However, the crux of the matter was not the fugitives, but rather Yu Qianfeng himself. His rebellion was sufficient to draw the attention of all the powerful, noble, and esteemed families in the city, ensuring the elder's safe passage and completing the final phase of rescuing General Yu. This was the strategy. How could renowned generals be mere fools unacquainted with tactics? From the very beginning of his defection from the Yu family army, this was his intent. Even if the ultimate outcome meant his demise, he remained resolute. Yu Qianfeng smirked faintly and whispered to himself, "The Yu family army shall not harm the innocent. The warriors at the border shall not disturb the common folk. They are your soldiers, upholding the final loyalty and righteousness. Brothers who share life and death together. If I, old Yu, perish here, I shall bear the blame of a traitor. Yet my comrades at the border shall be safe." He then drained his cup of wine, placing the Yu family military token beside the exquisite liquor, and gently murmured, "Great General, please witness my continued charge into battle. You have guided me from a mere mountain bandit onto the righteous path, granting me this illustrious reputation. Today, I return everything to you, this life, this valor, and this name." Boom. He grasped 2 handheld spears and with a sudden throw, unleashed a surge of combat prowess. The spears whirled in his hands, stirring the inner energy and tearing the essence of vitality into flames. In that moment, the manifestation of the law seemed to be revealed through the fire, as 2 fire dragons traversed a distance of 10 miles, crashing heavily against the city gates. The immense crossbows stationed atop the fortress were shattered in an instant, and the 5-inch thick gates of the city crumbled to dust. The colossal bronze door nails melted away as if consumed by the raging flames, rendering the gates incapable of closure. The burly man erupted with laughter. "Ha! Yu Qianfeng is here. Who dares to engage me in a fight to the death?" The martial spirit soared skyward. Li Guan let out a muffled groan, feeling the impact akin to a convergence of dragons and tigers. The tip of his brush pressed heavily onto the white paper, leaving behind a black ink blot, while the other distinguished scholars maintained their composure, though the younger individuals were thrown into a state of panic. This was indeed a great upheaval. A resolute elder clad in black armor stood atop the city gates, wielding a sword that cleaved through the residual energy. Its blade grounded against the earth. His foremost priority was to defend Guanyi city. He was a renowned general of Qin Kingdom. Wary that Yu Qianfeng sought to lure him away from this stronghold, he wielded his sword to slay an approaching fugitive, letting out a fierce cry, "Shui Daoyong." Within the royal courtyard, an elder dressed in scholar's robes sighed heavily, while Shui Shuangtao stood stunned, witnessing his grandfather lift a hand to press against his scholar's attire. As the robe was drawn aside, beneath it lay battle gear, and even further within, soft armor. The elder then seized a hefty bow, stating, "Those who play the game often find it difficult to depart from the board. Observe and remember this point. I, the elder, shall protect you." The manifestation of the white tiger roars as the old man strides forth, the white tiger harnessing the tempest. The elder, bow in hand, ascends into the air, drawing back the war bow. The distance to the city gates stretches a full 5 miles, while the distance to the towering peaks of Yuqian is a daunting 15 miles. An arrow, imbued with a golden whirlwind, suddenly rends the clouds, spiraling fiercely towards Yuqian Peak. Yuqian, gripping his battle spear with both hands, sweeps it with ferocity, as if thunder itself has erupted, rolling across the vast sky. Dragons soar and tigers roar. Shui Daoyong does not hesitate. He swiftly distances himself from the city, to avoid entangling the innocent populace in the clash of combat. His arrows rain down, as the swirling primal energy coalesces, allowing the manifestation to briefly reveal itself to the naked eye. A colossal crimson dragon sings in the heavens, while the white tiger bellows, tearing through the golden winds and the fierce flames that scorch the cloud sea. Like the legends of ancient myth, they descend once more upon the mortal realm. The earth trembles, and the city of Guanyi transforms in response. The scholars' faces grow pale, awed and terrified by this dreadful battle. After a long silence, their voices falter as they stammer, This is rebellion. Shui, the elder, unmatched in archery, his skills unparalleled in the world, shall surely remain unscathed." Li Guanyi senses the transformation of the bronze cauldron, the convergence of dragon and tiger, the interplay of civility and martial prowess. reflects the grand upheaval that the old Lord of Fate spoke of, a moment when literary prowess reaches its zenith and the martial spirit surges forth. This is the opportunity heralded by General Shui, and Li Guanyi can already feel the fusion of the manifestation and his inner energy. It is the gateway to transcendence, a chance to attain the highest state of being. It is a clash between the royal family, the Qin dynasty, and the border commanders. Shui Daoyong, the strongest in Guanyi, finds himself ensnared in this turmoil. They are poised to engage in a fierce battle. Upon hearing the elder's assessment of General Yu, Li Guan discerned a tone rich with admiration and regret. He also grasped the purpose behind Yu Qianfeng's arrival, immediately deducing that the relationship between Shui Daoyong and Yu Qianfeng was not one of mutual annihilation. However, both were oblivious to this truth. As a royal relative, Shui Daoyong presumed that Yu Qianfeng aimed to assault the imperial city of Jiangzhou, while Yu Qianfeng believed Shui Daoyong was obstructing the entry of the ancestral lineage. Fueled by their respective goals and stances, they were destined to clash violently. Such formidable adversaries, embroiled in such a significant conflict, could easily lead to life or death. Li Guan observed the convergence of dragon and tiger energies in the sky, engaged in a relentless battle. He witnessed the crimson eyes of the red dragon and the bared fangs of the white tiger, perceiving their mutual animosity and fervent resolve for combat. At that moment, the energy within his bronze cauldron surged as the long-awaited opportunity for breakthrough loomed near. If he meditated in this place, rich with spiritual essence, a breakthrough would be inevitable. Moreover, he could harness the tumultuous aura from the fierce clash between Yu Qianfeng and Shui Daoyong to elevate his own spiritual form to a purer realm. Yet, the youth lowered his gaze, loosening his hand that rested upon his heart, and suddenly cursed with a wry smile. To hell with it. The red dragon roared, flames surging against the heavens, seemingly as Yu Qianfeng unleashed a formidable technique, striking down with ferocity. Shui Daoyong, caught off guard by Yu Qianfeng's lethal intent and overwhelming strength, suffered a sudden setback, while the white tiger, formed from the gathering of cloud and sea, let out a pained roar. The bow shattered, revealing Shui Daoyong's disadvantage. Shui Shuangtao's face turned pale. She seemed to hear her grandfather's anguished groan, a pain akin to heartache, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Yet, all the scholars around her, including those powerful luminaries, remained utterly still. At that moment, a clear whistle pierced the air, followed by the resounding whinny of war horses. As several individuals were knocked aside, a horse with a crimson mane vigorously tossed its head, shaking off the reins held by the attendant, galloping towards them. Changsun Wuqiu recognized the steed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is Li Guanyi. A figure dashed forth, sweeping past Shui Shuangtao. Under the silent gaze of all, a young man clad in blue leaped onto the horse, his right hand gripping the su and bow, and his left grasping the reins. The once unruly horse neighed, rearing up like a dragon. Changsun Wuqiu strode forward, exclaiming, Li Guanyi, what are you doing? Li Guanyi's eyes sparkled with determination. To repay a kindness is my duty. This is where my sense of righteousness lies. Only he, endowed with the ability to draw upon the divine essence of the Dharma, possessed the eligibility to venture forth. Only he who understood both sides and grasped the prevailing circumstances could articulate the current situation, even at the risk of being swept up in the aftermath. Even if success was uncertain, even if it might jeopardize his own entry. Yet, I am determined to act. He urged the steed forward, eliciting a fierce neigh from the warhorse. He relinquished the so-called superior entry, perhaps still embodying the essence of youth, or perhaps it was indeed true. The exuberance of youth is undeniable. He could not bear to watch two individuals, both of whom had shown him great kindness, engage in a deadly struggle while he remained here, quietly striving for transcendence. He was unable to do so. The youthful brow arched, and he laughed heartily, his heart radiating like the blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant light. The manifestations of the dragon and tiger momentarily paused. Although Li Guanyi had abandoned the techniques imparted by Shui Xinjiang to enter with the spirit of 100 battles, these two manifestations seemed to grow ever more spirited, devoid of the earlier restlessness associated with entry, now imbued with an indescribable divine intention. Filled with vigor, they appeared as if they were destined to merge completely with the youth. The warhorse neighed and charged forth with Li Guanyi, racing against the tide of literary scholars. In a silence so profound that even the most defiant scions of noble families wore expressions of complex contemplation. Shui Shuangtao's eyes widened, reflecting the youthful exuberance. Here, Amidst the most vibrant literary gathering of the past 30 years, within the cultivation of benevolence, righteousness, and courage, he was the only one daring enough to utter a word of justice and forge a path against the prevailing current. His name resounded throughout Jiangzhou, Guanyi. Chapter 52, The Pinnacle of Entry, 4th Update. Simi, and the 7th master of the Mo family awaited at the side gate of Guanyi City. The fluctuations of primordial energy in the heavens and earth crashed upon the old man's face like waves. He gazed intently at the distant sky, where golden winds clashed with crimson flames. Shui Daoyang's martial prowess countered that of Yu Qianfeng. Yet the red dragon manifestation of Yu Qianfeng subtly restrained Shui Daoyang's white tiger of metal. Both were unparalleled warriors in this world. Each individual harbors their own compelling reasons for engaging in this fierce conflict, rendering it a chaotic and indecisive struggle. The spoke solemnly. Si Ming, can you discern who shall prevail? The elder cast a fleeting glance at the Xin Gui, who shook his head in negation, with a dismissive roll of his eyes. The elder asserted with conviction, such martial warriors, their aura akin to smoke, disturb the very fabric of heaven and earth, even suppressing the starlight above. My own mastery has yet to reach a level where I can dismiss the interference of such formidable fighters. The leader of the fell into contemplative silence and remarked, in the clash of dragons and tigers, there shall undoubtedly be casualties. Si Ming also lapsed into quietude. The two men gazed upon the gates of the city, anticipating the arrival of the preeminent master of calculations, while those influential figures within the court meticulously focused their attention on the formidable Yu Qianfeng, utterly oblivious to the presence of the esteemed master, Zhu Wenyuan. For the esteemed officials, who value their lives above all, a frenzied Yu Qianfeng poses a far greater threat than the calculating master. The entry of the calculating master into the court could merely facilitate Yu's escape, thereby jeopardizing their own interests. They had vehemently condemned the collaboration between the Yu commander and the nation's adversaries, asserting a righteous stance to safeguard the realm, willing to face death in their conviction. Yet, the present frenzy of Yu Qianfeng harbors the genuine potential to sever their heads. Alone, Yu Qianfeng could not possibly conquer Jiangzhou. Given the city's formidable defenses, this renowned general would face certain demise without troops, divine weapons, or protective armor. However, before his inevitable fall, how many of the esteemed officials would perish? No one is willing to wager whether they might be among the unfortunate few. The fate side, a feigned attack that strikes at the heart of the matter. Yu Qianfeng, how remarkable it is that one could not discern your humble origins. The master of the Mo school replied, most of the renowned generals in the world are, in fact, of such humble beginnings. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted. The number of citizens outside the city was scant. Yu Qianfeng's authoritative shout rang out, prompting the people to take refuge early. Positioned at the west gate, he had opened this entrance for the citizens to enter. Yet, despite the looming threat posed by Yu Qianfeng, some wanted criminals were unwilling to confront the main city gates head-on. Instead, they attempted to circumvent the city and sneak in through this sole open gate, even resorting to taking citizens hostage. The city guard, gritting his teeth, commanded, "Close the city gates." The other soldiers guarding the city looked on in astonishment. "But if we do that, what about the other citizens?" The guard's tone was harsh. I said, "Close the gates. If we allow these fugitives to enter, who will bear the responsibility?" This was the crux of the matter. The loss of innocent lives was one concern, but the entry of criminals into the city had far greater implications for his official status. The 7th master of the Mo school remarked calmly, "It is time for us to take action. There are no more brave souls at the Pass of Qin." The great doors began to close slowly, and Zhu Wenyuan's figure remained outside. The masters of the Mo school and the Fate had already spotted their friend and were prepared to intervene to stop the fugitives and bring Zhu Wenyuan inside. Just then, the sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the tension. 2 arrows whirled and struck down 2 of the criminals attempting to take hostages. Blood splattered as the citizens rushed towards the city gate in a panic. The aura beneath the feet of the divine Fate separated the common folk from the armed assailants, while the leader of the Mo family calmly unsheathed his sword, paving a path for the people to enter the city. The soldiers stationed at the city's defenses observed the chaos below, gripping their weapons in fury, eager to clear a way for the civilians. However, the captain refused to take responsibility. The sound of hooves echoed urgently upon the bluestone pavement, the billowing robes seemingly infused with the wind. As the leader of the Mo family sheathed his sword and turned, he beheld a young rider atop a swift steed, a blade at his waist. One hand grasping a bow and the other holding a badge of authority, Bellowing, Li Guanyi, a ninth-rank martial officer of the Qin kingdom, opened the gates. The soldier operating the mechanism for the city gates breathed a sigh of relief. With someone willing to take responsibility, he felt emboldened. He swiftly released the mechanism, which turned abruptly, swinging the gates wide open. The previously anxious citizens surged forward into the city. Li Guanyi noticed the fleeing criminals behind him. He was perplexed as to how these individuals, each bearing the weight of heinous crimes such as murder and abduction, had come to be. Mistaking Li Guanyi's intentions, a soldier shouted, "Are you heading out to intercept them, my lord? The cavalry's heavy blades are ineffective. Please take the spear." The city guards, witnessing the young martial officer charging into the fray, felt a surge of emotion. They raised their hands, throwing their spears into the air. Li Guanyi caught one of the Qin kingdom's standard long spears, and with the momentum of his horse's charge, he hurled it forth, the spear slicing through the air, piercing a scarred criminal who was lunging towards an elegant elder. This villain had, 18 years prior, passed through a humble village, seeking shelter upon seeing dried meat hanging from the walls of a nearby home. The household offered its daily repast. Yet the burly man felt aggrieved that the host did not offer him a piece of the cured meat. Thus, under cover of night, he rose and took the lives of 18, savoring the cured meat before departing with satisfaction. A fierce shot pinned him to the ground. The dignified elder's gaze remained undisturbed, while the youth galloped past, murmuring, "Old sir, hasten into the city." As he swept by the pinned fugitive, he reached out and seized the long spear. With the momentum of his steed, he drew it forth, the blade naturally tearing a ghastly wound in the opponent's body. In days gone by, Li Guanyi had found himself perplexed by the techniques of ancient warriors he faced. Yet now, mounted upon his steed, those awkward stances transformed into a seamless flow, as if it were always meant to be. He cast the spear, delivered a fatal strike, galloped wildly, withdrew the spear, and rent the wound. Then, driving his mount forward, he raised his arm. The fugitive, who had been ruthless against ordinary folk, was hurled away by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground, seemingly lifeless. The master of the Imo family sheathed his sword and remarked, "The horse combat techniques of fierce warriors on the battlefield. Each encounter feels overwhelmingly dominant. Even when mounted upon a mere war horse, rather than a mythical beast, the power surpasses that of martial artists of the same realm." Meanwhile, Si Ming stood agape. What? How did this lad break through? But there was no time for such thoughts. He had already dashed forward, grasping the arm of the dignified elder whom Li Guanyi had fortuitously saved, exclaiming, "Old friend, you have finally arrived. Long have I awaited your arrival." The patriarch of the Mo family slightly inclined his head, his aura swirling as he retracted the sword intent he had previously intended to unleash. He observed the young lad stepping forth into the fray, dispatching the fugitive as his steed propelled him beyond the city gates, brushing past the elder known as Zhu Wenyuan, galloping towards the horizon. The Mo patriarch remarked, "A solitary warrior emerges. There are still brave souls in the state of Chun." Simon grasped Zhu Wenyuan's arm, lifting his gaze towards the direction the youth had departed, muttering helplessly, "I confess, I truly cannot comprehend his fate." Simon continued, "Nevertheless, there is one certainty I can ascertain. The lad is enveloped in fortune, with both literary and martial energies converging upon him. He shall come to no harm. Young Zhu, hasten. The tides of this world, both scholarly and martial, await your presence." At the literary assembly, the young warrior charged forth, and for a prolonged moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Xue Shuangtao clenched his hands tightly, fixating on the distance, his anxiety intensifying beyond what it had been moments prior. Wang Tong, tasked with sustaining the current literary momentum, spoke up, prompting the others to instinctively turn their attention towards him. The sage proclaimed, "The Confucian path advocates self-cultivation, extolling benevolence, righteousness, and courage. Yet, these are merely acquired traits, a matter of practice. When confronted with significant matters, it is the actions taken that embody true benevolence, righteousness, and courage. The discourse on benevolence and righteousness today need not warrant further evaluation." Thus, the Confucians espoused their interpretations of benevolence, the Mahists their interpretations of righteousness, and the courageous their interpretations of valor. Consequently, the literary momentum reached its zenith. Li Guanyi gripped his long spear and galloped on horseback, traversing 1,000 peaks to draw attention. The battleground was not far from Guanyi City, merely a dozen miles away, leading to the scenic landscapes beyond the city. Having frequently traversed this path, Li Guanyi was well acquainted with it. His steed, fierce in temperament, had naturally gained entry to the Shui family stables, boasting remarkable speed. As he raced along, shadows of trees danced on either side, while in the distance, the roars of the white tiger and the red dragon reverberated, bringing forth thunder and flames, illuminating the sky and distorting the silhouettes of the trees. The closer he drew, the more intense the reaction from the bronze cauldron within him became. The literary energy had peaked, and now the martial energy was steadily rising, urging forth the dual energies of literature and martial prowess. Guanyi had plugged his steed's ears, removed his headband, and closed its eyes to prevent it from becoming frightened. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly paused, noticing yet another manifestation behind the law forms of the dragon and tiger, a colossal owl. Its dark wings concealed within the swirling clouds, it coldly surveyed the battle between the dragon and tiger. A third party was present. Guanyi urged his horse forward, his heart racing. He initially assumed that the master of this law form intended to ally with Shui Daoyong to vanquish Yu Qianfeng. However, upon observing the position of the owl's law form, a chill ran through him. The owl was situated behind the white tiger, its icy gaze fixated upon it. Having been instructed by General Shui, Guanyi instinctively deduced that the master of the owl's law form was not allied with Shui Daoyong. Rather, its murderous intent was directed at the elder. Should the adversary's objective be achieved, it would appear to the outside world as if Shui Daoyong had perished at the hands of Yu Qianfeng. Given the esteemed reputation of the Shui family, the death of the imperial concubine's father at the hands of a general under you would likely implicate that general, leading to his inevitable demise. With Shui Daoyong perishing in battle, the vast commercial empire of the Shui family stands leaderless, akin to a succulent morsel ripe for devouring. From a perspective of self-interest, even if they share allegiance with Qin's state, allying with Shui Daoyong to vanquish Yu Qianfeng pales in comparison to the advantage of orchestrating his downfall. This strategy serves as a means to eliminate two targets with a single stroke, a classic case of subterfuge. In an instant, Guanyi's mind deduced the ruthless nature of the court's officials. He felt compelled to alert the two, instinctively grasping the delicate Su and I bow, as the white tiger swirled and the golden wind raged. Yet, this arrow, imbued with a chilling radiance, lacked the range to reach its intended mark. It was insufficient. With a gentle closure of his eyes and a determined grit of his teeth, the manifestations of the red dragon and white tiger appeared simultaneously behind him. Subsequently, these two manifestations were summoned forth, causing the bronze cauldron to resonate with a thunderous hum as the dual energies of literature and martial prowess surged forth. It seemed as though every essence of Guanyi was channeled into this singular arrow, his vitality, spirit, and essence converging. Ultimately, the power of the white tiger coalesced upon the bow's body, while the red dragon coiled majestically around the arrow, akin to a spiraling pillar. Guanyi drew the bow, unleashing the most potent call of the Su and I bow. The convergence of the red dragon and white tiger birthed a flicker of pure strength, unbeknownst to the young archer himself. Releasing the bowstring, the twang resonated like a dragon's roar, and the arrow spiraled and tore through the air, soaring towards the heavens. Aimed directly at the avatar of the owl, this arrow, however, stood no chance of wounding the master of the owl. Without so much as a motion, he effortlessly dissipated the arrow's inherent force, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that a mere youth could wield the might of the dragon and tiger. And in the midst of their celestial clash, he overlooked the arrow's extraordinary nature. The power of the crimson dragon compressed upon the arrow suddenly erupted into a blaze of flames, accompanied by the roars of dragons and the howls of tigers. Both Yu Qianfeng and Shui Daoyong's pupils constricted as they instinctively withdrew and turned, catching sight of the young man on horseback and the point of the arrow's detonation. Their thoughts momentarily stagnated. The elder felt a flicker of disbelief within, followed by a complex array of emotions. Sighing with a sense of profound relief, "He wishes to aid me. What a good child." Yu Qianfeng recognized the young man on the steed and the overwhelming aura of his array-breaking melody. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, a cathartic release in the midst of forsaking everything and battling alone. How exhilarating it was to have someone he once mentored come to his aid. What sheer joy. Ha! What a splendid accomplice. Both men instinctively believed that this young hero risked his life to save them. Guanyi raised his hand, brandishing his battle bow, pointing towards the distant owl-like figure, exclaiming, "Beware!" The aura of the master behind the owl's manifestation had been revealed, and the murderous intent and animosity that had simmered between the two combatants momentarily froze with the emergence of this third party. As seasoned veterans of the world, They quickly comprehended the implications of a concealed expert appearing in their midst. Shui Daoyong declared as usual, "The villain shall perish." The white tiger let out a resounding roar, while Yu Qianfeng also unleashed a fierce battle cry, sending the crimson dragons soaring towards their foe. Yet, just as the strike was about to land, it abruptly shifted direction. The convergence of dragon and tiger flowing seamlessly as they countered, turning their attack towards the owl. The deadlock had been shattered. Their murderous intent now converged upon the third party, who sought to ensnare them both. Li Guan became acutely aware of this realization. He had just expended every ounce of strength in a single, fervent arrow, akin to his initial battle within the secret realm. Overexertion had left his hand trembling. Yet atop his steed, he found himself gasping for breath, bursting into laughter. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. In this moment, he was immersed in the fray, brimming with vigor. His heart soared, unencumbered by the slightest trace of dust, akin to the vast, clear moon in the boundless sky. Thus, the dragons and tigers converged. The arts of both literature and martial prowess entwined. At last, a new force began to coalesce within him, initiating a breakthrough in his cultivation, one that felt entirely natural, requiring no external assistance. His heart was radiant. No further words were necessary. He had entered a realm of utmost mastery. As the breath within Li Guan swiftly transformed, the skies above erupted into a fierce battle. The dragons and tigers intertwined, arrows and halberds clashed with resolute ferocity, relentlessly forcing the concealed, formidable opponent to reveal his true form. Dark, scale-like armor enveloped him, and one hand gripped a slender sword, while a dark golden mask obscured his face. With a decisive slash, the screech of a raptor echoed as the black wind surged. The energies of both dragons and tigers were violently torn apart, prompting Yu Qianfeng and Shui Daoyong to retreat. Upon catching sight of the imposing dark golden mask, Yu Qianfeng was suddenly filled with rage. The shadow sword, the black dragon armor, and the heavy gold mask once worn by Taiping Gong when he dominated the western regions, how could such relics be in the hands of a despicable wretch like you? Clad in magnificent armor and wielding a weapon ranked among the top 10 in the world of assassination, Shui Daoyong's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. A martial artist of the Dharma realm, adorned in the concealing black dragon armor, wielded the elusive shadow sword. As the assassin approached him with a fierce intent, the white tiger paced in the void, and the elder chuckled, proclaiming, "Excellent." The 10th-ranked assassin in the realm, Situ Daching, and the 3rd-ranked dark assassin, the shadow sword. The elder's life was indeed precious. I found myself wishing to possess it. Before the words had even left his lips, the white tiger roared, unleashing a barrage of arrows that flew like light towards the adversary. Situ Daching's icy gaze swept through the forest, settling upon a youth who was hastily retreating from the battlefield on horseback. A slight furrow of his brow revealed his discomfort. There was something about the boy's face that stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Why did a flicker of trepidation arise? Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch the mask upon his face, feeling a surge of irritation and murderous intent directed towards the lad. He lifted his hand, and in the forest, a dozen figures sprang forth. Some wielded crossbows forged from black gold, brandishing golden nets specifically designed to counter martial practitioners. These nets were adorned with talismans from the Taoist sect, relics from Buddhism, and scholarly implements from Confucianism, all soaring into the air. Others leapt with the agility of stars, moving faster than galloping steeds as they lunged towards Li Guan. Suddenly, the elder in the sky drew his bow, releasing a torrent of golden light as he loosed the string. His left hand clenched tightly, gathering crimson flames before he unleashed a powerful punch. The fiery radiance descended like a setting sun, incinerating the essence of vitality within a 30-mile radius. Situ Daching sneered, "You should be more concerned for the two of you. Without the protection of divine armor, how much stamina do you think you will have after a fierce battle lasting a mere incense stick's worth of time?" The owl flapped its wings in response to the thunder, while the remaining assassins mostly sought to utilize the treasures of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism to suppress the formidable energy of these two unparalleled warriors. Li Guanyi galloped wildly on horseback. Upon entering the realm, the bronze cauldron trembled violently. Perhaps due to Li Guanyi's lower cultivation level, the cauldron could only absorb a limited portion of power. Now that Li Guanyi had entered the realm, the cauldron was also elevated, capable of drawing forth more divine essence to transform into jade liquid. The dragon tiger jade liquid surged into the cauldron, as both Yu Qianfeng and Shui Daoyong fought with all their might. This time, The jade liquid filled the cauldron at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, Guanyi heard the sound of wind beside his ear. He slung his bow over the horse's side, and then grasped the long spear hanging from an iron hook nearby. Without a glance, he flicked his wrist, sweeping the spear horizontally. The spearhead transformed into a beam of cold light, suddenly colliding with the short sword. The spear sank, combined with the galloping momentum of the steed, resulting in a clash of weapons that erupted in a burst of flames. Guanyi felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, yet the assassin was sent flying, landing atop a tree. Remaining composed, Guanyi recognized that his objective was achieved. It was time to extricate himself. A third-party force could not possibly operate in isolation. This truth had become apparent to Guanyi when Yu Qianfeng first instructed him. With a single punch, Yu Qianfeng had dispersed the surrounding primordial energy. The restoration of the world's vital essence required time, and the portion that did recover would be exhausted by the fierce battle among Yu Qianfeng, Shui Daoyong, and the other assailants pursuing Guanyi. These assassins, originally formidable warriors of a level above the realm, were now only able to exhibit abilities akin to those below that threshold, lacking the ingredients to cook. They found it challenging to draw upon any source of power. Yet, even so, they remained untroubled by the pursuit of the troublesome Guanyi. A crossbow bolt was loosed, but it seemed as though Guanyi had eyes in the back of his head. He lunged forward, sprawling across the back of his steed, evading the deadly projectile. With a swift motion, he thrust his spear. A burly man, arms crossed and clad in dark iron bracers, intercepted the strike. The spear was thwarted, yet Guanyi clamped his legs around the warhorse, which neighed as if ignited by the very thrust. The man emitted a muffled grunt, forcefully lifted off the ground. After all, he was an assassin, skilled in the manipulation of energy rather than sheer physical strength. For assassins relentlessly pursued Guanyi, even with their vital energy sealed. Their physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing them to leap and strike with the force of galloping steeds. Guanyi, mounted upon his warhorse, relinquished his battle knife. Wielding the spear with both hands, the weapon danced like a swimming dragon, spinning and piercing, both defending and countering. Harnessing the power of his mount, he staunchly endured the initial onslaught from multiple assassins. As a volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed, Guanyi deftly parried one with the shaft of his spear. Suddenly, he spun his weapon, the spear as tip clashing against one assassin's blade, while the butt end pressed against another. With a surge of inner strength, he blocked a heavy sword descending from above, almost managing to fend off 4 attackers simultaneously. His brow furrowed as he felt a dull ache pulsate through his meridians. The sealing of his vital energy by the Qianfeng had stifled his intended breakthrough, inhibiting the flow of celestial energy meant to refine and invigorate his body. The internal energy remained confined, as if on the verge of transcendence yet unable to connect with the world outside, trapped within him, fortifying his physical form. This fierce battle has resulted in an increasingly intimate fusion of internal star power and physical essence, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, suddenly obstructed, accumulating tremendous pressure. The meridians gradually throb in agony as these assassins relentlessly strike, inadvertently acting as external forces that disperse the condensed energy within Guanyi. This scattered energy seamlessly integrates into his being, imparting an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Subsequently, the essence of this condensed energy is naturally replenished by the ethereal essence drawn from the bronze cauldron. Anyone would feel a pang of fear when beset by multiple assassins of superior rank. Yet, at this moment, Guanyi's eyes reflect not a trace of trepidation. Having once confronted the unparalleled brilliance of the world's foremost expert, he finds it difficult to harbor any physical or mental fear towards these individuals. With a sudden jolt of his spear, whether it is a mere illusion or not, the energy that had been dispersed and mingled within his form surges, his strength amplifying as he unites his body and spirit, sweeping his spear with force that compels these assassins to retreat. Begone! The assassins, forced back, were expressions of dismay. What unparalleled valor is this? Among them, the eldest assassin had previously found Guanyi familiar. Now, witnessing the young man charging forth on horseback, spear in hand, with eyes sharp and hair billowing, a small mole at the corner of his left eye, and a pair of striking brows, he awakens buried memories. His complexion changes drastically as he exclaims, "It's you. It's that child from 10 years ago." His face pales, as if he has encountered a liberated young tiger or a haunting nightmare. After a brief moment of paralysis, the assassin loses his composure, shouting, "Kill him!" We must kill him." Upon hearing these words, Guanyi felt a sudden jolt in his heart and demanded, 10 years ago. Those people from that time? Were they not the Night Riders? The certainties of the past seemed to waver at this moment, revealing an unexpected turn of events that surpassed Guanyi's expectations. Today, with youthful fervor, he glimpsed a sliver of the secret he cherished most. The assassin who recognized him seemed convinced that this was a matter of greater significance. Without hesitation, he abandoned his comrades, Guanyi and even Shui Daoang, to pursue his own course. The remaining assassins exchanged glances, each employing their techniques to cover their retreat. Guanyi turned to chase after them. He loosed an arrow, the white tiger arrow striking the assassin squarely in the back. As he extended his spear, a sharp sound resonated in his ears. Instinctively, he swept his weapon in a wide arc, deflecting the opponent's armament. Yet, he soon felt a heavy pressure on his palm. As chains ensnared the spear he held, the chains shot out from various angles, binding the tail of Guanyi's spear, with one end driven forcefully into the mountain rock. More assassins lay in ambush. As the chilling light glinted menacingly, an assassin lunged toward him. Guanyi, with a flick of his wrist, relinquished his spear, leaping onto his steed with sudden ferocity. The moment was grave. The noble horse that had surged forth with him let out a mournful cry, collapsing violently to the ground, black blood seeping from its 7 orifices. Its hooves trembled and then lay still. The young man's eyes widened with fury as he gripped a massive meteor hammer in his right hand. The ground was stained with blood, and the impact had slain the warhorse, leaving Guanyi unable to leverage its momentum. In the fleeting moment of his tumble, he grasped his bow and, as he spun, drew the battle bow. The visage of the dragon and tiger spiraled, sealing the primordial energy here. Nevertheless, the power of the manifestation endured. The arrow, shimmering with brilliance, was unleashed with ferocity. A killer from the 3rd realm of the entry level raised his hand to deflect the arrow. The blaze erupted, jolting his weapon upwards. A second arrow followed in rapid succession, piercing his throat and pinning him to a tree. Yet, adversaries were not limited to just one. A sharp glint flashed menacingly, forcing Guanyi to swiftly raise his battle bow. Pain shot through his wrist as the exquisite Su-Ni bow, valued at over 1,000 coins, was cleaved asunder by a razor-sharp blade. The reflection of Guanyi's eyes met that of his assailant. Reacting with remarkable quickness, he twisted his right hand, ensnaring the wrist of the attacker with the bowstring. In a deft maneuver, he twisted his arms, and the string, like a blade, severed the assailant's wrist, causing blood to gush forth. 5 assassins remained, encircling Guanyi. He exhaled a breath of murky energy, though in the entry realm. He could not commune with the external primordial energy. The energy coursed within him, elevating his body temperature. Releasing his bow, he brandished a dark-hued blade, his gaze calm as he regarded the 5 killers before him. Although these 5 possessed realms superior to his own, in this fleeting moment, they were gripped by a fleeting illusion that it was they who were ensnared by him. The edge of the ink blade whistled ominously as the assassin who had slain the warhorse attempted to shatter Guanyi's composure with words, coldly stating, "You cannot escape. Surrender, and I may spare your life." Yet, the experience of battle was not mere fabrication, nor could it be withstood by one such as you. Having lost the momentum of his steed, how much of your martial prowess can still be unleashed upon the battlefield? He articulated each word with deliberate weight, suppressing Guanyi's state of mind, whether it was mere coincidence or an instinctual choice to flee in a familiar direction. The vicinity was not far from the secret realm of the Shui family. As Guanyi cast his gaze upon the converging stream, he understood that Yao Guang awaited just behind the rocky outcrop, which brought him a sense of comfort. Surely, he would not be reduced to gnawing on a bun. Gripping his blade, he raised an eyebrow like the divine General Shui and softly declared, "I have only trained with horses for 7 days. My true expertise lies in." The adversary did not catch the entirety of his words, for they served merely as bait. Upon arrival here, the youth surged forth like a fierce tiger, his dark hair billowing as a shadowy afterimage flitted before the assassin, a formidable blade crashing down with unyielding force. It was a melee. The assassin, having discerned Guanyi's true identity, swiftly retreated, intent on conveying this unexpected revelation. He was certain that, with the visage of this young man and his formidable aura, he would inevitably be recognized, even if not today. However, fortune smiled upon him. The one to uncover this truth was himself, allowing him the opportunity to redeem his transgressions. The rustling of leaves resonated like the strains of a melodious zither, hauntingly beautiful. "What?" The sound of a zither? His steps faltered abruptly. Chapter 54. The Unparalleled Master the Assassin. His face obscured by a lead-colored mask and with strands of white hair at his temples, immediately sensed something amiss. At this moment, he had distanced himself from the area where his vital energy had been sealed by the encroaching Qianfeng. Gripping his weapon tightly, a sanguine aura began to emanate from his being. The martial art, sculpted in imitation of the Dharma, manifested as a blood-red, ferocious wolf that prowled beside him, its gaze scanning the surroundings with an ominous intensity. Ah, what exquisite melodies of the zither, it mused. I had not anticipated the presence of such an exalted individual here. Those who possess profound internal cultivation can slay with but a leaf or a flower. The Taoist so-called supreme spirit can also wield music as a weapon. The strings resonate like blades, cleaving mountains and parting seas in the span of a single melody. Yet, I wonder which esteemed figure has graced us with their presence today. I, a humble individual, would be honored to learn from you. As he spoke, he paced with an imposing aura circulating within him, his gaze icy and vigilant. His right foot came to rest beside a massive stone as the wind stirred, causing the branches to sway gently. Suddenly, the zither's notes stirred the air. The trees to his left quivered violently, and branches fell with a dull thud. Leaves cascaded down, landing near the boulder, when a killer sprang forth in an instant. Their speed akin to lightning. The stone shattered under the force, while three delicate, pale yellow blossoms of spring were crushed into the earth by the killer's relentless charge towards the source of the music. With a swift movement, he drew his sword, its cry piercing the silence like a lament. It was as though steel had met steel. He unleashed a slash, a blade of malevolent energy tearing through the sky, only to be severed in an instant. The crimson glow of the wolf-like blade dissolved in midair, its cutting edge pristine. As the gust of air stirred by the zither's notes continued unabated, pain surged through the cheek of one of the renowned assassins of the Qin kingdom, blood welling up. His eyes cold yet aflame with murderous intent. He had lived long enough, as a killer, to confront a myriad of opponents, including these so-called cultured masters who transcended the realms of martial arts, Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. I have found you. With a single step into the void, he caused the air to tremble, drawing closer through the expanse. Compared to formidable martial artists like Xue Daoyong and others of such caliber, he was inferior. However, when juxtaposed with those who cultivate the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he was exceedingly strong. His foundation belonged to one of the myriad schools of thought, excelling in the concealment of his form and aura, only to unleash a sudden and lethal assault on his adversaries. He understood that if the four arts were cultivated to an exceedingly high level, augmented by the power of the primordial spirit, they could yield various extraordinary effects. Yet, such masters possess a distinct vulnerability: close combat. Within a 3-foot radius, martial artists are unrestrained. The man wielded his blade with reckless abandon, cleaving through the relentless barrage of energy blades, shattering the fragmented aura that devastated the surrounding trees, boulders, and earth, leaving chaos in his wake as he surged forth several miles. His eyes brightened as he finally caught sight of a woman seated upon a blue stone, her killer's aura surging with vitality as she invoked a forbidden technique. Her speed escalated, rendering her impervious to the multitude of energy blades aimed at her. The woman raised the qin in her hands to deflect a strike. The assassin, with his right hand clasping the blade, pressed down fiercely with his left upon the back of the sword. The aura surged once more. You have lost. Bloodlight erupted forth. A severed head soared into the air before descending to the ground. The headless assassin, as if in a self-inflicted demise, used his own blade to sever his neck. He stood there, momentarily staggering. As his head fell to the ground, a smile lingered on his face. He had just witnessed the leaves finally drifting down, settling upon him. Then, his body collapsed heavily, kneeling beside the boulder. The stone, which should have shattered, lay adjacent to pale yellow flowers now stained crimson with blood. The wind caresses the leaves, and their rustling sounds resemble the melodious notes of a lute. Before the melody concludes, it fades into a tranquil silence. Surrounding him are the scars of battle. The trees that once stood tall have been shattered in his perception, yet the earth remains as pristine as it was moments ago. His weapon bears the stain of his own blood, and he has not one step beyond this clearing enveloped by the mountains. The enchanting music gradually recedes, ultimately vanishing into the ether. The 73rd assassin of the Southern Qin dynasty met his end by his own hand. Guanyi found himself encircled by 5 adversaries. He lowered his body to evade the intersecting beams of sword light, then sprang forth, his feet striking the ground with force as he twisted and thrust the hilt of his blade into one foe's abdomen, contorting their visage in agony. Seizing the moment, Guanyi swung his sword, forcing several opponents back. The blade radiated an overwhelming ferocity. The 5 assassins had initially believed their prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of this youth. Yet they soon realized the fallacy of their assumptions. The might of a ferocious tiger or a colossal elephant, while formidable, cannot contend with the resilience of humanity. Strength does not unilaterally determine the victor. Employing the techniques of the 8 blades of the broken army, his heavy sword swept through the air, generating a gale that repelled their weapons. Then, like a butterfly taking flight, the heavy blade danced with an unexpected lightness akin to that of a curved dagger. With deft footwork, the blade kissed the throat of an assassin, blood gushing forth. The man, capable of withstanding the blade's onslaught, clutched his throat and staggered backward. In an instant, he sealed his meridians with internal energy and withdrew a silver needle to stifle his vital flow, managing to preserve his life. However, his energy waned, rendering him incapable of exerting force. Should he attempt to unleash his strength again, blood would likely erupt in an instant, leading to his demise. Martial prowess is the art of harnessing minimal force to triumph over adversaries, embodying the principle of the weak overcoming the strong. Guanyi gripped his blade, allowing his muscles to relax. First, break their formation, diminish their brilliance. Fortify my own reputation, he recalled from the military treatise, The Art of War. He was uncertain why. At this moment, that phrase resurfaced in his mind, compelling him to adopt the strategy of eliminating one opponent immediately. Standing there, in that fleeting instant, he inadvertently instilled fear in the remaining 4 assassins, a sensation akin to having endured countless battles, forged in the crucible of life and death. Endowed him with an innate mastery over the battlefield. This evoked an illusion among the assassins, who felt they were not confronting a mere youth, but rather a formidable general before them. Exposed under the sun, the assassins, skilled in concealing their presence, found themselves unmasked. A wave of irrational fear washed over them, which the leader swiftly dismissed, murmuring, "Form up and attack. Even if he is indeed a born commander, he cannot eliminate all 5 of us without consequence." They advanced with agile steps, launching their assault. Yet, even as Guanyi incapacitated one foe, he soon found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. In a situation where their strengths were nearly equal, the numerical advantage became apparent. The adversaries adapted their strategy, no longer underestimating him as they had initially. Instead, they paired up, utilizing their superior agility to strike swiftly and retreat, a tactic that proved effective. Guanyi, reliant on his combat footwork, faced a disadvantage against the assassin's expertise in lightness and brief bursts of aggression. Gradually, Guanyi's body became adorned with numerous wounds, the crimson blood staining his blue garment. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no pain. Instead, a peculiar tingling sensation enveloped his injuries, coupled with a stagnant energy within him that incited an instinctive urge to destroy. As the assassin found a semblance of calm and prepared to launch forward with agility, the seemingly slow-witted youth suddenly erupted with ferocity. The heavy blade swung with a powerful arc, the timing of the strike so impeccable that it appeared as if the assassin willingly offered his waist to the edge of the blade. The opposing forces met upon the forged steel, and in that fleeting moment, the blade cleaved the assassin in twain. A flicker of astonishment lingered in the assassin's eyes, culminating in a singular thought. How could this be possible? With a swift motion, the youth countered, forcing back the advancing foes, wiped the blood from his body, and subtly raised an eyebrow. His smile mirrored that of the revered Shui Xinjiang II. Shui Xinjiang would employ the second and third words to disrupt Guanyi's mentality. And instinctively, he echoed this sentiment. The bisected assassin writhed on the ground, wailing in agony. The youth, with a decisive stroke, pierced his throat. Resting a hand upon the hilt of his blade, he gazed at his adversaries, embodying stillness in the face of conflict. Perhaps having encountered an abundance of opponents within the secret realm, Guanyi discovered a corresponding master, a practitioner from a branch of the Mo family. Having descended from the hero Mo, transformed into a pure path of assassination, Guanyi had faced their ancestor, a killer who once sought to assassinate Shui Xinjiang. The essence of change remains rooted in its origin. As the remaining 3 assassins appeared momentarily paralyzed, Guanyi flicked his wrist, and the heavy blade was hurled with tremendous force. In that instant, abandoning the weapon left everyone in a state of astonishment. Suddenly, The leader felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck and exclaimed, "The gun!" He aims to seize the firearm. Guanyi's training with General Schweb bore fruit once more as he swiftly grasped the discarded gun. With a mere flick of his wrist, the blade of the spear swept through the air, creating a brilliant arc of light. When the young man held the long weapon, a sense of relief washed over him. This tool was far more effective than a knife. It was no wonder the court sought to prohibit its use. He charged forward, the spear sweeping ominously before him, instinctively emulating General Schweb's techniques. With a horizontal sweep, he forced back his adversaries, then pivoted gracefully, elevating the spear in a high arc before bringing it down with formidable force. This maneuver drained considerable energy, yet Guanyi felt exhilarated. One assassin fell to his knees, cleaved by the strike. Seizing the moment, he twisted the spear's end, thrusting it forward like a drill into the throat of his foe. Gripping the rear of the spear with both hands, he tensed his body, and the spear's elasticity allowed its tip to tear through half of the assassin's neck. As that assassin collapsed, the other two found themselves ensnared within the range of attack, compelled to retreat. The potential of the long weapon was staggering. And in this scenario where spiritual energy could not manifest its full power, he was invincible in close combat. A fleeting shadow darted before Guanyi, and instinctively, he struck to intercept it, yet he could not fully block the attack. A jolt coursed through his shoulder as a crossbow bolt spiraled into it. Due to his instinctive use of Song Wolf Guard, the bolt did not penetrate deeply, but merely lodged itself in his flesh. The assassin, whose throat had been severed yet still clung to life, wore a dazed expression. Guanyi raised his hand and grasped the crossbow bolt, swiftly snapping off its protruding tail. He cast the crossbow's body to the ground, his gaze sweeping across the scene with an imposing aura that was both captivating and formidable. The leader felt a chill run down his spine, cursing inwardly, wondering what manner of 13-year-old this was. The government had truly wronged him. After the passage of what felt like an incense stick's worth of time, the chaos of battle finally subsided. Guanyi's hands were drenched in blood as he gasped for breath. The 5 assassins surrounding him lay defeated. The first had his throat severed by his blade. The second was cleaved in two. The third was pierced by a spear. The fourth was dispatched when Guanyi seized an opportune moment, and the fifth, clad in soft armor, met his end when Guanyi, after breaking his spear, crashed into him and plunged his ant's dagger into his heart. Only the first, whose throat had been slashed, inexplicably clung to life, for he was the one who had loosed a bolt moments earlier. Guanyi snapped his arms and legs, intending to extract the information he sought. Exhaling deeply, he felt the white tiger and red dragon, both lying still, their bodies marked by numerous wounds. He extended his hand, breaking the second and third crossbows from his person. The spear was shattered, rendering the bolts defenseless, including the one that had just pierced his shoulder. He had also been struck in the leg and abdomen. It must be said that the Song Wolf Guardian of the Third Prince, Tai Lu, was indeed formidable, having withstood such assaults. Though it was a time that should have been filled with agony, the melody of the battle array surged rapidly within him. With each breath he took, a fierce sensation accompanied his exhalation. Once the fighting ceased, his spirit relaxed, yet a wave of stagnation overtook his internal energy, leaving him feeling weak. He sank down, his meridians throbbing painfully, unable to contain the turmoil any longer. The vital energy began to coalesce once more, signaling an imminent breakthrough. No, he must endure. There remained a captive, one from whom he needed to inquire about events a decade past. At this moment, a familiar figure emerged within the young man's line of sight. Yao Guang, clad in a hood, knelt before Guanyi, placing the hand crossbow upon the ground. Her silver locks, in that instant, brought him a sense of reassurance. Yao Guang grasped his hand, her voice serene as flowing water. This heart is untainted. This body has withstood 100 battles. You are about to enter the realm. Please forgive me for not intervening earlier. Worry not. The life star of the one who just departed has dimmed. Guanyi, mustering his strength, pointed to the assassin whose limbs he had severed, uttering, "The captive." Yao Guang nodded quietly, stowing away her finely prepared hand crossbow. Had Guanyi failed to prevail, the unique celestial arrows of the Eastern Star Observation School would have been unleashed in an instant. Her voice remained calm as she held the young man's hand, a gentle force suppressing the turbulence within his meridians. Within the secret realm, there exists a formation capable of attracting the vital energy of heaven and the power of the stars. I am here. You may find solace. Guanyi closed his eyes, succumbing to exhaustion. Yao Guang, with a tranquil expression, attempted to gauge her height in comparison to his, realizing that if she were to carry him, Not only would his feet graze the ground, but even his shins would be at risk. Ultimately, she relinquished the thought, her demeanor neutral as she bent down, supporting herself on her knees, taking several deep breaths. With a wooden stick meant for prodding buns in hand, she watched as the assassin's skull collided with the cobblestones, producing a series of dull thuds. Thus, tranquility returned to the scene. In scarcely the span of a tea break, when Shui Daoyong and Yu Qianfeng rushed in a frenzy, their expressions were ashen. Before them lay a gruesome tableau of corpses, the lifeless forms of fallen steeds, blood-stained, thrust into the earth and shattered. Chapter 55, The White Tiger Sect. Guanyi was nowhere to be found. After repelling the 10th-ranked assassin of the realm, Shui Daoyong and Yu Qianfeng hastened to this site. Or perhaps it was the assassin who prudently chose to retreat. He was no death soldier. Upon realizing that, despite wielding divine weapons and donning precious armor, he was unable to contend with these two seasoned warriors, and that he might even be obliterated by their hands, he unhesitatingly abandoned his objective and turned to flee. Yet, he was met with a punch from Yu Qianfeng, who deftly seized a portion of the black dragon armor from him, only to be subsequently pierced by an arrow from the elder, causing him to spew blood and cough violently as he departed. It is said one should not pursue a cornered foe. Moreover, with the Guanyi still being hunted, the animosity between Yu Qianfeng and Shui Daoyong dissipated. Upon their arrival, they beheld only devastation. Yu Qianfeng crouched low, his hands sweeping over the remnants of the assassins, stating, "They fell beneath the blade of the broken army's 8 cuts." 6 or so assassins besieged him, battling fiercely while attempting to escape. Here, his weapons were bound by chains, and his steed was slain, leaving him with no means of escape. 5 assailants surrounded him, his spear shattered, his bow broken. The evidence here indicates he was struck by a crossbow bolt. 3 in total. Yu Qianfeng's tone remained composed, growing increasingly chilling. He rose to his full height and declared, "One must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. The old man, I shall refrain from engaging with you for the moment. It is the misguided lineage of the Mo family that I seek. I will endeavor to locate their stronghold while you, being the local serpent, conduct your search here. My spiritual awareness has failed to detect the presence of Guanyi in this vicinity." The roar of the crimson dragon ascended to the heavens, and in the depths of the 1,000 peaks, there simmered a palpable thirst for blood as I pressed onward in my quest. Shui Daoyong took a deep breath, bending down to place his palm over the eyes of the warhorse, urging it to close its eyes. "Why are you here?" he inquired. Earlier, after Guanyi's departure, Shui Shuangtao mounted her horse and hastened directly to the Shui residence. The young woman, adorned in an elaborate gown, galloped along the main road and, disregarding all caution, dismounted, tumbling to the ground. The elder enforced strict control. To protect the Shui family, no one was permitted to mobilize the guest officials without the master's command. With a dagger pressed to her throat, blood already spilling forth, Shui Shuangtao compelled the guest officials to disregard the master's edict and rush out en masse. She, along with Changsun Wuqiu and several distinguished figures, proceeded to the general's residence in Guanyi City, demanding the garrison commander dispatch troops beyond the city walls. In the brief skirmish, the city had been emptied, clearing away the wanted fugitives and engaging in multiple clashes with the scattered assassins. The arriving guest officials, stained with blood, sighed in relief. "If you are unharmed, that is splendid." He paused, then asked, "What of Li Keqing?" The guest officials, momentarily bewildered, replied, "What?" Shui Daoyong's face twitched, declaring, "Even if it takes every last coin of the Shui family, I shall dig 3 feet into the ground beyond Guanyi City. Proclaim to all in the city of Guanyi, whoever can locate him shall be granted a street of shops and a fortune of 10,000 gold pieces, ensuring a lifetime of unending opulence. Alive, I demand to see him. Dead, I demand to see his remains. Bring him to me now." The assassin's eyes widened as a realization dawned upon him. Starry light, white hair. Yao Guang rummaged through the black pouch she carried, producing a dark bag that enveloped the assassin's head. Then, cradling Guanyi, she gazed upon the waterway and gently stepped forward, plunging into the depths. Her energy flowed in a manner distinct from that of a martial artist, parting the waters as they coiled around her, adorned with flecks of starlight. As she grasped the young man's wrist, they swam together, surrounded by shimmering stars. Yao Guang's silvery hair swayed gently in the water, her expression serene and tranquil, reminiscent of a deity beneath the waves. Alas, Guanyi remained in slumber, oblivious to this enchanting scene. Yao Guang guided him to a submerged cavern, first emerging onto the shore without a trace of moisture upon her garments. Turning back, she clasped his hands, exerting strength to pull him onto the land. Her countenance remained stoic as she leaned against her knees, gasping for breath. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld the twinkling of celestial bodies ascending. Weakened, she stood behind Guanyi, slowly maneuvering him towards the heart of the cave, where Shueshan sat cross-legged, seemingly still smiling. Above the center of the cavern, the rocks had split apart, and even in the daylight, the glimmer of starlight seemed to spill forth. Yao Guang meticulously arranged her simple attire, removing her hood, and quietly knelt beneath the starlit sky. With hands clasped together, she lowered her gaze, softly reciting the maxims of the Eastern Land Star Observation School. The starlight converged beside the composed and graceful deity, transforming into another woman. Her dark hair cascaded down, her visage tranquil and unadorned, bearing the same golden mark upon her brow as Yao Guang. The brilliance of the stars descended here, where the phantoms of the past lingered, as the youthful contemporaries gathered in accordance with the positions of the four symbols. This was a genuine secret realm, a contingency prepared by General Shui for the future of the world. Only when the true white tiger lineage appeared, accompanied by Yao Guang, could the unfolding fully commence. According to the records of the Eastern Land Star Observation School, the radiance of the stars flows across the heavens, transcending the passage of time. 500 years ago, the light that departed from the 7 stars of the white tiger traversed a long epoch before arriving in the mortal realm, thus forging a legacy that bridges the past and present. The dark-haired woman lowered her gaze, hands clasped, softly uttering the ancient language of the stargazers. The hazy starlight gathered. Within Guanyi, the vital energy finally emanated, uniting heaven and earth with the human form. Although it was still daylight, the stars shone brightly above. Streams of light cascaded down, enveloping the quietly slumbering Guanyi. The luminescent flow illuminated the cavern, coalescing beneath him into layers of intricate characters and patterns. As Guanyi entered the realm, his essence surged forth, connecting him with the cosmos. This heart is untainted. This body has weathered 100 battles. It is the foundation of the highest order. The stars converged, and the light of the white tiger's 7 stars descended. Beneath the shimmering starlight, the youthful figure revealed the visage of the white tiger. Still a tender young creature, basking in the celestial glow, it raised its head and roared. Soon, nourished by the power of the stars, it began to undergo a transformation, stretching from a form reminiscent of a large domestic cat into a majestic white tiger, measuring over 7 feet in length. Just as it was about to unleash a thunderous roar to complete this metamorphosis, the bronze cauldron emitted a gentle hum. The crimson dragon and the black tortoise, without hesitation, voraciously absorbed the essence emanating from the white tiger, thereby impeding its transformation. Yet the starlight was boundless, available for the taking, akin to the unparalleled grandeur encountered by every generation of the white tiger's lineage over the past 3 millennia. Guanyi absorbed an astounding 4-fold of stellar energy. When the true scales of the crimson dragon and the intricate patterns on the black tortoise's back became vividly apparent, leaving behind an additional aura, the act of absorption finally ceased. The white tiger, at last, summoned its strength to roar, its ferocious cry piercing the heavens. The 7 celestial tigers, drawn by the starlight, were suddenly illuminated 4-fold in the sky. In the expanse of the desert beyond the oasis, a young man rode a camel, burdened by a large package on his back, with a jade flute hanging from his waist. Ahead of him, an elderly man, also mounted on a camel, expressed with a hint of regret, "Is it not so?" The young man smiled and replied, "No. The prince of the Turks possesses valor and the ambition to conquer the steppes, yet he cannot be deemed a true hero. The grandiosity of his words stems merely from his elevated status. Just as one ascends to greater heights, one can behold farther vistas. When a person finds themselves in prosperity, they naturally cultivate their spirit. However, the hero I seek must be one who, though lying low, can still emit a fierce roar. It is rather his companion, the friend of, who possesses a more heroic demeanor. It is said that upon his birth, he tightly grasped a mass of blood as solid as stone, and people sing of him as a malevolent star fallen to earth, destined to herald bloodshed and slaughter. His name, when translated into the characters of the Central Plains, signifies the quintessence of steel. Yet, he is not the person I am searching for." The elder, perplexed, inquired, "Not this one, nor that one. What exactly are you seeking?" "I am in pursuit of a kindred spirit. The ideology of that lineage is overly naive, believing that peace can temper the chaos of the times. Yet, the smoke of war has already risen, and it shall not cease until those so-called heroes and saints have perished. Thus, I must seek the mightiest of heroes to assist him in swiftly concluding this tumultuous era. The one I seek should be the sovereign of chaos. His fate soaring to the heavens, his youth marked by disorder, yet ferocious and ineffable, dominating the elements of metal and the symbol of the tiger, the white tiger god. Oh, the white tiger god, you refer to those stars that rise in the west, correct? The elder, enlightened, gestured towards the western sky and chuckled. In our tales, they are the weapons held by the celestial beings, their blades sharp enough to eradicate the inequities of this world. In this regard, it bears a striking resemblance to the culture of the Central Plains, the 7 mansions of the white tiger. Behind him, the package suddenly erupted with a violent shriek, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as if the scent of blood permeated the air. The camel, which had remained unperturbed by the desert storms and sands, suddenly faltered, collapsing to its knees, blood gushing from its mouth, succumbing to fright. The old man felt a chill run down his spine, his heart nearly ceasing to beat, as he exclaimed, "What have you done?" This young man hailed from the Central Plains, exuding charm and eloquence, seemingly a strategist from the Middle Kingdom. The warlords of the western regions welcomed him with open arms. And each night, various women would emerge from his tent, their gazes filled with affection. Yet, prior to this, he had fled under the cover of darkness from the sacred grounds of the Dongxiang people, a large package now slung over his shoulder. He turned to flee, dragging the old man along, nearly exhausting himself in the process. They had been pursued for 300 miles by the Dongxiang warriors. Suddenly, the old man heard a roar akin to thunder in his ears. He shuddered, lifting his gaze to behold the sky, which had transformed into a murky gray. A colossal storm was advancing from the distance. The color drained from his face. It was a sandstorm, the most perilous force in this vast land. A manifestation of divine wrath. The old man's scalp prickled with dread. Being superstitious, he shouted, "What on earth did you bring out from the holy mountain of the Dongxiang?" With camels present, they could have hidden behind them and survived the sandstorm. Yet, the camel had perished from fright. Could it truly be the wrath of the martial god? The aged man knelt upon the ground, fervently beseeching forgiveness, yet the tempest approached with alarming swiftness. He confessed to the heavens, revealing secrets he had vowed to carry to his grave, such as the time, at the tender age of 7, when he had surreptitiously watched his neighbor's sister bathe. A resounding hum erupted, and as he lifted his gaze, he beheld the sandstorm being torn asunder. It veered away from him, seemingly evading something, leaving only the sharp sting of dry sand upon his face. He turned, stunned, to confront an immense package that screeched ominously. As the sandstorm swept past, the fabric enveloping it, marked with crimson characters, was entirely shredded, revealing a weapon of deep ebony, faintly adorned with golden patterns, that materialized between the heavens and the earth, landing heavily upon the ground. The fearsome visage of a tiger's head loomed over the weapon, its glint sharp and formidable despite 5 centuries of obscurity, pointing defiantly towards the sky. The wild winds of the desert surged over the weapon, causing it to emit a roar akin to that of a white tiger, compelling the sandstorm to part in its presence. The storm raged against the heavens and earth, swirling as if 1,000 giants from the northern realms were striking the bronze war drums, causing the very ground to tremble and instilling a profound dread within the old man's heart. He faltered and knelt once more, his heart quaking. In stark contrast, the youth's eyes ignited with brilliant fervor. The elder turned to see the young man half kneeling before the colossal war spear. As starlight cascaded from the heavens and the swirling dust parted, creating a scene reminiscent of an epic tale passed down across the grasslands. The primordial figure accepted the divine guidance, his fervent gaze imbued with solemnity, proclaiming, "Sovereign of the western dawn, Lord of war, endless skies, the essence of dominion." Beside him, the legacy of generations echoed, yet it was the divine weapon, once enshrined by the Shui family's celestial general 5 centuries prior, that now roared with untamed might. Within the tranquil chamber of the Shui family, the broken cloud thunder bow resonated with a vibrant hum, its strings vibrating with an insuppressible intensity. Beside Guanyi, a girl with cascading silver hair grasped his hand, aiding him in stabilizing his breath. Yao Wang's gaze fell gently, her voice serene and composed as she intoned the ancient divine names, God of the Westchen, Sovereign of metal, the 4 spirits of heaven, to rectify the 4 directions. 2 divine weapons resonated in unison across the landscapes of Jiangnan and the vast desert, heralding the emergence of an aura within the cosmos. In the firmament, the 7 stars of the white tiger revolved, illuminating the sky with a brilliance exceeding fourfold, signifying a singular moment of significance. Since the advent of divine weaponry, the mightiest white tiger sect has manifested after 3 millennia. While Guanyi traversed the dreamscape, he beheld visions of a different nature. Chapter 56. Above the 4 symbols of heaven, vast, boundless, a myriad of celestial wonders, yet I remain solitary. This is not an external entity, but rather the indelible marks and imprints left upon the essence of my soul after years of diligent practice on the Guqin. It has transformed into the most authentic existence. Even amidst the chaos of Guanyi's consciousness, the melody shall not fade. This is what is known as the heart of the Guqin, a treasure of profound value that, in a tumultuous world, appears to be of little utility, yet rivals the significance of the heart of the Tao. It bears no relation to martial prowess and is devoid of lethal intent. Ultimately, it serves to preserve the purity of the heart, allowing one to navigate the tumultuous tides of existence without succumbing to madness. Do not allow this chaotic world to mold you into a frenzied beast, dear Linoer. Guanyi seemed to hear the gentle, melodic whispers of Murong Qiuxue, who, at the tender age of 3, played the Guqin with a smile, saying, "Harmonics resemble the heavens, while the pressed notes embody humanity. The dispersing tones echo the earth." Guanyi, do you remember? The melody is enchanting. Whenever Guanyi plays the zither, his spirit becomes intensely focused. After a decade of diligent practice, the music deep within his heart allows him to remain undistracted, dispersing all chaos. For a fleeting moment, he feels lost in this vast and magnificent scene, struggling to maintain his composure. Gradually, the music settles within him. Guanyi raises his hand to touch his forehead. Why do I suddenly recall my aunt's zither melodies? Where is this place? He lifts his hand and sees wisps of white clouds swirling in his palm. Looking up, he observes a colossal golden sun suspended high in the sky, its golden rays cascading upon the white clouds, transforming into layers of rippling light. Where, indeed, is this place? Guanyi slowly advances, hearing the sounds of tigers roaring and dragons singing in his ears. He moves toward the source of the roar, as the white clouds part to reveal a magnificent white tiger standing regally. Its fur is longer than that of an ordinary tiger, with hints of gold at the tip of its tail. The tiger gazes at Guanyi, then steps forward, gradually shrinking in size as it approaches him until it stands at his height, which is still greater than that of a typical beast. Its forehead gently touches Guanyi's, and a golden aura flows into his spiritual center. In that instant, an indescribable essence is comprehended by Guanyi, gathering the inherent knowledge present in the universe into a form he can understand. The power of the stars descends to the earth, each carrying its unique characteristics. The exceptionally gifted warriors comprehend the immense power of nature, each creating their own unique martial arts and mystical techniques. This phenomenon is often referred to as the enlightenment of nature. At the moment of his breakthrough, Guanyi entered this very state. This strength emanates from the 7 stars of the White Tiger, a power embraced by generations of the White Tiger sect, from which each adept has derived their distinct techniques and supernatural abilities. The power of starlight converged within Guanyi, and as this profound realization faded, he instinctively sensed the energy of the stars. The constellation of the White Tiger governs matters of life and death. Guanyi raised his hand. In this realm of uncertain reality, golden streams of light coalesced at his fingertips, embodying a fierce demeanor akin to that of the legendary General Shui, who, upon becoming the leader of the White Tiger sect, pioneered his own unparalleled marksmanship. In this moment, Guanyi too grasped the essence of his White Tiger technique. The energy coiling around his fingers intensified, spiraling at an ever-accelerating pace. Ultimately, it transformed into a golden stream of light, possessing extraordinary penetrative and destructive capabilities. With a flick of his wrist, he released this radiant beam, which pierced through the distance like the fangs of a ferocious tiger, emitting a sharp, whistling sound as it sliced through the air. The manifestation of the White Tiger gradually receded, dignified and solemn, while Guanyi lifted his gaze towards the surrounding white clouds. As the White Tiger's manifestation returned to its original position, the clouds suddenly dispersed. Accompanied by a deep, thunderous resonance, the clouds swirled rapidly around the youth, ultimately revealing the ground beneath him, which resembled white jade, adorned with intricate and boundless patterns that radiated outward from his feet in all directions. As Guanyi gazed upon the majestic White Tiger manifestation, he noticed the circling crimson dragon and the tranquil black tortoise. The crimson dragon had already ignited, while the black tortoise, though undeniably present, lacked any spark of spirit in its eyes. Additionally, there stood an empty lofty platform. The four manifestations were positioned at the cardinal points, and Li Guan found himself enveloped by these towering, godlike forms, instilling a sense of solemnity within him. The four symbols regarded him intently. As the clouds and mist parted, his vision ahead became clear, revealing a pathway leading to distant realms, seemingly the pinnacle of mountains and rivers. Surrounding the path were dense white clouds and fleeting shadows, while at the summit of the steps appeared a jade-colored throne. This jade seat overlooked the four symbols. Instinctively, Li Guan took a step forward. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. His shoulders sank under its weight, and he felt a severe mental strain. The white jade steps beneath him seemed unable to support his presence, crumbling underfoot, and he began to plummet downward. Suddenly, Li Guan jolted awake, his eyes meeting the rugged contours of the mountains. He could still hear the gentle sound of a stream flowing over stones, and he gasped for breath. Then, a tranquil voice soothed the fleeting turmoil within him. "You have awakened." Turning his head, Li Guan beheld Yao Guang, kneeling before him, engrossed in her reading. She wore no hood, her silver hair cascading gracefully at her temples, stained at the hem with blood. Li Guanyi lowered his head and observed that his wounds had been tended to, meticulously bandaged with clean fabric. Coupled with the enhancement of his physical form since entering the realm, the injuries had ceased to cause him much discomfort. Only a gentle tingling, and it as his vitality coursed rapidly through him, gradually healing the wounds. Yao Guang regarded him. "You have entered the realm. You may attempt to perceive the changes within your body." Here, amidst the rocky outcrops beyond the water stream, Li Guanyi lifted his gaze, sensing the distinct surroundings as if an additional sense had suddenly awakened within him, akin to the first moment of opening one's eyes. Instinctively grasping a unique force permeating the cosmos, he clenched his fist, feeling a discernible increase in his physical strength. Yet, he could also sense a potent destructive force pulsating in his palm, ready to unleash devastation far exceeding his past capabilities. He had entered the realm. He pondered the efficacy of this transformation. As he sensed his newfound power, the bronze cauldron emitted a faint hum, and within the depths of his youthful gaze, a nebulous aura emerged. To his right, a tiger's paw pressed firmly against the ground, revealing a majestic white tiger, standing 5 feet tall and 7 feet long, striding gracefully, almost as if it were real. To his left, a red dragon, stretching an impressive 10 feet, coiled quietly, its scales shimmering with the flicker of flames. Amidst this spectacle sat the bloodstained youth, yet this scene remained invisible to others. The manifestation of the white tiger could enhance the sharpness and defense of his weapons and strikes. In contrast, the embodiment of the red dragon allowed Li Guanyi's every punch and kick to radiate with searing heat, a force unsuitable for ordinary weapons, as even the most refined armaments could not withstand prolonged exposure to such fiery energy. However, the true efficacy of these abilities could only be determined through the crucible of battle. However, it remains uncertain whether the true legacy of the Yin-Yang masters has been genuinely inherited. The manifestation, transformed by the ancient turtle's seal left by the venerable Ximing and the timeless Xin Gui, languidly lingers, barely revealing its presence, let alone mobilizing. Upon contemplating the ancient turtle's words about seeking him upon entering the realm, Li Guan resolved to embark on a quest. The ancient turtle, the vacant high platform, the jade stone steps, and the distant, faintly discernible white jade throne emerged vividly in his mind. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against the bronze cauldron at his heart, sensing a profound connection between the vision he beheld and the cauldron itself. Inside the cauldron, the jade liquid was nearing its brim, nearly filled to 98% in the brief span since it had swept across the battlefield. Were it not for the final portion often requiring a unique method to complete, either through contact with divine weaponry or through a direct demonstration of extraordinary skills. As exemplified by the likes of Yu Qianfeng, Li Guan felt certain that the cauldron would be effortlessly filled to capacity. Entering the realm, the jade liquid, the manifestation, and the visions of the dream all surged forth. Steeling himself, Li Guan inquired, "Did I just break through here?" Her voice, tranquil, responded, "You have just ventured into the secret realm. However, the intensity of the stellar energy in such places is excessively potent, which could hinder your recuperation after activation. I have brought you out. The message left by General Shui instructs you to thoroughly master the realm of entry, to cultivate the corresponding techniques, and to achieve success before entering the secret realm with me." Li Guan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the prospect of joining Yao Guang. He recalled the records contained within the bow of the breaking clouds. which detailed the accounts of General Shui and the Yaoguang from the Eastern Lands stargazing school 5 centuries ago. With a slight understanding, he pondered that upon entering the realm, he could indeed derive further legacies from the bow. The chilling arrow of General Shui had previously served as Li Guanyi's trump card. Now, however, there were more pressing matters at hand. Li Guanyi turned his gaze toward the captive, who was ensconced in a black hood. The individual appeared remarkably composed, remaining silent throughout. Truly a killer, Li Guanyi mused. He then removed the hood from the assassin's head, revealing a face marked by panic, bruised and battered, with an open mouth that seemed to be shouting something. Yet, a translucent luminescence sealed his lips tightly, rendering him voiceless. The ensuing silence only heightened the assassin's trepidation, fear evident in his eyes. Li Guanyi stood momentarily in shock before turning his attention to Yaoguang. Yaoguang had donned a hood, revealing only a couple of silvery strands of hair and a smooth chin. Her expression was serene, and her tone undisturbed as she remarked, "What transpired earlier must not be witnessed by him. During your breakthrough, he must not be allowed to utter a sound that could disrupt your rest. You may rest assured." The situation was quite secure. Silently, the starlight binding the assassin's mouth dissipated. The assassin, now able to voice his thoughts, hurriedly exclaimed, "I will speak. I will reveal everything. Just let me go, and I will forfeit my martial abilities, sever my tongue, and disable my tendons, ensuring that I will divulge none of your secrets." He gasped for breath, casting a glance at the 13 or 14-year-old boy who had entered the realm, as well as the silver-haired woman beside him. Li Guanyi inquired, "Shouldn't you maintain confidentiality?" The assassin retorted, "I am merely a mercenary, killing for a fee. There is no need to sacrifice my own life in the process. An assassin is not a martyr." Li Guanyi pondered whether this assassin could indeed be deemed professional. The assassin steadied himself and declared, "The crossbow bolt embedded in your shoulder was shot by me. I spared your life only to uncover certain truths. I can divulge everything I know, and you may sever my tongue or disable my hands. However, the final part must be inscribed and buried beneath a stone after my departure. Otherwise, death is inevitable. You must at least grant me the hope of survival before I agree to cooperate. Otherwise, I would prefer you in my life here and now." Li Guanyi was convinced of the assassin's professionalism. Yaoguang interjected, "Please hold for a moment." She extended her fair hand, tracing delicate patterns in the air, which left a fleeting golden light that eventually coalesced into an ancient symbol. With a soft touch, she placed it upon the assassin's forehead. His voice faltered, and Yaoguang turned to Li Guanyi, her hair cascading softly by her temples, nodding gently as she whispered, "You may now inquire. He shall speak no further falsehoods." Panic flickered in the assassin's eyes. Li Guanyi fixed his gaze upon him and asked, "Who are you? From whence do you hail?" Among the many disciples of the Ink Masters, some ventured into a more narrow path of chivalry, with the most extreme among them evolving into assassins. Li Guanyi pressed, "Who sent you?" The assassin exhibited a moment of struggle before admitting, "It was the Prime Minister." Dantai Xianming remarked upon the formidable influence of the Shui family, asserting their interference in the affairs of the realm and suggesting Qin harbored treasonous intentions. The pregnant Shui Guifei, should she bear a prince, would undoubtedly alter the balance of power within the court, jeopardizing the empress's standing and potentially elevating the Guifei's son to the status of crown prince, an event of significant consequence that could lead to the replacement of the rightful heir. "We must eliminate Shui Daolong, which could also compel the retreat of Yu Qianfeng." Li Guanyi meticulously documented this information, pondering, "What evidence do you possess? Can you provide a written confession to the elder?" The assassin's face turned a ghostly white as he retorted, "My tendons have been severed by you." Li Guanyi fell silent, regretting the severity of his earlier actions. Instinctively, he glanced at Yaoguang, who met his gaze. A surge of elation coursed through him as he flipped over to retrieve the elixir bestowed upon him by Shui Daoyong. "You," he questioned, "were you not involved a decade ago in the pursuit of a woman with a 3-year-old child?" The assassin's complexion drained of color in an instant. Chapter 57. The spirit of youth resembles the moonlight. The assassin beheld the youthful figure before him, sharp eyebrows and striking eyes, with a beauty mark at the corner that, if on a woman, would signify the mark of a true beauty, yet on him, it somewhat diluted the fierce vitality of youth. The assassin's pupils constricted violently as the dust-laden memories surged forth. A burning palace, a man who, even in his final moments, clung to his dignity, and a blade that gleamed with an intensity akin to his own. You. His voice trembled. Li Guanyi stepped forward, pressing for answers. Who issued the order? Who pursued them? And what was the motivation behind it? Who are my parents? Where are they? My parents, my aunt, and I are entangled in some predicament. A barrage of questions pressed upon the assassin, akin to a siege, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Guanyi demanded, "What is the answer? Speak." The assassin's mind buzzed with turmoil. At the moment, Guanyi's voice thundered. He seemed to hear the roar of dragons and tigers. His defenses crumbled, his lips quivered, and instinctively he uttered the name that resonated most profoundly within him, the Regent. His voice faltered, the veins on his forehead bulging and then pulsating violently. Then it shattered. His heart, his neck erupted, and torrents of blood surged forth like a cascading waterfall. Within the crimson deluge, a shadowy figure lunged towards Guanyi and Yaoguang. Sensing this threat, Guanyi's body moved instinctively. The long, mournful cry of the azure dragon echoed in his ears. With youthful vigor, he stepped forward, shielding Yaoguang behind him. The fiery glow of dragon scales was almost palpable, swirling protectively before him. Employing the technique of Azure Wolf Guard, he repelled the oncoming blood. The searing heat intensified in an instant, transforming the blood into a crimson mist that gradually dissipated, while the lunging figure was consumed and reduced to ashes. Yaoguang crouched low, her fingers pinching a curled-up insect, and declared, "The adversary harbors a person akin to me. A special curse has been cast upon him. Once he encounters certain information, the heart's parasite shall awaken." The news of the extermination reached those informed. In Yaoguang's palm, the curled-up insect began to disperse into wisps of smoke, collected by the starlight. She declared, "Allow me to handle this matter." Guanyi inquired, "What is this?" "It is not merely the insect charms rumored to exist beyond the southwestern mountains of Qin Kingdom. It is witchcraft. In the Central Plains, there are martial artists and various schools of thought, but beyond these, there exist 3 secluded sects: stargazing, destiny divination, and witchcraft. These practices diverge from Taoism, yin-yang philosophy, and traditional medicine, embarking on distinct paths. Stargazers often dwell in remote forests, while those who divine destinies traverse the mundane world. Witchcraft typically gathers in palaces or aristocratic families, leading one to surmise that your adversary must be a figure from the court. The natural movements of the law manifested as the Howling Wolf Guardian, or perhaps the Crimson Dragon Guardian, gradually unfurled. Guanyi sensed the uniqueness of the supreme foundation within the mouth of General Shui. There was no need for him to consciously summon it. His body would instinctively unleash the corresponding techniques, albeit at a significant cost. At this moment, with the internal energy of the breaking the formation melody, Guanyi could only unleash a full-force attack 3 times before exhausting his energy. He understood that breaking the formation melody could not keep pace with the current consumption of techniques. Who is the regent? What connection does the regent have to my pursuit? Which nation's regent? What status does the regent hold? Thoughts surged within Guanyi's mind, one after another. He felt that his origins and past were shrouded in thick mists. Having just glimpsed a portion, more enigmas emerged. Nevertheless, he was now aware of certain truths. Realizing that among those who pursued him and his aunt in the past were not only the knight cavalry of the Ministry of War, but also disciples of the Imo family branches and individuals from within the court. Yet, considering the intensity of such forces, how did he and his aunt manage to survive and escape for a decade? Aunt. Aunt. I do not comprehend martial arts. Guanyi rubbed his brow. However, the consumption of energy was considerable. Yaoguang nodded slightly, her voice tranquil. I shall awake you here. You may come to find me at any time. Guanyi glanced at the lifeless assassin nearby and remarked, He has perished here, and with blood splattered so abundantly. It may not be conducive for living. Yaoguang replied. The disciples of the stargazing school lead a simple life, requiring merely a shelter from the wind and rain and basic sustenance. You need not worry about me. Once his body is removed from here, I shall naturally handle the remaining matters. When you have cultivated the techniques to enter that realm, please return here, and we shall venture into the secret domain together. Dealing with the traces left by this blood is not a difficult task. Guanyi nodded, lifting the corpse. With a single step, his inner energy surged. Even without changing his technique or practicing the lightness skill of the entry realm, he relied solely on the transformation of his inner energy. His speed had increased by at least 30% compared to his former self. Guanyi nearly collided with the rock wall, hurriedly turning to evade. Yaoguang watched as Guanyi departed, then turned her gaze to the bloodstains left by the assassin. She rummaged through her pack and found a wooden bucket. Upon mentioning the wooden bucket, she approached the creek to draw water. Her voluminous sleeves accidentally became damp. Yao Guang's expression remained unruffled as she extended her hand to roll up her sleeves. As she lifted the bucket, her ample sleeves slipped down once more. The stargazing sorceress with silvery hair calmly folded the cuffs again and hoisted the bucket. The sleeves fell again. Yao Guang steadied herself, sighed, and pinched off a strand of her long hair, then rolled up her sleeves, securing them with her silver locks, revealing her fair palms and wrists, finally nodding in affirmation. She lifted the water and turned around. The weight caused her to sway slightly as she walked. The water in the bucket sloshed, causing her body to rock back and forth, the motion increasingly pronounced. The young girl's face remained impassive until she halted, inhaled deeply, and with determination raised her arm to splash the water against the wall and the bloodstains in the corner. The flowing water dispersed the stains. Yao Guang retrieved a straight wooden stick used for roasting buns, with a rag tied to it, dampened it, and began to diligently scrub the floor. Scrubbing, drawing water, splashing, scrubbing. At last, Yao Guang gazed at the stubbornly soiled area, pursed her lips. She opted to cover the spot with a rag. Then, clutching her books, moved to another corner of the wall, exhaling in relief, brushing off her clothing, igniting a campfire, and kneeling before it, quietly reading. Surrender. The literary gathering in Guanyi City had yet to conclude, when the esteemed Guanyi, renowned as the foremost scholar of the realm, arrived. Many illustrious figures who had fulfilled their duties remained present. Yet, when true conflict arose, they could only retreat, cursing the brutish warriors. Zhangsun Wuchou stepped out and beheld the young maiden standing quietly nearby, addressing her as Miss Shui. The tiger of the chaotic era from the Shui family was accompanied by none of those refined ladies from the gentry. Zhangsun Wuchou reassured her, stating that the confrontation had concluded, and he observed that the white tiger's manifestation had not sustained significant damage. It followed that Elder Shui was likely unharmed. If Elder Shui was safe, then young Master Li should also be well. The recent skirmish would have imposed a considerable suppression on the surrounding vital energy, despite his valor. It would be challenging for him to break through, and he likely did not enter the core of the conflict. When martial artists engage in fierce combat or employ certain extraordinary techniques, their manifestations may briefly become imbued with vital energy and flames. This was also the reason why Zhangsun Wuchou could not assist Li Guanyi. He was a traveling merchant, skilled in martial arts, yet he followed the principles of a strategist, simultaneously mastering the trade practices of various schools. With eloquence, he maneuvered among the 36 factions of the western regions, weaving through their intricate dynamics, employing unique techniques and abilities to influence the minds of wealthy merchants and powerful dignitaries, thereby facilitating his objectives. However, such close-quarter clashes, where one could find themselves within 10 paces of the enemy, were characterized by brutal carnage beyond his capacity to engage. He sighed, recalling the letter from the second miss, which caused him a twinge of headache. She had foreseen that changes were afoot in Guanyi City, urging him to protect the young man. Yet, in this situation, he felt utterly powerless. He could only coordinate with Shui Shuangtao to deploy troops for the defense of the city. Zhangsun Wuchou found Li Guanyi's actions somewhat foolish and impulsive. Yet considering his age, he could not voice his thoughts. The flaws of a middle-aged man might, in fact, be the most brilliant hues of youth, youthful exuberance, and spirited ambition. Who among us has not harbored such dreams in their youth? While everyone else trembles in fear and hesitates to move forward, one stands resolute against the tide. Ultimately, it is the spirit of youth. Zhangsun Wuchou remarked, "He shall come to no harm." Shui Shuangtao nodded slightly, her hands clasped before her, standing straight and adhering to the decorum befitting a noblewoman. Yet, her palms were tightly pressed together, indicating that Zhangsun Wuchou's words had offered her some solace. Her emotions had eased considerably. "It was the guest who awakened me. My grandfather is out there in battle. I should not succumb to fear within these walls. I must fulfill my duties. Even if my grandfather issues commands, and even if he encounters danger, the guests must not act recklessly. Thus, I am left with no choice but to make such a decision. If it were not for the guest who gallantly charged forth, I might still be weeping in fear like those other girls. Though we have known each other for merely over a month, it feels as though we have been acquainted for ages." Zhangsun Wuchou understood that Shui Shuangtao's isolation from peers her own age contributed to this bond. Her sentiment echoed the notion of childhood companions. However, should they be mere ordinary folk, such companionship would likely remain just that, an innocent friendship of youth, which, as one matures, is often severed by the rigid hierarchies and standings of the world. In this moment, he refrained from uttering the jarring words of adulthood that might mar the atmosphere. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "It is said that one can remain as fresh as the first bloom even as age advances, and that old friends may feel as if they have just met." Shui Shuangtao chuckled softly, saying, "Yet he possesses both talent and courage, always entangled in the pursuit of wealth, leaving others in bewilderment." The air was filled with a cacophony of congratulatory voices. Shui Shuangtao's eyes sparkled. Her composure finally slipped away, resembling a youthful girl of 14 or 15 as she hurried forward. Long Sun Wuchou exhaled in relief. Upon spotting Shui Daoyong, a surge of emotion flooded her heart, almost bringing her to tears. She had restrained herself, maintaining the dignity of the Shui family, yet she rushed forward in haste. Suddenly, she threw herself into the elder's embrace, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you are safe, you are safe." Shui Daoyong gently patted his granddaughter's head, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, yet he said nothing. The crowd remained substantial, and Shui Shuangtao suppressed the urge to confide in her closest kin. Stepping back, her gaze darted around, but she could not find another familiar face. "Grandfather, where is Li Guanyi? Did he also pursue them? Has he not returned?" The elder's countenance revealed a myriad of complexities, and the other guests were at a loss for words. With a sigh, he regarded his granddaughter, a man capable of drawing the mightiest bow of the Qin kingdom, whose arrows could pierce through a distance of 50 li. In his youth, he had traversed countless miles as a merchant, his ambition able to stir the very winds of the western regions. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to meet his granddaughter's gaze directly. Slowly, he raised his hand, revealing a broken bow. He placed the bow into Shui Shuangtao's hands. Shui Shuangtao recognized the bow, and her countenance visibly paled. This bow was adorned with golden threads, crafted from rhinoceros horn and crocodile tendons, mixed with the adhesive derived from South Sea sharks. Its price was set at 1,530 guan. The bow had been shattered, stained with the blood of a youth. There was no longer any need for words. Shui Shuangtao staggered 2 steps while clutching the broken Su Ni bow, before collapsing onto the ground. The emotion she had managed to suppress upon seeing her grandfather finally erupted at that moment, as 2 torrents of feeling converged. Tears cascaded down her cheeks in heavy droplets. The image of the young man galloping away, embodying righteousness, was seared into her heart. The impressions of the past rose within her at that instant, illuminated by the clarity of moonlight, indelibly marked by the specter of death. It would be akin to the palm brushing against a sharp blade. Even in the twilight of life, with hair turned white, the memory would occasionally resurface, inflicting a piercing pain. Since ancient times, beauties have bestowed swords upon heroes. Though I am no beauty, I believe in my grandfather's words that the gentleman will one day become a hero. This Su Ni bow is gifted to the gentleman." As the Su Ni bow fell to the ground, the broken limbs and strings trembled incessantly. The large droplets of tears diluted the once vibrant blood of youth. Chapter 58. Li Guanyi come forth. Amidst the scholarly gathering at the royal villa, Shui Daoyong's gaze slightly narrowed as he shifted his attention away from his granddaughter. The aged tiger's eyes swept across all the esteemed individuals present, causing a subtle tremor in their hearts. Among them, Qiuxiang, a renowned scholar who had once held the title of Grand Secretary in court, pondered momentarily before speaking. The offspring of scholars, eclecticists, and novelists are adept at harnessing the essence. I implore you all to seek the whereabouts of my child. Whether alive or dead, I wish to see them alive, to behold their visage; deceased, to witness their remains. In any case, my family, the Shui clan, owes you a debt of gratitude. As an elder, I bow before you at this moment." The esteemed individuals from various factions around were visibly moved, their hearts stirred. Yet, Qiuxiang resolutely declined, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Elder Shui. Li Guanyi is a prodigious talent. It is inconceivable that he would meet his end here. My disciples from the Ming family will exert their utmost efforts. There is no need for any favors. A scholar acts not for profit but out of righteousness." The other factions echoed this sentiment as well. Qiuxiang glanced at the dazed Shui Shuangtao, and, recalling his own youthful past, before he had achieved fame, when a woman had taken her own life in despair over a forced marriage, the memory still stung, even as a celebrated scholar. He remarked, "Elder Shui, why not consider that there may yet be hope?" Shui Daoyong replied, "The war horses lie prostrate, weapons shattered, yet the man remains absent. Life and death hang in the balance." Rather than ultimately revealing to Shuangtao that he is alive but has not returned, it would be better to allow her to lower her expectations. Should Guanyi return, it will be a joyous occasion. Even in the worst-case scenario, it will spare her from enduring further heartache. Qiuxiang sighed, Indeed, you dote on this granddaughter of yours. Chang Sun Wucho gazed up at the sky, still somewhat dazed. Could it be that the spirited young man was truly gone? As a merchant, he understood that one does not relinquish the hope of profit until the very end. He retreated to the back hall, took up a brush, and penned a few lines, recounting the events of the day. Finally, he concluded, Guanyi is suspected to be deceased. This may be considered an application, naturally requiring a touch of embellishment. A letter was tied to the leg of a golden feathered eagle. After reporting, he promptly produced the order and turned to leave, stating, I shall assist as well. The young merchant replied, I feel an immediate kinship with Li Xiaoyu. If I can offer even a modicum of my humble strength, it would be most gratifying. Under the promise of a favor from the elder, the once aloof and esteemed scholar became fervent. Those disciples, each practicing distinct martial arts and belonging to various schools, departed the city. After the retreat of Yu Qianfeng, the commander of the garrison also arrived, a venerable elder with grizzled hair, the pillar of the Qin kingdom, who had defended the borders, confronted the cavalry of the western regions, and battled the fierce cavalry of Yin Kingdom, a renowned general skilled in the art of defense. Upon his arrival, he was clad in dark armor. The chilling aura dispelled the chaos around. When Lu Yuxian entered, he was met with the icy gaze of Xue Daoyong. The elder coldly remarked, General Lu, you remain as steadfast as a mountain. Lu Yuxian remained silent and replied, Yu Qianfeng's objective may well be Jiangzhou. The city of Guanyi cannot fall. My foremost duty is to defend it. A garrison commander must not abandon his post, nor be lured away. Xue Daoyong regarded this unyielding stone, aware that Lu Yuxian had already grasped the previous circumstances. Xue Daoyong gestured towards the bow, saying, So, you wish to send this old man into battle, only to watch me perish? Had it not been for this child venturing beyond the city walls, I would have nearly fallen victim to an assassin's treachery. Yet he valiantly fought the assassins alone, enduring until his spear shattered, his bow was cleaved, and even his steed perished, while the soldiers tasked with defending the city remained steadfastly within its confines. Although Lu Yuxian bore some culpability, the order to remain inside was one issued by the imperial court. He is a solemn general, a renowned commander known for his successful defense of the city, and his demeanor is often characterized by extreme prudence and caution. After the tumult had subsided, scouts were dispatched, for there were fugitives on the run who needed to be apprehended upon their entry. One such scout encountered the sight of Li Guan's fierce combat. The defenders of Guanyi City, stationed deep within, had seldom witnessed such a brutal battlefield. The marks left by galloping steeds were evident, and the standard long spears of the city guards lay severed. The spear tips were stained with crimson, and the scarlet tassels were encrusted with coagulated blood. For notorious assassins lay vanquished upon the ground, their weapons slick with blood. The scout, adept at gathering intelligence, noted that the master of the Mo family was not skilled in sensing the atmosphere. He opened his eyes and remarked, when the soldiers of Guanyi City were preparing to shut the gates, thereby locking the common folk outside, it was he who ventured forth alone, compelling them to open the city gates. He is none other than Li Guan, a ninth-rank martial officer. Lu Yuxian remained silent, while the other distinguished scholars, incited by Xue Daoyong, began to voice their criticisms. When these scholars spoke, they often refrained from naming names. Yet their insinuations were even more infuriating. Aware of his own culpability and recognizing the influence these scholars wielded in the court, Lu Yuxian remarked, This matter falls under military law. I am powerless to intervene. However, the valiant officer Li Guan, who has displayed remarkable bravery and achieved merit in battle, met his heroic end. The term heroic end in official discourse typically signifies a tragic demise. Xue Daoyong, having observed Xue Shuangtao, noticed the girl tremble slightly. He intended to return to rally others, but a bitter smile escaped him as his pent-up frustration and anger could no longer be contained. The elder swiftly seized a table and, with a decisive motion, smashed it atop Lu Yuxian's head, shattering the heavy rosewood table into splinters. The elder pointed accusingly at the general's nose, vehemently cursing, Old scoundrel, you defile your mother's honor, giving rise to this wretched existence. If you cannot speak, then remain silent. The surrounding scholars trembled slightly, yet Lu Yuxian stood unmoved, his gaze cold after enduring the blow. In the aftermath of battle, military officers who perished would typically be promoted posthumously, receiving compensation and titles. This practice served to illustrate the empire's benevolence and reassure the troops. However, the weight of today's events was significant, and Lu Yuxian, acknowledging his prior dereliction of duty, stated, Ninth grade martial officer Li Guan shall be promoted to the rank of from 8th grade. Shui Daoang regarded Lu Yuxian intently, who continued, to the rightful 8th grade. The elder snickered, pressing his palm against another table. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuxian announced, from 7th grade military officer, Jinwei cavalry commander. Adorned in the Jinwei treasure armor and light blue official garb. This is the utmost I can offer. It no longer adheres to the regulations of the Qin state. However, the scholars remained silent, as the circumstances were exceptional. Honoring the deceased takes precedence. The titles and treatment bestowed were merely ordinary, albeit in this unique context, not without precedent. When Master Wang Tong arrived with Ancestor Wen Yuan, he guided him to a more secure location. They also mobilized their disciples, leaving Fang Zhiqiao, Du Qiming, and Wei Xuanqing behind. Du Qiming expressed his approval, stating, a valiant man. Fang Zhiqiao smiled but refrained from further comment. Yet, the Brotherhood understood his sentiment. This elder brother likely disdained such reckless behavior. Wei Xuanqing gazed skyward and remarked, we have yet to see the body. Whether this individual possesses both courage and wisdom or is merely brave, without strategy remains unascertained. As Li Guanyi emerged, he was met with a cacophony of clashing weapons. For reasons unknown, a throng of people was searching for someone. The commotion was far more intense than a reward of 100 taels of silver. Li Guanyi's eyes widened in dismay upon realizing that his bow was missing, his heart sinking at the thought. Cursed be the unclean hands of the thief. Who has pilfered my bow? That is worth 1,500 guan. The young lady will certainly not reimburse me. However, the scale of the search was overwhelming, leaving few viable escape routes. Li Guanyi soon collided with two fugitives. Two intruding warriors, upon encountering Li Guanyi clad in a blood-stained blue robe, momentarily froze. Recognizing the military insignia at his waist, they realized that this was the young officer who had shouted for the gates to be opened. Without hesitation, they lunged at him, unleashing their formidable energy acquired after their ascension. Their speed, strength, techniques, and the ferocity of their intent were far beyond that of warriors prior to their advancement. Their murderous intent rivaled that of Qian Zheng, whom Li Guanyi had previously slain with a bow and arrow. Now weaponless, he faced them as they flanked him, gripping the pockmarked ink blade tightly. Suddenly, he surged forward, emanating an aura of his newfound power. The two fugitives felt a tightening in their chests, only to relax again as they sensed the purity of his energy, which was evidently not yet fully harnessed, suggesting he had only recently ascended. As they executed their attacks from either side, Li Guanyi, wielding his blade, spun around and delivered a sweeping strike. Engaging two opponents at once was a perilous gamble. Yet with a roar reminiscent of a white tiger, his blade gleamed with a fleeting light. The sound it produced was unexpectedly crisp, unlike the clash of weaponry. Li Guanyi effortlessly cleaved through their weapons, leaving the two intruders' expressions frozen in shock. The blades flew from their grasp, failing to inflict any harm upon him. In the momentum of his sweeping attack, he executed a swift kick, the red dragon coiling as his right foot crashed into the face of the left fugitive. The essence of the white tiger transforming into a vivid crimson flame, visibly flickering before their eyes. The fugitive let out a piercing cry, his face charred and marred. Stumbling backward while clutching his visage, large blisters began to form. Though they were not life-threatening, they temporarily incapacitated him. With a swift motion, Li Guanyi hurled his ink blade, which pierced directly through the fugitive's heart. Another fugitive attempted to flee, but Li Guanyi leapt forward, crashing his knees into the man's back. The fugitive was subdued as Li Guanyi gripped his neck with both hands. A golden aura flickered across his fingertips. The skin of the intruding martial artist, akin to leather armor, was swiftly severed, and blood erupted forth. Li Guanyi exhaled in relief. In a flash, having just finished a previous confrontation and needing to catch his breath, he found that in just a few moments, two intruding martial artists had perished under his strikes. The young man released his grip, realizing that 70% of his internal energy had been expended in the process. While the manifestation of law was indeed powerful, its consumption of vital energy was excessively severe. Possessing such a manifestation rendered one significantly stronger than peers of the same rank, akin to a hidden powerhouse. Li Guanyi rummaged through the bodies and discovered two insignias, both indicating military origins. He smirked, suspecting that Yu Qianfeng might prioritize capturing fugitives from military backgrounds. Grasping the insignias, he made his way into the city, where he eventually encountered Zhao Dabing. Upon seeing a familiar face, the young man felt a wave of relief. However, upon speaking, the sturdy man appeared pale, taking a step back in fright, his hair standing on end as if he had seen a ghost. Quickly recovering, he exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, you're still alive." Li Guan replied, "I was never dead." Zhao Dabing, overjoyed, hurriedly recounted a multitude of events to him. Li Guanyi borrowed his steed and swiftly mounted, galloping towards Guanyi city. At this moment, the events had just concluded, and the city gates were firmly shut. The vigilant soldiers stationed at the gates, upon noticing the young lad clad in a blood-stained blue robe, were initially taken aback. Their expressions shifting from caution to elation as they shouted, "Open the gates! Open the gates!" "What? The Lord commanded us not to open. Enough of your nonsense. This is Lord Li, a 9th-grade martial officer just returning from battle. Open the gates." The soldiers were struck by the sight of him, his robe soaked in blood, a sword at his waist, and his dark hair flowing in the wind, a true embodiment of youthful vigor and gallant spirit. As Li Guanyi approached the literary gathering, numerous young scholars were extolling his virtues as a formidable contender. They spoke of the fallen rival, choosing to praise the young hero instead of disparaging him, as such magnanimity would reflect their own noble character. "A valiant hero, brotherly, you truly are a dragon among men," they exclaimed. "Indeed, we cannot measure up to such greatness. Alas, we are far inferior." In the corner, an elderly man kicked a discarded peanut, stifling his laughter at the scene, while a nearby tortoise shared his amusement. A scion of a noble family sighed, "What a pity that Brotherly encountered peril, otherwise." "What are you saying?" "Brotherly is destined for fortune. He shall surely turn misfortune into fortune." The assembly of scholars nodded in agreement, while the deity of fate stifled his laughter, nearly bursting from the effort. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, accompanied by the laughter of the common folk. The gathered scholars were momentarily taken aback, followed by the startled exclamations of attendants. The great doors swung open, and the neighing of war horses resembled the roar of dragons. A chestnut horse leapt forth, rearing up, bearing a valiant youth clad in a blood-stained blue robe, a sword fastened at his waist. He dismounted with agility, brandishing wooden plaques. "Gentlemen, Li Guanyi has arrived." At this proclamation, the atmosphere among the scholars became stifling. The gathering plunged into an eerie silence. Only the divine emissary fell backward, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of laughter. The entrance of Li Guanyi rendered the entire assembly motionless. The scholars had previously lauded this youth to the heavens, deeming him unparalleled, yet such accolades, if bestowed upon a corpse, would only find their worth in tragedy. If he yet lived, their earlier exaltations would merely serve to drape his glory with the garments of their own reputations. The raucous laughter of the aged pierced the air. Li Guanyi gripped his sword in his right hand while clutching the identity plaques of assassins and fugitives in his left, striding forward. The scholars beheld his blood-soaked attire, the tattered remnants upon his shoulders, legs, and chest, clearly marked by the strikes of crossbow bolts, emanating an aura of grim resolve. The complex emotions swirling within the assembly of literati were palpable. Their prior delight at the supposed demise of Li Guanyi now mingled with a fade of regret and sorrow, creating a hypocritical yet distinct atmosphere. The fragility of the scholars, steeped in decadence, was abruptly shattered. Li Guanyi raised his hand, casting the wooden plaques to the ground with a resounding clatter. The expression of the seventh master of the Mo family darkened upon recognizing the origins of these assassins. Li Guanyi nodded in gratitude, raising his brow. In the corner, an elderly man sat on the ground, clad in simple attire. He lifted the ceramic bowl in his hand and, with a hearty laugh, inquired, "Hey, Li Guanyi, how many have you slain?" Ming responded, "What realm do you occupy?" Li Guanyi stepped forward and replied, "Beyond the realm." Ming laughed again, "Are you thirsty? Come, I have something to quench your thirst." Li Guanyi, not recognizing anyone familiar, strode forth as the other scholars parted to make way. He noticed several calligraphic scrolls around him, adorned with exquisite verses. The words spoke not of valor or righteousness, but rather lamented early demise, expressing the melancholy of spring and autumn, articulating aspirations akin to those of the young souls who had departed too soon, yearning to embody their bravery and prowess. Even in death, they wished to shine as brilliantly as the hues of twilight. These scrolls hung on either side, fluttering gently with the breeze. Alas, the literary style of Chun was ostentatious. Li Guanyi raised the wine and drank deeply. It was not the rice wine of this world, but rather a potent spirit. His unaccustomed body embraced the fiery liquid, igniting within him. As he gazed upon the hanging verses and the literati around him, he turned to Wei Xuanqing and declared, "I have yet to compose a poem." Wei Xuanqing offered him a brush, saying, "Please." The youth placed one hand on his sword and lifted the brush, sweeping over the characters. As he wrote, his grip resembled that of wielding a blade. Wei Xuanqing stood beside him, observing as Li Guanyi wrote with the fervor of a swordsman, softly murmuring. A decade spent honing a single sword. The surroundings fell into silence. These simple words, unlike the ornate and elaborate expressions of the Jiangnan region, seemed to possess an innate spirit, perhaps emanating from Li Guan, who strode in with a palpable aura after vanquishing the 7 martial artists. The frost blade had yet to taste blood. Today it would be revealed. Wei Xuanqing stood tall and softly proclaimed, "Who bears grievances?" The leader of the Imo family raised his gaze, observing the upright youth with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Upon completing the final line, Li Guan cast his brush onto the table, exhaling the pent-up air and the scent of alcohol, feeling a profound sense of release and exhilaration. He regarded the scholarly assembly around him as utterly devoid of interest, concluding that he was better suited to a life of martial prowess. "I have finished," he declared with a bow and strode forth, intent on seeking the elder of the Xue family. His verses and actions radiated vigor, prompting a collective sigh from the elder scholars nearby. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. Before anything could be uttered, a figure stood before him. Xue Shuangtao widened his eyes, staring at Li Guan. The youthful bravado of riding forth to slay and then composing poetry abruptly vanished. He opened his mouth, intending to inquire who had touched his bow and whether the 1,500 coins could be retrieved. With gritted teeth, Xue Shuangtao charged forward without hesitation, colliding headlong into Li Guan's chest. In that moment, Li Guan recalled how the young lady often kicked his calves in frustration and the words of Xue Changqing regarding a tigress. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Xue Shuangtao was knocked over, a wave of exhaustion surging through her. Her vision blurred, the world around her transformed in a dizzying array, and she fell heavily to the ground. Xue Shuangtao collapsed onto Li Guanyi. The sound of her delicate hairpins clattering echoed alongside the thud of the boy hitting the ground. Gritting her teeth, Xue Shuangtao managed to utter, albeit swiftly and softly, "You absolute scoundrel." Li Guanyi, with a slight grin, whispered back, "Miss, I let a stray hair touch my bow. Could I possibly have a reimbursement? I mean, could you arrange for me a more ordinary one?" For reasons unknown, Xue Shuangtao found herself amused, tears still glistening on her fair cheeks. Even as she wept, a smile broke forth, her eyes shimmering brighter than the finest rouge in existence. The literary gathering of the day had drawn to a close, leaving many scholars and young science pale-faced, uncertain whether it was the fear of Li Guanyi's lethal prowess or something else that had unsettled them. Li Guanyi remained oblivious to the final choice made by Wang Tong, the esteemed scholar. He longed to barter the elixirs for personal gain, yet the elder waved him off, stating that while he could provide the medicinal potions, monetary compensation was out of the question. Money, he insisted, must be earned through one's own efforts. As night fell, after a medicinal bath and donning fresh attire, Li Guanyi sat in the listening wind pavilion, sipping tea and recounting the day's tumultuous events to the elder. He chose to withhold details pertaining to Yao Guang for the time being. Upon hearing of the perilous encounter, Xue Daoyong sighed deeply after a moment of contemplation. "If it weren't for your archery alerting me, I fear the old man would have met his demise. But tell me, how did you discern his presence?" "He is among the top 10 assassins in this realm." Li Guan had long been prepared. He pointed to his own eyes and candidly stated, "It is merely a matter of perspective." "Perspective? Indeed. Elder Xue, you were engaged in battle high above, your attention entirely fixed on your opponent, making it difficult to notice him. From my vantage point below, I observed what seemed to be the glint of a blade reflecting behind you, hence my warning to shoot." Elder Xue pondered this revelation, responding, "I see. I had not anticipated that his movements contained such a flaw." Li Guan added, "It is possible that your presence stirred the air, causing a lapse in his agility." The elder chuckled heartily. "Do not flatter me, my friend. You have already scolded me for my gray hairs. Must you add this?" Li Guan, with a composed demeanor, chose not to respond. The elder poured a cup of tea for Li Guan and remarked, "Today, that group of literati composed verses in your honor. Seeing their attempts only vexed me. So I stepped outside and missed the moment when you bested them. Wang Tong praised your poetry as naturally flowing, with straightforward language and clear thought, declaring it a masterpiece. They assumed you had perished and adorned you with extravagant praises," the elder scoffed. "Ah, those pretentious scholars." After taking another sip of tea, he continued, "The old man is aware of your growing renown. Moreover, although Lu Yuxian, that old soldier, may seem unrefined, he is resolute in his decisions. Today, He secured for you the position of a 7th-rank military officer, a commendation that befits your injuries. It could have been a higher rank, but beyond that, it was not within his power to determine. Shui Daolong relished in the misfortunes of others. He remarked, "You may be exempt from taxes, including land tax. If you were away, there are likely those who would willingly become your tenants, placing the farmland in your name to evade the land tax. They would provide you with a considerable portion of the harvest each year. The court also grants stipends and rewards, and as an official in Jiangzhou, you would be required to attend court during significant state matters. Most importantly, you would don genuine full armor, not mere leather, and you could acquire the appropriate equipment. In a few days, I will personally accompany you to the armory, and you may select a fine set of armor for yourself. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the documents for your and your aunt's passage will soon be issued." This 7th-rank military officer occupies the position once held by Liu Yuxian. He too has a family and relatives, among whom are capable martial descendants. This position, he is upright, yet he is not without a wife. Nor is he devoid of unambitious children. Li Guan nodded slightly, paused in contemplation, then said, "Old Shui, there is something I wish to share with you." The elder raised an eyebrow and smiled, prompting him to continue. Li Guan met his gaze, and the elder, understanding, waved his hand. Reminiscent of that day when Chok Sun Wuchou spoke of the grand affairs of the world, the spies in the listening wind pavilion discreetly departed. The doors and windows were securely closed, illuminated by the glow of the night pearl. It was then that Li Guan produced a jade vial. When Shui Daoyong exhibited confusion, Li Guan struck the vial against the ground, causing the recorded words and visage of the assassin to manifest before them. The relaxed demeanor on Shui Daoyong's face gradually faded away. The white tiger behind the elder lay quietly in ambush, its claws retracted, yet a hint of crimson flickered in its eyes. The lurking beast endured. Shui Daoyong's expression remained tranquil as he regarded Li Guanyi and inquired, "Who else knows of this matter?" Li Guanyi, unflinching, replied, "I have not uttered a falsehood." The elder chuckled, "I had thought that the individual you spoke of, whom you encountered during your flight, was merely a fabrication to deceive both me and Shuang Tao. It seems, Guanyi, you are indeed a man of integrity." "I am but a martial man," the elder continued, pointing a finger at Li Guanyi with a rueful laugh. Finally, his palm rested upon the shattered jade vial. His gaze intricate as he remarked, very well, Dantai Xianming." Li Guanyi asked, "Do you know him, Elder Shui?" Shui Daoyong affirmed, "Indeed, how could I not? He is a remarkable figure, a scholar and warrior both, possessing formidable spirit. Rising from humble beginnings to his current stature is no small feat. I encountered him before his name resonated throughout the Qin kingdom. We once sheltered together in a dilapidated temple during a storm, breaking free from the encirclement of mountain bandits. He drove the cart, his face pale with fright, while I wielded a carrying pole to fend off attackers. In our escape, though exhausted, we felt invigorated, roaring with laughter." The elder smiled, caressing the jade vial, and reminisced. "He once held up our family's jade pendant and vowed to share both honor and peril, never to betray. It seems that the scholar who would rather starve than consume a bun has ultimately ascended to a great position, and indeed, he has learned the art of governance. He intended to take severe action against his elder brother Shui, even contemplating the demise of his unborn nephew. It was indeed a moment of joy for him to witness someone ascend to the ranks of high officials." Shui Daoyong carefully stowed away the jade vial, choosing not to utter another word regarding Dantai Xianming. Li Guan had initially contemplated inquiring about the regent, but given the profound secrecy surrounding his relationship with his aunt, he opted for caution. He resolved instead to peruse relevant historical texts, seeking subtle hints therein before approaching his aunt. Just as he planned to finish his tea and depart, the elder called out to him, gesturing towards the thunderous bow of breaking clouds, and said, "Why not give it a try? As you mentioned, upon your entry today, this bow suddenly emitted a piercing sound. The guards I had subdued in an attempt to restrain it were instead grievously injured, losing at least a decade of hard-earned cultivation. This divine weapon possesses a consciousness. It must have undergone a peculiar transformation that triggered such an anomaly, likely connected to you." As Li Guan gazed at the bow, a desire to grasp its handle arose within him. The arts of entry were best inherited from a worthy lineage, and the tales of Shui Xinjiang were filled with myriad secrets and conundrums. Following the arrow's luminous flight, new techniques awaited discovery. Approaching the divine bow, he extended his left hand and grasped the weapon, which began to hum and tremble. The form of the white tiger materialized beside him, illuminating the space with its presence. Li Guan felt the surge of ancestral essence. Within the bronze cauldron, jade liquid gradually emanated, signifying that the portion corresponding to the white tiger was nearing fulfillment. Just at that moment, the bow underwent a transformation, its resonance intensifying dramatically. Suddenly, before Li Guan, an ethereal presence began to rise and coalesce into a vision. It revealed an endless expanse of desert, with stars stretching infinitely across the vast and desolate landscape. Before him materialized a battle spear, its shaft a deep obsidian hue, adorned with intricate golden patterns. The spear bore the fierce visage of a tiger, and as the wind whispered past, it was as though one could hear the faint roar of the beast, pointing defiantly towards the heavens. With his left hand, Li Guan grasped the great cloud thunderbow, hesitating momentarily before raising his right hand to reach out, seemingly to touch the spear within the vision. To his astonishment, it bore a tangible sensation. His fingers spread wide before they closed around the weapon, and in that instant, Li Guan found himself wielding two divine arms. Chapter 60, The Inheritance of the Battle Spear. An extraordinary talent, one divine arm was real, while the other remained an illusion. Yet, even the illusory weapon imparted a sense of grip, a mystical resonance flowing between the two arms. Li Guan's heart resonated with the bronze cauldron, for divine arms are not akin to the most elite warriors. The residual essence within could scarcely be contained by the cauldron. As he made a second contact with the great cloud thunderbow, the accumulation of jade liquid within the cauldron began to wane. However, upon grasping the spear, an intangible essence seemed to circulate between the two divine arms, causing the jade liquid within the bronze cauldron to swiftly accumulate. The manifestation of the white tiger illuminated, signifying the jade liquid corresponding to it, while the jade liquid of the red dragon remained stagnant at 98%, still requiring a glimpse of the distant Qianfeng peaks. The resonant cries of the two divine arms converged, morphing into the figure of General Shui, akin to the imagery encapsulated within the battle bow that depicted his efforts in pacifying the borders. This time, the convergence of the two divine arms yielded a similar effect. This time, the divine General Shui appeared in a manner distinct from his previous state when he wielded the thunder-shattering bow, clad in majestic and imposing armor, adorned with red embellishments interwoven with golden threads that cascaded from the jaws of a fierce tiger. He gripped a war spear in his right hand while his left hand held a battle bow. His gaze remained tranquil, for he had chosen not to don a helmet. Instead, his long hair was elegantly tied up with a jade hairpin. Before him stood a man of refined appearance, yet clad in more robust armor. Heavy black steel enveloped his form, emanating a luminous aura. He wore a helmet, and as his armored right hand brushed against it, an imposing dark golden faceplate descended. Li Guan suddenly recognized this dark golden faceplate. It was worn by the world's 10th assassin who had attempted to slay Shui Daoyou. When Yu Qianfeng had once scolded him, he remarked that this was once utilized by the Taiping public. The divine General Shui remarked, "Duke Chun, this is merely an exercise. Why take it so earnestly?" Duke Chun, also clad in armor and wielding a hefty spear, its shaft seemingly forged as one piece, with a blade over a foot long, glimmering like the frost of a long sword, replied, "I, too, wish to pass on martial skills to my family and future generations. As a fellow martial artist, I yearn to test myself against the best in the world." He charged forward, and as the divine General Shui released an arrow from his bow, the projectile stirred a tempest, tearing through the very essence of vitality, striking Duke Chun with the force of a pillar of air. The ground around them fractured, and a hazy glow radiated from Duke Chun's armor. Yet, his speed showed no sign of faltering. Instead, he surged ahead, as his armor was a divine instrument specifically designed to counter arrows. Duke Chun approached within 33 paces. Subsequently, General Shui raised his black war spear, which emanated a faint golden glow, akin to stars shimmering in the dark night. As he swung it, a resounding and fierce howl echoed, and they clashed in the Jiangnan region. The once tranquil rivers were violently swept up, cascading like a tsunami towards Duke Chun. With a sweeping strike, he tore through the tumultuous waves. However, his weapon was ensnared by a swirling force and was propelled away. Just as Duke Chun prepared to retaliate, the spear, resembling a serene yet ferocious tiger, was already poised before him, its menacing tip pressing against his brow. Duke Chun lifted his gaze. Despite donning his ornate armor, he found himself immobilized at that moment. General Shui stood before him, his ceremonial armor radiating an aura of divinity that was hard to behold. The crimson and golden threads on the armor fluttered gently. Duke Chun sank to the ground, removing his helmet and placing it aside. his cultured visage marked by regret as he uttered, "I have lost. Even though my armor can withstand any cleaving force. Your spear could reduce my body to mere flesh and blood. Your techniques on the battlefield are undeniably ferocious. Yet this particular move rivals the finest martial arts of the realm. What is it called?" General Shui replied, "Rolling waves." Duke Qin murmured, "Rolling waves." He sighed, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "A splendid technique, a splendid name. I truly hope that my descendants will not be adversaries to yours. Ultimately, my marksmanship has not surpassed yours. Is it possible that among my descendants, there exists one who can exceed me, their ancestor, and forge a power formidable enough to rival your divine weaponry?" As Duke Qin departed, General Shui suddenly turned around, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the ages, traversing 5 centuries, and resting upon Guanyi. He spoke softly, "My martial art of the war spear is primarily based on sheer ferocity. Upon entering the realm, each move possesses its own transformations, each with unique insights and variations. This volume, the tide is the foremost technique of annihilation, capable of shattering all armor and indomitable physiques. Those who have yet to attain the Buddhist realm of the diamond are as fragile as flesh and mud." General Shui then planted his divine weapon into the ground. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, the crimson gold threads of his armor gently swaying. His gaze was sharp and piercing, majestic and grand as he looked at Guanyi, softly saying, "The descendants of Duke Qin will undoubtedly cultivate their ancestral divine spear, protected by precious armor. You must learn diligently." Guanyi almost felt as if General Shui was gazing directly at him. Then he noticed a slight smile curving at the corners of General Shui's mouth, his expression softening as he chuckled. "So, Yao Guang, have you recorded this?" Satisfied, General Shui replied, "Yes, indeed. Regardless of whether it is 300, 500, or 800 years hence, my descendants will surely be astonished and wonder whether their ancestor still lives or has merely fallen into slumber, prompting them to ponder." The generation of Yao Guang raised their head, seemingly glancing at General Shui, contemplating the effort required for such an undertaking and expressing a desire to decline. She contemplated the trouble that might arise from refusing, fearing the persistent entanglements of General Shui. With a cool demeanor, she nodded slightly, conceding, "Very well." General Shui, satisfied, erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in his triumph. The younger generation shall find themselves sleepless. Guanyi soon discerned that the earlier image presented by General Shui was merely a facade, a deliberate attempt to communicate with the descendants. He had hoped for Yao Guang to erase this moment from existence, yet the vision remained imprinted in Guanyi's mind, signifying that Yao Guang had not expended the effort to do so. As the scene dispersed, the essence of the divine weapon was transmitted, and General Shui's voice returned to its previous state, cold and unembellished, reminiscent of the time when he imparted the teachings of the icy arrow. He declared, "To master the volatile wave of annihilation, one must grasp the techniques of the war halberd. The wave resembles a branch, while the war halberd's techniques are the roots. My skills were honed on the battlefield, with the primary objective being to take lives. Different realms and internal energies yield varied methods of execution. Pay close attention." To outsiders, I proclaim that my halberd techniques are named Taiping Ling, yet in my youthful arrogance, emulating the heroes of yore. How could I have chosen such a name to assure the peace of a prosperous era? At that time, I named this set of techniques Overlord's Halberd. As I matured, I refined my craft, ultimately renaming it Halberd of Ultimate Martial Arts. Only upon entering the realm can one truly learn the techniques. Before Guanyi, General Shui wielded the halberd, executing an entire sequence of unparalleled techniques, sweeping, cleaving, opening wide with decisive lethality. Suddenly, his methods shifted to a more methodical and disciplined approach, only to transform once again into a light and unbroken flow of myriad variations. The halberd, while not as formidable in weight as the heavy hammer nor as agile and sharp as the sword, occupies a position of balanced mediocrity among weapons. If the weight and oppressive force of a heavy weapon is rated at 10, the halberd stands at 8. Similarly, if the finesse of swords and blades reaches 10, the halberd remains at 8. However, the crux lies in its consistent performance across various attributes: length, technique, cleaving, slicing, thrusting, and heft, all of which also score an 8. It demands the strength and spirit requisite for wielding heavy weaponry, alongside a profound understanding that entails mastering over 5 distinct weapon styles, integrating them seamlessly. In its prime, the halberd can outmaneuver swords with its length for piercing, deftly counter heavy hammers, skillfully sidestep long spears, and exert dominance over polearms through slashing and cutting. It occupies the central position of the five elements, representing the earth of Wu, capable of overcoming numerous weapons, yet it is one of the most challenging to master. Li Guan, for instance, can shatter the 8 sabers of the broken army, yet he finds himself positioned against General Shui. The 8 sabers are nearly insurmountable, easily ensnared by the halberd, rendering the blade ineffective. However, the halberd boasts its long, exaggerated thrusts and blades, capable of severing the arm wielding the sword when caught, while a sweeping motion can effortlessly glide across the neck. Even the spear formations that one might master cannot contend with the halberd wielded by General Shui. When you have fully cultivated the techniques of this halberd, then seek me out. The halberd is distinct from the spear. It is the most difficult weapon to master on the battlefield, capable of thrusting, smashing, hooking, and slicing, integrating numerous techniques of various blades. Yet, its weight demands caution. Mishandling its myriad techniques may result in self-inflicted harm. Thus, those adept in wielding the war spear are invariably masters of unparalleled skill. While one may master the long spear in a month, to truly comprehend its essence requires no less than 5 years. Mastery of the war spear itself necessitates a decade. The legacy of General Shui bears an indifferent grace. Your practice of my war spear is already a fortuitous encounter. This unique grace of mine awaits your dedication for 3 years, serving as a reminder for your diligent cultivation. Within these 3 years, the aura accompanying this grace will diminish day by day. Yet, you need not worry. Within this span, you shall become proficient in the techniques of the war spear, and I shall impart the methods of the rolling waves to you. In 2 years, you will be able to assist in the cultivation of the rolling waves transformation. And within a year, there will be 3 years. Li Guanyi understood that this time frame was remarkably short. However, he did not possess such an extended period to await the outcome. The phrase Regent Prince danced vividly before his eyes, and he was uncertain if the extraordinary phenomenon of grasping 2 divine weapons would present itself again. Closing his eyes, Li Guanyi steeled his resolve, channeling his spirit. As he concentrated, the bronze cauldron tipped, and the jade liquid cascaded down, ultimately flowing into his body, formed from the convergence of the 2 divine weapons. Everything unfolded like the first time he mastered the 8 blades of the breaking army. Layers of ethereal clouds appeared before him, depicting a scene of countless soldiers and horses, some clad in armor, wielding war spears, charging forth in a frenzy of slaughter. The war spear was formidable, its technique sharp, oscillating between light and heavy, hard and soft. Li Guanyi merged with the figures within that vision, seemingly immersing himself in the boundless chaos of battle. The essence of jade flows within, enhancing the muscles and meridians of his arms, waist, and legs in a manner befitting the exigencies of wielding a battle spear. His spirit immerses itself in the battlefield, and as his body undergoes transformation, the techniques of the spear, initially intricate and unfamiliar, gradually become second nature, ultimately achieving a refined simplicity. The legacy of the Shui divine general, which was on the verge of dissipating, suddenly stagnates, locking onto the youth before him. It senses a rapid transformation in the aura of this young inheritor. The extreme martial spear, entry achieved. The extreme martial spear, minor mastery attained. The extreme martial spear, proficiency reached. At last, a chilling aura, reminiscent of one who has undergone the trials of slaughter, emanates from the youth, as the bow of the heavens resonates, echoing with jubilation. Akin to 5 centuries past, the elder, suddenly raising his gaze, seems to catch a whiff of the sanguine scent, surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixating on the standing youth. Momentarily stunned, the essence of the legacy halts its dissolution. His eyes reflect a glimmer of astonishment, an air of incredulity as he gazes upon Li Guanyi. Li Guanyi opens his eyes, beholding the divine essence of the legacy, pondering for a moment, then declares, "I have achieved mastery." The essence of the legacy remains silent. Akin to a marionette, merging the lifetime of learning from the Shui divine general, aspiring to exhaust the profundities of the extreme martial spear. In a fleeting instant, great mastery. Chapter 61, The Dawn of Legend. Li Guanyi exhales, observing the nearly perfect, utterly intact essence of the Shui divine general's legacy. He clenches his fist, contemplating that by the 3rd year, he shall refine the techniques of the spear to perfection, enabling him to learn the variations of the rolling waves technique. By the 2nd year, he could impart the transformative techniques of rolling waves. What, then, would it be like to achieve such mastery as he has now, in an instant? Shui Xinjiang did not contemplate the possibility that someone could achieve this, thus he was unprepared. Even the techniques employed upon entry, perfected in an instant, surpassed the bounds of reason. At this moment, Guanyi found himself engulfed in concern, while the lingering aura of inheritance left by Shui Xinjiang gazed upon him, seemingly regaining its original restraint and aloofness, stating in a tranquil tone, "It has been perfected and can be passed down, Wan Tao." Guanyi realized that this was an inheritance, rather than a mere instruction. The weapon in Shui Xinjiang's hand was raised to rest against Guanyi, his eyes sparkling with clarity, and then, in an instant, it dispersed, transforming into a pure essence of divine resonance, imparted without reservation or diminishment directly upon Guanyi's brow. A thunderous sound resonated in his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. The flowing melodies of the zither soon helped him maintain his sense of self. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the gentle sound of water nearby, with distant peaks adorned in verdant layers, mountains undulating in the horizon. He felt an inexplicable surge of stature, as if he were treading upon the very currents of water. In the distance, a woman clad in simple garments, her face obscured by a hood, with dark hair cascading slightly, caught his attention. He then noticed a man before him, adorned in intricate and weighty armor. Could this be Duke Chun of the Qin Kingdom? Lowering his gaze, he observed his own hand. In his left grasp was a bow, while his right held a war spear. Clad in magnificent ceremonial armor, golden threads binding the scales gently fluttered, and he heard his own voice reverberating as he spoke with a slight smile. "Duke Chun, this is merely a sparring match. There is no need to take it so seriously." In that moment, Guanyi comprehended that he had traversed into a memory, merging with the essence of Shui Xinjiang. This indeed represented the pinnacle of instruction. It is not merely instruction or guidance, but rather a direct transmission of memory. Nothing is more effective for learning than personally experiencing the strikes of a top-tier warrior. Lord Qin appeared to smile faintly as he softly remarked, "Your Majesty, today within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, you spoke of the renowned generals of the realm, declaring that both your war halberd and my spear surpassed the might faced by our founding ancestor against the fierce Marquis. This, my sovereign, is your innermost sentiment, suggesting that our martial prowess possesses the potential to instigate rebellion. If we refrain from engaging, would not your heart be troubled?" This statement was not part of the previously witnessed scene. General Shui smiled gently as Lord Chun grasped his spear. At that moment, Guanyi sensed an imposing presence emanating from across the way, heavy and domineering, akin to a steadfast rock standing firm amidst a tumultuous torrent. In the memories of 5 centuries past, Lord Chun donned his faceplate, a dark golden mask reminiscent of ancient war deities, concealing the features and expressions of the masked individual, revealing only a pair of serene eyes. As he observed, Lord Chun, seemingly fragile against General Shui, rose. That robust aura, reminiscent of towering mountains, sent a shiver through Guanyi's consciousness. To have held the title of Duke during an era of great conflict 500 years ago, and for descendants to master his spear techniques, vanquishing the godlike white wolf that invaded the Central Plains, storming into the palaces of the Liang dynasty, and establishing the legacy of the Qin state. This moment marked the heroic figure, revered as the ancestral founder of Qin, launching his assault with the force of a cataclysm. Guanyi's pupils constricted. His innate talent was undeniably formidable. In that moment, the imposing strike from Duke Qin appeared to him in slow motion. Prior to his entry into the realm, he had engaged in combat with Duke Qin, who had suppressed his own cultivation level. He had witnessed the marvel of his spear technique. Now, that spear technique, previously deemed merely proficient, illuminated before him, transforming as if reborn, imprinting itself upon the very essence of Guanyi's soul. He committed this strike to memory. Subsequently, he sensed the movements of General Shui. He became acutely aware of the flow of energy, the mobilization of every muscle, the tautness of sinew and bone. He felt the white tiger avatar coiled beside him and the palpable sensation of wielding the battle halberd. Everything coalesced, as if he had become the embodiment of General Shui executing this very maneuver. This was the essence of inheritance. The halberd swept across the expanse. A torrent surged forth. Earlier, in the desert, the broken army, shaken by the death of a camel, and the guiding elder struggled in the sands. They lay beneath the dunes, the moonlight cascading like a blanket of silver, the bright, clean sand reflecting the moon's glow, creating the illusion of resting upon the surface of the moon itself. Surrounded by a shroud of whiteness, under the canopy of night and starlight, the vast desert stretched infinitely. Bereft of mounts, their plight was already dire. and they found themselves besieged by Turkic cavalry, the sand bandits, driven to madness. In their frenzied state, they would slay anything in their path, and a man as striking as the broken army was destined for a grim fate. At that moment, the exposed war spear suddenly let out a piercing cry once more. The sand thieves, alerted by the sound, surrounded them, their clamorous shouts drawing closer. Breaking the silence, he grinned, resolved to engage in battle. One of the sand thieves charged forward on a desert steed, wielding a curved dagger. With swift precision, he drew a soft sword from within an instrument and swiftly dispatched the assailant. The elder stared in disbelief as he declared, "I am not skilled in the art of killing. Remember, the words of the people from the eastern lands require careful contemplation. I am not entirely inept. I possess a modicum of ability." With a nimble leap, he spun the horsehead fiddle around, striking it forcefully against the head of another cavalryman. The shrill sound emitted from the instrument shattered the silence, and as it fractured, he thrust the jagged end with ferocity, piercing the throat of a third assailant. The hollow body of the fiddle transformed into a grotesque channel for blood, which gushed forth, staining his garments. The guiding elder stood in stupefied awe, witnessing this man. Parched and weary from traversing the arid expanse, single-handedly vanquished 3 frenzied desert marauders. He hoisted the war spear onto the horse and urged the elder to mount another steed. Though the desert horse was not particularly large, its sturdy and resilient constitution contrasted sharply with the towering steeds of the western regions, rendering it seemingly diminutive. According to ancient texts, desert horses possess 1 fewer lumbar vertebra and 2 fewer tail vertebrae compared to their counterparts from the central plains and western regions. Their ribs are arched, and their hooves are tough, enabling them to gallop across the sands with remarkable agility. The elder mounted his horse, and under the moonlight, the two of them raced forward into the night. The elderly man's heart raced vigorously as the sand bandits relentlessly pursued them from behind. He cried out, "Can the strategists of the Central Plains also take lives?" Pajun laughed heartily and replied, "Even the most delicate scholar should at least master the arts of swordsmanship and archery, capable of wielding a chariot drawn by 4 horses with one hand, while the other brandishes a battle spear to reap the enemy's heads, all the while chanting the war songs of Qin." The old man expressed his admiration. "The people of the Central Plains are indeed formidable in battle." Pajun countered, "No. The majority of the Central Plains folk are not adept in warfare. My compatriots fear the clash of arms." The elder, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Pajun, with a swift motion, dispatched another foe, his brows furrowed with intensity as he declared, "This is what is known as the Central Plains armies. The mournful shall surely triumph and united against the enemy." The sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere. Pajun's inner energy surged, yet he was not a warrior by nature. A true warrior might endure numerous wounds and continue to fight valiantly. But his inner force was not adept at deflecting arrows. One struck a steed, bringing it crashing down, and as Pajun fell, he instinctively clutched his war spear to protect the divine weapon. The old man had already sprinted a considerable distance, but with gritted teeth, he tightened the reins. However, the sand bandits descended upon them like a pack of feral dogs, riding their small desert horses, their speed far surpassing that of Pajun mounting his steed. They wielded curved blades, which were far more forceful than slender swords. Pajun grimaced, feeling himself quite unfortunate. He steadied himself with the war spear, determined that this divine weapon should not fall here. In his right hand, the breaking army grasped a slender sword, a grin spreading across his face. His beautiful eyes ablaze with a killing intent more fervent than that of the desert bandits. The breaking army faction, intent on igniting the flames of war, resolved to set the world ablaze, even at the cost of their lives. Behind these marauders, a row of torches flared up. It was the cavalry of the Turks, compelling the bandits to charge forward. At this moment, within the listening wind pavilion, Li Guanyi, immersed in a phantasm, instinctively raised his war spear. In the distant desert, this ancient weapon seemed to resonate. It trembled violently, thrusting forward with unwavering decisiveness. The approaching bandits were cleaved in two, their blood staining the ground. As if the swirling winds were stirred by the divine weapon, the marauders froze in their tracks, their steeds tossing their heads in agitation, reluctant to advance. The sound of hooves echoed in the air as the Turkish cavalry swiftly closed in from behind. With gritted teeth, the bandits drove their spurred boots into their mounts' bellies, eliciting pained roars as they charged ahead. The howling winds intensified, swirling sands coalescing, obscuring the landscape before the breaking army. The gravel gathered, transforming into a massive hand that reached down from the depths of his shoulder, grasping the fallen weapon. The young strategist stood entranced, witnessing the unseen presence of the sovereign transcend him. Guanyi fully merged his consciousness with that of General Shue's formidable strike. Beneath the moonlight, a tempest erupted in the desert as the heavy divine weapon began to move autonomously. Within that vivid tapestry of memories, the spirit, will, inner force, and the essence of Guanyi coalesced into this singular strike, conjuring a tempest akin to waves ravaged by a storm. If the tumultuous tides and tsunamis represent the fury of nature, then the valiant general wielding the battle spear must surely be the harbinger of chaos in this turbulent era. He grasped the spear firmly. In the distant expanse of the desert, the divine weapon resonated with Guanyi and the god General Shue, unleashing its latent spirit and summoning a storm. The swirling sands coalesced as if taking form, and the force known as Pajun beheld this entity raising the divine weapon. The spear's edge pointed resolutely forward, reminiscent of legends reborn. After a moment's pause, he swung the spear. Within the wind-listening pavilion, Guanyi commanded the rolling waves. Meanwhile, in the vast desert, the spear named Tiger's Roar swept through, its blade emitting a low, commanding wail, the resonant tiger's roar growing increasingly domineering. The approaching storm was torn asunder. Dozens of sand bandits surged forward, yet were cleaved in twain along their path, blood spilling forth and staining the desert crimson. The foremost bandit lost his head, blood spraying forth, splattering onto the young man's attire, dyeing half of it a deep red. Beneath the moonlight, the spear descended before Pajun as the wind swept across the desert, surrounded by lifeless bodies. The young man's gaze remained fixed ahead, while the guiding elder hurriedly approached, grasping his arm. Yet, before they could depart, a raised torch illuminated the area. The Turkic cavalry had arrived. They rode upon their war horses, clad in armor that lacked the exquisite craftsmanship of the Central Plains. The crude iron plates exuded a raw and savage aura. While one hand gripped the hilt of a formidable sword and the other brandished a torch, its flames blazing brightly as if to ignite the moon above. At the forefront was a youthful man adorned with a jeweled circlet, observing the scene with an unsettling weapon in hand. He assessed the situation as the warhorse's hooves struck the desert ground, leaving behind trails of flickering flames. These steeds possessed bloodlines of otherworldly beasts. The lord of the seventh yurt of the Turks regarded the weapons and the man before him, his tone indifferent. Central Plains man, what brings you here? The bloodshed between the steppes and the Central Plains had persisted for centuries, and his words were laced with menace. An elderly man, pale and kneeling on the ground, found himself encircled by the heavy cavalry, unable to utter a sound. Yet, the warrior, raising his gaze, remained composed as though he were a guest, stating, "I have come to present you with a gift." The Turkic king displayed little interest, responding with a casual, "Oh, a gift? What sort of gift?" The elder felt a surge of dread, nearly crying out in alarm. He longed to shove a handful of blood-stained sand into the mouth of the Central Plains man to silence him. The Turkic king fixed his gaze intently upon the man before him, who had spoken his innermost thoughts aloud. Under the moonlight, the man's eyes shimmered not with the glow of the moon, but with the fierce intensity reminiscent of the winter when the grass and trees of the steppe wither into a pale desolation. It evoked the image of a wildfire, fierce enough to consume the entire prairie, driven by ambition. The warrior, known as Pajun, smiled and said, "I can offer you a realm stretching 1,000 miles to the west, elevating you to the most esteemed among your brethren. In that time, your cattle and sheep shall graze upon the pastures of Tihon, and you will indulge in the beauties and delicacies of the western lands, along with golden, curved sabers." Such words, uttered from the lips of this captivating individual from the Central Plains, resonated like the beguilement of demons in a tale. The 7 kings of the Turks inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "I possess but a singular wish," Pajun grasped the still and unyielding weapon. "I yearn to meet a person. Regardless of the chaos of mountains and rivers, regardless of the long and arduous journey, I must pursue my destined path." In the eyes of the elder guiding him, the once fierce and formidable 7 kings of the steppe ultimately relinquished their grip on their swords. The bloodstained man, adorned in half-tattered garments, caressed his weapon and offered a subtle smile. His smile was serene, reflecting the light of the torches, imbued with the flames destined to engulf the western lands. The young man, historically known as the master of cunning and cruelty, subsequently revealed his fangs. Meanwhile, in the listening wind pavilion, Guanyi released his grip on the weapon, his countenance pale. He learned to close his eyes. Shue family, battle spear, rolling waves. Chun Guogong, divine gun, shattering mountains. 5 centuries ago, 2 illustrious generals, whom the emperor of the Central Plains regarded with trepidation, were described as majestic and formidable, not yielding to the fierce marquis. Now, 500 years later, their unparalleled skills have converged within a single individual. In the guest room of the Shui family, Changsun Wuchou gazes out at the tranquil starlit sky and reflects. The stars are distant, and the heavens are serene. Today truly is a day of peace. A merchant arrives with a letter, picks up his pen, and begins to compose a missive to the distant phoenix beyond the borders, recounting the day's events. 2nd Mississippi. He pauses, then writes, Li Guanyi has returned to life. Chapter 62. The Regent's Authority. Upon completing that line, Changsun Wuchou hesitates with his quill. He resolves to write another letter later that night to elucidate the circumstances. Finally, he pauses again and pens a succinct yet profound verse, imbued with youthful spirit. He summons the golden-feathered eagle to deliver the letter. As Li Guanyi relinquished his war bow, his countenance appeared somewhat pallid. The technique rolling waves had drained him of every ounce of strength, demanding the complete consolidation of his being and a tempestuous heart to unleash a strike capable of subduing opponents of equal standing. The rolling waves of the divine General Shui and the mountain shatter of Duke Qin share an identical artistic style in their pure technique, having both reached their zenith. The magnitude of their might is contingent upon the wielder. Having simultaneously mastered these two techniques, Li Guanyi felt as though his spirit had been thoroughly depleted. A gentle pang of exhaustion coursing through him. At the brink of his limits, he would hear the notes of a zither, allowing the essence within him to recuperate at an astonishing pace, restoring about 30% of his vitality to a safe threshold. Shui Daoyong gazed at Li Guanyi and inquired, "What did you perceive just now?" "I sensed a faint aura of battlefield ferocity emanating from you. To wield a bow or a battle spear, either alone is sufficient to establish oneself as a formidable power in chaotic times. However, possessing both signifies a force capable of contending for dominion over the realm. Has my esteemed brother dispatched assassins to take my life at the behest of the current emperor? At this juncture, if my Shui family does not conceal its brilliance and instead showcases the techniques of the battle spear, are we not effectively handing over leverage to our adversaries? Such actions could invite calamity, which I would prefer to avoid, yet it is ultimately the martial legacy of my forebears." The elder chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Li Guanyi before shifting the subject with a casual air. "As for the techniques of the battle spear, Guanyi, you should impart them to Shuangtao. Mastery of the spear's techniques requires years of dedication. In the intervening years, you shall personally guide her in her martial training. And regarding that lad Chongqing, when you find the time, offer him some guidance. Your martial path should align with the lineage of my ancestors, characterized by its overwhelming techniques that demand considerable exertion. The inner strength prior to entering the realm can scarcely sustain a few attempts. Moreover, the inner cultivation methods for entering the realm are to be transmitted through spiritual intent, which I cannot provide you at present. In a few days, once you have recuperated, come alongside Shuangtao. I shall take you both to the ancestral grounds of the Shui family, where you may select an appropriate inner cultivation method for your advancement." Once again, Li Guanyi's gaze seemed to carry an expression reminiscent of talent and skill, prompting him to gently nudge the young man with his foot, chiding him playfully. Do not regard me with such intensity. One cannot overindulge in endeavors. First, cultivate your internal power. As for the various disciplines, body conditioning, martial arts, weaponry, footwork, how could the illustrious Shui family possibly lack your contribution? Master one, discard another. It shall suffice for your needs." Prior to today, Shui Daoyong had treated Li Guanyi with kindness, which stemmed from the respect an experienced elder holds for a promising junior. However, upon witnessing the youth's audacious charge into danger, the elder's demeanor shifted. Previously, he would escort Li Guanyi to the threshold, but today he merely gestured for him to proceed unassisted. "You know the way. Do not trouble me further. I am weary." Li Guanyi smirked. The old man harbored a grudge, despite being a remarkable figure who viewed the world as a chessboard, possessing grand aspirations yet a narrow mindset. Upon exiting, he encountered the usually aloof steward, who, for the first time, offered a faint smile and a courteous bow, saying, "Young master, do take care." Li Guanyi felt unaccustomed to such an address. His aunt had already retired for the night. The title of regent, a name so resplendent and domineering, was unfamiliar to him. The assassin mentioned it was the regent who had caused his parents' demise. But was it the regent who directly led to their deaths? Or did they perish due to matters involving the regent? Or perhaps the regent was a kin of his? At that moment, Li Guan found himself regretting having pressed for too many questions in an effort to compel the assassin to speak the truth. Li Guan was reminded of Shui Daoyong's mention of Xiao Wuliang, who had fought at the tender age of 13 during the Regnant Prince's rebellion. Intrigued, he sought out records pertaining to Xiao Wuliang and, upon perusing them, stumbled upon a vivid account of his exploits. In the 3rd year of Taiqing, the Prince of Puyang disrespected the emperor, failing to attend the national sacrifices. Enraged, the emperor retaliated, prompting the Puyang prince to raise troops in defiance. At the age of 13, Wuliang rode forth alone into battle, and none in the ranks could match him. The Puyang prince? Essentially, this represented a clash between a local feudal lord and the emperor in the capital, reflecting the emperor's waning authority. Xiao Wuliang, a formidable general under the Puyang prince, commanded respect and admiration. Li Guan then discovered further records about the Puyang prince. This regional lord, in his efforts to maintain control, abolished market taxes, land rents, and head taxes at city gates within his domain, earning the affection of the populace. He arranged marriages between the daughters of commoners and soldiers, allowing civilians to reside near military encampments. Furthermore, he petitioned the court for financial aid, and due to the emperor's previous military failures and the precarious state of the realm, he was unable to deploy a large army, reluctantly acquiescing to the Puyang prince's demands, perhaps viewing him as a man of greed and lust. The emperor believed he could be easily manipulated, thus bestowing upon the Puyang prince gifts of gold and silver, leading to the phrase messengers exchanging glances in historical texts. Li Guan smirked, recalling the lessons imparted by General Shui. He had an inkling of what was to unfold. Indeed, 5 years after the grand ceremony, the Puyang prince proclaimed himself to be on a hunting expedition, yet in reality, he was leading his forces directly towards the vicinity of Jiangzhou City. He led an army that abandoned the most formidable armored warriors of the era. 8,000 light cavalry, under the cover of night, declared their intent to assault the left flank of Jiangnan, yet they charged straight towards the capital. The recorded accounts of King Puyang depict him as a martial expert, possessing both exceptional strategic acumen and unrivaled horsemanship. The state of Chun boasted over 100,000 armored soldiers, with their renowned cavalry echoing throughout the realms. However, King Puyang seized the most opportune moment, invoking the banner of purging the traitors, and the 8,000 light cavalry pierced into the heart of the capital. During that fateful siege, nearly all of the 8,000 cavalry fell, yet the city of Jiangzhou was left in ruins. Ultimately, the 18-year-old Xiao Wuliang shattered the defenses of the city with his heavy spear. The officials of the Chun capital were learned and capable, adept at countering foes and diminishing their fortunes. Yet, in the face of such a sudden assault, they proved inferior to these rugged armored warriors. With this so-called war of annihilation, the 18-year-old Xiao Wuliang ascended the ranks of renowned generals across the land, as Jiangzhou burned fiercely in the raging flames. King Puyang rode triumphantly into the capital, while the kneeling officials on either side chanted their praises. At that time, the emperor of the Southern Dynasties held a deep reverence for Buddhism, and the southern region was dotted with temples, boasting a staggering 480. King Puyang confined the emperor within the palace, allowing this devout brother to perish from starvation. When the door was finally opened, the emperor appeared emaciated, his eyes wide with fury as he pounded on the door. His fingers, resembling brittle bones, clawed at the ground, his nails splintered. The red-painted columns bore the marks of gnawing, revealing the white wood beneath. The emperor had met his demise, his stomach filled with undigestible remnants, having consumed candles and scraps of cloth, ultimately succumbing to extreme hunger and excruciating abdominal pain. The deity you revered ultimately did not come to your rescue. Subsequently, the Prince of Puyang sat before the brother with whom he once frolicked in youth, his armored hand pressing down upon the unblinking eyes of his elder sibling. With a tone both harsh and resolute, he proclaimed, "This is an era of chaos. It is iron and fire that govern all, dear brother." In the annals of unofficial history, the Prince of Puyang cast aside his sword, gazing at his brother with an air of ennui. At that moment, the youthful and renowned general, Xiao Wuliang, stood beside him, observing the solitary figure. He did not ascend to the throne. Rather, he supported the crown prince in becoming emperor, thereby pacifying the civil and military officials alongside the noble families. He assumed the titles of Grand Preceptor, Minister of Works, and Grand General, systematically dismantling all temples, conscripting monks into the vanguard of the army, providing them with wooden staffs and coarse garments, and sending them forth to confront the ironclad Turks head-on. The lands were claimed as his own, And in the subsequent 3 years, the Qin state witnessed the rise and fall of 2 emperors. The Prince of Puyang proclaimed himself regent, entering the court armed and refusing to bow in submission. With each new emperor he supported, he issued amnesties across the realm, while concurrently, the prince led his forces to conquer the remaining territories of the south. His military strategy was ruthless, permitting the slaughter of civilians during the subjugation of the south. After the fall of cities, his troops were unleashed for 3 days of pillage. That year, the emperor's consort bore a child, and shortly thereafter, the emperor abdicated, allowing the regent to ascend the throne, while the previous emperor perished within the palace walls. It was also in that year that the tyrant who had starved the elder brother emperor met his demise beneath the Great Crimson Column, marked by the traces left by his brother's fingers. Once a figure of ambition, he vanquished the emperor and shattered the entire empire, reducing the sovereign, who epitomized the pinnacle of power, to a mere pawn in his hands. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate of having his head pierced by a long spear, becoming a stepping stone for another renowned general whose name echoed across the realm. Under the command of the Grand Duke of Peace, the young officer Yu Pingwu, merely 20 years of age, ascended first, slaying generals and seizing banners. The subsequent historical accounts suddenly became succinct, as if a portion had been torn away. The regent perished in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Prince Jing, known for his elegance and virtue, ascended the throne as emperor, granting amnesty to the realm. And the Grand Duke of Peace was ennobled. In the 3rd year of Taiha, the Grand Duke of Peace met an untimely demise. Beyond this, there exists no further record of the Grand Duke. Even the regent, notorious for his heinous acts, is depicted clearly in the chronicles, revealing both his extraordinary talents and his chilling madness. Yet, regarding the Grand Duke of Peace, why he was thus named, how he rose to prominence, and how he became a celebrated general, there is naught but silence. It is merely noted that in that year, the Grand Duke returned from the western regions, brandishing a spear, and vanquished the shadow that loomed over the Qin kingdom, as if all held a profound taboo against this illustrious general. Li Guan exhaled deeply. The chronicles chronicling the past of this formidable figure, even in unofficial histories, evoke a sense of awe. The cold, tyrannical madness of the regent, the quiet ruthlessness of Xiao Wuyang, the meteoric rise of the Grand Duke of Peace, and the emerging Yu Pingwu amidst this chaotic world of stark white bones. However, as for the regent, Li Guan furrowed his brow. If it were indeed the regent's command, the timeline does not align. During his flight, the regent had already perished. Unless it pertains to the regent, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Li Guanyi as he rummaged through the records of scrolls, laying out a chronological timeline. In the 3rd year of Tai Qing, the regent's turmoil commenced, and at the tender age of 13, Xiao Wuyang rose to prominence. By the 8th year of Tai Qing, the regent had murdered the emperor, and Xiao Wuyang was 18. In the ensuing 2 to 3 years, the regent replaced 2 emperors, compelling them to abdicate in his favor. At 20, Xiao Wuyang witnessed the arrival of the Grand Chancellor from the western regions. While Yu Pingwu became renowned at the same age, and King Jing ascended the throne, establishing the state of Chun as Taiha. In the 3rd year of Taiha, the Grand Chancellor met a tragic end. According to the calculations of the great Emperor of Zhongzhou, it was the 10th year of Tianqi. The state of Chun had been established for 13 years. As Li Guanyi set down his pen, the timeline unfurled before him. The last emperor to abdicate to the regent had a son born 13 years prior. Coincidentally, when the Grand Chancellor arrived from the west to slay the regent, it was also 13 years ago. The Grand Chancellor met his demise. Li Guanyi paused, reflecting on the events of a decade ago. Chapter 63, The Past Unfolds. A sword cleaves through. 10 years ago, the Grand Chancellor perished, marking the onset of Li Guanyi and his aunt, Murong Qiushui's, flight. 13 years prior was the very moment of Li Guanyi's birth. These 2 points in time bore significant weight. As Li Guanyi contemplated them alongside his aunt's caution regarding the royal family of Chun, a semblance of clarity began to form. Yet, it remained insufficiently lucid. He gently brushed over the 2 lines of text. Was it the child of the emperor who had abdicated the throne to the regent 13 years ago? Was he being pursued due to the perceived threat to the legitimacy of the succession? Or was it somehow linked to the regent? The progeny of the regent cannot be tolerated by the current Chun dynasty court, or perhaps they are descendants of the esteemed Tai Pinggong. Due to his remarkable achievements that overshadowed the sovereign, Tai Pinggong met with an untimely fate a decade ago, after which he delayed the pursuers, allowing his aunt to escape with him. Any of these possibilities may hold truth. However, upon hearing the assassin utter the words regent, Li Guanyi became resolute in understanding that he and his aunt were undoubtedly entangled in matters concerning the regent, and the decade-long span likely bore intricate connections to Taiping Gong. Clutching several books, Li Guanyi rose and stepped outside. He beheld Murong Qiushui sleeping on her side. As he composed himself, he realized he had been unduly affected by the notions of his heritage. Observing his aunt in her nightwear, the covers kicked aside, he sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness towards the only kin who resembled both sister and mother. He approached her and gently tucked the blanket around Murong Qiushui. Such a grown individual. Yet I, the younger, must tend to you, he murmured softly in mild reproach. Murong Qiushui was deep in slumber. In his youth, she had cared for him, but as her old ailments resurfaced, it became his turn to look after her. Standing before Murong Qiushui, gazing at the scrolls in his hands, he observed her serene visage, her breathing steady. Initially, he had intended to utilize the information he possessed to pose a few probing questions. However, in that moment, he felt it unnecessary to inquire further. Li Guanyi's expression softened, realizing how laughable his previous fixation had been. What did it matter if you were a descendant of Taiping Gong or a child of the former royal family? Even the descendants of a regent hold no significant weight. He is Li Guanyi. In this chaotic era, it was his aunt who guided him through the turmoil of survival. Without her, Li Guanyi would have long since been reduced to mere flesh beneath the iron hooves of the night cavalry. That child of noble lineage perished amidst the panic a decade ago. Yet, it is simply Li Guanyi, regardless of his origins. Any connection to those three would render him unacceptable within the imperial family of the Qin Kingdom, given the current state of affairs. As long as he keeps a low profile, the Emperor of Qin has no interest in addressing him, a child devoid of any means to incite discord. This is all he needs to comprehend. The identities of those from the past should not intrude upon his life. Every individual possesses their own understanding of who they truly are. Li Guanyi placed the scroll on the table and sighed, acknowledging, I see now. I have been influenced. It matters not who my father is. The kindness I have received is hard to repay, and I do not intend to enter the court of the Qin Kingdom. For now, I owe my loyalty only to the kindness shown to me. I am simply the nephew of my aunt. The young man murmured softly to himself, lightening his steps as he exited. Murong Qiushui lay sideways, seemingly asleep yet with her eyes open. Li Guanyi relinquished his so-called obsessions, discarding the scrolls filled with historical accounts and literary records, which fluttered down onto his bed. With a tranquil expression, the youth rested his hand upon the dagger at his waist. Subsequently, the historians exerted themselves to fabricate various extraordinary tales about this once destitute and lonely youth. In regard to this scene, they merely recorded it with sincerity. They spoke of the day when the young man, burdened by his past yet armed with a sword, severed the ties of his previous identity, liberated from the shackles of yesteryear. Exuding a gallant spirit akin to that of emperors from 8 centuries past who wielded swords to vanquish serpents and seize dominion over the realm. However, Li Guanyi candidly confessed that at that moment, he merely felt exasperated at having expended considerable effort to uncover trivialities, and in his irritation, he cast them aside.